After 12 days of intense domestic T10 competition here in Austria, it's time for the ECI's international T10 matches featuring the Austrian national team as well as the Czech Republic and the Hungarians. I tell you what, it should be action-packed. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECI Austria, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is the weekend, the sun's out, we're ready to play. We have 9 international T10 matches for you. It's the fastest growing and the fastest format, I think, of cricket that I've ever been involved with. So we're looking forward to an action-packed weekend. And we are starting this tri-series with a match between Austria and the Czech Republic. Well, they are neighbours, they know each other pretty well, and I think it should be a really exciting spectacle. First up, though, we have the coin toss. I know that Rasmus Shigewal, the Austrian captain, Aaron Ashokan, the Czech captain, they're out there with Tyrone Peters. Let's see who wins the coin toss for this ECI match 1.
All right, Czech Republic to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a hit.
We'll bowl first.
So the news from the toss is that the Czech Republic have won the toss and Aaron Ashokan has decided he wants to bowl first. I think it's an interesting strategy. I know that probably the Austrians wanted to bat first, put some runs on the board, so I think both teams get what they want out of the toss. That's probably due to the fact that the Czech Republic may be a little bit unfamiliar with the conditions at the moment. Some of them will have played here before, but I think that they just kind of want to all get out there and know exactly how they have to approach the second innings of this game. For the Austrians, though, they have a lot of players we've seen over the last couple of weeks, and Rasmus Shigewal, the captain, he's always one to watch. He'll be batting in the number 3 position, I'd imagine. But, you know, the smattering of talent we've got, know that Joey Sadran had a very, very good end to the series. Got lots of players in form. They've got guys like Iqbal Hussain, who's coming off 100 yesterday. But, I mean, the question is, with Austria playing 4 times today, will the fatigue factor set in? There might be a little bit of the morning after the night before about them. Let's see if they come out firing first up. Czech Republic, though, it's great to see a couple of their big names back that missed the ECC last year. The captain, Aaron Ashokan, back in the lineup. And you've got the beast there, Sudesh Wickramasinghe, as well. I think they're likely to open up with the tank. Riddick Tomar, he'll probably open up with Sabuin Davitsi, who we did see playing for Donnerstadt. He was a winner yesterday in the domestic T10 here in Austria. But plenty of players to watch out for. Satya Sengupta's a bowler that I think is a very, very good bowler at this level. But it's going to be a little bit tougher, I think, for the Czech Republic just to adjust to the conditions and adjust to the pace, because they wouldn't have played a lot of high-level cricket this year so far. Let's talk about the weather today. Well, a few clouds around at the moment, but I think we're expecting plenty of sunshine. It'll be the warmest day this week, which I'm looking forward to. It's going to be about 24 degrees. A little bit later on, right now, about 16 degrees to get going. A little bit of dew overnight. Not too bad, though. Pretty good conditions for cricket. Rico Full, great to have you in the commentary box, of course, this weekend. It's going to be a big day. 5 matches, and who knows, maybe we'll get an ECI Golden Ball this weekend as well. Let's go over to you now in the commentary position. The news from the toss in the opener is that the Czech Republic, they've won the toss. They want to field first, so we'll get to see the Austrians hitting first up. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of day 1.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, giving us a good insight to the start of this. Well, it's the international weekend, isn't it? Hello, good morning and welcome to everyone. And well, what a way to start your weekend with some international fever coming from this beautiful Seebahn cricket ground in Austria. And we are promised good weather, so we'll be blessed with some fantastic cricket and some very good weather as well. Thank you to everybody for joining us. A lot of people on our chat already. Steve McVeigh, Rob Thompson, and also Dave. Good morning to you all. Let's have a look at the two teams. Well, we've had a good chance, haven't we, to look at a lot of the players here in Austria during the FanCode European Cricket Series that just finished. And, of course, it was Donnerstadt that were the champions there. And the captain of Donnerstadt, Rasmus Shigewal, also the captain here of Austria. He's got some good players in the lineup there, and you heard Mr. Maximo mentions some of them. And don't forget, we've got Iqbal Hussain, who I'm sure will be opening the batting. Remember, he scored that fantastic century yesterday in match number 57 semi-final number 227 not out. So they're in good form. But Czech Republic, of course, as Vinny said, they're going to have to get used to the condition. I don't think they're going to take too long to do that, to be honest. I don't think there's any surprises out there with that pitch. And, of course, I think all these European cricketers are used to playing on an artificial deck, and I think they'll get used to that straight away. One man who will be used to it will be Sabawundovici. Remember, he did play in the series here, and he played for Donnerstadt. But some really good players in there. Arun Ashokan, their captain, will be sensational. And, of course, we have got the beast in there as well. Rasinga is going to be good as well. Suresh, I mean, he's the man, isn't he? He's the beast. And, well, we'll have the beast up against the wild thing of Austria, Javid Sadran. It's really going to be an exciting contest. I really am looking forward to it. The umpires are out there. There's going to be Nilkesh Patel and umpire Santos with Pravin Kumar. He's the third umpire. And, of course, you saw from the coin toss, the tournament referee is going to be Tyrone Peters. So get ready to start, and it will be the centurion of finals day yesterday, Iqbal Hussain, opening up with Mark Simpson-Parker, another guy that had a very good series for the home side here, Vienna CC. Let's get ready to go. Let's get ready to rumble as we get ready for the first ball, and it will be Suresh from Sakura to bowl the first. Just gets played out. The offside, and it will go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs, the fielder, Riaz Afridi, not able to stop this one. And once again, the outfield has quickened up considerably. Yeah, this one, he just doesn't get his hands down quick enough, does he? So Afridi conceding a boundary straight away. So Hussain off the mark. Batted so well yesterday, though, Hussain. And hit the ball so clean when he made that 100. It's probably the purest and the cleanest century that I've seen. It was just quite extraordinary. I believe he hit 18 sixes and 2 fours on the way to that century. 127 not out. So gets a bit fortunate with the first boundary. Yeah, just talking about the outfield being freshly cut again this morning. It will be quick. And with the weather changing, it's going to get quicker by the hour. Good comeback from Vikram Sakura. A little bit shorter. And this one missed out by Hussain. But Hussain did show yesterday that he's capable of playing shots to all parts of the ground. Suresh once more. This time, well, it looks like he's angling this in towards the bat Iqbal, and then it sort of cuts away quite sharply. Will be one for the over, I think, signalled by the umpire there. But just see this one, sort of comes in, sort of has the batter in the false pretense that it's going to be a short one down the leg side, but then it just nips away. So the shorter stuff working at the moment against Hussain. It's a nice looking shot, work to be done by the fielder. He does very well, gets a hand onto it, doesn't let it go past him. So Sabawundovici makes a good stop. Sabu, well done Sabu, they say. Sabu, of course, did play for Donnerstadt, the champions once more here in Austria. So he knows just how this pitch plays. He makes the stop and hands the strike over to Mark Simpson-Parker. Here short, and he's been dispatched. This will go all the way. Balle. Well, that is the first international Maximo here at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. And, well, I see that we got a few bodies around the ground. Some ball retrievers. That's going to be quite handy, especially when you see deliveries disappearing into the wheat field there on the leg side. Good hit from MSP. It's a little bit too short, and he dealt with it emphatically. And Vikram Sakura then comes up with a fuller delivery outside the off. That will be the end of the over. 11 come of it. And welcome to everyone. And you are watching the ECI here. It's an ECI series international between 3 teams. Czech Republic, home side Austria, and Hungary will join us later. Having a quick look at this, you see that the Czech Republic are 98 to 96 in favour to win this. This is based on all the history of the two sides. I do believe, though, that those scores there. Probably a little bit lower. I'm expecting to see the 110, 115 notched up pretty regularly here. We have seen that in the European Cricket Series, that the average score by the end of the series is around about 110 per innings. So, and Austria, knowing that they're used to this pitch, I'm pretty sure that they'll be looking not just for that, but for that and more, probably looking more 120 plus. But we'll wait and see. Remember, the level and the standard of cricket is going to be much higher as well. As Afridi comes on the ball. Bowling Heath first. And it's a good start, Yorker length delivery. I said the standard will be higher. And, well, that underlines it. Good delivery, pitched up, Yorker length. Drops the bat on it. But does get the single. So Hussain gets another. Freedy, good start. MSB has a look round, checking how the field is. Down leg side, doesn't quite get hold of it. Mike Simpson-Parker, he's already dispatched one short delivery. This one maybe just onto a little bit quicker. Doesn't get as high as he's expecting. But takes a single. Steve McVeigh saying morning to us, saying he's still a bit sleepy. Well, I tell you what, we'll wake you up pretty soon when you see some of the cricket and some of the shots. And yeah, go on, just have that coffee and you'll be wide awake, I'm sure. And this one, he doesn't get it out of the middle. It will just plug short of the boundary. But I suppose good shot to play in the power play. And those of you that are new, remember in this T10 format, 10 overs aside, the power play is 3 overs, so only 2 men allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And so that's not a bad shot to play in the power play. Freddie. Oh, this is fast. It's a really quick delivery. And that one just whizzes past Iqbal Hussain. And look at the carry on that as well. A lovely ball. That's fizzled through. Another man who's fizzled in, actually, is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu. Vinny, welcome. Good morning. International fever hits Seabarn Cricket Ground.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully well. Yeah, super excited to see this contest. Excited with what I've seen already. Riaz Afridi. How about the lift he gets off the track there? Now it goes full. He's bowled this Yorker pretty well a couple of times in this over. I like what I'm seeing. Riaz, I think he's only recently qualified for the Czech Republic. I might stand to be corrected, but I think it's the first time we've seen him wearing the blue shirt of the Czech Republic. So no, he's super proud to be there. We saw him in the ECL for Brno. Don't forget, Brno a couple of hours south of the capital, Prague. But I like what he's bringing to the table here. And the Czechs, they've come to play. The supercomputer thinks something's up. I don't know what data it was looking at, but it's got Czechs as 2-run favourites.
Yeah, it has.
Playing away from home. Mark Simpson-Parker, solid start with the 6 off the beast. Let's see how he handles Afridi.
Lovely shot. This is going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played. We saw him put away the short delivery, and now he puts this one away. Slightly over-pitched, I suppose, but deals with the pace beautifully. And the placement, top drawer. Yeah,
I don't even know if it was over-pitched. I mean, that's pretty much a length ball, but because Mark's so tall, he makes it look fuller than it really was. These are the 3 teams that we'll see this weekend with Austria, Czech Republic and Hungary. Super interesting. I mean, don't you love just kind of draw card versus draw card? You got Riaz Afridi there. He was a real standout, I think, for Brno in the ECL. Mark Simpson-Parker obviously having a great series. And you've got Iqbal Hussain coming off 100 yesterday. A name that you might not have seen too much in a Czech shirt. Paraskari is behind the stumps for them, and he also played for Brno. We haven't seen him too much in the T10 game. He's a very accomplished keeper. He's a very talented batter as well. Anyway, we're going to have Neeraj Tyagi to bowl over number 3. So, yeah, probably, with the beast coming back in with Kramasekara, with Aaron Ashokan back in. They've got match winners. They've got Davitsi in there. He's coming off some cricket. I think it's been a pretty even start to this one.
Nice looking shot, but I think, if anything, probably strokes it too well. It's been well dealt with by Venkatesh.
Do you know what I like, though, is just that you can feel the intensity. You know, you can feel the intensity in the field, just the noise around the ground. And it's a fast format. You add that to the kind of natural intensity you'll have in an international fixture. I know these two, they've played each other a fair bit. They will play against each other in the Central European Cup, the CE Cup, which is a tournament in Czech Republic every year. It's coming up, actually. This is a full toss. It's whipped away. So Chargi goes for, but he goes too full this time. Hussain, he reaches double figures. Hasn't found it quite as easy maybe as last time we saw him. But it's a nice little whip away for a boundary.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of delivery, just slightly over pitch. Hussain didn't really have to do too much to it. Just hit it and put it away. And inside the power play, that's an easy job to do with only 2 men out. Those men at the moment are at deep extra cover and long on.
Yeah, Chargi, interesting. They've gone for him in the third over, but you could see, I think Czech Republic making a real conscious effort to bowl up in the block hole. Sometimes it'll go wrong like then. I've seen the odd one kind of short, saw the one bounce up from the beast early. We saw Riaz Afridi with a length ball that kind of took off. I think a lot of the time they're just going to use that block hole ball to get out of jail.
And this time he goes right across. Hussain just losing his shape a little bit here. I think he wants to go after this, he wants the big shot, but doesn't get his position right. Look at the head there. Head goes up a little bit as well.
So a quick good morning to everyone in the chat, of course. ECN European Cricket Network, good to have you with us. Hello to Dave B, hello to Steve as well. And hello to everybody else. This one's just a bit too wide. And Rob Thompson's watching from New Zealand. Louis Bruce joining us from Gibraltar, no doubt.
Hello, Louis, and everybody else. Lovely to have you with us.
It's an interesting one. I wonder where it was when it passed the crease. Again, the umpires aren't too friendly to the bowlers on those on those ones. If there's doubt, normally I will call it a wide. Just encourage him to bowl a bit closer to the batter.
This is hit well, straight. They have got a man out there, mentioned him already, who's patrolling the boundary. That's nicely dealt with by Rijik Tomar.
I think the other thing at this level is there's a bit more planning that goes into things like fields. And I saw that with the third man, the deep point back, when Wickramasinghe was bowling the first over. And then he was going to kind of bang it in wide of the off stump and kind of protect a boundary. So I just think there's a little bit more thought and care goes into the strategies.
It's well pitched up. MSP digs it out. Good bit of fielding there, a bit of rock and tumble.
Good running, really good running. They spotted that just kind of plopped into a gap, was partially knocked down in the infield. And Hussain, very quick to come back for a second.
Yeah, Mogasham gets down, gets dirty for his side, makes the stop. But the batters, good running, still get the 2. We know that MSP, he is very quick in between the wickets.
Last ball, the power play coming up from Chargi.
And this is a delightful shot, it really is. And the difference between this hit and the 2 attempted ones by Hussain is MSP gets the feet moving, gets the foot across, gets his body in good position. Look at that, delightful hit. And that goes all the way. Manos arriba on the arbitro. 6 carreras, good way to end the power play. The score moves to 34 without loss.
That was a cracking shot from Mark Simpson-Parker, wasn't it? He was just so well balanced, and there was a fielder back for that. That's the thing. You can only protect the boundaries to an extent. It's almost a challenge to MSP. Can he beat the man on the boundary? And he did. A shot of the morning so far.
Vinny, what a lovely morning. The sun is out. There's a gentle breeze. Perfect conditions for cricket. And we know one thing. I mean, this ground is pretty good, pretty amazing anyway. But when the sun is out, it is absolutely beautiful. It's pucker. There's no better place to be and watching cricket. It's such a sensational view. And look, remember, it's a Seabarn cricket ground. Maybe I can get one of the locals to give some direction to this ground, because I tell you what, if you're not doing anything this weekend, come on down and join in some of the international fun.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think we'll get a good crowd in this weekend as well. And just start at Vienna and head north. Let's look up Seabarn. S-E-E-B-A-R-N. It's near Stettin. And Mark Simpson-Parker's looked good so far. He's looked on. Hasn't had too much of the strike, but he's 19 off 6. So see Bouillon, the bowler. This is hit pretty hard, and it almost beats fielder. In fact, it does. And
That's the beast there, Tedeshwa Kramasekara. You don't often see this at this level. This is one where he probably has to get down and dirty. Instead, he lunges with the boot. I think happy for Sadesh. He doesn't land, end up stepping on it, but it will be forward to Simpson Parker.
Yeah, I've just been told it's Sluisstrasse 24 Seebahn.
Yeah.
So that's where you want to be if you want to come
In this day
down.
and age, though, you should be able to look up Seebahn Cricket
Yeah,
Ground. It'll get you
that's how we
there.
find it. Type in Seebahn.
Seebahn Cricket Ground, Google Maps. Which even taught my 90-year-old grandfather to use Google Maps, even though he's still confused with the blue dot, what that means and why it keeps moving.
So what are you saying? We might see him here. He just carves this one away. Now they have set quite an interesting field. I don't know whether this will be just to MSP, both batters. Let's see if it moves here. But they've basically got backward point and point on the boundary. It doesn't seem to be moving at the moment. So look at this field.
Yeah.
Quite a unique field on the offside. You've literally got 4 men on the boundary.
They're saying, look, we're going to bowl offside, and the field's offside, so we want to dare you to hit across the line. Or take on those offside fielders, and it is difficult to get that power. So he says it's definite strategy. Look at Bouillon, he's going around the wicket. That's a very difficult ball to hit across the leg side unless you do something drastically proactive, like step across and try and whip it away. So that means, because you've got those guys back, you don't have a long on, and you don't have like a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, those kind of guys.
Yeah, very interesting field. Okay, he goes big, and I think he's going to get this. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Well, we saw this man do this plenty of times yesterday when he made that incredible century, 127 not out of 40 in semi-final number 2 against Indian CT Vienna. This is what he does.
Yeah.
He hits the ball so clean, and he clears the boundary rope by a distance.
Cracking shot. I suppose the drawback to this strategy is it is quite predictable. And I think that Iqbal Hussain knows there's not too many balls challenging his stumps here. And you can see he's kind of sweating on that. And he just hits straight as the day is long. What a shot that is as well. 46 partnership already. Last ball, the over.
It gets played out, and it'll just be a single.
Into the over. So it's 46 without loss after 4. And I know it's a bit early for food chat. I want to say we had a nice crew dinner last night at an Austrian restaurant that we normally go to every year. I'm still full, put it that way. They certainly know how to handle their portion sizes here. But maybe let us know what you guys got up to on your Friday night. We're super excited to be here. And 9 matches. There's no finals or anything for the ECI, so it's just a straight top of the table wins the trophy kind of thing. It's one of the most dangerous trophies that we offer because it's heavy, it's dense, and it's the kind of thing that you'd be able to handle a burglar with it. So it's going to be Ritik Toma, the tank, to bowl over number 5. So that's the other thing, kind of going 1 over spells at the moment as well. Just changing things up, searching for that breakthrough.
This is a bit over pitch, and he gets put away. And he's starting to get into his rhythm now, is Iqbal Hussain. It's a bit of a full toss, and he just hits through it. And, well, if you are new to us, we are at the Seebahn Cricket Ground, and we are surrounded by agriculture. And there on the leg side, the wheat is growing, and is growing quickly. The thing is, though, balls are going in there, and that wheat loves to get hold of players.
I know that hairstyle anywhere. That was Lennon Durairaj, who
Yep.
we saw playing for BCC during the ECS, fishing that one out of the wheat. Danny Hudacek in the chat as well. Hello, Danny. How are you? Oh, that's wrong.
Oh,
That's going to be a no ball. +1 plus a free hit coming up.
To MSP, he'll be more than happy to stay there and take this a no ball call straight away. So over pitched, and then this one, well, rather than hitting the deck, he goes fuller. And though the batter not able to make amends and get the most from it, he gets a single. MSP is now going to be facing the free hit.
The Czech Republic, we know they can put some big runs on the board as well. Do you think this pitch probably plays a bit truer than the Vinoj pitch, which has a little bit more in it for the bowlers, I think. But MSP, yeah, you're right. It's a race to the striker's end for the free hit, and Simpson Parker will have the immunity cloak.
It's good delivery, better. He still backs himself to go full Toma. And this one was more or less in the slot. MSP digs it out, gets a single.
Yeah, Danny Hudacek, he was hoping to actually travel for this series this weekend. I think a few things came up, so he wasn't able to, but I know that they'll be watching. They might even be watching at the Down Under, which is their favourite pub in in the Czech Republic, where I'm sure they'll have it on. I think Shobit, who plays for Vinarati, he'll probably be serving the drinks. So quick hello to you guys if you're there already.
Yeah, hello everybody.
A bit early at this stage.
Of course. Good morning to Danny. Goes here, we'll go all the way. This is the power of the man. And this one clears the picket fence. 6 more. Iqbal Hussain is now up and running.
Yeah, so here's the thing. You can set a field, but unless you're in the car park, you're not going to be able to catch this. And he generates so much power with his hands. Kind of slicing inside out that one. He doesn't move a muscle, does he, after he hits it? He knew that one was out of here.
I loving the pose. He goes down and he stays down and he says, come on, take your pictures, everybody. Click, click, click. Smile, please. What a shot.
Alarm bell's going off, I think, for the Czech Republic. They've had some good plans. I've liked their intensity, but kind of getting the stuffing knocked out of them at the moment.
Slower delivery. And does outfox Iqbal. Iqbal this time ends up on his knees for different reasons. And well, now he's saying, don't take a picture of this one. Not this one. This is not the one I want in my album.
That's right. I mean, it's clever. You just got to keep fighting. Czech Republic certainly have the batting, I think, to make a big score themselves, like I said.
Shot, 6 runs, don't bother. That's going to go all the way. Now he is starting a motor. And the thing is, of course, we know about Austria because we've seen them playing and their players playing the last 2 weeks. They have got plenty of batting to come. So they've made a good start. The foundation is laid. Now both of these batters will open up and be attacking every delivery that comes their way.
Yeah, they've been flying through the first half of this innings. Remember the Czech Republic, though, the way they got knocked out of the ECC in 21, they actually put 145 on the board against Italy, and then it was a crazy opening partnership that took it away. It was Zain Naqvi and Amir Sharif basically chased it down. It's going to be a wide +1, and so Tomar's over's gone magical. That was in the plans. And we'll see Ritik, who you see there on your screen. He'll probably open the batting. He had a really good ECC. They were missing a couple of their key players last year. Wickramasinghe, Karatna Ashoka missing that one. And so it's good to have them back. You know, got a lot of players that I think can swing a game. Last ball of the first half coming up.
This one is hit beautifully down the ground. There's going to be 4 more. And what a start this has been. 74 at the halfway point. And both these batters, you got to say, the batters have shown good form all the way through here in Austria, and they're doing the same here again today. The sun is shining, and the Austrians are playing some good cricket. Welcome to the global cricket family.
Yeah, so it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Of course, we spent our last couple of weeks in Austria, and we've loved it, but I've got to say thank you to the Czech team and Aaron Ashokan, the captain, presented us with these ties. You're already wearing yours. I'm going to put mine on. So we don't want to be biased, but I think it's only polite for us to wear it. I suppose if you go like that, cover the blue bit, it kind of looks like an Austrian, well, more Polish, but it's got to be the Austrian colours as well. But, you know, super excited to see all the teams here this weekend. Hungary, we'll see a little bit later on. Join us for this weekend of international action. It's a really great way to cap off the 2 weeks, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah, it really is. And what's most important of all is we're going to see good talent out there. 3 very good, strong teams and playing at this beautiful, picturesque.
And they've all got match winners. So, yeah, particularly everyone that's tuning in from the Czech Republic for this game that might not have been with us for the last couple of weeks. Hopefully, you guys are well. Hopefully, the weather's as nice over there as it is here right now. Anyway, they desperately need a wicket here, Czech Republic. This won't be one, or will it? I mean, it's high. Normally, it'll carry the boundary here, and this is no exception. Maximo Hussain to 47 in the blink of an eye, Rico.
I'll tell you, how high does this go? You like to give, aerial time to these. Come on, get the clock going on this, because this spends a long time out there. It goes a long way up. And, well, on another day, this would have come down with snow on it.
I mean, that was probably a 5 to 6 second hang time. Hussain to 47. You know, when you're hot, you're hot. And this guy's hot right now. Does Eames come back? He's gone the journey that time. It's better ball, though. I mean, you always got to have a plan. I have liked the way the Czech Republic, they've kind of strategized and they've had some plans. It hasn't really worked out. They've been outdone just with some good batting so far. And it's the first game of 6, essentially, that each team will play. There's 9 matches total in this series. So, you know, you're going to have sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Full again, and it gets dispatched again. Come on, get into the wheat field. Well, you know what he's there for. Is that Omari? It might be Omari.
I think it is, actually. But anyway, that brings up the 50 for Hussain off just 24 balls. And he's continued his good form from finals day yesterday, where you saw him crack 100. And it was, I think, it's the 5th highest score we've ever seen on ECN. Hippo was saying 53 off 24. 6 Maximos and 2 4s. He's been super quick to pounce on anything erratic from the bowlers, including that full toss, which disappears into the wheat fields.
Buyan goes too wide here, I believe. Yeah, he does. So wants to try and keep the ball out of the swing zone off Iqbal. That's understandable.
So, I mean, we talk about Donnerstadt yesterday having a really long, strong batting lineup. So you can imagine at the national level that they've got plenty of batting still to come. You've got Shigawal at 3, probably Mirza at 4, Mirza-san. This one he slightly misses out, but he'll still get 4. And so everything rolling the Austrians' way so far.
Yeah, and well, there you see a nice, well, if you want to know where we are, well, you'll see it here now, Seabarn Cricket Ground. Yeah, you see the bowler just getting a little bit excited, thinking that he's going to get through and pass the bat of Iqbal, but not to be. Gets enough on it. It's going to be 4 more. So, as I suspected when we saw the computer giving us the prediction, not so much the prediction, but the scores, I suspected there'd be a lot more, and this is why. But this one is just going, and it goes all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más.
Poor Sharan Ramakrishnan, he's on the long march to nowhere here. This hung, and it just kept sailing off the bat with the pace of the bowler. That's 6 more. And, well, Andrews had that as an 8-second hang time. I don't know about that, Andrews. Check your watch. I don't even think that's possible. But poor Sharan. I mean, he just had to fetch that one from over the line. Buyan's been taken to the cleaners here, though. He will get a dot last ball. He'll go for 36, and Austria, they're 97 without loss after 6 overs.
Yeah, they're motoring along, aren't they? And they're just as I did suspect, you know, when we were watching the series here, that it was a superb opportunity for the Austrian players, particularly the batters, to get themselves in good form. And when I look at the names of the players on that list there, that scorecard, I mean, just look at who they've got. I mean, you just pointed there to say, oh, Zadran. You got Jaweed Zadran there as well. You got Razman Shigewal. You got so many good players, and of course Mirza Hashan, who's been in really good form as well. They got a big, strong batting lineup here.
You've got Sahel Zadran listed at 10. You've got Jaweed Zadran, who has been in incredible batting form. Batting 3 for his club. He's batting 8.
What about Chima?
Yeah, Chima.
Chima, who's been opening for Indian CC Vienna and batting so well. He's listed at 8. It's a huge batting lineup.
That's going to be 5. It's going to be a no ball plus 4 by. So Freedy goes full, but he goes 2 full.
Yeah, MSP, I like his thinking here as well. He goes early. It just seems to know early what he's going to do. And, there you go. It's too high. So no ball called straight away by the umpires. And the wicketkeeper, Curry, unable to deal with it. So, 4 byes and a no ball.
Yeah, Freedy again. He kind of starts by blaming Kari, but then I think he quickly blames himself.
Brings 100 up as well, that.
And a free hit. Well, trouble at the old mill. Tough morning, so especially considering Czech Republic won the toss and chose to field. Here's the free hit ball.
Plays it out onto the onside. Fielder will make the stop. I mean, they've stuck with this attacking offside field, haven't they? And I don't think there's any issues with that. The hitting that we've seen has been so powerful. I think you could have deployed that field anyway. It's still clearing them.
I've got a question about the ECI record highest total. I know that the highest international T10 total is 200 by the Netherlands against Romania.
This one's pretty full as well, you know. I mean, hesitation.
No.
He could be gone here.
Oh, it's a wide throw. Oh. You know what's funny about this is that Iqbal Hussain wasn't quite sure how far it had gone. It'll be just okay for height. But have a look at the running.
Yeah.
It was a proper stop-start job, wasn't it? And then he realised he's actually running to the end and he sees the ball about 2 metres in the hands of Riddick Toma. He says, actually, maybe I don't want to go to that end. I'll take my chances going back to the original end.
Yeah, I mean, he dives to save himself. Luckily for him, the throw from Toma wasn't accurate. I think if it was, I think he would have gone. I think the throw would have beat him despite the dive. So, gets lucky, but these two, well done. 100 partnership in this very first international here at Seabarn Cricket Ground.
Don't forget Czech Republic, they hold a few records as well, including the joint highest score in a T20 international. So it's got some batting firepower right now. They're going to be chasing a bunch. You can tell that.
Good delivery from Afridi, but Neil Patel is going to have a word with him here. And this is going to be about where his follow-through is. So I'm liking that from Newcastle. A very good umpire. Remember, we've seen him at the ECL and on the ECC. So at a high level, and you just can't be there as a bowler.
Yeah, that's right. And hopefully Afridi heeds the warning. Most right-arm bowlers, they're pretty comfortable following through to the left. And that's fine when you're over the wicket, but if you're around the wicket, yeah, certainly getting the umpire's weight.
Short, hammered. Will it go all the way? And no. Fielder does well, comes across. It doesn't quite get in the middle of the bat. He's inspecting that bat just now as Iqbal.
Yeah, what an opening partnership. What a way to set up the series. The starts are so important, not just to the game, but the whole weekend. Iqbal would say maybe just losing a bit of grip on the bat. He's asking for a few new gloves. These gloves will be well worn in after yesterday. What a knock that was. 127 not out, if I'm not mistaken.
It was sensational, and he didn't give a chance. Good delivery here from Afridi. I think he has been the pick of the bowlers for me so far. I know he started with a wayward one in here, but his first over was nice and tidy. He got the York length delivery in. That's one thing, apart from Afridi, you have to say you haven't seen too much of that type of delivery from the Czech Republic bowlers.
Yeah, that's the thing with plans. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. You kind of need a plan B, plan C. Sometimes even more. Last ball, the 7th coming up.
Bangs it in short. Well, the quicker it comes, the further it goes. This one has been mullered. That's a brutal strike. And he just is a sensational striker of the ball. He says, okay, you want to attack me with the short stuff? Well, I'll show you. Well, this time he gets it out of the middle, right out of the middle of the bat, and that goes deep into the wheat field.
111 without loss after 7 overs. Yeah, Afridi just kind of backed that he might be able to beat Iqbal Hussain for pace. But Hussain's in such good form, he was waiting for it. So this is what's coming up. And we've updated this a little bit now because we've got Bulgaria, of course, starting on Monday. Rico, you'll be there. No, Charlie is filling in for me for that series. And Rico's going to take a break in Sweden. And I'll have Andrew Ryan. Ryan will be with me for those 2 weeks. And then we've got our next series in Romania. Wedged in there, we've also got a T20 International Tri-Series in Bulgaria, in Sofia. So that should be a nice little addition as well. So plenty of cricket coming up on ECN. And, of course, we've got our weekend here, which we're going to enjoy. But as you can see, the cricket pretty much never stops here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. Afridi, well, he goes for 19 of his 2 overs, which is pretty respectable.
For our Czech viewers out there, you might be wondering when your ECS is. It will be from the 17th of July. So it's going to be a big summer. Anyway, Simpson Parker takes on the fielder, and I think he's picked him out, and he has. And so we finally get a wicket. Davitsi takes the catch. Simpson Parker didn't have a lot of the strike, did he? He was facing less than 2 balls and over, but he has been part of a very imposing opening partnership. It's Chagi that gets the first wicket of the series. It's 1-1-1 for 1.
Yeah, good catch. And that's the thing, when you get your opportunities, you have to take them. It's a nice moment there for Sabawun Divatsi. He takes the catch and gets the catch of MSP, but not before the 2 openers had put a fine opening partnership together. 111 before the first wicket fall. So the foundation has been laid now for the other batters to come out and really have a good old-fashioned slog at the remaining deliveries.
Yeah, I think it's probably not a bad wicket to lose as far as just getting more guys out there in a no-pressure situation, getting them feeling comfortable. Rasmal Shigwal's a very good number 3. That's the kind of shot I think MSP plays the situation. He knows that's not an easy ball to kind of muscle out of the ground. It wasn't that full. If he gets in the middle, it probably does go, but slightly off, and nicely taken by Sabawun Davitsi. Hello to Phil G, who's in the chat as well, saying good morning for Prague. He thought maybe he had some sleep in his eyes when he saw the score. You're seeing correctly. Having said that, this is international T10 cricket, and Czech Republic have some big players that could score quickly. And this is going to be 6 first up for Shigwal.
Yeah, what a hit this is. Rasmus Shigwal, he's just a sensational guy, isn't he? He's a lovely person, lovely personality that he has. He was so humble yesterday after that victory in the FanCode European Cricket Series for Donnerstad. He's the Donnerstad captain, also the captain of Austria. One thing he does, and one thing I like about him, is he doesn't change his game plan. He goes out there, he's aggressive, he's assertive, he'll go after the bowling, and you see that with the very first ball.
How about that for a first ball of the series, though? Chagi had a good moment. Immediately he's brought back to earth with a thud. He's bowled reasonably well, though. Niraj, nice to see him out there. Got to say, I love both the kits of these 2 teams.
Now he goes to try and go over the offside, and the fielder, he comes across, and a few people looking at Sudesh Vikram Sugera and thinking, maybe.
He's
like visualising
hitting. He's visualising hitting big sixes at the moment. He's happy just to keep that to 1. But yeah, it's the ground that we just saw the highest ever chase completed in an ECI T10 match. We saw a target of 164 chased down. So big chases have happened here.
Oh, this one is pretty close to that off stump.
I mean, it's only just occurred to me, you called this yesterday with Iqbal Hussain, but are we on century watch again here? I mean, 70, we still got over 2 overs to go. Yes, he misses out there, but it's been a weird couple of weeks. We had one player, Karambir Singh, score back-to-back hundreds in the series for the first time anyone's ever done that. Having said that, Chargi does well to get a couple of dots on him here in the 8th.
It's very possible. You remember yesterday I called it when he just got to 50, and the reason was he wasn't doing this. Everything that came his way disappeared. He was hitting the ball cleanly, didn't miss Q1. He hit everything big to the boundary. And this time around, he's played and missed at a few, but still, yeah, he's got the time to do it. And up in the air. It's going to be a good catch if he takes it, and he can't get there.
Oh, well, that's a bit of luck he needed. Just didn't quite get back far enough, Chargi. He does kind of get the moral victory, goes ... 1 on Hussain, but Hussain does survive, and it takes us to the end of the 8th over. This was a genuine chance, though. You can see that he just needed to go 1 extra metre over the shoulder, trying out the basket catch. Anyway, it's 8 overs deep, and it's 119 for 1.
Yeah, not a bad over, you got to say. He does pick up a wicket, and yeah, I think though it's not an easy chance, there was the opportunity there to remove Iqbal Hussain, who moves to 71. And the score is pretty healthy at the moment here. What do you reckon from here in? They'll be looking, I reckon, to be going around, well, minimum 12 and over, right?
15. I mean, with 9 wickets in hand, they'll be disappointed if they don't get close to 150 here or maybe 150 plus. I mean, they're going at pretty much the 15 right now. They shouldn't be slowing down, should they? Anyway, good matchup here. The Beast comes in, forgets how to bowl. But good to see him back. I mean, he's a real entertainer. But don't forget, Iqbal Hussain there. He's on the Hall of Fame for the century he scored just yesterday for Donnerstadt against ICCV in the second semi-final. 127 off 40. And here he is, 71 and out the very next day.
Oh, this is gone. Disappears. It's too short. There's nothing on this. I mean, this ball was just crying out to be hit. And somebody who's in form like Iqbal Hussain will oblige.
Yes. Kind of angled in at the body. And Hussain's had really quick hands with those. And he's enjoyed that angle into his body. That one went miles. Yeah, so first time you saw Karambir Singh on that Hall of Fame. Back-to-back centuries. So back-to-back innings and back-to-back matches for his team. Vienna Eagles, first time we saw that. Now, we've been really good with the wheat retrievers. I think that's been a great idea. But I think we might have our first lost one. That went miles from Iqbal. He's walking stick 77.
Yeah, well, Omari, he's been successful even when he was playing. Well, he just got frightened because something just flew out of there, and that shook him up. And I think they might. Well, I suppose
is that the vultures that are back?
That came from nowhere. Goes for another. It's hanging, but he gets enough of it, gets it over the fielder, wants to come back. Of course he does.
Really good running by Shigawal. He kind of forced Iqbal to go for the 2 there, getting back on strike. Yeah, poor Kitabi had the look of a guy who'd been given one job and he wasn't able to do it. He's got one job to find the ball in the wheat, and he's still searching over there.
They find one, but I don't think it's the ball.
That's the thing. We find a ball, but is it the ball?
Yeah, you see, he said, nah, this is not it. Who's in there with him?
Well, back to the action for now.
Better ball, was it? A little bit more in this one.
Thing with the Beast, I just love watching him. And he's this kind of guy I'll say, okay, 160, hey? No problem. If he gets on a heater, he's unstoppable. And holds the equal fastest T20 International 100. A record he shares with a couple of high-profile cricketers. And, yeah, like I say, they've got the batting to go big, Czech Republic, but they're going to be tested. They're still this kind of early in their season. They haven't had this kind of high-level practice so far.
Yeah, well, you see, this is the difference. Remember you asked me the question, could he get another one? Look, he could, and he's 21. But the difference today to yesterday he wasn't doing this. He wasn't swinging one. He was timing the ball.
Yeah.
And every time he hit it, it sailed. How many, what was it, 18 sixes?
18 sixes in an innings. It's the equal second most that we've ever seen in an ECN innings.
Yeah. Okay, this one will go. So he swung at a couple, missed. And this one does go all the way. There's a lovely lady who's doing some good work out there. Retrieves this and brings it back. So he moves into the 80s now, 85.
That might be Hannah Simpson-Parker out there. It's a long way from us. But yeah, bit of a top edge. There's no fine leg. So that disappears up into the 80s. Oh, it's getting interesting, isn't it?
Okay.
Beast's got to just find a Yorker here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were thinking, do you think he'll take a sit? Nah, he won't take a single. He'll be looking to get another big boundary here. It's going to be a wide, so he leaves this one alone.
Hello to Dan Casey. Dan Zilla, nice to have you in the chat. And yeah, I know that ladies cricket in Czech Republic's been coming along as well. They've been playing some games in Germany lately, which is a really good side. And yeah, Dan's saying we're lucky to have some great neighbours. Yeah, Czech Republic's very centrally located. They call it the heart of Europe, you know. Well bowled, gets a bit of extra bounce there, so keeps the same quiet for now. And that's the end of 9, 134 for 1. So, I mean, yeah, that 150 is still on. I think Austria will be disappointed if they don't get there. And probably more interestingly, and if Hussain can get back on strike, he's 2.5 big hits away from a second successive century on ECN.
Yeah, but one thing we do know is that the captain of Austria, Razman Shigwal, who'll be on strike, he won't be thinking singles. He'll be thinking boundaries himself.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they haven't batted Czech Republic out of the game by any means.
No.
So I don't think you get too hung up in the individual milestones here. I think you still got to be playing what's the correct strategy for the whole team, and that's for Shigwal to bang sixes off his own bat. But I mean, if he does kind of drag one for a single, now this will be interesting because I believe that they're related as well, Shigwal and Sabu and Davitsi.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah, they are. And Davitsi's going to bowl his only over here in the 10th.
And this one will go all the way. Manos arriba. Bolle. Ginnasona. That brings the 140 up. And don't forget that Davisi actually played under Shigwal in that European Cricket Series. They were in the same team, so this is interesting.
Exactly. But, I mean, Sabo was a very good death bowling option for the Czech Republic in the last ECC, but he just gets his length wrong there. That was in the slot.
Slower delivery. Oh, this one smacks into the fingers. I don't think this is a bump. I think it's
I think this is a bump.
It's a cat. Do you think it's a bump?
Yeah, I think he hits into the ground. It's the quick over the wrist slow ball, but I reckon he bangs it straight into the pitch. Let's have a look. Boom.
Yep.
Yeah, into the ground. But anyway, Saba does make the partial stop. That'll sting.
Yeah, it hits him awkwardly. I think it sort of hits him on fingers full out.
Hey, we're on. 15 off 4 for Hussain. He's got to deal in boundaries. I think if he gives the strike away, it probably becomes too difficult. So I think he's got to face these 4 balls to have a chance. Davitsi, does he go back to the slower ball again with a busted hand, or does he go back pace on? Let's have a look. Should be interesting. I think he's just still having a look at his fingers.
Interesting, isn't it? There were teammates and brothers in arms the other day.
Yeah.
And today, they're against each other.
Hussain, 85.
He's taking his time, isn't he? I think that he's just waiting to get the blood flowing again in those fingers. I think he's having trouble.
Yeah.
I think he's having trouble because when this one was hit, I mean, he puts his hand out to stop it. Watch this. I think his finger's out.
End of the fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, third, fourth finger there on the right hand. And you can see he's looking, maybe the index finger. But, yeah, they might consider bowling someone else. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see him get an over in the 8th, just to kind of keep their options open as far as maybe bowling Davitsi 2 overs. But you can see, I think they're going to replace him here just more or less as a precaution. Now, that's an external injury because I normally call this one you can't fake. That's an external injury. So even if he goes off the field, for example, he'd still be able to open the batting. As it is, he'd probably be off less than 8 minutes anyway.
Yeah,
but you can see...
bit of the magic spray comes out. But the thing is, I mean, that's right on his bowling hand. He's not really... I don't think he's going to be able to control and hold the ball. So just watch this again. It is that slow delivery, but watch where it hits the fingers. Ow,
it's the index finger, I think.
Yeah, watch the fingers go there, you see.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's coming off. That's a wise decision. Let's just hope that is not going to spoil and ruin the remainder of this series for him because he's a key player for them. So
I think they're going to go back to the tank. Tomar, he went for 27 off his over, so that's why they went to Davitsi. Anyway, 4 to come. Hopefully it's not too serious because obviously he's a player we love to watch. But we're still on century watch. Iqbal Hussain on 85.
This one, is he going to get it through the gap? No,
Run.
he's not. Will he go back for 2? Well, he wanted to.
Come on.
He wanted to, but Razmal says no.
I mean, you can't get there now unless there's a wide or something crazy or a no ball. Shigawa has run so well, but he gets a bit itchy for the strike now. He said, all right.
He's disappointed, isn't he? And he shows his frustration.
It's a good slow ball from Tomar. He hasn't had too much to celebrate in this innings. Still, nice little red ink cut for Hussain, assuming he doesn't run himself out of the last ball. 86 not out.
Well, 2 boundaries will get them to the 150. 2 balls to go, though.
Let's go back to slower ball again. Worked that time.
He does, and he's bowled well, hasn't he? He came on, not expecting to come on to bowl these 4 deliveries.
Yeah. So I'll get one more chance for a curtain call. Iqbal Hussain, he's just batted so well. 86 plus this last ball coming up. Seatbelts on.
Gets a full toss, but he skies it. The fielder, it'll be a good catch if he takes it, but he's not able to hold on to it, gets hands to it. They're coming back for 2, and they'll get there. Well, that was never going to be easy. I think that's Ramakrishnan who's underneath it, hits his hands, and falls away. So it's another opportunity that doesn't get taken. Iqbal survives.
Yeah, so kind of cheering the not out for Hussain if he wasn't going to get his 100. He does end up getting 2 here. And so where do they end up on? Not quite the 150, but not far off. They're going to finish 145 for 1. And I just think, coincidentally, I'd have to go back to the archives, but I think this is around the score that Czech Republic hit against Italy in the game that actually saw them eliminated from the ECC a couple of years ago. So Czech Republic is very capable of scoring runs against good bowling. It will be a test, though. But let's just take a minute to appreciate Iqbal Hussain. He was on fire in that innings. He ends up with a pair of snowmen. 88 not out of 42 balls. Let's look back at the highlights. And it was an explosive opening partnership between Iqbal Hussain and Mark Simpson-Parker that set up a huge score for Austria. First up in this European Cricket International.
Yeah, it didn't start well because the first boundary was a result of the misfield there from Afridi. And yeah, you're right, the partnership, it was beautiful to watch because you got 2 very contrasting styles. MSP is very correct and plays good shots, though he's not afraid to put the bad ball away, and he pulls and hooks really well. And Iqbal Hussain is just brute power, isn't he? And the 2 batters bring up an international 100 partnership for the first wicket for them. They really did bat really well together. It was lovely to see them out there. And of course, 2 players that know each other really well. That partnership was 111. It was a Nelson that got that partnership done and dusted, but it was also the only wicket that they were to lose because we know that this team have plenty of depth, plenty of batting. And MSP, just showing some of his qualities, hitting straight down the ground. Some great shots, and that's exactly summarises what I'm talking about. MSP, very correct, playing some very lovely pucker shots. And yet, at the same time, you've got the brutal hitting, the monster shots there from Iqbal. That was a nice moment as Iqbal brings up yet another half century for him. And what a time he's having with the bat at the moment, but he just kept on going, didn't he? And at one point we thought maybe, just maybe, he's going to bring up another century. He gets close, but unfortunately for him, he runs out of deliveries and maybe wasn't able to keep hold of the strike towards the end. He finishes on 88 though, and there were a lot of good work being done by the volunteers retrieving these balls as they go into the wheat field. Well, that was the first wicket. Daviti, when he had some fingers, he took a very good catch there on the boundary. But Razmal Shigiwa, the captain, comes in and he hits his first ball to the boundary. This was another opportunity. We saw Hussain being put down there in a corner bowl. Difficult chance when he was on 70 by Tyagi. And other than that, the only other chance he gave was later on in the innings when we'll see that probably coming. Ramakrishna just puts it down. Well, there's Somari having a bit of a heart attack as something flew out of the wheat field and scared the life out of him. Well, don't worry about the birds. It's the snakes you want to be worrying about. Don't tell him that, though, because he'll never go back in there again. It was a lovely shot down the ground. And this one, though, was when Sabawun Daviti, unfortunately, in trying to stop that one, clonked it on his fingers. The freeze spray did come out. But I think the right decision made as he was bowling that last over. He comes off and Tomar, he completes it and finishes off. This was that final chance. Tomar, by the way, I think he finished that over very well. it didn't go for another boundary. And the score finishes at 145 for 1. It was, evenly poised, 119 for 1. It was at the end of the day. I thought there they would want to be going at least at a minimum of around about 12 and over from there on in. Vinny was saying that need to go around about 15, get past the 150 score. In the end, they sort of did go just around 13. So not a bad finish at all. And that is not a bad scorecard. I did think that when we saw the bat versus ball wall and they were saying the two scores in around about the 90s, that wasn't going to be. We're going to see a lot of runs here, folks. Iqbal Hussain, 88 of 42. Batted so well. Remember that 111 partnership, MSP, made 31. And the captain, Rasmus Shiguel, 15 not out of just 6 deliveries. And he, in those 6 deliveries, hits 2 big 4s, 2 big 6s. Have a look at the bowling figures there. So they used plenty of bowlers. I didn't mind that at all. And but there was a little bit of hurt and pain there as well. Buyan, he goes for 36. And Tomar, I don't think he was meant to or scheduled to come and finish things off. But he didn't bowl too well in his first over when he went for a few. But his second one, after bowling a magical one that went for 27, well, when he finished off things with those last 4 balls, I think he did really well indeed, keeping the score to under 150. I know it looks like a big score, but as you've heard us say, this is international cricket, and the Czech Republic have got some very big hitters there themselves. I get a feeling that this is going to be closer than you think. So join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximum, when we return in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the first international match here in this little mini-series between Austria, the Czech Republic and Hungary. That'll be joining us later, and I'm sure that they will be hungry for success themselves. So join us when we come back. 146 will be required for victory for the Czech Republic.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to European Cricket International Weekend. The internationals here in Austria, the Seebahn Cricket Ground. The match we're currently watching is Austria taking on the Czech Republic. Austria have had a bat, and they got a good score on the board, thanks to a superb opening partnership between Iqbal Hussain, 88, not out of 42, and Mark Simpson-Parker, who made 31 of 14. And they'll back themselves to get victory number 1 under their hats. But Czech Republic, I think they'll have a say about this as well. We know that if they click, they can be pretty aggressive. And it's nice to see that Sabawun Divasi is okay. But, well, this is an opportunity. We're going to have to look at this. It's Umar Tariq, who has got such safe hands. So this is being blasted. Sabawun, of course, yeah, I mean, he's reaching high up. Then let's see if we got on camera what happens here next. So I think he does okay here. Keep an eye on it. That foot. Is he in contact with the ball when the foot I think he is. That's going to be 4 runs. I see 4 runs there. And yeah, it has been signalled. So great work there between the match officials. Nilkesh Santosh and Praveen, the third umpire, looking at that again on the camera. But that is a chance. I was in the process of saying that it's good to see Sabawun Divasi out there, because he's the one who, bowling over number 10, took a nasty one on his fingers, got a bit of treatment, but he is okay to bat. And you've got to say, he gets very lucky there. Umar Tariq normally has got very good, safe hands. And Sabawun gets dropped on 0. So just remember that and how important that could be. Momin floats this one right up there, and it's hit up in the air. Chase is on, and they look to come back for 2 MSP. The fire's in the throat, but the batters get there. It's a bit of a risky start going with the likes of Mamoon, because remember, you can't set the field as you would probably like to the slow bowler. But at the same time, I think the thought here from Razmal Chigwell, the captain, is that with so many runs on the board, maybe deploy a spin early. Maybe perhaps not what the batters are expecting. This time he doesn't pitch it up as much, slightly shorter. It's well bowled. So Shahir Mamoon bowling the first. Divisi goes for this one again, but this time he finds the safe hands of the fielder, and Sahil Zadran makes no mistakes, and Austria pick up their first wicket in this ECI, and it will be Momin that takes the wicket. So I guess it works, the surprising plan. They've got a lot of good options in terms of pace bowlers, but Razmal Chigwell just believes that with that score on the board and a 146 chase, that maybe deploy a spinner early. The batters do go after him, and though Sabawun gets lucky early on when he was dropped on 0, he only goes on to make 6 and falls for off ball number 4. So disappointment for him, doesn't quite get this, but Sahil makes no mistakes. It's a nice shot there in the background of the Hungarian boys, just doing some warming ups, and so welcome to them as well to this series, of course, this international series between Hungary, Czech Republic, and of course our host Austria. So Shahil gets the breakthrough, and it's Ramakrishnan who comes into bowl to bat next at number 3, another left-hander. So a like-for-like swap. And this one gets played out again to Sahil Zadran, but this time it's along the deck. Very warm welcome to our global family around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal. I'm one to our global audience watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. Hope you're having a great weekend. This one gets floated up. It's a miscue. It could be another. It should be another. Oh, no. He totally gets it wrong. I wonder how much of this is got to do with Navin Wijasekera getting right in the way of the fielder. I think Navin does stop, to be fair. I just think it's a bit of a clanger from the fielder. And I think that might be Didar. Yeah, Ibidasha. So that's a big opportunity. And well, the batter gets lucky. As we have a look at where we are in terms of the golden ball situation on the European Cricket Network, 96 matches since our last golden ball. The last one we saw was in Milan. And one man who was there that witnessed, well, one of the two that we saw was Vinny Sandhu, who joins me back in our commentary position.
Yeah, you're right. I got one of the two. Second one, I was walking to Charles's wedding lunch and just had to stop my greetings with everyone. I had golden ball fever, ducked around the corner and saw it. It was a good one. It was actually caught, but the fielder stepped over the line for 6. So the batting team won that one. Fresh Tropical with the winners. Here's Sahil Zadran bowling over number 2. Yeah, that last ball that was essentially not attempted. Dita knew that Wijasekara was coming towards him, and I don't know how much Wijasekara kind of dummied him or not, but in the end he just withdraws, and Dita was a bit worried about a collision. So that's how the batter gets away with it. I've got to say, it was really clever bowling from Momin. You toss that one up, he completely beat Tomar for flight, the tank. So Ramakrishnan, left-hander for left-hander. Interesting. We haven't seen the Beast yet, haven't seen Aaron Ashokan yet. Here's over number 2.
And this is going to be a wide. I'm just wondering, I mean, yeah, Sahil Zadrani's an opening bowler. But would you, if you were Shigeru and you saw how that first over of spin went, would you be tempted to go with spin again in the second over?
I'd be tempted, but just looking at the options that they've got, I think you want to bowl Zadran with a new ball because you've got your other plans for in the middle. So it's like if you don't bowl Sahil Zadran here, where do you bowl him?
The ghost really full. This is a good delivery. Really is. In the block hole.
Does him for speed. Yeah, because I think what we'll probably see from Austria is Javid Zadran and Dita in the middle overs, performing like the shutdown role. We saw them do that really well at the ECC. So I think they kind of got their plans laid out. And also I don't mind the juxtaposition of the slow bowler and the faster bowler as well. Zadran, we know he's got a bit of pace about him, hurrying up the tank on that occasion. Good contests all over the place here, though.
This is sliced up, should be taken and will be taken acrobatically by Mark Simpson-Parker. It's a very good catch, nicely done. And it's all about getting himself into position. He has to take this side on. And I tell you what, if you need somebody reaching for it, you want it to be MSP because he's got the height. Look, he's quick to see it, gets himself in a good position, keeps his eye on the ball, and that's the catch, nicely taken. And that will be the end of Ritik Tomar. So 2 wickets down pretty early here. Czech Republic 9 for 2.
Yeah, tank misfires here. But, I mean, I can't really criticise the approach of the Czech Republic here. They're being attacking. They're going after this power play. And they're going to have to hope that some big players fire. And here's one. They don't get much bigger in the Czech Republic than Sudesh Wickramasekara, the man known as the Beast. He's the equal world record holder for fastest T20 international century. And that was a memorable game for the Czech Republic. But right here, he's going to have his hands full. He's got a bit of a cult figure, I have to say, the Beast. You know, he's sometimes a bit casual the way he approaches the game, but when he's on, he's really on. Let's see how he handles Sahil Zadran. He's got 1 for 1.
Yeah, has a look at the field. It's pretty tight around him and encroaching that sea of red on the offside. In comes Sahil Zadran, who's bowled very well so far. And gets this one swinging away. And you can see that Wickramasekara a little bit off balance here as this one swings past him. Just having a look at the field where you've got those men deep. You've got the third man pretty fine. He's back on the line. And I'm trying to look and see past the tents we've got in a way. I don't see anybody. Where's the other fielder back? Is there another? I don't see one. Unless my eyes are deceiving me.
No, you're right. There's only one guy out here. There he is.
Good delivery. Right on the money. Well, they're taking him on. Direct hit. He's gone. Well, that was so close. You can see that is Jaweed Zadran. The wild thing does the fielding. Pick up and throw. Watch this. Yeah. I think he's gone for all money.
But he bounces on the grass and so it kind of balloons over the stumps. I don't mind that single. You've got to get something going somehow. It'd have to be an absolute perfect bit of fielding to execute the run out there, hitting one stump. Anyway, left-hander Ramakrishnan, he's a classy performer. Now they do have 2 men back. They've got 1 at deep square and 1 at third man.
He gets a bit on this. It will go all the way to the boundary, to the first boundary. And it comes up. I don't think it's quite where he was looking for this to go, but it is 4. It is the first, and that just goes to show you the pace that Sehel Zadran is bowling at. I mean, you get a bit of bat onto it, it's going to fly.
Yeah, that's right. And the pace kind of working against Zadran. Now they'll make that change. They'll bring the deep square up, put the fine leg back, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, not a bad ball. To the pace they need to be at. Essentially, they want to be around that 29 after this over. They won't be that much. Let's see if they can pull something out of this second over.
Oh, he's running into trouble once more.
Oh, no, they crashed into each other.
He's going to be out. Oh, no, this is... hang on a minute. Are we seeing the world's best bit of sportsmanship? I think we are. Oh, I love this. I love this. This is why I love the game so much. Just fantastic. Everybody on your feet and applaud. This is fantastic because Chima, he knows what's happened. He knows that the batters collide. He could have taken the bails off, but I think he does really well here. I mean, you saw the collision. I was looking at the batter running and the wicketkeeper there, but hats off to Chima and to Team Austria there because they could have run out the batter, and I like the way that you see Chima saying, you know what, nah, I'm not running out the beast now.
He thinks he's out, but he's not out because
I think he's coming off because of other reasons.
Well,
I think there's an injury. Just watch this.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so nasty. That is such a nasty wallop, and you can see he's stranded. He's nowhere. He's down. He's out. But Chima here says, you know what? He just dropped the ball. That is fantastic, folks. That is what sportsmanship is all about, and I'm loving that, and I want the world to see it.
Yeah, he's definitely done something that most people wouldn't do here. All right, counterpoint. I would have taken him. You know why? He was going to be out anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, the thing is...
Of course.
Like, okay, it's one thing, two things. Two points I want to make.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's not a great piece of sportsmanship. It is. It's over and above. But two things. It was batters running into each other, which is their fault. It's not a batter colliding with a fielder.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, he was genuinely going to be run out anyway. So, I mean...
I'm with you. I hear you 100%.
I like the sentiment.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's a little bit illogical. Here's my point, right? And I'm thrilled for that we get to see the beast bat. Again, that's not the fielding team's responsibility. And this is a genuine run-out chance waiting to happen.
That could have been so nasty, couldn't it? Because you got two big men out there. Well,
but, I mean, Chima probably doesn't...
I just say, that's not why we call him the Beast.
Yeah.
That's not the reason why we call him the Beast.
There's not many collisions either that Beast will be involved in. Now, I think that's going to go down as a dot, or are they going to get... It's going to go down as a dot. So they never complete a run there. And it's the end of the over 14 for 2, so it means that the Beast is up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I applaud the sentiment. That's all I say. The sportsmanship's well alive. And Chima probably looks up, sees him on the ground and says, look, you know, I'm not too fussed about the run out here. Anyway, let's see how Moman deals with the situation. And he gets drilled. And I think this probably should be cut off. It is. Great fielding by Umar Tariq.
Superbly done, Tariq. He had a mishap earlier, didn't he? When he put a catch down. He put Sababoon down, but it didn't really cost him that much. He only went on and added 5 more. But this is good fielding. Quality. That's why he's there, to do work like that. Gets down, gets dirty for his side, makes the stop. Okay.
Yeah. I'm still a little bit flawed by that. But, hey.
If you think you were flawed, you should have seen the Beast and his partner. Well, Ramakrishnan and Vikram Sakira, they were definitely flawed.
Because I've had this situation happen before. And this, as a kid, I don't want to sound like someone that's a bad sport, right? But I'm just kind of calling it how it is. Because if the batters run to each other, hey, that's their problem. Do you know what I mean? Like I know it gets a bit messier when a fielder collides with a batter.
Yeah.
And then I'm kind of a bit more like, yeah, I mean, look, it's a messy situation. Yeah. Also, when the collision causes the run-out chance. But really, that was a genuine mix-up.
Yeah,
that was a genuine both running the wrong way.
I also think that Chima saw something nasty.
Yeah.
I think he
saw the Beast coming towards him.
I think he thought it was going to be nasty, and he does the right thing. I think if it was a gentle touch and the batters had a mix-up in the middle, got in each other's way, that's different. I think he thought, this is nasty, I'm not going to do it, and I applaud him for it. Well, the next one, this one goes for 4, so it's a good shot.
It's a fuzzy moment, though. And the thing is, in the Czech Republic, they're already going off. I can already see the chat, and Sharon will be talking about the time that he floored the Beast. Sharon's been in the gym lately.
It gets hit well, and it will go all the way. So Ramakrishnan, well, he got knocked out, but he got up again, and now he's hitting big.
Oh, wow. And now, the counter-attack's on. Again, this is just the cynic in me. It's also very easy to do when you've got 145 on the board. Do you know what I mean? And look, Chima, you got to just applaud his sportsmanship. End of the day, he did what he felt was the right thing.
And, well, this was going to be a wide, but you can see that Ramakrishnan says, you know what, I could take one or I could take 4. I'll go for 4 when the wheel's set the way it is, the field the way it is. He'll take the 4. It is the end of the power play. So the second over from Women doesn't go as well. This is where I would have said, once again, I said this yesterday, that he bowled a good first over. He got you a breakthrough. I would have benched him for a while, used some of the other bowlers and used him a bit later. I just think sometimes to be able to get 2 good overs in the power play from a spinner, I think, you're being a little bit too hopeful there. But anyway, not bad, 31 for 2.
This is the lawyer in you coming out. You were trying to tell me you should have gone spin back-to-back in the second over. And
the second over makes sense because of how the first over went.
All right, fair enough. I don't know anymore. What's going on? I mean, the beast, I like this comment. Imagine if he now nicks one behind and doesn't walk. It's that run.
This time, the batters managed to avoid each other when they take the single.
With the beast going down on the pitch, I mean, maybe that would have been a good time to bring out the heavy roller just to get it flat again. Because here's a weird one. I've had that exact situation, and I've run someone out and got abused by the batters, and who I think had concussion.
Here it is again. This is what we're talking about. I mean, he was like a charging bull, wasn't he? Look, head down, charging bull, and bats go all over the place.
He doesn't even look. He assumes he's gone. That's why I honestly think he starts walking off thinking he's out.
This is in the air, but catchable. MSP does not drop him, and he won't drop this one. So Ramakrishnan, well, he ended up staying on his feet somehow when he ran into Vikram Sakira. I mean, he's probably the only man ever to do that. I don't think we'll ever see it again. But though he stands on his feet, he's played some nice shots. But this time around, he finds MSP, who takes his second catch. And that will be the end of the batter, Sharon.
Yeah, and just mishits that, doesn't he? And the approach is there. And unfortunately, it doesn't really work out for Ramakrishnan, but he does get a quick fire 19, so at least he kind of scores at the rate required. And now, here's the baby bull. Aaron Ashokan is coming to the crease at number 5. These are the two. I mean, I remember when Czech Republic scored 144 against Italy in the Eliminator in the ECC 21. These were the two that did it. You can see simple catch there for MSP, and there was no chance of a collision there because I think Sudesh knew straight away that was going to get caught. And so these two, I think this is the partnership. It's got to be big. Again, just going at the rate required is important, and they need to be about 56 or so, 57, that kind of score to be up with the rate at the end of this over. Just want to get as close as they can.
So Zadran hasn't been good so far, 2 for 7. He's bowled really well. He's bowled with pace. He's bowled with accuracy. And he's been troubling the batters. Right in the slot once more.
Just shows you, though.
Quite keen to take the single.
We see so much cricket, but we still have more and more new situations coming up all the time. And I don't think we've ever quite seen a situation like that and handled like that. But that's the beauty of the European Cricket Network. The amount of cricket we've got, you'll see things that you've probably never seen before.
Yeah, but that's a memorable moment. It really is. Nicely played away, but Navin Sakira makes no mistakes. The captain of Snazi, nice to see him out there.
Oh, let me know where you're watching from in the Czech Republic as well. All of our guys are joining us in the chat. And a few people I mentioned might be at the Down Under in Vinaradi.
Yeah, hey, listen, this is mean.
Okay.
Because I know we have a new comedy position because we were forced to have it.
Yeah.
But right next to the catering hut.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can smell the food already, and I think it's a bit of Sri Lankan food today, and my stomach is rumbling. This is cruel.
Yeah.
See, if we were down the other end, we'd be away from this.
Did you get down to breakfast this morning? Because there was chocolate cake at breakfast. I don't know what's going on in this country, but it was delicious. It was moist.
I saw it. I didn't have it. I had my normal fruit and yogurt.
I saw it. I said I wouldn't have it. I said that a second time, and then I had it. And it was very, very good. Last ball of the over.
It's in the air, loops it over the infielder. It should get stopped if it goes to bat. In fact, they're fighting over it. Here comes the throw, and the batters complete 2. And listen, how did you eat chocolate cake this morning? Because you talking about you had to put it away. You put plenty away last night when we went out for a meal.
Yeah, we had. Well, it's a bit early for food chat, but I will broach the subject as it's 36 for 3 after 4 overs. We went out for Austrian food last night, and it was a very, very good meal. I have to tell you that much, and even finished off with some dessert. So it's the weekend. I've been reasonably good this week, so.
What's reasonably?
It's the weekend.
What's reasonably for you? Only 3 carbonaras?
Yeah, I've been trying to make sure that I'm a bit more selective, let's say, about when I go large. But last night was one of those.
It was
nights.
a good meal, wasn't it?
It was brilliant. It was good to have all the crew together. I know Maxie's not feeling too well at the moment, so unfortunately didn't join us. But the rest of the crew was there, and it went down pretty well. I got to learn a few more German words, trying to make sense of the menu. Yeah. Anyway, hey, I called it. I thought we might see Itibasha, Dida, and Javid Zadran in the middle. So we're seeing Dida here. And they were so good at just pumping out the Yorkers in the ECC last year at pace. So this will be a good battle. Beast on strike.
No run there. It shouldn't be, and there won't be, as the captain, Razmal Shiguel, makes the stop. He'd be very happy with the effort so far from his boys. They're restricting a powerful Czech Republic side, 36 for 3 into the 5th over. Itibasha Dida. Good delivery.
It's a slow ball, I think, just held back a little bit. So it's going to be tough, I think, for the touring teams to kind of adjust to the conditions, to the pitch, to the bowling as well. Austria, they've been up and they've been playing, and yeah, it was a bit of a question. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? We saw Portugal, for example, in their home ECI earlier in the year. They looked pretty tired, to be honest, when they had to play 4 games on the first day.
Gets played out and dealt with quite nicely by the fielder, Javid Sadran.
So just going back, yeah, Phil G said probably be going to the Down Under for matches 3 and 4 today. So make sure you say hello to everyone there. Hello to Charlie Hunt. He's lurking right now. And I think my favourite comment is, who said this? Someone said, Vinny needs to go on a diet. You're probably right.
Nicely bowled again, so just keep in.
End of the bat. This one would have been a wide, I think, but just have a look. He gets a little scratch on it. Doesn't carry to the keeper.
Yeah,
Well picked up by Chima.
He's got the right idea, though, doesn't he? He's keeping that ball and outside that off-stump corridor. It's working for him so far. He's got quite a snazzy, slower delivery when he uses it. This one's well hit, but misfield now. You don't expect this. And that's once again, I think that's Umar Tariq, who's, well, we saw him put a catch down earlier, which doesn't cost him really, but this one is glaring really for a man of his ability.
Yeah, and he tries to get down. But here's the thing with the Beast. Even that, he hits the ball so hard, this guy. Oh, that's actually Aaron Ashokan that came up with it. Both these guys, they are such good strikers of the ball, and that just kind of skates through a little bit lower on Umar Tariq. Last ball, the over.
This one's been hit out onto the onside. You can see the batters, they're trying to get the acceleration going. I mean, at the moment now, they literally need magical overs from here on in.
So anyway, 42 for 3 off 5. They have to go at kind of magical pace from here. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Rico Full. All you guys out there, maybe you haven't seen the draw yet for the ECC, so let's show you that these two teams obviously will be 2 of the 31 taking part, the biggest and best ever ECC we've had. Austria in Group D with Hungary, funnily enough, who are the third team here. Czech Republic, how about that Group A? It's got Spain, Isle of Man, who played a very memorable last match in the T20 format. You've got France in there. I mean, who knows what we'll see from France. Will they get some of those bats in there to complement their bowling? And you've got Greece in there as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that'll be a really interesting start to the tournament, Group A. Zadran does come on as predicted, but he disappears pretty quickly. Aaron's after him. Maximo, a great start. And the Czechs, they need plenty more of that to hit their way back into this contest.
Yeah, lovely shot. When we saw Ramakrishnan hit their first 6, well, this is the second, and it's a biggie. Nice hit. So, well, Zadran Chaweed goes Maximo off his first ball.
Works away for 1. So, yeah, the format this year for the ECC, it will mirror what we saw in the ECL, which is instead of a 5-day group stage, it's a compressed 3-day group stage. So one group Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, finals on Wednesday, and the next group Thursday, Friday, and finals on Saturday. And rest day Sunday, so it should be super exciting.
Oh, hit hard. It's going to take some stopping. And there's a good pick up there from Umir Tariq. Makes no mistake this time.
Well, the beast got knocked down. He's almost sat down Aaron Ashokan. Look at this. Bang. And Arun, thankfully, doesn't get in the way of that one.
And listen, we had a look at Group A, and of course Spain are in there. After this delivery, it's a bit uppish, and Razmal won't drop it. It's another wicket, and this time is Arun Ashokan. That will have to go. He tries to get this over the captain, but Razmal Shigwell, well, we saw this guy take 2 incredible catches yesterday. He's not going to drop something straightforward as this. He's backpedaling, but he gets himself into position and takes it at a comfortable height. So that's the end of Arun. You can see that he was trying to get things going for his side. He didn't want to hang around. He knew what they needed. They needed magical overs, full stop, one after another. But he'll go for 15 of 8. And just wanted to finish off what I was talking about. So in Group A, of course, Spain are there. And I know that their captain, Christian Munoz-Mills, has had an operation on his knee. I saw a picture of that the other day. It looks, doesn't look so great. But look, I just want to, if you're watching Christian, I want to wish you all the best and a very speedy and fast recovery.
He's a great guy, Christian, and a fantastic ambassador for Spanish cricket as well. So sending you all our best from the ECN family. And hopefully he's fighting fit by the time we get to the ECC in September. Zadran with the wicket, his first of the series. And he might have 2 in a row because Sazib Bhuyan hits it straight up. And I think he knows that he's going to be gone first ball. So our first hat-trick opportunity. Jamie Zadran took 2 of them last year on ECN. Who knows, maybe he'll have a 3rd here.
Yeah, and when we have a look at the Hall of Fame for hat-tricks, you'll see another man, another Austrian up there who earlier this year in Malta did something remarkable. So maybe the Austrians have got a knack about taking hat-tricks. Well, we'll see if we're going to see one here. But Bhuyan, that's not good for him. He's going to go for a golden. So there's the first international golden duck that we're seeing here today. And very good morning to Derek.
Yeah, not a sight you want to see is about it when Derek's chasing off the field, but he just wasn't in control of that shot. It's not a Yorker, it's kind of a challenge length, and I think he's just more or less misjudged the pace of Sadran. He wouldn't be the first, he won't be the last. Kushal Mendon is going to come out and he'll face the hat-trick ball. I suppose Shigabal's kind of on a hat-trick as well in the field. Anyway, here we go. Is this hat-trick number 12 of the season?
It's a good delivery, and well, he almost gets himself run out the batter. He wants to get bat on the ball. That's Kushal Mendon. But then he goes running straight away. You can see his partner does not move. The beast says, get back in there. I'm going nowhere.
Yeah, true. That is also the end of the over. 50 for 5 off 6. 1 and over from Zadran. Did get whacked for a 6 first ball, but ends up taking 2 for 8 in the 6th over. Yeah, Charlie is in the chat right now, and he's just telling a bit of a story in emojis. And basically what he's saying is he's heading to Bulgaria. And I think Charlie, in case you don't realise, you probably have to carry day 1 on your own because Rico will just be settling in. But I'm sure you'll be there on Tuesday to join Rico for an ECS in Bulgaria. And hopefully the weather's good.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Well, I did have a bit of an up. Well, this is right in between the legs. This is interesting one. Really good take from Chima. Well, this was a classic nutmeg.
It really is. And he almost deliberately tries to play it through his legs in the end, hoping he could get something on it. Kamaraseka again, just struggling for his touch. He's deep in his crease here. Look how far back he is, trying to pick something up from Dida.
It gets played away, but it doesn't get past the captain, Razmal Shigwell. But there is a single there. I think you've got to go and strike, haven't you?
Yeah, just no real urgency between the wickets at the moment, hoping he can do it in boundaries. I mean, he's hoping that he can just get on some sort of a heater where he goes 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, and he's that kind of player. And really, that's all that can get them back into the contest now, as the run rate required has ballooned to over 26 and over.
This will be a wide. It goes for the slower delivery, just doesn't get the line right. Yeah, I was saying, going back to Bulgaria, I had a little conversation with Prakash. Hello, Prakash Mishra. Does excellent work for Bulgarian cricket, part of the federation there. And he did tell me that after several days of rain, that yesterday was a nice sunny day, so weather changing there as well.
Oh, that's hit so hard. In fact, Tariq doesn't get near it. I think he had to move about 2.8 metres to get there, and I don't think he even lays a finger on it, Tariq.
Well, this is what we know Sudesh Vikram Segura can do. He's a hard hitter, and as he gets into form, you know, that he can hurt you. He certainly can, but he couldn't hurt Krishnan when they collided into each other. He's the one who ended up on the deck, but he can hurt you.
Oh, yeah. He's a batter. If I was umpiring, I'd probably be wearing a helmet, to be honest.
Look how he bats well inside his crease, both feet inside. So this one gets worked away for
the
a single.
idea is he knows probably from before, Dita bowls a lot of Yorkers, so he's trying to take that Yorker length and turning into something that still bounces and he can drive under. So that's the theory behind that. Also gives you a bit longer to have a look. But I mean, Dita makes a good adjustment there. He just has to go half a yard fuller, and he does.
Yeah.
He hasn't given too much away so far. A few questions about Bulgaria. I must say, got a bit of FOMO about Bulgaria. I really enjoy our time there. Won't be missing out this time.
Oh, this is another one that's been hit pretty well. And Umar Tariq deals with that well, because this one is bobbling away.
Yeah. There's a few bobbles out there. I mean, it's not a bad outfield. It's actually pretty similar to the Vinoj outfield, actually, that we see in the Czech Republic. It's got this kind of spongy type grass, but it's still reasonably fast. It had a cut, I think, yesterday morning. So it's an average speed kind of an outfield. Not super fast, but not super slow either.
And this is high up in the air. Fielder coming across. MSP, oh, outstanding. Absolutely brilliant. What a catch this is. And Mark Simpson-Parker, he sees it early. He gets going. I mean, he does so well even to get here, let alone takes the catch. Diving forward, gets it into the palms of his hands, and he takes another. That's 3 catches in the innings.
Yeah, as a bowler, you're so happy about this. And, well, he's the Merrill Streep of the field, isn't he? Because he's got such range, Mark Simpson-Parker. And he was completely organised about what he wanted to do there and how he was going to do it. So it's one thing to get there, but he also needs to get in position. He needs to get his hands in position. You have to work out how he's going to land. But he knew exactly what he was doing. So that was the ball, I think, that the Beast was waiting on to get under, and he just mistimes it. Goes higher than it goes long, but have a look. Yeah, he's off to the race. He anticipates, does everything right, protects the ball, keeps it nice and high above the turf once he takes it. And a brilliant bit of fielding. So it's 57 for 6 after 7 overs. This is what's coming up next. So Austria versus Hungary. First chance to see the Hungarians. And looking at their team, they're led by Ravindran in this series. Got Zishan Kukakel there. He will be a key only. Watch out for Prashar as well with the bat and the ball. They'll have Abbas Ghani behind the stumps as well. So looking forward to seeing those players out there for the first time in the series. Here's over number 8.
Nicely played out, just worked away. So Umar Tariq comes on to bowl. And, well, when we had a look at the Hall of Fame for hat-tricks, this man's name was on there twice. And a lot of people were probably confused about it. Well, maybe we can explain it, Vinny.
Yeah, so a lot of people think that's an error at the top of the hat-tricks because he's put in the same game, the same figures, the same everything. But Umar Tariq, actually might as well show you. There you go. He took 2 hat-tricks in the 1 innings.
Yeah.
That was in the ECI in Malta, game 4. And it was actually crazy. We'll come back to that in a second. 6:22 he took. He might have one here. It's pushed up, and it's out of the ground, though. What a bit of timing. This guy at Paraskari, I know we haven't seen too much of him on ECN. Did play for Brno in the ECL. But, I mean, that gives you an idea of how classy he is. He just caressed that one over mid-off for 6. That's just a little push.
That is not the shot of a number 8 batter, is it? What a shot.
So, Umar Tariq in that innings, if you take his best 6 balls, he takes 6 for none. If you take his other 6, he goes none for 22. So, he took hat-tricks in the second half of both of his overs.
Slower delivery, good comeback from Umar Tariq.
I like that shot from Paras, though, because it shows me he's not actually changing the way he bats too much. Had a lot of responsibility on him in the ECL, I think, to try and carry Brno. They weren't scoring a lot of runs in Group D. But here, there's a bit less pressure on him. I like the way he kind of straight through the line of the ball, punches a 6. Very good start to his tournament.
Tariq. This time he goes down the leg side. It's not the best of deliveries. So I was going to say his variations are pretty good, but that one, well, the variation on that one he wants to leave out. He just strays down the leg side. Good stop again from Chima behind the stumps.
The team has been good back there. Nice to see him get a bit of an extended run, I'd imagine, with the gloves in this series. It's been solid. Tariq searching for his first wicket of the series. Did have an outstanding ECI in Malta, like we said.
Well, this has been picked up beautifully. What a lovely shot this is. And, well, Kari, I'm liking his style and I'm liking the way he's hitting the ball. He's hitting it sweet. Well, this one comes out of the bat sweeter than a bowler, Rasmalai.
Look, each team does get 6 matches in this series. I think Kari's the kind of guy, he's organised, he's technically proficient. He is showing some aggression as well. He's the kind of guy maybe I'd like to see opening at some point, given an opportunity to kind of set the pace. Because for me, he's got no obvious weaknesses. You can see offside, leg side, looks very organised. Looks in good touch as well.
Well, this one is catchable, taken. So, well, just as you were talking about him, I'm going to say that was you that put the mockers on him. But a very good catch there taken by Iqbal Hussain. No mistakes.
I'm going to look at this. I have this as just below the waist. I mean, we'll get a look at it here. They're waiting to have a look.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Because he goes down so low, have a look at the back foot. He's on his way down. I think if he's standing upright, this is there's no issues with it.
Yeah, good decision as well. I've got to say that the off-field officials have been very good. I mean, it's high-ish, but you're right. You know, when he's standing at the crease, it's hitting him in the trousers. And if it hits him in the trousers, it's probably a good delivery. Despite that, I liked what I saw from him in the brief moments we saw him at the crease. He goes for 12 off just 4. As Riaz Afridi comes out again, he's a genuine hitter of the ball. Saw that for Burno when he bats kind of 3 or 4. And he'll come out. And Czech Republic, I know it's a tough one. I suppose you do want to protect your net run rate to an extent as well. It could be the difference, but ultimately you're just trying to get a bit more cricket under your belt heading into a big weekend. Tariq does get his first wicket of the series with a full toss.
And Tariq just gets this one inside, and it doesn't miss the edge of the bat by that much. It will be the end of the over. Not a bad one from Tariq. He goes for 14, but he does pick up the wicket of Kari, who, as we said, did look pretty promising. So 71 for 7.
A question from Arnis saying, what's Javi Sadran doing batting down at number 8 for Austria? I mean, he was listed at 8. We don't know where he would have batted. I suppose only lost the 1 wicket along the way, didn't they? So he's listed down there, but I suppose you've always got the option to bring him in whenever you like, based on the situation. But, I mean, it just shows you how strong the batting order is. Sahil Zadran is at 10. Remember, he just kept coming out and hitting 30 off about 8 balls every time we saw him for Donnerstadt. Speaking of Zadran, here he is. Javeed, the wild thing, to bowl over number 9. He's got 2 for 8, and he wants more.
Yeah, Javeed. Great guy to watch, isn't he? As he fires this one down the leg side. And once again, we see some excellent work from Maher Chima. He's been so good behind the stumps, not just here today, but of course the last 2 weeks as the FanCode European Cricket Series was happening here. And he's done wonderful work for his side, Indian CC Vienna.
He does. I think. Bit off target first. Better. Won't go anywhere this time. Kushi Mendon trying to bring some respectability to the scoreline. We've got Marnus in the chat saying that when you say sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai, it's his favourite Rico Full quote. For everyone else out there that might not be aware of what Rasmalai is, why don't you share?
Oh, well, no, if I had time, I wouldn't share it. It's a lovely Indian dessert. And made of like, it's a milky dessert, condensed milk. And it's just beautiful with some almonds sprinkled on top of it. Yeah, it's delightful. Look it up, Google it. It's absolutely lovely. And sometimes I say gulab jambu as well. I don't mind a bit of gulab jambu. In fact, we had some nice desserts yesterday as well, last night. And what I had actually was like gulab jambu. Think about gulab jambu, those of you that know what I'm talking about, and imagine them filled with hot chocolate. That's what I had yesterday.
Like
they were delightful.
They said it was liquid chocolate pudding. Is that what they said?
Something like that. Yeah. It was beautiful.
I like the hot. It was a bit of a polarizing dessert. I mean,
your dessert was strange.
We had, it was chocolate like brownie with berries, and people saying they'd never seen it before. I mean, where you been all your life?
No, that was fine. It was the ice lolly that came with it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Forgot about that. It came with an ice lolly. Now that was different, but it was also very, very good. So we had kind of hot, cold, and freezing.
Yeah.
And who was it? Tyrone that refused to eat his berries. I mean, that guy needs to get his head checked.
But he does after
Who doesn't eat their berries?
He does after he ate the lolly and got brain freeze. Okay, this one will be a single. So
Bit early for food chat. It's more of a food rant. Who would not eat the berries like the raspberries and the strawberries? I mean, I still think that was disqualifying for me. But anyway, does retain his job at the company. Last ball of the over coming up. Sad run 2 for 12. Doesn't have a wicket this over. Afridi. Let's see what he can do.
This one has been angled in. This one gets past Chima. And that'll be biased because it actually goes through the batter.
Chima's busted his webbing here. He looked at it straight away. He's wondering why this didn't stick. Well, probably the first idea would be to get it in the middle of the gloves. But anyway, it'll be the end of the over. 76 for 7. Let's see if we can pick it up. His left hand. Yeah, it looks like it just busts through the webbing. And that'll happen occasionally. Yeah, I think he's just split it. Anyway, we'll probably see Tariq coming back unless they want to try another option. But, I mean, everyone doing a pretty good job moment. Actually, the most expensive of the bowlers, as he went for a few in the third. But apart from that, it's been pretty light on. Tariq's technically gone for more, but he's still got an over to go. Here we go with the last over of match 1.
It's going down leg side, so it's not going to be out. I know we had a little bit of food chat, so I'll just throw this in there. It actually is today International Red Sneaker Day. Now,
Okay.
and this is all about wearing red sneakers, and the idea here is to make people aware of food allergies.
Okay.
So that's, a lot of people, nowadays things have changed. When you go to restaurants now, they have to put the allergy information on the food, but it wasn't always the case. And there are a lot of horrible stories about people who had allergies, not aware of what was going on. Over 250 million people are affected by it. So wear your red sneakers in all about drawing attention to people with food allergies.
Yeah. Well, Afridi quietly gets his first boundary of the series. Bit of an outside edge, which races away into the backwards wheat. Not the wheat on the leg side. Yeah, it's an important issue, isn't it? Especially in schools and stuff these days, you know. Just to make everyone aware of it. It can be a bit of a pain sometimes, but I think it's quite important.
Can you imagine here our fielders who have got a gluten allergy saying, I'm not going to go retrieve the ball. I'm talking about retrieve the ball. This is what I'm talking about as this one gets blasted. Well, there's the wheat field. So can you imagine you're going to come with your doctor's note to the Seabarn cricket ground and say, if it goes in there, I can't go because I've got allergies.
Well, Iqbal Hussain worked it out. He was holding his nose every time he went in. We were going to buy him one of those synchronized swimmers nose plugs to save him. Anyway, Immatrique doesn't quite get it right there. Gives Afridi a bit of length. And you can see Afridi, I mean, he's Afridi by name, Afridi by nature, the way that he loves to go after the bowling. 3 to come.
And he'll go again, and this will go all the way as well. Balle, Ginna Sona, Shaka Lagyan.
Good hitting.
Takes him into the 90s.
Really good hitting by Riaz. I like this. He goes the other way, goes offside. And he's got power on both sides of the wicket. 17 off 7. Can he drag them up to 100 here, maybe? 2 to come.
Slower delivery. And, this one, they go for it. And, well, would have been close.
Yeah, I mean, clever slower ball by Immatrique. He's probably been a bit more expensive than he wanted to be, but still, it's a pretty professional performance from Austria first up. They only lose 1 wicket in their total. They've kind of held back a little bit in sections, but still they've put big runs on the board. They've defended pretty expertly. Last ball of the contest coming up. And it's Mendon on strike.
Slower delivery once more. It'd be worth having a look at the height of this. It will go to the boundary.
This is concerning.
Question is this the last ball or is it not?
Yeah, I think it's on the border. Yeah, probably going to call this.
I think you call this, yeah. I think at this level you've got to call it, and the umpires do. I like the way that they work together here. Neil Santos and the third umpire, Praveen. They've been very good, the men in black. So, an opportunity to bring the 100 up.
Yeah, and look, well done to the officials there. Remember, ECI cricket, if it's waist high or above on a full delivery, it will be called. Anyway, free hit to finish the game off. And can they get those triple digits? They need 2 to do it.
And they go after it, but, well, Shiggywell takes the captain, forgets it's a free hit. And then he gets reminded, and you see he's got his hands on his head because the captain does forget. But, well, it would have taken a direct hit to get the wicket out. They finish on 99.
Yeah, you can still celebrate because it's the end of the game, I suppose. And so I suppose it was a bit of a strange ending, but still, it's an ending. And it is Austria that run out winners of match 1. The final score, Austria 145, Czech Republic 99. Had their moments, didn't they, the Czechs, but things not really rolling their way, despite being gifted another opportunity when the run-out wasn't taken. They weren't really able to really get in the contest. And I just think the Austrians, they didn't look too tired. They looked energised, if anything, after the 2 weeks cricket. I know they've been looking forward to this. Obviously, some of the nicest conditions we've had to play in over the last couple of weeks as well. Some nice fight late in the piece. I liked Afridi's innings. I like there were good signs from Kari as well. They showed a bit of depth with the batting, the Czech Republic, which sometimes is a concern for their side. This is what's coming up next, though. Austria taking on Hungary. Hungary, for the first time, will be involved in an ECI. And the news from the toss, Hungary winning the toss and electing to bowl. So it means it's a bit of a risk, isn't it? Austrians batting first. They were able to smack a good score in the first game. And Hungary, I think it's just a case they want to chase. They want to kind of all get out there, all experience it. And well, as you can see there, they're pretty excited, the Spring Productions, to see Game 2, which starts in about 15 minutes. All right, roll the music, Andrus, because we have to get through these highlights. And one thing about the ECN, you'll see some things that you've probably never seen before. You don't see Umar Tariq dropping too many catches. He ended up stepping on the rope there, so that was for Tavitsi, though. He does have some cricket under his belt, but he didn't last long as he holed out early in the piece. Zadran with the catch. Man, this is the moment that we saw Mark Simpson-Parker launch himself. First to 3 catches for him. Had range to his left, to his right. Again, technically such a good fielder. And I don't know about some of the moments we saw in the first half. Been the good, the bad, and the ugly. This was ugly, but it turned out to be a good situation, didn't it? Because Machima, he found the philanthropist in him, and despite having every right to take the bails off, he elected not to.
Yeah, it is International Bee Day. Well, what was it? Dance like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Well, they were out and about, but I'm loving that from Chima.
Do you know what I like as well? He just drops the ball like dropping the mic, even though he could have just handed the ball back to whoever he was throwing it to. It was like made a big point of it. Anyway, it didn't really matter because, anyway, the Czech Republic fell behind, and you could just tell some of their key players probably hadn't had too much practice against the kind of quality of attack which Austria bring to the table. Mark Simpson-Parker, again, solid in the field. I mean, most of the bowlers executed their plans pretty well. This was a rare boundary. Again, just not able to catch up with that one. Sadran did go in the Maximo first ball, but he fought back with wickets in consecutive deliveries. And by now, you kind of knew that run rate required was out of hand. And it was going to be the Austrians holding on in match 1.
Yeah, I did like the variations. You see that last wicket that was caught by Chigwell once more. There's another catch for him. It was back in the hand stuff. The variations were good from the Austrian bowlers. 3 catches from MSP, 3 good catches, and 3 catches from Razmal Chigwell as well. And they've shown that they've had plenty of practice. What a good catch that was. Had a lot of ground to make up. Dives in, takes the catch, and we saw a highlight as well, didn't we? Yeah. I like the hitting from Afridi there towards the end, and maybe he's putting a bit of a claim into perhaps go slightly higher up the order.
Yeah, before that, I mean, Curry impressed me with a couple of nice-looking shots. He looked organised, ended up hitting a borderline full toss out to deep mid-wicket. Iqbal Hussain took the catch. Afridi swung like a rusty gate early, but to be honest, we saw a bit more of what he's capable of late in the piece. That was a nice one over the leg side, and he was also able to generate a lot of power on this. So, I mean, some good signs for Czech Republic there with their middle order clicking a little bit. This is the ball we thought was the last ball of the game. It wasn't, because it was too high. It was re-bowled, it was caught, but of course being a free hit, it was a single. Didn't quite get them to the 100, but it did get them to 99. Razmal with the run-out opportunity, and he wasn't able to hit the target. So really entertaining first game. Remember, these teams will play each other 3 times each. So we'll get to see a couple more contests. And Czech Republic, I think they're better for the run there, but not able to get anywhere close to that target of 146. No one actually reaching 20. Ramakrishna with 19 in pretty quick time. He was the top scorer. I think the Beast with 12 off 17 shows he wasn't quite in touch yet, but that could change pretty quickly. Aaron Ashokan, 15 off 8. Towards the end, Kari and Afridi with some little mini contributions. The fact that Afridi's batting 9, you got like Venki at 10 as well. Man, they got genuine batters all the way down. I think they just need to trust their approach to continue to be aggressive. But they had a bit of a tough time, particularly in the middle overs, which has been a hallmark of the Austrians defences in the last 12 months in T10 cricket. Moment opened up with a good first one. All 5 bowlers taking wickets. Sahil Zadran 2 for 11. For me, I think early on he shut things down pretty effectively. So 46 runs between these two teams. Quick break, Rico. We'll be back in around about 7 minutes, and the Hungarians will be in the house. Austria trying to go back to back. Should be a good contest. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. The weekend's here. It's ECI action from Austria. We'll see you shortly for more cricket right here on ECN. European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Austria. Beautiful sunny day here at Sabahn. We've already seen a lot of high-class international action. This T10 format, it is the kind of cricket that makes you want more, and we're going to get more now because we'll see the third team in the Tri-Series. Hungary are here. It's going to be Austria versus Hungary in match number 2. Now let's go over to Tyrone Peters. He's with the two captains for the coin toss.
Hungary to call.
It's heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
So actually we are bowling first.
So the news from the toss is that Vinoth Ravindran, the Hungarian skipper, has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. Again, a bit of a risky strategy, I suppose. I think you know that the Austrians want to bat first, but I think a bit like the Czech Republic, Hungarians probably just want to get out there, kind of experience it as a team to know exactly what they need to do in the second half of this game. So we've seen the Austrians already. Let's talk a little bit about the Hungarians. Zishan Kukukel, I mean, it's always a key for them, and we were missing him in the ECL earlier in the year when he didn't turn out for the Royal Tigers. But I think an interesting injection of youth in the side as well this time around. So it's a bit of a transitional Hungarian team, to be honest, but I think that they do enjoy this format of the game and they will enjoy the opportunity to go out there and play 6 matches this weekend. Let's see if they can challenge their neighbours here in match 2. Let's go to Rico Full then. News from the toss here in the second match of the day is that Hungary, they've won the toss and they've sent in the Austrians. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. I don't think Austria are going to be too disappointed about that at all. They've been very good with the bat so far. They showed that in the victory in match number 1 against the Czech Republic, 145-99. And of course, Iqbal Hussain was again in good form. Well, we're going to have to wait to see him this time as we have a look at the two sides. It's going to be Shahil Mumin and Razmal Shiguel, the captain, that are going to be opening up in this. I don't mind that at all. I mean, we know as we have a look at that fantasy dashboard, they've got so many good players there. So Razmal just moving the order around slightly, and no real change there on their side. Looking forward to seeing Hungary though, and they're a team that really do excite me. Vinoth Ravindran is going to be their captain. He's such a good, exciting batter to watch. Abhitash Prashar, what a player he is, the left-hander, good bowler. He bowls sensationally well, got pace, got Yorkers, and he's a very good batter as well. Marc Desfontaine is going to be good out there as well. And of course, one man that we didn't see at the European Cricket League, Zishan Kukukel. I'm excited to see him in the lineup as well. I've always said, I mean, I went to Hungary for the first time last year, and when I saw the players there and the way they played, I was very excited with the way they play their cricket. Good, strong hitters of the ball in the field. They were very good. I mean, some of the catches that we saw there in Hungary were fantastic. I just feel that as individuals, they're good. As a team, we haven't seen the best of them. I know there's been a bit of change in the management and the coaching staff of the Hungarian setup, and I believe that will start to rub off on the players as well. Sometimes change is good, and let's see if that change is going to spark a better performance from Hungary. I mean, they're a team loaded with good players, but can they perform well as a team? This will be a good test for them. And remember, these two teams will meet in the Euros of cricket later in the year, starting on the 25th of September. So this is going to be a good little contest between the two. Good swing early on there from Mondas. But, just swings this one too much. Shahil Mumin, well, we saw what he could do with the ball, and now gets an opportunity, the left-hander, to open up the batting, and he's got his captain, Razmal Shiguel, there with him as the non-striker. So, Sandeep Mondas. Once again, good swing. And, good response from his teammates. Doesn't really fire the ball in, does he? But he's got that teasing sort of drift about him as the ball swings away. Have a quick look at the field set. We've got a sweeper out to the left-hander on the offside, and a long off on the boundary. And that's once again, and he beats him again. Yeah, that's where you want to be going. Mumin keeps going, trying to hit on the onside, but you see there after he gets beaten, he says, what am I doing? I should be going this way. Yeah, he should. Let's see if he does, but that's a good start. Just the wide first up, and since then, It's dot to dot from Sandeep Mondas. Good bowling. This one may be too wide. It is. So wide signal by the umpire. The umpires, the men in black for this one. Umpire Praveen and umpire Newkesh. And this time Santosh will be the third umpire. Of course, the umpires being led by the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters. But let's see if there's going to be any adjustments from Momin for this swing. And well, he plays this pretty well. It's a chance. It goes down. I mean, it's a spicy one. Momin does go to it, hits it pretty well. And the chance being put down. It was a spicy one, but the captain, Vinod Ravindran, just couldn't hold on to it. It would have been a sensational catch. It really would have. Gets one hand to it. And Momin gets off the mark. What a start that could have been from Vinod. Okay, let's see how Mondas can adjust and how quickly he can adjust now to Razman Shigewal. Remember, as I said about Shigewal, it doesn't hang around. Okay, not as much swing. They're taking on the batters, the throw, because he was rushed into it really. Doesn't get any power behind it. Well, he's been a busy man. The captain of Hungary, Vinod Ravindran, gets there, gets the throw in. Nicely dealt with by the keeper, Abbas Ghani. You go back now to the left-hander. Momin has to dig this one out. I'm liking this. It's a really good start from Sandeep Mondas. Just getting the ball in the right areas. It's swinging nicely for him. He's not trying to bowl too fast. And it's a good bit of swing bowling we're seeing start off with. And he beats him again. This is the thing, you know. Momin, he knows where he should be playing these, but he just can't stop himself trying to hoik it on the leg side. And then every time he misses, he then practices the shot out on the off. This is what the bat versus ball wall is saying. It pips Hungary to be victorious. Well, I don't know what it is. The computer doesn't like Team Austria. It had the Czech Republic picking them to beat Austria. And now he's going for Hungary. Well, Austria, what do I want to say about that? Well, Vinny Sandhu, welcome back.
I don't know if the Austrians kicked the computer while no one was watching or something, but yeah, the supercomputer not liking him so far. They won't really care. I think Momin has to go to Hoikers Anonymous.
Yeah.
He probably the one where he got dropped was probably the best shot he played to Mohandas. But he's a bowler I really love watching. And you could see he just made a slight adjustment to the right hand. He didn't try and hoop it as much because he didn't want to lose it down the leg side. But one thing about Hungary, they've got a very good variety of their attack. They've got spin options, looking at Ashwith Darapareddy, for example. Now we're going to see one of my favourites to watch, Prashar. He's a prodigious talent. Coming to bowl over number 2. He gets pounded straight to mid-off, and that's Asankuela Gamagay. And didn't he take one of the catches of all time when he actually caught Ramesh Satheesan for a golden duck in the ECC?
Yeah, well, Gamagay is class, isn't he? And that's his position. This is hit firmly to him by the captain of Austria, Shigewal.
I think it was another catch that he almost broke himself in half, but we'll just consider the good one for now. Shigewal on strike, right-hander. Gets this one slightly away from the fielder who trips on a worm. They come back for 2, but it's a bit of a dodgy one. Throw's no good. They get the couple in the end. Look, you might be saying, hey, why are the Austrians changing such a winning combination as far as the batting order goes? We saw Iqbal Hussain and Mark Simpson Parker put them 1-1-1 for the opening partnership, setting up a big total in match 1. But I think this format is also about giving people opportunities, and Austria are pretty keen to give Momin a go. We didn't see him due to work commitments in the ECS. Obviously, Shigewal, we did see him last time around, batting a bit. He gets to go from the get-go, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. Down the ground, this will get to the boundary, so a bit of length from Prashar. Shigewal, so quick to get his hands through the ball. He gets 4 runs.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? When you get the genuine pace on, the batters seem to be a lot more confident. Well, Shigewal certainly is. Momin, we'll see if he gets an opportunity to face Prashar. But, yeah, I think that was just such a teasing pace there from the bowler. I really like Sandeep Mondas bowling. Like you said, he really is testing and challenging the batter.
Chigawal, decent start. Yeah, this one slides on a little bit quicker and he just plays it out. So, yeah, Moment, we saw him playing for Vienna CC, of course, in the ECL. And this is going to happen. We'll see a couple of players probably from Austria playing for Austria that you might not have seen in the ECS. It's a combination of factors. Sometimes it's geography, sometimes it's work commitments. But, of course, the ECIs being on the weekend does make a few more people available. Anyway, Chigawal is pretty to watch. And most of his coaches would say he bats his best when he just bats freely. Doesn't have too much on his mind. It's a good one from Prashant. Gets up in the block hole. It's a pretty good comeback from Abhitesh.
Yeah, this is great cricket. It really is. This is what you expect to see at this level. International standard. It's a good ball. It's right in the block hole. And it gets dug out.
Yeah.
And they take the single as well. And this is what your coaches are always saying. Look, you're going to get good balls, but try and get something from them. And that's very good running there from Momin.
We talk a lot about variation and strategy and trying different things and being unpredictable. If you bowl 6 of those and over, you're going to have a pretty good time.
Yeah.
I think that's spot on. It's just that there's not too many people that can be that consistent. Anyway, Moment, it'll be itchy to get that strike rate back on track.
Yeah, let's see how he deals with the pace of Prashar. He struggled with the movement and the swing of Mondas.
Prashar will be similar movement, but probably not quite as much movement. They've got a kind of floating slip and a gully in there, waiting for a little edge. Last ball of the over. I think he nicks this into the ground, so it won't be a wide. Although it might have been anyway. But anyway, it is the end of 2, and a pretty good start from Hungary. It's 11 without loss.
Yeah, he's swinging and missing at the moment here, isn't he, Mumin? So he's getting an opportunity, the left-hander, to be at the top of the over. But at the moment, he's just chewing up too many deliveries. He's had 6 deliveries for 1.
Early days, but Austria do have 2 points on the board. It's just a straight triple round robin format here in the ECI. So 9 matches in total, each team playing 6 matches. So you play each of your opponents 3 times. So you can think of those also as 3-match mini-series. Sometimes that helps as well. And Chigawal are ready to face up. Sandeep Mohandas, makes sense that they bring him back. He's kind of at his best with that new ball that does curve a bit more. Now he has to deal with the right-handed Razmal Chigawal. He does go with the movement. A bit easier for the right-hander to kind of contend with that movement because he can kind of hit with it. And we saw my man Moment fighting it a little bit. Like I said, I think his best shot was the one where he actually got dropped by Vinoth Ravindran at cover, which would have been a spectacular catch.
Thing is, though, he knows what's coming. He knows where he's going to be. So I think he's got to adjust to this and really, I think already, maybe even change your guard. He's a long way out his crease. Me, personally, I think he's better off being slightly back and then getting the movement as the ball's coming to him. Let's see if he makes any adjustment. This one's probably too wide, and it's called. I think the keeper, Abbas Ghani, getting a little bit excited there. I don't think the bowler is going up for this at all.
You have to decide at what point does that past the popping crease, and is it? Yeah, I don't think the bowler was convinced at all. I don't think it's a nick.
No.
But yeah, what Moment's trying by getting out of his crease a little bit is kind of get it before the break. Get it before the swing, or before more of the swing, I suppose. The question about who decides the teams and the order. I mean, typically that'll be done by the captain in conjunction with the coach and the manager. So I know that Cookie and Quinny are here helping out Razmal Chigawal with those kind of decisions. Anyway, Moment does go up, but he slices this. Ravindran goes back, and he almost grabs another one this time. I think he gets 2 hands to it, but he can't hold on. Oh, this would have been a sensational catch. The ball's following him. He made good ground to that. And like I say, he's not the tallest man, but he got there quickly, and he almost pulls off a screamer.
Well, he has 2 opportunities, hasn't he, to remove Momin, and on both occasions, they've been spicy, difficult chances. He's got hands to it, but not being able to hold on to it.
Just checking this is a headbutt. I think it might have been. It's hand to... It's like a diving header, really. Imagine if that bounces to the other field. He wasn't far away. Short, mistimed. Guess who? This time he's got it. And so, in fact, it's not. That's Darren Peretti, because the right-hander means that Ravindran's out of the drop zone. But that's Prashant that takes the catch, in fact, going to his left. And so Chigawal's a big wicket. He's gone. Mohandas gets some reward for a good opening spell. And Austria 14 for 1.
Yeah, I'm liking it. Good work. They're keeping the pressure on. And I just get the feeling here that because of this, just 2 of 7 deliveries, and it's worth pointing out that those 2 runs that he has scored on both occasions, he was dropped by the same man, and that's the captain. But, in hindsight, I think maybe Ravindran is probably thinking, you know what, maybe he haven't done a bad thing because he ain't scoring. We know about the big hitters that Austria have got. So it's not a bad thing to leave him out there at the moment, but that's a good catch taken by Prashar. And that is the end of the captain. And, one big batter goes, another big name comes out. We all know about Mirza Hachan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to get too defensive in your thinking so early in the game. I mean, your plan A is going to slice through the order, isn't it? But you're right about, not really having his touch yet. He's 2 off 7. Here's big Mirza Hassan, the incredible Hulk. But he's against the men in green at the moment. And let's see how he deals with Mohandas. Oh, he's bowled. It's come off his back pad and it's slid into the off stump, and that's a golden duck. Mohandas is on a hat-trick. What a start this is for the Hungarians.
Yeah, well, he gets done by the flight and he gets done by the lack of pace. This is why I think Sandeep Mohandas is so useful. I don't think you're expecting it to come quicker. It doesn't. I don't even think Mirza moves here. Look, he hardly moves. It goes through onto his pad, onto the stump. He's a goner. And, well, the big Mirza Hashan will go without scoring. First ball, golden duck.
Oh, well, you know what's interesting? I think if that's an ECS game, Mirza steps across and just clips it into the wheat for 6. I think that's the kind of ball sliding into him that he enjoys, that kind of movement. But here, he kind of backs away, if anything, becomes a human backboard. And I suppose it's a bit unlucky as well that it does bounce off his body onto the stumps. But Mohandas will say, hey, I made my own luck, and now I'm on a hat-trick.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think in the last week or so, if he's getting that same ball, he's been aggressive towards it. He's trying to pump it, and he will get to it. So we get that hat-trick ball coming up, and it gets played out by the new batter. And they're sticking with the changes here. Javid Sadran coming out.
I think Sadran is a pretty cool counter-attacking option. He'll hit out or he'll get out. And he's been in such good form for Austria. So I'm loving him at number 4, actually. And, first one, unable to score. What a good power play this is.
Yeah.
Hungary have come to play. Last ball of the 3rd over coming out. Last ball for Mohandas, who's got 2. He does go for it. Sliced away just over Mark Desfontaine. And great bit of fielding. And almost creates a run out with a better throw from the captain. I was a bit worried he'd get a broken nose with this aggressive flick back from the youngster. But he was ready for it. Actually, Ravindran, for all his fumbles, that's a clean bit of work, and it had to be. End of the over, 16 for 2 at the end of 3.
Well, Hungary, they have started stronger together, and that was a bit of stronger together action there. Lovely flip back. And the power play, well, not too much power in it, to be honest. 2 wickets down. And it is the swing of Sandeep Mohandas that has done the damage so far. 16 for 2 after 3. You can just see that have struggled, but we do know plenty of batters to come. You've got 2 batters still out there. Momin hasn't really got going. Now he's got to make a decision here now, and I think he's got the likes of still Iqbal Hussain to come out there. That Tasehel Zadran is there. There's got a lot of good players to come. He's got to get going. Also, Mark Simpson-Parker as well. So he either gets going or he makes way for one of those.
Yeah, he'll be being aggressive, no doubt about that. Ali Almaz comes into the attack for the first time, into the power play. So from this point forward, you can have up to 5 outfielders out of your 9 available fielders. Here we go. No ball called. The other thing is, Yalmas follows through the wrong way. But let's have a look at the foot here. There's a quick call from Nilkesh Patel. He just gets his stride wrong. Yeah, it's a tight one, but obviously the umpire spotted there was nothing behind the line. Would have been a wide anyway. The difference is this will be a free hit. So a chance for Moment to really go for it. Maybe get his innings going. And he will. He gets a full toss and he puts it out of here. Maximo! Yalmas gets it wrong, and that's thick pressure. It's a bit like trust in a long-term relationship. It can take a while to build up, but it can be ruined in an instant, and this one is gone quickly for 6.
Yeah, well, he had the license to go the full Monty, didn't he? And Momin finally gets one out the middle of his bat, and it deals with the full toss.
Yalmas got the heat on him now. This one doesn't really come back. It's guided away. It'll be 4 more. So this is more like it from Moman. This is what they were hoping. They were hoping he'd come good. He goes 6 and 4. He is hungry for more. He's hungry for runs. And Austria trying to turn things around in his 4th over.
Yeah, just like we said, he had to get going, and he does. I think this one would have been called a wide, but he goes for his shot, and he plays it really well.
They're going to make a change. They're going to plug that gap. Going to chase the ball from Ravindran, but it does leave more gaps on the leg side if Yilmaz gets a bit too close to Moman. The correct shot takes on the field, and this will be gone if it hits. Wow, it's a very good pickup. They won't get an overthrow. Moman was so obsessed with trying to get into the first place. Outstanding bit of work. I think that's Prashar in that part of the ground, long way from us, but this one, if he hits, he's gone, I reckon. Yeah, would have just been out.
Yeah, good pickup and throw Prashar. Just from the angle he was, had one to aim at, and only just misses.
Right-hander now, Zadran. He's been in good form, hasn't he, Javid? It's a full ball, drills it at cover, doesn't get a run. So, yeah, hungry. I like the way they fought back in this over even. It looked like it could be a really big one. He's still not out of the woods yet. Austria fighting back, as we know they will. I mean, they won't be too bothered about losing wickets. They'll know that they bat all the way down, like I said, to 9, 10, even 11, to be honest. Just making a slight change to the field. That's something we haven't had too many problems with, the time factor so far, but at the international level, sometimes the captain will take a bit more time to get the field right. Don't want to take too long. Yilmaz over the wicket to the right-handed. Javid Zadran. Slower ball, and Javid misses out. Picked the slower ball, but couldn't quite time it up.
Yeah, this one really got tossed up by Yilmaz. And Zadran, I think he does pick it, but he doesn't get himself in the right position, and he knows he's missed out on that.
And if he gets across there, it'll be a wide. It's a missing leg stump by a fair margin. Anyway, Yilmaz has done well to keep this to 12, considering the start he had. Can he get out of the woods? Last ball to 4th over. Well, he won't, because it's up and it's out of here. Maximo stand and deliver from the Wild Thing as he moves to 8. His first Maximo of this ECI, and after 4 overs, Austria are 34 for 2.
Yeah, so he gets a good shot in there. I think it was important to get that boundary. They're trying to get back onto this sort of 100 sort of score to start off with. That's what their first plan will be the next few overs, just to try and be at 10 and over, and then with wickets in hand and big hitters to come, accelerate. And once again, they've been looking for that 120 plus score for sure. But you can see it took a while, but the acceleration finally comes. And interestingly enough, it comes after 2 wickets have fallen.
Yeah, interestingly. But it was also a change of bowler, right? So Yilmaz kind of made his own bed, didn't he? Overstepped the first ball, and that last ball, the over that he shouldn't have had to bowl, it goes for 6.
Yeah.
Also created a free hit. 18 come off that 4th over. And to give you a bit of perspective, only 16 came off the first 3 combined. So Austria will feel that's a bit of momentum builder. But now we're going to get Ash Daraparetti bowling. And he's a very clever spinner. Let's watch out for him during this series as well. He's going to have to deal with left-hander first up in Moment. Left-arm orthodox. Almost gets a return catch. In fact, he does. But it comes off the end of the fingers. To be fair, I don't think Ashworth could have done a lot more to get there. It'll go down as a tough chance. Moment dropped on 13.
Yeah, well, he's given 3 chances on 0, 1 and 13. And every one of them have been difficult ones. Fingertips to it.
I really don't know how much he could have done to get more of a hand on that. But anyway, he'll be disappointed. It does create the chance, though, I suppose, in the first place. Something an interesting contest. How will Zadran take on the spin? I'm going to say aggressively. Yep, swings all around it, though. Fortunately, the keeper, Abascani, not able to gather it. He'll sneak through for a bite.
Yeah, I think he just pushes this one through a little bit quicker, you know, Daraparetti. And acted very, very late on it, did Javid Zadran. But they get the bye.
I think this is a good matchup because Moment can hit to his favourite leg side with a spin here. This one slides across, though. And Daraparetti is a guy we've seen a fair bit in the ECS Hungary having success. Also a pretty good striker of the ball. He's listed at 3 for Hungary. Well, not really turning down the line, just kind of slid across Shahil Moment. Tries to go straight, clunks it. He'll just get 1.
Yeah, no power in the shot really. He doesn't get himself in a good position, but he's hitting it into safety, I think, with that shot. So once again, just that one good over, that last one there from Yilmaz, but they're struggling.
Momin's a funny one. You know, they're hoping he fires, but I mean, I'd be starting to think about maybe making a change. As Zadran comes out and he blasts this into the gap, he gets 4, so he's taking the pressure off a little bit. It's probably a ball that's a bit shorter than Darapurdi wanted, and this is what I like about Javid's batting. We saw him get out at a crucial stage in the final in the ECS last night, but he's going both sides of the wicket, isn't he? And he's basically playing the line of the ball that's bowled to him. Last ball of the 5th coming up. This time he gets it wrong, but he gets a good result in that he's not out. Good attack because he had a backup fielder out there. It'll be the end of the 5th over, and the score is 42 for 2 after 5. I want to say a warm welcome to all of you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full. Welcome to the Sabun Cricket Ground. In particular, very warm welcome to all of our Hungarian viewers who might be watching us for the first time today. And certainly I think the Hungary team, they've done their nation proud so far.
They have. I'm liking what they're doing at the moment. I'm liking variations. Look, this format is all about variations. You need to have those variations in. We've seen pace, we've seen swing, we've seen spin. So at the moment, they'll be pretty happy with the way things are. Just haven't had the rub of the green. There could have been a few more wickets there.
That's true. A couple of tough ones going down. But I think you're right about changing the rhythm of the game, not letting the Austrians settle.
Yeah.
You can argue maybe the Czech Republic attack were a bit one-paced. Anyway, this one is a fast pace from Zadran who goes out of the ground. He's getting his mojo back quickly. Maximo! As Zishan comes on for the first time in the series, he's welcomed by disappearing over long on for 6.
Yeah, and this is the thing, though, that I think Erasmus Shigwell needs to be thinking with Momin at the moment is at the other end. 14 balls, 15 runs. He's got a handful of players that can do what Zadran is doing.
Yeah.
And while Momin's out there, that's not happening. So he's got to be thinking smart. And he's got to be thinking, right, if he doesn't get going, when do I pull him? Good comeback from the bowlers, going down the leg side, so can't be out. As we see Zishan Cookie Hill back into the attack.
Yeah, this is a slow ball. Zishan does bowl it very well. So here's the thing with Moment. You obviously are trying to get some batting into him, but has he kind of fulfilled his purpose now? You know, now you've got to start thinking about what's our best way to maximise the score from a match point of view.
Yeah.
And this is the pace on. So you say he bowls a slow ball, and then he surprises Sadram with the pace on. So that's a clever couple of deliveries. That'll be the one for the over. Yeah, so this is where I think you've got so much batting still to come. You never like hooking anyone, but at the moment he is slowing you down. And again, Zadran.
He's in trouble if he can't get back there. He will. It wasn't the best of throws from the keeper, but I think he would have made it back anyway.
The thing is, Zadran, who's facing, he's actually a similar kind of bowler, and that he'll mix up his pace, won't he? He's got a really good slower ball. Zishan's not the quickest, but because he bowls so many of those slower balls, he will surprise you with pace. Good over this. There's that slower one. He goes for it. He sliced it straight up. They're forming an orderly queue. It should be gone, and it is gone. So nicely taken. That's Zahir Safi, who's behind point. And Zishan really works over the wild thing pretty successfully. And Javid has to go for 19, and Austria lose a third wicket. It's 48 for 3.
Yeah, well, his ball number unlucky 13 for the Wild thing. Javid Zadran. You can see he loses his head, loses his shape. And as we know, once you do that, you're going to be pretty lucky not to get out. Tries to hit it hard, skies it. Safi, no mistake.
Yeah, and he picks the slow ball there, but he just doesn't make the right adjustment. He kind of ends up trying to go leg side. It's a bit of a tougher shot to hit over the offside when you're faced with the slower ball because you don't have that much pace to work with. So you find yourself trying to overhit it. And Javid, again, handy contribution, but he's the third man to go. Here's Umar Tariq coming out at number 5.
Yeah, making a lot of changes. I mean, what's your thought on this? With international cricket, you saw a 111 opening partnership between Iqbal and MSP. We haven't even seen them yet. I know you want to give some other players a knock, but is this too drastic?
In my opinion, probably yes. You know, I think it's early in the series as well. You can always kind of do that down the stretch a little bit because, number one, Austria have a series to win here. Into the 6th over, score 49 for 3. I suppose it's a vote of confidence in the other guys, but I mean, making your point, just have a look at who's still to bat.
Yeah.
Mark Simpson, Parker, Iqbal Hussain, Hachima. They do bat all the way down, but they've got to get moving. They have to get moving soon. And, yeah, I think you got to still realise there's an international cricket match to win. So Really, that's your priority, isn't it?
I don't mind one change, maybe if they went with Momin and still stuck with something like Iqbal. You got a left and right combination. I like that. But I just think there's too many changes here. I mean, Razman Shigewell is the only man who doesn't change. He still came. In fact, he opened the batting rather than coming at 3. I understand that. But all the others, I don't know. I think you're right. I think there's a lot of cricket to play. Get your normal combination playing out, and then make changes later on when you've had some good results under your belt.
Yeah, well, that brings up the 50, by the way, for Austria. But yeah, probably what I was going to say is that I think they would have had probably a top 5 laid out, top 6 laid out before the game, and they obviously don't want to change it now that they've laid out that change. So I think given this run rate, maybe if you had to make a choice on the fly, you're probably not setting Umar Tariq ahead of the guys still to come, like Iqbal Hussain, Mark Simpson-Parker, for example, have already made runs today. But I think, obviously, they've kind of laid out an order and they're pretty much sticking to it. Daraparetti slides this one across the left-hander, but it could be out. It is, well, I suppose I won't say it's dropped. I'll say it's kept in by Prashar. I think he had enough room to work with and probably pull this off, Rico, but he gets careful and he keeps it to 1. And I think that's Ravindran just saying, hey, by the way, if you pulled that down, I think you would have stayed in. Makes a quick decision to get rid of it. I suppose maybe in this format of the game, with the game where it is, they're happy just to save the boundary.
I think Prashar probably doesn't know where he's going to land, and he thinks the right thing is to get rid of it straight away. I don't mind that. I think he saves the boundary, which is pretty key, and only keeps it just to a single.
He's bowled pretty well here. This is Mark Desfontaine. I wonder if we'll see him with the ball. I mean, he's a player that's come on a long way. Good youngster. Now they're going to take on a second that's probably not there, but they get it anyway.
Yeah, this is smart running. You never thought there was going to be 2 in here. It's not a bad-looking shot from Tariq. Rocks back, plays it out, but here comes the throw, and because it's not taken cleanly...
I mean, it's a very bold run. I mean, maybe they know as well. Let's push with the run between the wickets, knowing the wickets don't hurt us that much. With the batting to come, as Tariq can't get this one past the bowler.
Yeah, well done from Daraparetti. He's bowled well. I'm liking it. I'm liking the bowling. As I said before, I'm liking the variations from Hungary.
Pushes this a bit too wide. Called. Not a bad spot to miss, though. Often you see batters going after those, and with the deep point in place, they sometimes just go for one. You can get out of it. Oh, this one is well struck across the line by Umar Tariq. Maximo! Well, put down, so we won't name names there. Anyway, look, that's the hit that they needed, isn't it, Austria? And there's Guitar out there who makes a meal of it. But Umar Tariq, important 6 runs for Austria.
Yeah, it's a very good shot, handsome shot. He played pretty comfortably outside the off when he got that 2. And then, well, by sneaking the 2, got back on strike and plays a lovely shot for 6.
This time it goes into the gap. I think this will beat the field as it does. So Tariq goes 6 and 4, and Austria as a collective unit, they are hungry for more. End of the 7th over, the score is 64 for 3.
Yeah, 64 for 3, but still they're not quite with that 10 and over where I think by now they would have wanted to be, and then having a real go at trying to get to that 120 mark. I mean, the way things are going at the moment, I think Hungary are pretty happy with where they've got this powerful Austrian side.
Yeah, well, just a reminder, you can get in touch with us as well on social media at European Cricket. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. Get Rico at Rico Full on Instagram or rico.full.1 on Facebook. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're hopeful we might get to the 350,000 subscribers this weekend. So tell your family, tell your friends to subscribe. If they like sport, if they like cricket, even if they don't, get them to check it out because this is unlike anything you would have seen before. Zishan Kukigel comes back, coming off a 7-run over. He'll be bowling to Momin, who's still there. Hasn't faced too much, though, in the first 7 overs. Gets the ball that's pitched up on the stumps and he gets it away for 1.
Yeah, gets a single. I suppose that's the probably good result at the moment with Umar Tariq. Yeah, he's on 14 of the 6 deliveries that he's faced.
Liam Day's in the chat from New Zealand. Well, that's one way to give the fielder a bigger target as Rabaskani basically turns the stumps 90 degrees. Yeah, Liam saying it's good to see Ashrith Daraparetti qualified now. He's just waiting on Sheikh Razik, Slick Razik as we call him in Hungary. He wouldn't be too far away as well. Very good all-rounder. I see him in the ECS. This is straight to the fielder, so they don't get a run there at all. Ali Farasat doing the fielding. Yeah, so both Hungary and the Czech Republic, they will have their ECS tournaments back-to-back in July. So it'll be a really exciting month. We'll see plenty more of these players. Right now, I mean, Hungary, they're in the box seat here, aren't they? They're just holding. They're not too worried about getting these guys out, but they are kind of making the most of the fact that, with a few exceptions, it's been pretty slim pickings. There's that slower ball, but he picks it and he hits it straight to the fielder, who somehow puts it down. Prashar, I think, drops this for 6. It's at least 4. There's the arms going up. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be... It's a difficult one to take because he's gone side on to take it, but it hits the hands hard and drops at the wrong side of the rope. Because Prashar, well, we saw him stopping one going to the boundary earlier. He's not able to stop this one.
Yeah, that hurts a little bit, doesn't it? Drop for 6. Anyway, does keep the same guys at the crease. Yeah, Dara Peretti, go back to his spell. I mean, he went for 22, but he'll be disappointed that 10 of those came in the last 2 balls. Austria, I mean, again, it does set a bit of a task for their bowlers. Let's say they do make something in their 90s, which is what they're on course for right now. They do have the bowling attack to do it. They'll be put under the microscope, that's for sure. This one's sliced away. They're going to go for 2 on the slight fumble, and that's good running. And I think they can afford to do that, like I said, with the wickets in hand. So a couple to finish the over, and the score 74 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, good running indeed. You can see a bit of frustration there from the bowler, Zishan Kakil, but I think he bowls really well. I like we know all about his talent. He's got a lot of good variations. And, so, yeah, at the moment...
I wouldn't say it's a stairway to heaven, but a bit of a stairway from the basement to mediocrity, maybe, with the run rate at 9.25, but it is the highest it's been at any point during this first innings. Well, I like this bit of punmanship in the chat, saying, yeah, 6 and 4, Hungary for more. Well, we try not to make the real obvious ones, but just highlight that one. Ali Yilmaz is going to come back. Remember, he was the bowler that delivered the most expensive over in the innings so far. 18 came off the 4th, and it kind of got Austria going, but maybe it was a bit of a false dawn because they haven't been able to keep that pace up. After that 18 run over, Dara Peretti came on, went for 8, and then Zishan went for 7 in the next. So important over here. All happens in the 9th, as we say. Austria trying to make it happen. 12 balls remain in the innings. And gets it wrong first up. That's 2 first deliveries where he has gotten it wrong. Even that one that was a no ball that he bowled first up would have been a wide anyway.
Yeah.
So there's little things, starting overs, finishing overs. These are things coaches talk about, especially at the international level.
Yeah, it's a risk. Go with Yilmaz back, but like you say, the same way that Austria have their batting lineup more or less sketched in, probably the same with the bowlers for Hungary.
Yeah, goes after it and gets it. That's a really good shot from Tariq. He's not the biggest man, but he times the ball well, and that one is in the wheat. Maximo! Austria trying to make it happen in the 9th.
Yeah, this is a really nice shot. He looks really confident, doesn't he, out there? He just thinks, yeah, no pressure, no worries. Well, there's a few worries, though, for Lenin as he's trying to find this one. And it looks like Amari would say, which way? Idhar? Chalo. Nahi, udhar nahi, idhar.
He's got the Michelin Man jacket on, doesn't he, Lennon? And he's saying, look, guys.
Couldn't he love that? Couldn't he love that? Well, they're going to have to keep looking to find that one while we use a replacement ball.
Trick's been good off his pads. Likes a bit of pace to work with, doesn't he? Yilmaz is the one that has been expensive so far. To be fair to him, he did come back pretty well in that first over. He did sneak a 1 dot dot in the middle of it, but the start and the end were not according to his plan. There's the slow ball. It's hit on the full, and it won't quite carry down to Welligamagay. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, so for the first time in the contest, they're at that sort of 10 per over mark, so looking to be around about the 100. Now, what can Mumin do towards the end of this innings? He's batted all the way through so far.
He's going to go crazy here. Get rich or die trying. He does. Takes a pretty good shot. It sits up nicely off this outfield. Spongy kind of outfield in a way. And Mohandas does well to keep it to 1.
Yeah, you can see from the body language of Mumin, he knows that he hasn't done his team any favours, really, even when he plays that. Not a bad shot, but the field is set for him. So he hasn't really got the knack to go to the top, has he? What we've seen a lot from some of the other batters.
I mean, does on his day. It's just been one of those innings where he struggled for any fluency. Low full toss. This is hit, and it's almost pulled off in the outfield. Instead, it's going to be 4. There's a brave effort, and I think that the fielder tries to take this on the full. He also thinks that's probably his best chance of stopping it, but Daraparetti couldn't keep it in the field to play it.
Yeah, Daraparetti had to make up his mind pretty quickly there. Do I go for the catch, or do I try and stop the boundary? And in the end, he doesn't end up doing either.
Yeah, I think trying to take the catch is also his best chance of stopping the boundary, right? Because it was going to get an awkward bounce if he let it bounce. There's a slow ball, hit straight and hit pretty well. And this is going to be 4, just inside the rope. So Tariq, well, he's been just the tonic, hasn't he? He's one batter that has gotten going. He's 36 off 14.
Yeah, very good shot. It's a slightly slower delivery from Yilmaz, but he waits on it and then hits it beautifully straight.
This partnership 43, but Momin's only faced 4 balls. Tariq's dominated it. Last ball of the 9th. Yilmaz gets it right this time. He will end up with figures of none for 36. So a bit of a rough initiation for him. And Austria hunting down the 3 figures. They're 92 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, that's a good over for them, isn't it? That's what they needed. So unfortunately, you can see there, Yilmaz doesn't end up being his best. He's gone for two lots of 18s. And if you took that out of the equation there, you can see that Hungary really had Austria on the back foot. Let's see how Austria can finish here. They're still, I mean, if they can still get to that 110 score, they'll fancy themselves with the bowling that they have. But I think they'll know deep down that really on this pitch, a pitch they know really well, and a lot of the players played on it, you've got to be going past the 120.
I do think, though, that around 100 to 105, it's probably a coin flip. Because Hungary haven't batted out here yet. They're coming in a little bit cold. Yes, they've got the talent to do it, but they're going to have to deal with an Austrian bowling attack that are going to be jumping out of their skins to make it 2 out of 2. So I think whatever happens this over, we're in for a really exciting second half. Prashant, pretty good man to come back in the last over. Tariq charges him, drills it out. He's thinking a 2 here. They won't get it, so just a single. And Moman, his, I suppose, vigil will continue with Prashant, who we did see back in the second over.
Yeah, Prashant, he's a talented player, classy player. Look out for him with the bat as well, by the way. I think he's underutilised with the bat.
Where's he listed? He's listed at 4. He's got a bat in the top 4, I think, for Hungary. He's gone cross seam here, just checking that grip out.
Oh, this is pretty high. I think we're going to have to look at the height on this. I mean, he's a quick bowler, so really, I don't think he'll get any favours from the umpires. If it's there or thereabout, this will get called.
Yeah, my instinct was probably his height. Yeah, I reckon they'll call it. Oh, I suppose he's a step out of his crease. Maybe it's all right.
No, at that pace, yeah, it's been called. I think at that pace, you've got to call this because there's no way he's dipping.
You could make a case both ways, but I think the directive is that if there's doubt that it's not completely below the waist, then it will get called. So Prashant will be the first to admit he got that wrong. Yeah. It's a dangerous delivery. Even if it hits you just below the waist, there's some sensitive areas around there. Then free hit for Tariq. And he skies it. You've got to run hard here. You might even get 2 to the keeper. I don't think it goes that high, though. Caught, but not out. And Tariq moves to 39, so Prashant dodges any more damage on the free hit.
Yeah, that's a good result. It's a free hit. I mean, you'll take that just a single. And also, you'll take it because you change the strike over.
Yeah. That's true. All right. I mean, Moment, if he can go bang, bang, bang here, he might end up with around about a 200 strike rate and he'll be happy with his work, but it's been tough to get going. Prashant, he's dealing in the 10th. I mean, goes after it again. Probably finds space here. Don't know if it's going to go. It does. It just plonks over, and that's gone for 4. So Moment does get a boundary, does find a pocket of space. I mean, this is good theory. He doesn't try and drag across. He knows there's no deep cover. He targets that area.
Yeah, he does, and he brings 100 up as well with that boundary with a few deliveries still to go. So let's see where they can get to. 100 comes up, 3 balls to go.
Tricky chase for Hungary here. First up in the series. Remember, the Czech Republic couldn't quite manage 100 in their first effort. Moment wants to double down. Get 1 here, and I think that's probably it. So 101, 2 to come. And let's see what Tariq's approach is here. I mean, he'd be thinking, okay, I want to flick something away to the leg side. He knows the kind of natural angle of Prashant is into him.
I'm bowling a slower delivery here if I'm Prashar. You know Tariq is wanting to go after this.
Yeah.
He's going to try and make space. I would just keep all the pace off it.
Agree. That's another good option. Jams in the Yorker, gets it right. Ravindran almost runs out Tariq. Now they're going to take on the 2. So that's intelligent play. Might as well go for everything possible at the moment. So last ball coming up. Yeah, what do you think about who's ahead in this game right now?
For me, I'm going to go with Hungary.
Yeah.
I just think they will believe that they've been given a rare opportunity here by Austria with the way like I say, I've mentioned this before, the batting lineup has been set. And I think they're probably thinking, well, it's an opportunity. We want to take the most of it.
They'll get 1.5 here. They'll probably run out going for the second. And they maybe not. In fact, in the end, Ghani just has to eat it. So that should have been nothing. They get 2 off the last ball, 2 byes signalled. And so the score 105. I get what you're saying. On paper, Hungary ahead, but you don't play the game on paper. Tricky chase, Austrian attack. This is a score that's 15 to 20 less. Is the Austrian attack worth those 15 to 20 runs? I think, I agree, Hungary ahead on paper, but it's a game that could very much go either way. Momin bats through the 10. He just couldn't get going, could he? He'd be more frustrated than anyone. He's likely to get a chance, I suppose, with the ball to have a bit of a say and try and shut the gate. But the Hungarians, they'll be more than happy. They hit the ground running, didn't they, in match 2. Austria, after being sent in, they've managed 105 off their 10 overs. Let's go back. We did see a change in the batting order, and some pretty dramatic changes, in fact. No Iqbal Hussain, no Mark Simpson-Parker. Momin was out there, and we had a couple of close calls early. Would end up surviving the whole 10. Shigawa was his opening partner. But this Austrian innings, especially this power play, just never got going, did they, Rico?
Never got going at all. And, you saw that the captain from Hungary, he was in the action, Ravindran. He could have had Momin removed a couple of times. It wasn't to be. He stayed and he batted all the way through. The captain, however, Razman Shigawa, didn't. He was caught well by Prashar. And it was, this man here, Sandy Mohandas, who bowled beautifully. And he got the wicket of Mirza Hashan as well, first ball. Mirza probably a little bit unlucky, but he gets done with the swing and the lack of pace from Sandeep. I really did like his bowling. Momin, well, he did manage to get 1 out of the middle there when they went with the Elmas to bowl over number 4. They needed that over, did Austria, because he went for 18. And all of a sudden, it just more than doubled their score, going from 16 for 2 at the end of 3, and then racing up to 34. But the bowlers kept coming, and intelligent bowling, certainly like the bowling there of Dhruv Pareddi and Zishan Kukhil as well when he came on to bowl. And very clever, was keeping the pace off, and he was rewarded with a wicket, and it was a good wicket as well as Safi took the catch off the wild thing, Javed Zadran. This was a nice looking shot, but the fielder not quite sure how much space he had to work with. Prashar thinks he saves the boundary. The bowler thinks he probably should have taken the catch. Liking the knock, though, I have to say, from Umar Tariq. Once again, surprised to see him coming up as high as he did. But I think he did reward his captain with some fine shots. He made a fine 41 of 19. And while he was out there, hit 3 sixes and 3 fours as well. So he did play some good shots. But once again, I know we're talking about making these changes, the batting lineup. I think maybe Razman Shigawa probably went a little bit too drastic. The proof in the pudding will be when they're out there in the field to see if they can contain Hungary from getting to the 106 that they need for victory here. And in Hungary, we know they've got some very good batters. Key for me, if I'm honest, is going to be the captain, Vinod Ravindran. I think he's a very good player. We'd probably like to see him at the top of the order, perhaps. And also, I think Zishan Kukhil is he's a classy player, a talented player. And if he gets going, he can certainly turn on the star and win this pretty quickly for Hungary. So Austria, I think, as you heard Vinny say, they had a plan with the batting lineup. I don't think it worked. Shahil Momin, 26 or 21 deliveries, opening up, bats all the way through, but he just really couldn't get going at all. The captain, didn't quite work for him. Iza Shanwar, it didn't go for him at all as he went first ball to a beauty from Sandeep Mohandas. Javed Zadran came out there and hit a few boundaries, 19 of 13 from him. We know he's a powerful hitter. And he hit 2 6s and 1 4 before he departed. And as I said, Tariq, 3 6s and 3 4s on his way to 41 not out of 19. So he does help his team to get past the 100. With the bowling front, I think all bowl really well, apart from Ali Yamaz. He had 2 overs of 18, so he goes for 0 for 36. But all the other bowlers, I think, bowled very well. But pick the bowlers there, I think, Sandeep behind us. I just think it's because he's different. He's not full on pace. He holds the ball back, but he still gets that ball to move around a lot. And when he puts it on the spot, on the money, he causes trouble and he causes problems for all the batters. So match number 2 of this ECI is very evenly poised. Austria, we know they got a victory first up against the Czech Republic, and it was a comfortable one, winning by 46 runs. But they got the runs on the board that time, 145. The Czech Republic failing to get to the 190 now. Well, that's what they're looking to do again with the ball, trying to restrict Hungary getting anywhere near that 100 score. This is going to be a tight game. I know Vinny Sander has his thoughts about it. Me, I personally think that Hungary, if they can get a good partnership going, if they get a good power play going, that they could go on here and surprise the Austrians. And maybe Razman Sugarwell may not mess about with the batting order too much after this match. We'll have to wait and see. Is it a great, brave move by Razman Sugarwell, or does he get it wrong and let Hungary come in and snatch a victory the first time of asking? Well, find out. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo when we return in around about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of the international number 2.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Seabarn Cricket Ground, where it's, well, international weekend. And welcome to everybody that's tuned in. I hope you're enjoying the action that we've seen so far. We have Austria, of course, the home side, taking on the likes of the Czech Republic, who they beat in the earlier match number 1. And now this time round, up against Hungary. That was the first ball, and you can say it was a bit of a loosener as this gets walloped away. Manos arriba. Balle, balle, balle. What a start. And that's what this man does. Zishan, the hard hitter of the ball, the classy player. He goes big straight away. And well, that one has to be dug out the wheat field. So they go with Momin to start with again. Now this tactic worked against the Czech Republic, where in the first over he was able to pick up a wicket. It's another one that goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Well, this is what we were missing in the European Cricket League. Zishan Kukihill goes big, back-to-back boundaries. So Momin, not quite what he was expecting, and well, I would say that Rasmus Shiguel, he as well is probably now thinking perhaps opening with spin in the power play against somebody like Zishan Kukihill was not a good idea. And this one is worked away as well. Where does this go? It's going to be 4. He just gets a little swivel on this as it gets played away. And, not trying to hit it too hard. I like that. So he's not thinking about just going 6, 6, 6 all the time. 2 6s and 4. All we know, 6 and 4, the saying is, hungry for more. This guy is hungry for more. He goes for another, and this one will go all the way as well. Manos arriba. Que grande, que guay. And Zishan is in the house, and isn't he looking good? He's a very talented player. We know that about him. And just like that, this over has already gone magical. And Rasmus Shiguel just having a chat with the bowler. And what does he say to him? Probably says, hey, try a quicker one, maybe. Try and push one through wide. Maybe can work on a stumping. And he doesn't really take himself out of the crease as he plays this away to MSP, who does the fielding. Needed to be backed up, and it has been. 23 of the over. And we get a chance to see the Hungarian captain to face his first delivery, Vinod Ravindran. And he's quite happy just to push it back. Of course he is. The 23 has come off the first. And what a magical start. And just like that, well, that the rate required just plummets down to just around 9 a ball. 97 matches without a golden ball. And you have to say, the way this one has started, it probably looked pretty unlikely. What a start. And, well, the gamble to go with spin first up doesn't work. Now they will go to Sahil Zadran. Yep, there he is. So Sahil Zadran gets the ball, and a fine time to be joined back again by Vinny Sandhu.
Yes, good to be back. What a start. Zishan on. Didn't waste any time, didn't he? Sahil Zadran wants the big wicket. He gets a false shot. Shiguel's going back. No, in fact, that's Zadran, of course, wearing the 4 for Austria in this series. And what a great catch. In fact, this is actually how Zadran got out yesterday in the final. But they needed Zishan, and they get him. And we've seen some tremendous running catches, haven't we, in Austria? And the Wild Thing pulls one off there. Zishan gets them off to a cracking start, but it's only a start. He's the first man to fall. It's 23 for 1.
Yeah, well, what a good catch this is. We saw the likes of the East captain, Rasmus Shiguel, take some catches like this in the European Cricket Series in finals day yesterday. This is not easy. And the reason it's not easy as well is you know that it's the key man you're going to try and get. You get this guy, you're back in the game. Really good catch. And look at that from Naveen Wijasekera. He's certainly happy about it because they know that's a big wicket.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thought for a second with Shigwal because that's where Shigwal was fielding yesterday, and Shigwal ordinarily wears the number 4 for his club, Donnerstadt. And Zadran wearing the 4 shirt because Shigwal's wearing the number 1 captain's shirt in this series. But yeah, this is the wicket they needed, isn't it? Magical start from Zishan, but he goes no further than 23. Has every run in the innings so far. Ashtrith, Darapu ready to come out. 1 down. Sahel Zadran gets the big breakthrough. Can he continue? Confident looking start. Darapu Reddy and Ravindran have actually played some very, very good innings together at the club level. And so they'll be tested here, and that's what you want at the international level. That's why you play. That's why you go up a level. And Sahel, well, he's just having a great time. He feels very happy to see the back of Zishan, who has been a bit of a thorn in the Austrian backside over the last couple of years.
Well, look, when you can see just how well he hits the ball, you got to try and remove him early. They do. And now he's bowling a very good line, isn't he, so Dedran? Good direct hit, good pick up and throw. Mark Simpson-Parker saying, well, if you want to take me on, just remember this, because I ain't going to miss.
Exactly. Moment will be feeling a bit better as well. I mean, he almost went for as many in his first over than when he batted 10, you know, so it's not a great feeling. I mean, everyone has those games, I suppose. Good player, I'm sure he'll come back strongly. I wonder if they want to bring him back in the third, or you'd imagine they wouldn't at this stage. But they have removed the man that scored all those runs. Now Peretti forces a fumble, but there is the real Rasmal fielding on the offside to the left-hander.
Yeah, Darren Peretti there, you could hear him say, yeah, but it would have been suicidal. And even though the fielder doesn't pick it up straight away, he's got back up behind him. There was no run on there.
Yeah, great test, I think, for the Hungarians, needing that 10 and over or so. Shot, really good shot, bit of width, and he just caresses over the offside. This guy can go both ways, and he's very dangerous at number 3. Maximo, what a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, what a shot, and don't want to harp on about it, but that's the difference. This is what Mumin couldn't do. He played a lot of shots in that area, but he wasn't able to get the elevation or the power into it. That's a cracking shot.
Just a steadier, isn't it? I mean, they're the first runs not to be hit by Zishan in the innings. Tara Peretti, that's got to be such a confidence booster. Zadran is there to take wickets in the power play. He gets one more chance in the second. Easy looking drive, but it won't beat the fielder. So a 6, a wicket, and not much else in the second over. It's 29 for 1.
Yeah, 29 for 1. But they do get the wicket of the powerful Zishan. So that's something, yeah, interesting here now. Who do you go with? It'd be, for me, very, very risky if they go back to Mumin, and it looks like they are, you know. So whether that's because Zishan's out the way and he wants Mumin to get another one in here, this is a big risk for
But
him.
here's the thing, they've got a really clear plan, I think, to jam up the middle overs with Dida and Javid Zadran. You know, so then the issue is if you don't bowl Mumin out here, then when do you bowl him? Do you even bowl him again? So it's change of batter, change of luck, because he's going to get a wicket first ball of the third, and Ravindran is going to go for a duck. Mark Simpson-Parker has been so good. He gets tripped up by a caterpillar, but the main thing is he holds on to the ball. And so I suppose the decision to bring back Momin has immediate success, and that's 2 down now, 29 for 2.
Yeah.
Disappointment for Ravindran on captaincy debut.
Yeah, well, what happened to MSP here? Well, maybe the high five. Well, it's a little tap on the jacksie there from Umar Tariq. Has MSP all over the place.
Well, Umar Tariq, he hit things very well in his batting innings, and he just gives him a little pat, and it's enough to tip him over. Unfortunately, Ravindran is a very talented player, but he doesn't score in this one. Derek follows him off the field. So, yeah, I think it's good. I mean, it's easy to say now, it's good captaincy, isn't it? But I think that considering Zishan is out, I probably would have brought him back. And that's his role, to bowl 1 and 3. And so that's what they want him to do and have some success here. But left-hander kind of throws things around now. Got 2 left-handers at the crease. And typically you'd say left-handers are a bit of a better matchup against the left-arm orthodox spinner. Prashar comes out at number 4, and hasn't he had a really good couple of years?
Yeah, Abhitash Prashar comes out.
It's over the wicket. Prashar has 0 patience, and he drills him down the ground, and that's got all the way. Maximo! Both left-handers getting off the mark with 6. And it's a really nice, easy shot, isn't it? Safe, because that one left the building pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think the Prashar, if you know him and you've watched him, you have 2 men straight. He hits straight, and they're sticking with the field as it is, but how long? I mean, they want to keep mid-wicket where he is as well. Remember, still in the power play.
This time, won't beat the fielder. No run. Prashar, 6 and dot. Austria, proud in their red shirts. Now he actually dabs this, hits on the 4th. That's going to go for 4. I don't know if this is on purpose, and it works out well for Prashar. He gets another boundary.
Watch, this is definitely on purpose. Look at that. That is such a good shot. He just guides this past Chima, and he gets 4. So what a lovely shot this is. I like it.
Yeah, I know it's on purpose. I don't think he thinks he's getting 4 for it, though. He thinks, you know, I'm looking to cut away, but yeah, it's quite incredible how that does travel over this outfield for 4. And it has quickened up a lot. We had a lot of rain last weekend. At the moment, he's in the Hall of Mirrors right now. Does have that wicket, but he's also gone for 10 in the first 4 balls of this over. Somehow that ball got lost. Where's our retrievers?
Well, there is somebody out there, so I'm wondering what's happened to it.
That might be the snake zone. It's a no-go zone.
Either a snake or one of these eagles has swooped in and picked it up and gone off with it. There's a lot of things flying around out there in front of our camera.
2 to come, the power play. Oh, he skies it and he gets it. But how far? Going, and gone. Maximo! Well, Tariq kind of stumbled as he approached the line anyway, but I don't think he was going to get there. And in fact, Prashar, he's off to the races here, isn't he? He's up to 16 off just 4 balls.
Yeah, and okay. He comes back for his second. He's being pelted all over the place. Was it worth it to pick up that 1 wicket? I don't know. Don't forget, they only scored just 105 themselves, so they're well on the way here. And Moment, well, he does throw himself at the last one to make sure he doesn't go for more than 40 in his spell, but he goes for 39 of 2.
Yeah, so, I mean, it doesn't end up in the naughty 40s, but he does find a home in the dirty 30s. And that's probably borderline, but I think it's just below the waist. And so it will be the end of the over. And the score is 45 for 2 off 3. I mean, thought the power play was going to be super important.
Yep.
Zishan, I mean, Corey would say, you know, he's not going to score 80 every game. If you can get 23 off basically the 6 balls that he faces, it gets them off to a great start, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And, you know, they need, I suppose, guys to follow up. That's what these 2 have done so far. And Ravindran, yeah, he's disappointed, I'm sure, to get out for a second ball up. But more importantly, he doesn't waste deliveries, does he? So, Sahil Zadran coming back. And this is a partnership you can see spells trouble for the Austrians, who are trying to go 2 for 2 in the morning session. Pretty well bowled. Yeah, gets it online. And he'll probably quite enjoy the prospect of angling across the left-handers, maybe searching for a caught behind. They do have the 3rd man back, which I think is probably a good position as well. They desperately want this 3rd wicket, I should say.
So Zadran looking to get another breakthrough. He bowled very well in the first match against the Czech Republic, picking up key wickets. Can he do the same here? Think
about who's coming next. You've got Dida and Javid Zadran in the middle overs. They've been very effective at shutting things down. That's well bowled. Oh,
white ball call. This is a tight call.
Yeah, let's try and track it when it passes the line.
Yeah.
Well, make up your own mind with that one.
Tight call. I think that one, the bowler's going to be very disappointed.
I will say,
if I'm bowling that, I'm going to be very disappointed.
That umpires aren't scared to call wides in general, right? Here ends the conversation. This one's flicked away. Javid Zadran will do the fielding out there eventually. Oh, no, you know, he almost comes to run out here. Wow, he really horned that back in. There was never 2 there. And I don't think Darapreti was that serious about it, but he almost ran himself into trouble.
He was serious, you know. He was serious because he starts going. And I just think, I mean, Chima had a bit to do with the throw. If he didn't have to, he would have been in real trouble. Don't know what Darapreti was thinking there. Definitely. I mean, he's having a chat with Prashar, saying, hey, it's 2 there. Prashar quite rightly saying, what are you on? No way.
Zadran loses this down the leg side. Will be called a wide. This is what I do agree with.
Yeah, Chima, good take from him, but not the best of deliveries from Zadran. Would have been a good one to the right-hander, but not to the lefty.
Yeah, that's right. Dara Peretti, though, not the 6. He's got him off the mark. Doesn't have a lot else to show for it so far. Got Sahil Zadran breathing fire from 22 yards. This one kind of cramps him for room. Have a pop at him. They won't get the overthrow. Mark Simpson Parker again does little things right, doesn't he? MSP hustles in off the boundary.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him with the ball yet so far in this series.
No, we haven't. And that one thing I like about Austria, that they'll always be having a go and they're backing each other well. They're good to watch in the field. Gets the ball, they throw the ball in. They do the basic things well. Good
No
delivery.
call this time. So
you were waiting for the
50's
umpire,
up.
were you?
Nah, that's all right. Let's give them a break. I mean, they get 99% right, honestly. If you think about all the calls they have to make in a day, and they're looking at things that we don't even see. Fielders inside the circle, fielders outside the circle. They're doing a lot of height calls. And, well, if anyone thinks that they're perfect, and you look in the mirror, you'll probably see a liar. Here's a couple more to come then for Sahel. Slow ball. I wonder if that was a late adjustment or maybe a pre-planned slower ball. That's a good one. And so, I mean, they're a long way off this target still. So this game ain't over.
Yeah, liking that from the non-striker there. And Prashar just saying to Dara Peretti, hey, watch out for that slow ball. Watch out for the slow ball. Yeah, look, you're absolutely right. You think about a day like today, what we're going to see, 600 deliveries?
Yeah.
Something like that. So, you know, if you get 1 or 2 wrong, it's not a biggie. And, you know, everybody gets a few things wrong. Just look at the bowler, gets a few things wrong. It's another wide there from Zadran Battis. They get things wrong as well. So, yeah, the umpires occasionally may get 1 or 2 wrong.
We've got, I'm not joking, we have some of the best umpires in the world. And the reason is just a simple thing of frequency.
Yeah.
You know, they're having to make such a frequency of decisions on things like LBWs. Things that happen once an hour in other cricket, they're kind of happening every couple of minutes in ECI and T10 cricket. So, yeah, let's give them some credit. Last ball of the over, I think. It's a good take by Chima. Swung after the stumps, but yeah, Sahel just not really making the adjustment with the left-hander. These are all kind of adding up at the moment. Still, it's been a good spell from the opener. His job is to try and break this partnership. He's only got one more chance to do so.
Yeah, it just hasn't been able to finish well. Maybe it is sweaty palms. It's a lovely day today. We've had issues when the ball's been wet, and that's because of the weather. We've had 3 or 4 nasty days here. It's been wet, windy, but not today. Today's a lovely day, so maybe some other issues for the bowlers.
He finally gets one on line. And, well, I'm going to say it's a chance. He has to balk because both batters were running to the end he was about to throw to. Moment. Not Moment, actually. Did the fielding. It's a long way from me, so I can't quite pick it out at the moment. Might have been with just crap back there. But anyway, it's the end of the 4th over. The score is 53 for 2. So Zadran doing a pretty good job, all things considered. 1 for 14 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, so right now you can see that Hungary in front. They've probably got, I would say they've got 1 over in the bag, so to speak. So they keep going to where they're going, they'll win it comfortably. But Austria know that if they can get 1 good over in, over that goes for maybe 3 or 4 runs, pick up a wicket or 2, then they're right back in it.
Yeah, okay. Middle over is going to decide this. And this looks like Dida that's going to come on in the 5th. Going to come around the wicket, jam it in to the lefties. He loses this one down the leg side. Bat hits the pad. There's nothing on the ball. So, the left-hander's kind of throwing the bowlers through a bit of a loop here in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I often say, well, Dara Peretti was out there when Prashar comes out and thinking, okay, they're going with another lefty. Could they have gone with a right-hander just to see if that throws or helps to throw the fielding side? But I think 2 left-handers are doing the job just as well.
Well, this one probably would have missed leg. Instead, he's chipped it up and he's going to be gone. Nicely taken by Umar Tariq. So that cramping from Dida does the trick in the end. Prashar just tries to caress this one, doesn't he? Doesn't really go for it. And in the end, he presents a fairly simple opportunity for Tariq, who got the jump on that one. And so the lefties are broken up in the end. It's 54 for 3.
Yeah, I don't think he goes for this probably because he's not in the right position to get a full swing in. It's on the legs. I like to see it again. I'm just wondering if he decided to step inside this, whether it would have been a wide. I think he gets himself tucked up. Yeah, he does. You see, and he's not able to get the full swing on it. This one is maybe one that he should be looking to be playing out on the leg side, maybe looking to clip it over square leg, mid-wicket area. But he goes straight, and because he's not able to get the leverage into the shot or the weight into the shot, he finds Umar Tariq, who makes no mistake.
Yeah, well, we have seen some players, Katagal Lutman's is one in the Austrian series, that left-handers kind of, I suppose, bogged down with those balls that have cramped them for room, not really able to free their arms. Couldn't get a full swing at that, could he, Prashant? Petita comes in with immediate success, 54 for 3.
Yeah, could this be that over I was talking about that gets Austria and back in it? And Abbas Ghani is the new batter.
If you ignore the first over, I mean, they're 31 off 3.1. So they're pretty much kind of at the rate since then. And Ida Shadida now does get to bowl to the right-handed Abbas Ghani. And starts with a wide anyway.
Yeah, well, Ghani shows his card straight away, doesn't he? He's not there to mess around. And it's the movement, really. So you can see that this Grizzly balls, thanks to our partner, of course, is still, even though we're into this coming the 5th over, still swinging pretty well.
True. Goes straight back over the bowler. Doesn't quite time it. Just a single. Singles are fine at the moment, I think, for Austria. They know that just little by little, if they can keep it to ones and maybe a couple of dots, pushes that rate up.
Dana Peretti found a way to keep him off strike, haven't they? And we saw him play one blistering shot for 6 out on the offside, but he hasn't had too much of the strike.
He doesn't want to be Jennifer Page, a one-hit wonder. Dida holding things well so far. Has to deal with another lefty. Hungary kind of in the driver's seat. Can they keep the car on the road? It's a nice shot. I think this will probably beat the fielder. Comes around, but he won't get there. He just goes with the angle. So this is about getting the hands out in front. This is something that Prashant couldn't really do effectively the way he got out, but he just uses the wrists nicely to get it behind square and get the boundary.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's the difference. That's a similar ball to what Prashant went down the ground to. And you see there, you get more value for playing it on the leg side. You're just basically helping it along his projectile. It's a nice shot, 4 runs, and you saw that Zidane trying to get to it, but not able to.
Dida makes a slight adjustment across a little bit, and that one's just angled away into the leg side. There is Naveen Wijasekara, we saw playing for Snassi, a new team here in Austria. Wasn't it great to have an 11-team ECS in Austria? And the plans are in Hungary and Czech Republic to have more teams involved as well. So more teams, more matches, just more. In
more
season
growth.
2023.
More growth, simple as that. More growth in cricket in Europe. That's what we're all about.
Swing and a miss this time, but it is called wide, rightly so. So this is the first time I'm a little bit concerned for time. I just think the options they've got coming, they've bowled out the spinner twice. I don't think we'll see spin again in the innings. So just with these extra deliveries, just keep an eye on that clock. Dida only gone for 9 in the over.
Yeah, this one gets dug out. It's full. But a better delivery, gets it in better areas, so finishes the... We're looking to finish the over. Well, still want to come, pardon me.
There's an over that probably should be finished by now,
couple of wides,
but it's not. Have a look at that, though. The wheat is swaying in the wind. It hasn't been too windy so far today, but we know that that wind can come into play a lot. Typically, it kind of blows behind the batter. It blows left to right on the screen. Last ball of the 5th. And angled away. Peretti will get a run. Shouldn't have. Mirrors that. Fumbles. It only cost them 1. Dida goes for 11 in the 5th, and the score is 64 for 3. Look, they've done the hard work, haven't they, Hungary? They're ahead in the game, but they've still got a lot of work to do in the second half of this innings. All right, Rico, time for some practice. Here's some of the teams you're going to be dealing with in Bulgaria. I'll start you off. MU there stands for Medical University, and there's a big culture there for international students in medical universities. That's where a lot of cricketers come from.
That's true.
In Bulgaria.
You see a lot of medical universities. We know Medical University of Sofia there, Plovdiv, Plevin. These are teams that we have seen before. New team there, so CC Ulis stroke Medical University Tariq. So I'll find out out a little bit more about them as well. And we know that we're going to see Istanbul in there.
Yeah,
as
so Trakia there as well. And yeah, 3 teams that we won't see on opening day. Indo-Bulgarians, the defending champions. You've got Barbarians, which are, pretty much born and bred Bulgarian cricketers.
Yeah.
They've got Chris Lakov playing for them as well. So that's certainly a good pickup for them. And you mentioned Istanbul KSK, so that'll be a fantastic series. Sophia Spartans as well taking part in that one. And this will be a big wide from Jamie Zadran who comes on. They just have trouble with their radar. It's kind of surprising considering how much cricket they've played that they're struggling with the wide so much. I think it's the left-handers though.
Yeah, the thing is, think about it. How many left-handers did we see? Not that many.
That's true, actually.
Not that many. So that's a good take, though, from Chima. This time he over pitches and on the offside, but the batter quite happy just to stroke this away.
Here's one thing that I'm happy that I'm dodging.
What's that?
Let me bring that graphic up one more time. Yeah, the start time 2 hours earlier than it has been here in Austria. Partly that's because of the time difference. You will go ahead an hour. Rico, make sure you set your alarm nice and early. 5:30 a.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in the morning in Central Europe, and 11 p.m. 11 a.m. I should say in India.
Don't mind that. I'm not afraid of the early starts. Long way up. It will go all the way. Bully, and it's time for Ghani to go big. Well, the right-hander saying, well, you know what? You may be having difficulties getting the line right to the lefty. Well, you've got to deal with me as well. That's a really good shot. Clean through the ball and just using Jawid Zadran's pace against him.
Yeah, good shot. Real vote of confidence to have Ghani in this situation. And he gets one that's a little bit short. I can't put this one away. So the boundaries have dried up a little bit, haven't they, until that one. And yeah, Hungary, like I said, they've done the hard work here. They did get that 1-4 last over. They were helped by a few wides in the innings. But like I say, won't get in this position that often against an Austrian side that's been playing a lot of this form of the game. There's another wide. So, I mean, that ball has been swinging around. I mean, not a cloud cover or anything like that, but we know these Grizzlies, they do swing. Zadran just not getting it right at the moment.
Yeah, 9 wides in the innings, and that's too many really at this level. And a lot of it has been because of the left-handers, but you can see that one is just not in the right area, and we've seen a number of bowlers struggle with that. Ooh, this one just goes all the way through and nearly knocks him over. This is a quick delivery.
I think that this does actually leave him a bit. Angles in and seams away, goes straight over the middle stump. That was a very good ball, and he's pretty lucky to still be there. Ghani. Yeah, I think maybe 5. You're going to have wides because of the way that people bowl. They bowl quite defensively. 5 in the 10 overs is maybe acceptable at this level. Anyway, this is in the air. I don't think this is travelling all the way. Umar Tariq will take the catch. So Ghani does get 6, but he's out soon after. And Zadran, after being a bit all over the shop, does chip in with the wicket that keeps the line moving. Hungary lose the 4th at 73 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, I know you got to play your shots, but you got to be selective and you got to be a little bit smart. I think when you're running in front, and Hungary have been, I mean, the last couple of wickets that they've lost, there hasn't been a need for it. And the reason I say that, look, they've been getting runs freely. And by that I mean they haven't been in trouble. They've been getting a lot of extras as well. You don't need to be taking these chances. You don't need to be throwing your wickets away. You need to be thinking about a partnership. And I think if they end up short in this, they'll go back and say, yeah, look, we lost that because we played the wrong shots at the wrong time. We didn't play smart cricket. You don't need to be playing these big shots.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's easy to say that now. The counterpoint is he did kind of take Javi down the ground for 6, didn't he? A similar ball.
That's what I mean. You take that. You got that off the over. This one, and you got a few wides there.
Yeah.
Just be happy with what you got and say, I'm not saying don't take more runs on the over. I'm saying take them, but don't take the risk.
Yeah, I think when you're facing someone like Zadran that's quick, you are kind of playing on instinct. Your brain gives you permission to kind of, to take on those shots. But yeah, you're exactly right. Didn't work out. Maybe it was unnecessary. Safi is a pretty handy number 6 to bring out. And doesn't really catch up to this one. But he's a guy, he's made big runs. We've seen him make a half century against the Netherlands 11 in the ECC. Again, he provides a fair bit of insurance for Hungary. And he's probably a good man to come in this situation. Last ball of the over, squeezed away for 1. I think it might have been legged by off the last ball. 74 for 4 after 6. So what's the equation here? It means that they need 32 off the last 4 overs. So needing 8 and over.
Yeah.
They've got the players to do it, but it's not going to be easy. Austria will be fighting for the win.
Yeah, there will be. I think the set batter, though he hasn't had a lot of strike, Peretti is going to be pretty key in this, the left-hander. He's batted pretty sensibly up until now.
Continue to get it right. That's a ball that I think was probably headed for a wide. That's if he drags it away. He's off the mark.
Yeah. And going back to Bulgaria, look, yeah, early starts, but, I mean, as you know, and you're going to miss out this year, it's a good place to have those long evenings.
That is true, and maybe you'll even see the wild horses. Will they be back? I do have a bit of FOMO about missing Bulgaria.
Yeah, it's a good place. It's a lovely guys there. We know them really well. We get really well looked after by the Federation as well. It's a very big spider comes to say hello. Look at that
There's
one.
a few.
It's a biggie, isn't it?
You would have been happy. I saw a rare orange ladybug out there.
An orange one, eh?
Yeah, like an orangey brown colour.
Sensible. This is better. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Don't need to take the risk. Take the singles. Take the extras that may come. And then if you see a bad ball, put it away.
Yeah, I suppose with this schedule, we all have to take a break sometimes. With more matches this year, with the 5 matches a day instead of 4 in the ECS, you got 14 match days a fortnight, up from 12. But I don't think I'll miss Bulgaria again. It's a great place to eat as well.
Well, if this one gets played away, it should just be a single.
I don't know. They might get 2 here. They're quick. Oh, late decision to go back. Being careful probably makes sense. You don't want to throw away to run out this stage. Parator was one of my favourites there. It's like a cold soup, like a what's that quite like kind of tzatziki but more liquidy. Anyway, maybe I'll just have to go find a good Bulgarian
restaurant.
restaurant.
A few people did say to you in the chat that you need to go on a diet, so maybe going to Bulgaria works out pretty well. Not going to Bulgaria.
I'll still be getting a steady diet of watching ECN. Don't worry about that. I've got my eye on you guys. It'll be great to see some of those players as well. And some of the new teams, of course, in Bulgaria. All right, goes leg side. He gets into the gap, and that's going to be 4. So Dara Peretti, he's kind of been an observer for a lot of the time at the crease. And again, he's been pretty good here, hasn't he? Ball's angled in. He gets quick hands, gets in the gap, and gets 4.
Yeah, and this is, once again, what I'm talking about. You wait for your shot, and if it's in the slot, you put it away. Otherwise, yeah, you're quite happy just to take the single. So that boundary there already means that in this over, for example, they've got what they need. He's down to go crazy.
It's a steadier. Now probably get 4 off an edge. And so, yeah, Dita just hasn't quite gotten it right. I mean, the line was better, but the length was all wrong. And with the pace of the bowler, that pretty much races down to the 3rd man boundary.
Yeah, 4 runs. And you take that. So well in front here. That rate now just goes to just over a runnable.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game you should win. You'd have to really get the staggers to lose from here. I know they're 4 out, but 2 accomplished players at the crease still batting to come. Now, you're just kind of playing the ball on merit.
Yeah.
This is a bit of work for the fielder. Iqbal does keep it to 1. It is the end of the 7th over. Peter ends up going 1 for 23. 7 overs in. It's 86 for 4. 20 required off the last 3 overs. Speaking of 3, this is match number 3, and for the first time, we'll see the 2 touring teams going head-to-head. Hungary against the Czech Republic. Certainly Hungary have started a bit stronger than the Czechs, but the Czechs have won the toss there, and they've elected to bat. So interesting, they've elevated Paraskari. Well, they've listed him to open it, at least. That's something I thought might be an interesting move.
Yeah.
You got Sudesh Wickramasekara there at 3. I think a longer batting lineup. I see Murali Vandrasi comes into the side. So, yeah, Czech Republic will be desperate to get their first points on the board. Hungary, I mean, they're looking good at the moment, and so they'll hit that game with a bit of momentum, it's looking like. That's coming up in around about half an hour's time. Back to the action here. Uma Tariq starts with a wide, and this has just been a constant hassle for the Austrians. They've been missing their spots in this 10 overs.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed, and the reason they'll be more disappointed, I think, than the other 2 nations is that all of these guys have played a lot of cricket. They've played it at this ground, on this pitch, and really, for me, there's no excuses for a lot of these extras are given away. I mean, 1 or 2, like you said, happens because you got a plan in mind. And you see then this time round, if he steps inside of this could have been one wide down the leg side. Yeah, they just haven't executed their lines well, the bowlers.
It's one of the few that Dara Peretti hasn't caught up with that was angled in towards his body. Well, now, if you're Austria, you're just trying to drag it as late as possible and hope you can see some nerves creep in. Hungary, they've been very, very impressive, haven't they, with their attitude. They haven't taken a backward step the whole game. Still got a bit of a fight on their hands. Uma Tariq, he's a specialist closer. And now he gets dragged away and a bit of length. That one's gone miles. Maximo over the fence and out of here. Dara Peretti moves to 31.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, again, he gets a width. It's slightly short, and he knows this is in his zone. He puts it away. So just like that, there's 13 required, 16 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, they'd have to fall over to lose now. What a great performance from Hungary. We knew they'd be desperate for the points. They've really shown it. They've worn the shirt with pride so far. And the Austrians, you know, it's just an off game for them, I think, with the bat and the ball. We talked about, yeah, we're going to see changes in the order, but perhaps it was too dramatic. Not perhaps, probably was too dramatic. They didn't make some proactive choices, I think, in the middle innings. I mean, they could have maybe made a tactical switch. You talk about the risks of doing that, but I often talk about the risks of not doing that. And 20 more runs here could completely change the complexion of the game.
Yeah, big time. Just gets whipped away. Once again, the bowler just trained down the leg side of Tariq. They'll take the one. They don't want to take any unnecessary gambles here now. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm all for change. I think when you're playing well, you need to be thinking as a captain, okay, which guys haven't had a chance and they could get to a point in a match where you need them to perform and they haven't had match practice. I just think it was too much too soon from Razman Shiguan, and I do believe that's cost him.
This is up and away from the fielder as well. That will be a very good stop. And if he has, it looks like he has pulled this off. I think he's kept it to 1. Excellent bit of work out there.
I like the way he palms it on as well to the other fielder. Let's see this. He gets 1 foot down. Yeah, nicely done.
Excellent bit of work. Iqbal Hussain, he hasn't had too much to do in this game. Make sure he stretches things out a bit. So, I mean, we'll get into the 9th. If they get into the 10th, then maybe we'll see the wobbles. No signs of it at the moment. Safi to face the last ball from Tariq in the 8th. And he horns it down to the ground. Well, there you go. Maximo! With Safi at 6, it's a luxury, I think. Now you've got long batting lineups. Oh, it's just what I expected from this series. I think all these teams can beat each other. So you've got Hungary doing a number on Austria here. Who knows? Czech Republic, they're going to come out firing in the next game against the Hungarians. Yeah. I don't know what to believe anymore. I know that Lennon's got his hands full trying to find that Grizzly Bear. Grizzly Bear fireball. As we get to the end of 8, it's 102 for 8 and just 4 more runs required off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, and of course, this is what we want to see. We want to see a competitive series between the 3 nations, and I think we're just going to get that. I mean, Austria winning the first against Czech Republic, 145 to 99, and as you said, looks like Hungary are going to start with a win against Austria here.
Sadran trying to keep the game alive. 9th over. There's a quarter of the runs they need. Tara Peretti pushes down the ground. So yeah, I know it must be frustrating for the Austrian setup as well. It was almost like it's a full shift change, you know, in ice hockey, how everyone comes off and everyone else goes back in. They probably had to retain some elements of stability there. And this is skied, so someone should catch this. And they look away, they look back, and in the end it goes down, and that kind of sums it up. And
that's the captain.
Yeah, I think that's Shigawal. He just never really tracks this, to be honest. A bit like, I think Raiga's up there in the camera tower. He didn't know where this went either.
Yeah, I see Razman having a look to see if there's anyone else near him. There isn't.
He'll be happy.
Just can't get it.
He'll be happy we didn't get that on the camera in the end. And, so this will tie the scores now. Hey, you know, we're talking a bit about the Austrian order and this and that, but I mean, they are spoilt for depth. It's not like they didn't send specialists out there either. I mean, they sent out guys that do open the batting, that bat high. Take nothing away from the Hungarian performance here. They've been outstanding. And this won't do it yet, as Suma Tariq, who's in that position now, that does the field and keeps the game alive. Yeah, Hungary kind of trying to, I suppose, shake a few things up there. We know that over the last couple of years, the domestic landscape has changed a bit. Now on the verge of a memorable victory, and this will do it. Dara Peretti will hit the winning run, and they're stoked about it. It's the first step in a longer journey, I know, but it's a fantastic start for the Hungarians. And just like that, they're the only team that are undefeated, and we're only 2 matches in. The final score is 106 for Hungary off 8.4 overs against Austria 105. Hungary winning with 8 balls to spare.
Yeah, they do win, and they do it in style. I'm liking this performance from Hungary. I've said before, they are a team that have got a wealth of talented players. They really do. But one thing they need to start to do more of is gel as a team, play well as a team. I'm liking the change in the infrastructure behind the scenes that are happening. You've got good people now trying to get the team to rebuild and perform. And, well, from what we've seen there in that first match, I know it's only the first match, but when you're playing your first match and you're playing a team that just rolled the Czech Republic, I think that is a sign of things to come for Hungary. A very good victory for them. Austria, though, they need to go back to the drawing board, and it'll be interesting to see what we're going to see from them when they play match number 4 later. They'll be playing the Czech Republic one more time, but they will have the opportunity in the final match of the day, match number 5, to try and get their revenge back over Hungary. Hungary, though, a good win from them. This is the next match that is coming up. This will be coming up in about 25 minutes' time. Hungary, they're hungry for some more action. They're hungry for another win, I'm sure. Czech Republic, they're looking to bounce back into some sort of form as well and seeing if they can make this a more competitive game. I believe it will be. I think the Czech Republic, a lot of their key players didn't quite perform in the first one against Austria, so it's going to be an exciting one. Look out for that one, like I say, in about 25 minutes' time. But first, let's have a look at the highlights of this one, when it was Hungary that cruised to victory by 6 wickets, and they did it with, plenty of balls to go in the innings as well. They're doing it with 8 balls to go, and for me, I think the gamble, it worked for you once. He tried to go with spin again in this one, and it goes for 23. And when you only have got 105 on the board, when the first over goes for 23, you're going to be up against it. And though Sahil Zadran, when he came on to bowl, took a wicket of his very first, I mean, they still went for 45 in the power play, 64 at the halfway point. And like I said, Hungary always had that 1 over in the bag, and that's the way it finishes in the end. That 1 over in the bag is why they win with 8 balls to go. Well, this was an interesting one where the power of Umar Tariq knocks over MSP. Well, he was trying to show him a little bit of love. In the end, he put him on the ground. But, they stayed down, didn't they, Austria? They just couldn't bounce back. Momin coming back for the second over, still inside the power play. I don't think that was a very wise move. And you think, I mean, when you have a look at the bowling figures and you have a look how many Momin went for, you just get the feeling, I mean, you'd love to be able to make a change in that. He went for 39 of his 2 overs. And remember, 23 of them came off the first. So a good victory, as we see. Some good catching. And Umar Tariq, though he's had 1 or 2 issues with his ground fielding, his hands have been spot on when he's taken some nice catches. But Jonathan Peretti was really good with the bat. I think for me, I said early on that he held the key to victory. Certainly when that wicket of Zishan went after a scintillating 23 that he hit before he went, and that was to that catch you saw there from Daweed Zadran. But there you go. There's the winning runs. They do it in style. Austria, though, the other thing we'll say, I don't want to, you could talk about the way they rejigged the batting order, but let's talk about their bowling as well. I just think there was too many extras. I believe that in terms of wides, they bowled 11 wides in those 12 extras. Scorecard there, Zishan Kukhil does exactly what you want one of your openers to do, go big in the power play. 23 of just 6 balls gave them the start that they wanted. The captain, Vinith Ravindran, he wasn't able to get going. But look, I think as a captain, if you fail and your team win, you'll take that. So he's not going to be too disappointed. Remember, plenty of games they've got to get going as well. And then also 35 from Durapreddy. What a good knock it was from him as well. The bowlers, as I said, too many runs conceded by Momin. I just think it was a mistake. I like the idea of trying with the 1 over in the power play. It didn't work. I think coming on for the second is probably not a decision that I would have made. And even though he did pick up a wicket, I don't think it was worth the gamble. Good bowling from Sahil Zadran. I think he was the pick of the bowlers, bowled really well. Daweed Zadran himself didn't bowl too badly. Wasn't able to complete the last over, but of the 10 balls he bowled, he only went for 13. But too many extras, and that's one thing that's cost him, because it's the runs that came off the extra balls that's hurt the home side, the home nation as well. So a good win. We have seen victories for 2 different sides. We know this is going to be an exciting European Cricket International Series, and it started that way already. Austria have a win, and Hungary now have a win. Well, can the Czech Republic get a win themselves as well? That match coming up in just over 20 minutes' time. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return for match number 3.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Austria, and we're loving the ECI action so far. Now it's time for match number 3. So for the first time, we'll see the two touring teams locking horns in the middle match of today. Hungary versus the Czech Republic. I've got the Czech Republic guys behind me right now. How are you guys enjoying things so far? They're happy, but they could be happier because they don't have a win yet. They'll be hoping they can get on the board this time. Now, I heard that you guys want to win the toss and bat, so let's see what happens. Let's go out to the middle where Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains for the coin toss for the ECI match 3.
All right, Czech Republic to call.
Heads.
Heads it is. The call. And heads it is.
You're going to bat first.
So, well, just like they wanted, Aaron Ashokan, the Czech Republic skipper, he's won the toss and he's elected to bat. You guys happy with that? They're happy. I mean, right now they're hungry, but soon they'll be hungry for runs because we know their batting didn't really click in the first game. Can't be easy coming in at this stage of the season. It still is early. You're taking on an Austrian attack in the first game that had kind of a couple of weeks to tune up at this venue and in these conditions. But having said that, we know the Czech Republic, they can put on some big runs. So I like the move to bat first. And I just think they've got certain guys in there like Paras Kari. He looked good. You got someone like Ria Zafrida. He was batting down at 9. So they have a lot more depth, I think, than some of the teams I've seen as far as the batting goes from the Czech Republic. So look, 2 teams, I'm sure they want to win their little 3-match mini-series as well. Hungary probably started a little bit stronger. We saw them kind of doing a better holding job on the Austrians, but they're going to have a Czech top 3 or 4 that are desperate to put on a good power play. So action coming your way, and it's Mr. Action himself, Rico Ford, that will take you to the first ball. News from the toss in match 3. It's the Czech Republic. They've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Yes, let's do just that. Thank you to Mr. Maximo. And yeah, I don't mind this move at all from the Czech Republic. I think they need to make a positive start here. And after losing their first match, and you know, they've been disappointed the way they went down in that one, 145 to 99. I think they want to hold the key to success in their own hands, and I think winning the toss and having a bat first is a good option. Are we going to see a victory, a 1 apiece for all of the 3 teams, the 3 nations at the start of this series? Austria winning the first, Hungary beating Austria in the second. Can the Czech Republic get a victory under their belt as well? I think to do so, they need to be looking to get to a 120, 130 score. They have the batting to do that. They're making a slight change. I don't mind this at all. So it's going to be Sabahun Divasi. Looks like he's going to be facing the first ball. And Paras Kari, I'm liking him up the top of the order, especially in the power play. He demonstrated that he's able to hit the ball pretty well. The thing is, though, can they deal with Sandy Hondas, who picked up player of the match performance in the 2 for 9 that he took in the victory against Austria? I mean, there were other contenders as well. I think Drew Peretti batted very well and not out 35, getting the win for his side. But I just think it was all about containing the Austrian batters. And how about that? Well, this is a bit of action for the first ball. First of all, we see the hat flying off the umpire. Now, the batter, I don't think he was distracted because he hit the ball. But look what, there comes off the hat. Where the hat goes, we almost saw the head knocked off of the non-striker. I tell you what, Kari shows great ability to go down so low. I tell you, he can do a bit of limbo dancing, can't he? Here we go. Let's see this again. Maybe not, maybe after this delivery. Let's cue it up for later, Andres, as we see a little bit of limbo out there in the middle. 4 of the first. And this one he misses out on. It was there for the shot. Well, this was the first ball. There goes the hat. And look at it, how low he goes down there. And, well, showing that he's very agile, Paras Kari. And 4 runs, despite the efforts of the fielder trying to get there. So, an explosive start to match 3. And slower delivery. And he's had left-handers. Remember, he had Momin in all sorts of trouble. The Austrian batter, left-hander, with this action, this swinging away. And now, well, he seems to be causing a few issues for Sabahun Divasi as well. Well, this time he gets right under this. This will sail, and it will go all the way. manos arriba from the arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. This is all about getting himself into position early. And he's away out of his crease, so he's trying to, he knows the swing is coming. Try to compensate that. And then he gets himself well outside the off stump to play it away. Big hello to everybody who's tuning in on the chat. And hello to Dave, to John Gray, and also to Michael Dale. Michael, it's a pleasure to have you on the chat. How are you doing? I hope you're keeping well, and I hope you and everybody else is enjoying the action that we're seeing here at the Sea Barn Cricket Ground. International weekend with the hosts Austria, the Czech Republic, and Hungary in action. And it's the two travelling teams that we see out in the middle in this match number 3. And if you just join us, I can tell you Austria won the first 145 to 99 against the Czech Republic. And in the last match, Austria, they went down the home side, 105. They struggled to, in fairness, against Hungary, and Hungary knocked them off with 8 balls to go, winning by 6 wickets. This one will be a wide, as he just goes to push this one a little bit further through. And umpire Santosh spreading his arms. He's joined out there by umpire Praveen. And Nilkesh Patel is the third umpire for this one. Of course, Tyrone Peters, we saw him out in the middle. The tournament referee. Edge and gets fortunate. Gets it over the keeper, gets it over the man inside the circle there, Safi, who's in the catching position. Swing hard and you might get lucky. Hay suerte por el batador. And hay 4 carreras as well. Sabawunduesi is showing that he needs to be aggressive, and so far that approach seems to be working as he gets 16 off the first. Once again, 97 to 96, so going on the cautious side with these scores and picking the Czech Republic to be victorious by 1 run over the Hungarians. So the computer obviously digging up all the information from the archives to come up with that prediction. But once again, I do feel that the scores could be a little bit higher. The Czech Republic, though, they did struggle to get to 100 in the first one. That plays a part maybe in that prediction. They made a good start here, 16 off the first. And Mohandas this time round not able to get off to the good start he did last time. Oh, great Yorker from Abhitash Prashar. Gets that one darting in. He goes pretty wide, and just watch the swing on this as well. Really good delivery to start off with, and this is where he's dangerous, these Yorker-led deliveries. Just watch this come in, but nicely played, good technique from Kari. Gets promoted up the order, but what can he do? Plays this one out, wants to take on the field, and he does. Gets there, goes on the strike, doesn't he? And good backing up from Davisi as well. But a good start from Prakash. I think he's going to be a key in this series, and I believe he'll get better and better with the bat and with the ball. So Davisi back on strike. He's made a positive start. Prashar will be looking to get this right across him. Now he looks to go for the Yorker, doesn't get it right down the leg side. Good take from the keeper. Abbas Ghani makes no mistake. Nick is in the chat as well. Steve Cook, a lot of people joining in the action. It's lovely to have you with us. This time it's wide outside the off, and this is beautifully put away by Davitsi. Really nice shot. So he does get the areas right, but not so much the length. Probably ends up being a bit of a full toss. And umpire Praveen has to dodge the bullet as it whizzes past him and goes to the boundary. So 4 more. A nice shot. So Sabawun Davitsi making a good start. Remember, he should be used to this pitch. He did play in the European Cricket Series here that Went for 59 matches, and he played for the winning side as well, Donnerstadt. This time misses out on the slightly shorter one. He's a little bit disappointed he doesn't make more of that. But still, bat on ball, gets the run. Passes on the strike now to Paraskari. Just see in the background there that the wind is wind blowing around, so it's Davitsi keen, but Kari says, nah, stay where you are. Yeah, so the wind is playing around. It's not too strong, being out there for a stroll, so it's not blowing anywhere like we saw it, say, a week ago here when it was very strong and it was really assisting a lot of shots from the right-handers into that mid-wicket long-on area. But it does. It looks quite sensational, doesn't it, when you look at that view. Speaking of view, how about that? Good delivery once again, but well played, I have to say, by Kari. So he's getting some good deliveries here. He's being attacked, but at the moment, he's managing to get bat on the ball. Hasn't really had one that he's been able to hit out the slots yet. So credit to Prashar. A very good over from him. You'd expect that from him. He's the top campaigner. So 24 without loss after 2. So looking to get a reasonable power play in here. They'll be looking once again around about that 10 plus in this over. And to keep the wickets intact. This is what we've got so far. So Hungary, that win and the manner in which they did it in. Though Austria also won the first game. They go top of the stack so far. With 2 points, the same as the home side, but a better net run rate as we go back to Mohandas to bowl over number 3. This one's slightly shorter, whereas normally he's been pitching up. He goes for the shorter one here. Kari plays it away. Zivatsi has liked Mohandas, has gone after him. And I think he wants to go a bit fuller here to Daviti, maybe not so short. Rika Full here, part of the European Cricket Network, and joining me back in the commentary position is Mr. Maximo Winisandu.
Yeah, nice to be back, and a pretty interesting clash coming up. We saw the table a moment ago. If Czech Republic could win this, then it's all square. 1 win, 1 loss each. So it's a kind of series we thought could be wide open. It's Mohandas, the left-handed Davitsi. Just pushes this. They're going to take one, but Davitsi forgets to run, and he's gone. It's lazy cricket. I've got to say, it's not the first time I've seen it. Davitsi pushes and never really takes it on. And it was, I don't know whether he would have made it or not. He would have been closer, but there's something from nothing. Hungary pull off a great run out, 25 for 1.
Yeah, this is exceptional. I mean, you're right. It is lazy. It's just almost like they were having a stroll, or he was having a stroll in the park on a Sunday afternoon. There was no real urgency here. Just watch this. He plays it out, and he's backing on the fact that the fielder's not going to pick it up and hit him, but he does, and he's right on the money. That is absolutely superb. Just watch this again. Great pickup. Look at this. He's disappointed about the shot and then forgets that he needs to be thinking about running.
His national cricket, you know, I still think it might have been out. It was a perfect bit of fielding. But, you know, we saw that at the club level from Davitsi last year, and it doesn't look good, does it? He just kind of saunters, and he's basically gambling that Ravindran's going to miss the target, and he doesn't. So it's a waste of a good start from Sabah. He's run out for 19. Take nothing away from the fielding, though. That was a great pickup and kind of flung it side up, got rid of it super quickly.
Yeah, superb work. I mean, Ravindran, the captain. Gets played away and no run. And backing up is Arun Ashokan, who now comes out, the captain. Yeah, I mean, looking at that again, it's just lazy cricket, and you can't, not at any level, you've got to get the basics right. If you want the run, you run hard. He was moping around and gets himself run out. It's played out.
Oh!
Could be another. Oh, well, we almost saw back-to-back runouts here. This one doesn't miss by much either. I get the feeling that this is probably Prashar who gets the throw in, left-hand throw.
Mirror image, isn't it? Again, went to his left hand, just went over the stumps. Otherwise, that was curtains as well.
Yeah, it was Prashar. And, well, we saw Ravindran almost pick up a couple of highlights in the first match. This is beautifully played, and he gets the width, and he says, wide, what wide? I'll take the 4. And Arun off the mark.
This is absolutely laced. Look how quick that's gone to the boundary. Ashokan is class. Yeah, they've shuffled the deck a bit, haven't they, the Czechs in this one? They've left the tank out of the side. He was opening the first game. Got to say, I still feel like he's probably in their top 11, considering the ECC that he had.
Chance and gone. Well, he gets a 4, which was a beautiful shot. And then, well, he puts one straight into the hands of Prashar, who's not going to make any mistakes at all. So the second wicket goes. And, well, you got to say, that's disappointing from Arun Ashokan.
Yeah, it is. And it's just kind of inside half of the bat. Prashar prowling. That's a big wicket because you can see how dangerous Ashokan is. It just absolutely smashed a cover drive to the boundary, but he doesn't last a lot longer. He's the second wicket to fall. 4 and out for the skipper. And it's also the end of the power play. 30 for 2. Mohandas breaks through with his last delivery. And yeah, a few comments here in the chat about Davitsi sometimes taking it easy between the wickets. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. Things rub off. It's a habit. You know, he's disappointed. I don't think there's anything wrong with the call. I think if you go on contact there, look, he may have still been run out. That's the thing. But we'll never know. He just really was on the treadmill. And, okay, Ashokan comes out. He goes soon after. Wickramasinghe, the beast, coming out now at number 4. Paras Curry, I like the fact they moved him to the top of the order. I think technically he can handle himself. Probably a little bit bogged down at the moment. But he's got an important role to play. I just think he provides a bit of stability up there for the hitters to kind of work around him. Not that he can't hit himself. We saw him crack a couple of very good shots this morning. But now we'll have a change of pace as well as Ashrith Darapareddy is going to bowl some left-arm spin and over number 4.
Yeah, Darapareddy, I liked his game in the last one. He bowled well, batted very well, stayed there and got the win for his side. Get hungry, make it 2 out of 2. This one is high, but out of the reach of the fielder, and will get stopped. And well done from the youngster who patrols the boundary so well there, Mark Desfontaine.
Yeah, excellent fielding. You know, you can see you got one team going flat stick, and you know that kind of shows up Davitsi's effort as well. That, you know, Mark was willing to kind of run and put it all on the line, save a couple of runs. And yeah, it's a fair criticism, I think. You don't like to be critical, and normally we're not. This should be gone, and it is gone. So there you go. Spin does the trick, and Kari goes for just 6. And Hungary continuing their dream start to this ECI.
Yeah, straight into the fielder's hands. And he got away with the one before when he went wide of the fielder, but this time it's straight into him. You don't get an easier chance than that. So that is the end of Kari, and disappointing for him as well. He'll go just for 6 of ball number 9, and well, they're falling like flies here.
Yeah, I mean, he's not trying to keep it down. It's about the placement. You mentioned the last one was pretty close to that fielder. And this time, it's pretty much straight to him. So, I mean, it doesn't look great, does it? Almost like catching practice. But yeah, the thing there is the placement. And once he got it right, once he didn't, Zahid Safi gleefully accepts the opportunity. But still, you know, the Czech Republic, I talked about the fact in the introduction, they do have a longer batting lineup than I'm used to seeing for them. I think they've got more batters that can compete at this level. So no excuses to go slow here. Got the left-hand, right-hand combination now. Sharon Ramakrishnan comes out at number 5. And the beast, will we see the best of the beast here in match number 3?
Yeah, for me, this is a big partnership. I think Ramakrishnan was good in pockets when we saw him last time. And Sudesh Wickramasinghe, we know all about him. So big partnership up here, but a good start from Ashrith Darapareddy.
Bit short, to be honest, but got away with it, got the result.
Carves this away, but the field is set well. This will be just a single.
The difference between Ashokan getting caught and that last one where Paras Curry gets caught is Ashokan, it's definitely not off the middle of the bat. It's not even close. You know, he's dragged it off the inside half of the bat and he found Prashar. That one was pretty much off the middle of the bat and it was just guided. That's why I think that one was probably more frustrating for Paras Curry.
Doesn't quite get it in the slot, but gets a single. So a bit of rebuilding, I think, has to happen between these two. Get a bit of a partnership going. And then we'll hope to have wickets left in the tank to go for big shots later on.
I don't know, though. I think these guys have a different idea of what rebuilding looks like. I don't think you see them wasting too much time.
Oh, well, asking the question I wonder if he does drag that foot out. He's pretty confident he doesn't. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Just kind of went on with the arm, didn't it? Does come out for a second, but he's pretty quick to get that toe back. And
Does he have the ball?
Maybe. But it doesn't matter now because he was home anyway.
I think the ball gets out of his hands.
The ball does hit the stumps, but does his glove hit the stumps as well?
I think the glove does it first, but he was in anyway.
He was in.
Short. Doesn't quite get the timing on the shot. Right shot to play, but doesn't execute it well, so it'll just be a single.
Sharon's a good batter. Probably, I'd say, prefers pace to spin normally. Likes the ball coming on. He's pretty adept against the faster guys. Anyway, right now, Hungary, pretty strong start to this one. 35 for 3 after 4 overs.
Yeah,
hey, how about quickly, let's talk about how good lunch was. Sri Lankan lunch.
It was good.
I don't know if they had enough to feed the beast. I don't know if he's had his lunch yet, but, well, I've got to say, big shout out to the caterers here. They've done a number on themselves, and I did go for some of the little red chilies, which is risky.
Yeah.
But
Chili flakes?
Yeah, no, well, the proper little red chilies.
Oh, okay.
They're the most dangerous type. It's this explosive format, you know.
So we might see you disappear a few times. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Hopefully not.
Okay, look, you're going to like this.
Yeah,
because I like it.
Yeah, it's Marc Desfontaine to bowl over number 5. And yeah, what I've been hearing is he's bowling better than ever. It's another year of development for him. And always have enjoyed watching him at the domestic level. And, you know, he's getting more and more of a prominent role in this national team. We have seen him playing in the ECC before, but he's going to have his hands full with 2 pretty experienced campaigners for the Czech Republic at the crease. He's about to bowl the 5th over.
It's a chance straight away. It's up in the air. Will he take it himself? Yes, he will. Incredible. What a start to this international competition for him. Absolutely brilliant. Marc Desfontaine, well, he's a little bit short, and Sharon Ramakrishnan goes for it but gets it wrong. But this is such a good catch. It really is. He has to find it first, and he knows he's got to make it his. And he takes a brilliant catch. And can I just say that Aqib Iqbal also has some competition with the hair.
Yeah, well, that hair ain't moving. I don't care how strong the wind gets today, but what a start for Mark. And I even like the way he does a little bit of a ninja dive to make sure that ball's not going to get away. Perfect start, especially, we didn't see him with the ball, so he's probably auditioning to get some more overs in this series. He gets a very good player there, Ramakrishna, just gets it wrong. Tries to fight the angle a little bit. Maybe could have gone straighter, maybe could have gone over cover, but yeah, brilliant catch. And how about that? He's almost like an Olympic high jumper the way he lands there.
I love the landing. I mean, all right, maybe there's a little bit of mayo there. Just a smidgen. But still, it's a great bit of action. And what a start for the young man.
Yeah, I mean, he does have to protect the ball, right? So there's no way that ball is going to be jarred loose. But yeah, maybe just a drizzling of mayonnaise. I think the catch was there. It's just there's more of the landing. But
what a
we've seen some great landings in the last couple of days, haven't we? Bouillon, the new batter.
Bouillon plays this pretty well. Goes to the man at deep square, gets a single.
Had a few questions about Marc Desfontaine already, including how old is he? Well, he's still a teenager, you know. He's 17 years old. He does turn 18 later this year. We've seen him playing for United Chalad or UCB in Budapest.
Hit pretty hard straight down the ground, and I think this goes all the way it does. Manos Uribe, this is a big, hard, flat hit. Whack. And that one stays hit.
Well, Beast could go beast mode at any time, so that isn't a bad ball really for a Marc Desfontaine. But the Beast is a proper wild card here. If he can get on a heater, this ground won't be able to contain him. I think it's in really nice batting conditions. Him deep in his crease, couldn't get going in the first innings. See if he can do it this time around.
Good comeback from MDF. Keeps him back in his crease, but he does take a single.
Well, Steve Cook has come up with one of the most useless facts I've ever seen. He said, do you know that Czechoslovakia, so the former nation of Czechoslovakia, was the first country to issue a stamp commemorating an anniversary of their rugby football union? That has to be amongst the most useless facts I've ever heard. Congratulations, Steve Cook. You win the prize.
Okay, he's up in the air, and just a couple of bounces before it gets dealt with. Got a bit excited there. Everybody seemed to go up in the air. Just the umpire just having a Was he? Is he signaling a no ball here? Was he just pointing at something?
No,
I think he's just pointing. Probably telling him he's running in front of him here. Yeah. He's
Yeah.
just saying, just don't end up in front of me. So you can see there, umpire Santos just having a chat there with the bowler.
I'm going to put the challenge out there for our viewers. If anyone has a more useless fact, I
don't
want to
do
hear
that.
it in the chat. Come
Don't
on.
do that,
Because
because
it's hard to beat.
Don't do that. Oh, well, where's this one gone? Straight up in the air. It could be. It should be number 2. And
Oh.
it won't be. It gets put down.
Ali Yalmaz couldn't hold on. I mean, originally the keeper thought he might be able to get there, but it was always drifting away from Abbas Ghani. So just remember that. The beast is dropped on 8. And, yeah, it's the case of whose was it. The beast thinks he's a goner. That's a couple of lucky breaks he's had today. You see, Ghani Abbas was in tow, but Yalmaz drops the catch, and it's the end of the 5th over, 45 for 4. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, on a beautiful sunny day in Austria. Rico forward with me. Hopefully you're having a great weekend. Fantastic addition to the schedule, the ECIs this year. Provides more international cricket in this newest format, the fast-paced T10 format. And all of these teams, obviously they want to win here. There's also great preparation for the ECC, which will be in September and October.
Yeah, it is great preparation. And, of course, we've got 2 teams here that will actually be going head-to-head in the same group as well. That's Austria and Hungary. So what a good bit of preparation this is for them both.
And first points to Hungary as well in that battle. Dara Peretti, it was pretty important. Mike, another wicket he does. It's almost a carbon copy. The Beast gets lucky once, but lightning doesn't strike twice. Dara Peretti with the big breakthrough. And the Czech batting lineup, they are in tatters at the moment. It's 45 for 5.
Well, the Beast, I'll tell you who's really happy about it is the man who put the catch down before, because the Beast doesn't hurt you. Otherwise, the Beast would have been coming and appearing in his nightmares. Well, it's not to be, because it's another, you got to say, it's another soft delivery. They're just not getting the time right. The question for me here is, and what I'm seeing maybe here from the Czech Republic is maybe not too much match practice.
Yeah.
You see a lot of these balls they're hitting, they're not hitting right out of the middle. That's another very comfortable catch for the field of Safi.
The thing is, you could make the same argument for Hungary, right?
Yeah.
You know, I think they're in similar situations. Even the kind of nature of their club competitions, it's not that dissimilar, even though I think there's probably more teams now in the Czech Republic than Hungary. But just as far as things like, the proportion of these national team players that belong to some of the bigger clubs, and you wonder how often they're getting really tested at the club level. I know things are changing, but right now they need someone to step up. Murali van Drassi comes into the side, and he's straight into the furnace here, batting 7.
He's quite happy just to play this back to Dara Peretti. Well, what a start Dara Peretti has made. His bowling was good in the first match. He scored that fantastic 35 of 23, and now he's picked up a couple here already. And look at the economy rate as well. This one's good effort from the infielder. Should be swept up there, and it has been. So nicely done.
Meligame is a really good fielder, though. He was on that pretty quickly. Yeah, so Mark Desfontaine almost got the beast, didn't he? And he'd probably personally be a little bit upset he doesn't get a second wicket, but like I said, only cost him 1 run. Still need to kind of fight your way out of a corner here. They've got batting to come. They've got Riaz Afridi up their sleeve, for example.
This is played away nicely. Probably will it get past the fielder? Yeah, it does. Only just. It's a tremendous effort from Sandip Hondas. He gets the dive in, but he's not able to flick this back in play.
Yeah, it's the boundary they needed. Yeah, got to fight your way out of a corner. Can't really kind of throw the towel in at this stage. 50's up for Czech Republic in the 6th over. Look, the run rate's not terrible. They're on 88 pace. If they can get that 100 plus, take a few early wickets, it'll be game on.
And this one has been hit pretty well, and it gets past the fielder. In fact, it goes all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Well, they want to get the acceleration up. This will help. Just saw a 4. Now this one goes all the way to the boundary. 6 runs. Balas arriba from the arbitro. 6 carreras.
Great shot. Buyan is another guy. He stood up, and they were missing a couple of big players in the ECC last year. That's a nice shot for him. Doubles his score to 12.
This one doesn't quite carry to Mark Desfontaine. Well, he'll be looking to get right back in the action again. Very good over from him. 1 for 10 quite easily, and probably should have been 1 or 2 for 9.
And the over. So let's see if Mark comes back to bowl the next one, because he's eligible to. The score, 57 for 5 after 6. Hey, I'm still waiting for a more useless bit of trivia than Steve gave us. So please let us know if you got anything more useless than that. I mean, that is amongst, I don't even know why I would think of that. Czech Republic in its modern form, was first kind of developed in the current way in 1992. I know it's a beautiful city. We've been there many times. In fact, some of the first cricket we played after the lockdown was in the Czech Republic, Czech Super Series back in 2020.
Yeah, well, you know, I always like to come up with some information. Hopefully it's not useless. Well, it is National Flower Day today.
Okay.
And we love flowers because they are inspiring, beautiful, and they give us a lot of fragrance. And they're used also in things like of romance, medicine, rituals, and religion. So it is National Flower Day. And also one you like. We'll both like this next one. Yeah, well, we like this one as well because this is a tremendous hit. This is very quick hand speed. And Buyan goes booyaka as he goes big and gets a 6. What a lovely shot this is.
Got to say, I'm a little bit curious. They didn't go back to Mark Desfontaine,
Yep.
who had 1 for 10. He probably should have had 2 wickets. But they go to Ali Yilmaz, who hasn't had a great time at the bowling crease so far. His first ball disappears for 6.
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
what's the other one?
Yilmaz has gone for 18 and 18. Well, the other one, well, it's International Whiskey Day.
Hold on
the
a second.
water of life.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait.
What?
Well, I'm coming back to that in a second.
Oh, dear. Okay, opportunity goes a long way up. The bowler leaves it for the captain, who makes no mistakes. And nicely held. So, well, maybe things about to change for Yilmaz. And, well, International Whiskey Day. Well, Yilmaz will hope, well, after the way he bowled in the last one, he went for 18 and 18, that things about to change. And maybe he can go back to their base later tonight and enjoy a whiskey.
Yeah, well, I'm going to come back to that in a second. But right now, I mean, Puyan will be so disappointed. He had a great view of that because he was running alongside the ball. Good communication as well. Yilmaz gets out the way, leaves it for the skipper, Vinoth Ravindran. Takes the catch. Yeah, just didn't get in great position to kind of whip that away, which is what he was trying to do. Probably had to sneak across his stumps a little bit more. Gets a big leading edge. And, yeah, Ali Yilmaz, well, he didn't have a great start, but the second ball much better. You can see that he's just kind of got himself in a bit of a muddle. And yeah, good communication there. Quick call from Ravindran. And good thing about Yilmaz, he was on hand to give the first hug to the fielder. So that's a nice one for Yilmaz to get him going. Rio Zafridi, oh, he's the jack in the box here. He's coming out at number 8, which is low for a guy that can hit the ball as well as he can. Yeah, World Whiskey Day.
Yeah.
I think that's about the 8th or 9th time you've told me it's World Whiskey Day.
No.
So there's always a variation. There's a bit of a theme coming in now, Rico. Just saying.
Okay, hang on a minute.
So, I'll take one here. It's a bit of a dodgy one. It's one of the all-time great throws from Yilmaz.
Well, look, I know our people in the chat know everything, so they will back me up on this. You can go check it out yourself.
I believe you, but I think someone is making it up every so often.
You reckon they just keep creeping more and more?
There's International Drinks and Whiskey Day. There's International Irish Whiskey Day. There's International Whiskey Day. International, drink a whiskey upside down today.
Yeah, this is any whiskey.
Yeah, okay. It seems to be a bit of a theme. That's all I'm saying.
Good delivery outside the off. So Yilmaz seems to be inspired now after getting a wicket under his belt. Also, we mentioned earlier, it is International Bee Day. You know how important bees are, how important they are to pollination. And we know that in some parts of the world, they are endangered. So we have to help the bees thrive. Goes down the ground. There is a fielder out there, and he'll take the catch. Nicely done. And Welagame, he doesn't miss those, does he? Asanka says thank you very much. Another wicket goes. And it's the turn for Vendrachi to go. It just not getting any partnerships going. Every time they seem to hit it, going for the boundary. Like this one seems to be more of a chip up than a hit, doesn't it?
I mean, it's the kind of length that if you middle it, you can get it for 6. But you can see he's a little bit inside out there. It's probably not in a kind of power position to drive that up and out of the ground. And so Czech Republic finding runs hard to come by here on day one. They're 64 for 7.
Yeah.
Ali Yilmaz, I mean, it's been a masterstroke. He went for 6 first ball, but he's got 2 wickets now.
Yeah, well, what a comeback for him.
This is why I'm not captain, see? They never let me be captain.
It's not a bad thing with the captain as well, because the captain's got to be wanting to keep all of these guys confident. That confidence may have been running low in the Yilmaz. So he thinks, well, with the game, the way it was, he could have gone back to Mark Desfontaine, but he says, you know what? I know a guy who needs a bit of confidence. Give him a bowl here now. And if he gets a few wickets, well, that is really going to inspire and encourage him further. That's exactly what happens.
Finally, I've got a challenger on the useless trivia. But wait for this ball. Sengupta, the new batter. He's into the side.
No ball. So I think this is a foot fault. And they'll also take the single.
Repeat offender, isn't he? Yalmaz, he started the day with a front foot, no ball. Check it out here on the replay. It's that last stride, because he's in front of the stumps. It's, you know, it's pretty hard to kind of shorten that front stride and be behind the line. So, bit of a lifeline. I think they've got the right guy on strike as well, with Ria Zafridi cashing the free hit. Gets a wide, he'll get another chance. Here it is. The inventor of Pringles is apparently buried in a Pringles can. Now we're talking. Now, do you know that Pringles, technically, they're not allowed to be called crisp or potato chips because they don't have enough potato in them? That's probably more useful trivia because you can use that.
Yeah, that's actually
I
useful.
assume that he's cremated. I assume it's not just a giant Pringles can.
Yeah. So, wonder what flavour he is now then.
Oh, morbid. Okay. I suppose I went there in the first place. Thanks, Nick, for that. Now he sneaks across a bit with that front foot. Well, you can make a case there. I think if in doubt, it's going to be a wide. Yalmaz trying to get out of the over here. Still a free hit.
And he hits it pretty well. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, árbitro. Que guay, que genial. Ese golpe es muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. Big hit. And that's what they're going to do from here on in. Look, at the end of 7 overs, they're on 74, but they have lost 7 wickets. You just feel, though, if somebody like Afridi can stay there to the end, keep hitting like that, you can still get to a reasonable score.
Yeah, get to the 100 and field and bowl out of your skin. That's the plan for the Czechs from here. This is what we've got coming up, and we've got Bulgaria for 2 weeks, then Sweden 2 weeks, Romania for 2 weeks. We'll also have an extra little bit of cricket entertainment for you with the ECN Bulgaria T20 Internationals, which will be happening in late June. Good news is, after that, we go to these two countries, actually. We go to Hungary and then Czech Republic in July. Marc Desfontaine does come back now, so they're kind of spoilt for choice as far as options go. They'll only get one this time. Yeah, so look. Now look at Sengupta out there. I mean, he's better than your average number 9. He will open the batting or bat 3 for his club Prague Spartans. And I rate his batting. But it's a tough gig, though. I mean, obviously, you're going up a notch here when you get to international competition.
Oh, he sports a wide, doesn't he? I think it's a clever delivery. I mean, all right, never mind about the location of it, but I like the way he takes the pace right off it. And I think that's what draws the batter to play the shot.
Yeah, he's undone by his own reach, isn't he, Riaz? Has another go.
High up in the air, it's an opportunity. He's not going to take it again, is he? Well, I tell you what, this one was even harder than that. Now they're all throwing themselves at it. And, well, I think Zishan almost wipes out the bowler mark here.
It's a good effort. I mean, the difference is the wind normally goes a little bit left to right here. So this is actually drifting away from him rather than towards him. So, yeah, Mark throws himself down around like a rag doll. And then he sees something to his left. Give way to your left here in Europe. Lucky Mark does.
Gets out the way. Okay, here comes. What does that Fontaine once more? And, this one is looking to try and get it in the gap, and he will. So he hits this well enough, and once it hits the deck, it just keeps on motoring. And well, you can see Prashad getting there, but not able to stop it.
Yeah, it's just a placement, whether it's by luck or design. Sengupta gets 4. Hungarians still throwing themselves around. You know, I like the way they're still taking the game on. Czech Republic, you know, I feel like you need to get triple digits at this level to be competitive to come in this over.
And this one is just going to drop short of the fielder who comes running in. Welagame can't get there, so a little bit of luck here for Sengupta.
Welagame, he'll dive at everything that he thinks he can reach, and even some things that he probably can't. So that's a sign that it was never carrying. It was a good miss hit. Slice of luck for the Czechs. But Desfontaine, last ball of his spell coming up.
It's high in the air, and it will go all the way. Yes, it does. Volley, volley, volley. Good shot. I like the way he gets that early initial movement, and he sort of tricks the bowler, and then he rocks back and holds his shape and whips it away. A whippy shot. But it goes all the way. And when he's got 6 on his back, and he gets 6 with that one as well.
Yeah, that's probably an error from Mark to say last ball. He'd been so good up to then. just look at those wickets falling. We've seen 7 wickets fall through overs 3 to 7, so just constantly changing personnel, no one really able to settle. That's a good shot though from Riaz, and they just have to get a kind of ugly 100 to 110 on the board here. I mean, they're still probably hoping they get 2 a ball from here. What's that, 1-1-1? They'll feel pretty satisfied considering how things have gone in this 8 overs so far. They've lost 7 wickets, so that's the other thing there. If they lose another one, they're starting to get on their last legs. Prashar comes back in the 9th.
And he doesn't start with a good one. It's a little bit short, but the batter not able to handle it. Probably done by the pace of it, but he just loses his line, which is not like Prashar. But I think what Gupta does, he probably does get the more aggressive and the more informed batter on strike. So this is going to be an interesting competition between these two. As Prashar will be firing in to Afridi.
Yeah, he will. All good contests here. And Afridi in the mood to double down.
Has to dig this up and now running hard, and the batter will get there. Had a choice of ends, did Ravindran, the captain, to go for. He opted to go with the keeper's head, a little bit high with the throw. I wonder if a better throw would have had him in more trouble. Probably.
Watch out for the plug here as well, but he just gets in, doesn't he? And in the end, yeah, don't think the keeper got the ball down on the stumps anyway. A question about Mark Desfontaine. What's his background? I know he obviously qualifies to play for Hungary, and that's where he's living. And I know that I think comes from a South African background originally. I know that I've had some nice conversations with his father as well, with the ECS in Hungary.
Full delivery, take him on again. Oh, it's a bit of a wild throw, and very well backed up, because the keeper's not able to stop this. That was Ghani, and it needed backing up. And that was well done there
this was
by Ali Fasrat.
It's a wild throw, really. Considering Ravindra and how accurate he was earlier, this one's probably top of the pad high. I barely think this will be on the screen. Yeah, look at that. He loses to the left. And Ghani Abbas has knocked over the stumps a lot.
He has, hasn't
Rarely with the ball anywhere near him. But anyway, Riaz Afridi and Sengupta. This is a fighting rearguard action, isn't it? It ain't pretty, but it's been effective so far in turning things around. Prashar, good bowler though. Still 3 balls left to go for him.
And a big grunt, but again he overpitches. I think he's trying to go for these Yorker far too often, Prashar, and he's overcooking it a few times. This time it gets worked away. 4 valuable runs. So they are on course to get to this 100. I think if they can get to 110 here, Vinny, this will really be a result.
I'll be super happy considering how things were derailed. I want to say a quick hello to Wayne. He's watching from Australia. Hopefully well, Wayne. I'll shrug as well. To anyone I might have missed. It's always a great time to say hello in the YouTube chat. ECN European Cricket Network. One of the unique and special things about watching ECN is you can talk to us. We'll talk back. You're not hearing things. Afridi 19 off 7. He's a guy, I mean, he just seems to be in form with the bat. Compared to some of the top order guys, maybe you bat him a bit higher, 4 or 5.
Oh, this has been hit hard. Humongous.
Oh,
and this one hits the catering tent on the top. And then who's that sitting there that normally has their head blocked off? Everything is okay, says Sam Williams. Everything is fine. Well, you can see the runs on the board there. Well, I tell you what, forget 6. But give this 12. This is almighty hit. What a hit this is. That's the biggest 6 that we've seen. What a way to bring up the 100.
Wow, I mean, he throws the kitchen sink at this and actually ends up on the kitchen roof. And that should come with a free meal.
Wow.
How about Afridi? He really gave it everything. He whipped that up. And luckily no one was hurt. And the most important thing is I think all the food is still intact. Watch out, kids. Riaz is batting. What a shot.
Wow. Well, I tell you what, I did think he was trying too much in that area. It's got to go short ball, I think. What do you reckon? And it is shorter, and it's missed out by the batter, Afridi. Prashar, you can see he was under pressure. He's not happy. Of course, he's not a happy chappy. No fast bowler likes to be whacked for a big 6 like that over point. That was huge. It was absolutely humongous. As we have a look at the bowling figures.
That was crazy. I don't got that one more time.
Just have a look at this.
Yeah.
You know when you say you can phone your orders in? Well, this Grizzly is not phoning it in. It's telling it what it wants. Watch it. Oh, yeah. Right on the top. And who was that sat there? Was that MSP that nearly had his head knocked off?
Yeah.
Watch this again.
Look, Sam actually was trying to save people, but even he couldn't get back up on the roof. what a shot from Afridi. Look how he generates that kind of power. You'd think you'd be safe there to a right-hander, but you'd be wrong. 100 for 7. Well, these are all kind of bonus runs compared to where they were now. Sengupta facing up last over. Yilmaz, who's probably been the bowler that has copped a bit for Hungary today. He's forced to bowl the last over.
He has picked up 2 wickets this time around there, but his overs have gone in the first match they played against Austria. 18-18, in this one 17, but he did pick up 2 wickets in the first. Well, it's a wide of the first. Full toss. And this could be a real bummer because, A, they take the single. That means they get the big hitting Afridi on strike. Now, if this is a no ball, he's going to have a free hit to his name.
I know he's come out, but it's not really dipping that much. And when he hits it, I mean, I think there's doubt there. I think they've said it's just okay, dipping below.
He gets lucky, you know. Vinny.
Yeah, I think he does get lucky. It was borderline, I suppose.
Yeah,
Czechs could use the break.
I think at that pace, I call it, even though he's a long way out. It's another wide.
I've got Danny Hudacek. He's messaged me with another bit of useless trivia. Again, this isn't that useless because it's interesting to me.
Tell me.
He said that sugar cubes are a Czech invention.
Okay.
Sugar cubes.
Okay. That's not.
I don't think it's quite as useless as what we heard from Steve Cook about the rugby stamp. Anyway, Riaz gets knocked over.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, Yilmaz, he may have been a bit expensive, but he's got a bit of swag about him here now, doesn't he, Ali Yilmaz? He's not interested in celebrating too much. He just knocks him over. As you see, Afridi just tries to give himself a little bit of space. And it's a better delivery, though, isn't it? It's pitched up. That's the difference, I think, between that one from Yilmaz to the ones that Prashar was trying to do. Prashar was giving him some width and was giving him room to manoeuvre. Yilmaz doesn't. But it brings to an end what was a very, very important innings from Afridi. 25 of just 10 deliveries.
Yeah, great innings. Yeah, okay, had a bit of luck. Maybe the top order was saying, hey, we could have used some of that luck ourselves. But also, he played some cracking strokes, didn't he? And I said Riaz plays his cricket for Brno, which isn't actually too far from here. But it also obviously had an important role with the ball, trying to provide a holding role. And I suppose if I had to compare him to like a player we've seen in the Austrian setup in the last couple of weeks, he's kind of like Sahel Zadran. You know, like he provides for lower order hitting. He'll bowl probably over number 2, search for early wickets. He's got a bit of pace about him, got a bit of lift about him. And now we'll go to... It's going to be Venki, actually. Venkatesh Magashayam, who's coming out at number 10. Again, he's a specialist bat for his club, Vinarati. We actually saw Venki in the chat asking a few questions during the week, so good to see him out there. Probably didn't want to have a bat if he was batting 10, if everything went according to plan, but he's got 4 balls left in this 10 overs.
He plays that away really well. Yeah, I think at this point, if you're not a recognised batter, yeah, you don't mind coming in. You know there's only a few balls. You know you're not going to get criticised if you swing and miss and you're out first ball. You've got to try out there and get battle ball. So they'll relish the opportunity
I don't think he'll be upset that he has to bat, but he probably was hoping that the team wouldn't lose 8 wickets in the innings.
Yeah.
That's all I was going to say.
He would have liked to come in with the score of about 120 plus.
He's going to go for it here. Run hard. With 8 out, you can't really take on a dodgy 2, can you, to try and manipulate the strike, because otherwise you're down to your last legs. I'm happy Venki gets another go. Yeah, Vinarati is a very proud club in Prague. It's also a really nice district with a lot of cafes and restaurants, that kind of thing. A lot of culture, breweries as well. Pivovar, as they call them. Hungary is another place that has a fantastic scene of food, culture, and Prague and Budapest. Again, not much between them. If you want to think about places that you might not think of to visit in Europe, if you're going to come and visit, maybe right up there on mine. And also, pretty reasonably priced. Anyway, last ball, 106, Czech Republic. Have one more chance to advance the score.
Yeah, hits it pretty well. Is he going to get it in the gap? And, oh, this is outstanding. What a lovely stop this is. And saves 2 runs there right at the end. Brilliantly done. Well, I tell you, it is not a jalebi catch, it's a jalebi stop. Have a look at this. 1
hand, 1 bounce in the backyard. I think this is out. So just remember that, because that looked like it was headed for 4, but Dara Peretti pulls that back. And so instead of 4, they get 2. In Czech Republic, well, they do recover in the end. They lose 8 wickets, but they do put 108 on the board. And so the target for Hungary will be 109. So not that dissimilar to the 106 they had to chase down to win match number 2. It's game on here. I think 2 teams fighting for the points. First time they met in their series and provided a lot of entertainment. Well, their hats were blowing away. There was boundaries. There's a bit of everything early. Davitsi, we know that he's such a talent, but he's also slightly, I suppose, enigmatic. You know, that it's a kind of laconic nature to his batting that sometimes he looks a bit lazy. I don't know about that with his stroke play. I mean, that looked very nice. But I suppose, you know, when he gets run out like this, barely getting out of second gear, it wasn't a great look. In fact, it put his team under pressure early on.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, at this standard, you can't make bloopers like that. And you can see it just gives the opposition the upper hand, because don't forget they started well. They were on 24 of 2 overs, and then, well, you just allowed that run out, and then Mohandas, he picks up a wicket there as well in the same over. So it just puts them on the back foot straight away, when really they should have been ending the power play on a high. Hungary, though, I like what they're doing. They are hungry for success. They're hungry to win, and they're playing some very good cricket at the moment. Well, that was good and sexy cricket there for Mark Desfontaine. I really like that from the young man. I was a little bit disappointed that he didn't come on to bowl straight away, that they did go for Yilmaz. Okay, Yilmaz, he did pick up a wicket, but at the same time, he did go for 17. In fact, he picked up 2 wickets in that over. But yeah, I would have gone straight back to Mark Desfontaine. But at the same time, the captain has so many players that he can go to. Well, Mark Desfontaine did come on and have a second over, and so did Ali Yilmaz. And once again, though he was expensive, this time around he does pick up 3 wickets for 25, and you'll take that. And another man that will take things is the captain, who takes the catch for Yilmaz. And he was a happy chappy in the end, wasn't he? But there was some good hitting. You got to say, take nothing away from the batting of Rais Afridi. I think he batted really well, and he gave his team a score, didn't he? Hungary, they've managed to contain teams, haven't they? They kept Austria to just 105. And Czech Republic just a few more than that, 108. But this one could have been a wipeout, as Zishan came sliding in towards Mark Desfontaine. Fortunately, there were no incidents there. This was a really nice shot. He worked his way nicely, and I like the way that Afridi was not afraid to try and take on the bowlers. He was moving around in his crease, trying to put them off, and playing some nice shots. This one was humongous. Well, there you go. And that was ordering a little bit of Sri Lankan curry from the food hut, and smashes the top of the roof. And well, it was almost one that was right onto Mark Simpson-Parker. Well, this one was right on the money. Chakdev Bhatte style. A good delivery. It was on the spot. And talking about good, that was sensational. An excellent stop from Tara Paredi. He already has really made a few highlights here today, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from him. He's bowling well, and he's also batted well, and no doubt we're likely to see them again in this one. So once again, a very good team performance, I would say, from Hungary in the field. And only, I think, Riaz Afridi there towards the end spoiled the party a little bit. Good start from Subawin, you have to say, but again, he's got to get with it. You know, it's almost like the coaches have got to get hold of him and give him a little shake and say, hey, come on, you got to get all the basics right as well, because well, if he doesn't get run out there, things could have been so different. How about the bowling? Ali Yilmaz, okay, yeah, he was expensive, but he does pick up 3 very important wickets for his side. But Ashrith Daraparedi, I really am liking this guy. He's showing me everything, and not only just in the field, but with the ball and with the bat as well. And he picked up 2 wickets as well. So good performance, but you got to say, even though it's not probably quite the 120 that I think you need to be looking to get on this ground, they've still got something to bowl at, and what they'll be hoping is that they can pick up those early wickets against Hungary. Hungary, though, they're a team that they will always score big in their power play. That's what they'll be looking to do. I just think if Czech Republic can pick up 2 or maybe 3 wickets in the first 3 overs, keep them into a score around about 20-25, then they give themselves a chance. It's there for the taking. Are we going to see 3 matches and 3 different winners here, or are Hungary going to make it 2 on the spin? Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo when we return for the conclusion of match number 3 at this international style Saturday. Join us in around 10 minutes time.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to the Sabun Cricket Ground in Lower Austria. It's ECI action this weekend, end of our 2-week adventure in Austria, and it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching it on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or of course on FanCode, the platform in the subcontinent. Got a good game on our hands here. Czech Republic were tested in that first 10 overs. I wouldn't say it went to plan for the men in blue, but they did manage 108 for 8 off their 10 overs, led by a rear guard 25 off just 10 balls from Riaz Afridi. Some support from Buyan, 19 off 7. Davitsi 19 opening up. Gupta with an unbeaten 13 towards the end. So it was kind of beg, borrow or steal the runs. But they do have them on the board. Hungary are chasing a very similar target that they chased down against the host nation, Austria, in match 2. On that occasion, they made 106 off 8.4 to win that match with 8 balls to spare. Hungary, the only team undefeated now in this series. And I think this has all the hallmarks of a close one. I think about Czech being desperate to kind of work their way back into the series. If they could defend this 108, then each team would be 1-1 after 2 matches played. It shows you it's very, very even. Having said that, Zishan Kukakel is out there. He's opening up. He took 23 off the opening over last time, got them off to a cracking start. And if he bats for any length of time and gets going, then I think this 108 won't be enough. He's going to have some support at the other end in his captain, Vinod Ravindran. Here we go, 109 to win for Hungary to make it 2-0. And it starts with a wide. Here's a man who's looking fighting fit as usual in his tangerine and gold vest number. I'm liking it. Welcome, Rico Full. What a game we've got in our hands here.
Yeah, what a game indeed. And, well, Sudesh Wickrem Segura, can he make the difference this time? The beast. So hasn't really been able to get going with the bat. But can he prove his worth with the ball? Well, at the moment, no. He's just going a little bit too far wide. Just not getting his body shape in the right place. He's very much side on. So he needs to really angle this ball into the batter.
I've just stumbled upon a few more messages that people have sent me with useless trivia, but I'll save them up after this ball from the beast. Third consecutive wide.
I nearly got put off by the tights that Meher Chima is wearing. What do you reckon on those tights? Man tights?
I don't think we can show them on TV.
No.
Put it that way. There's small children around. Hey, how about this from Phil G? He said, Dr. Seuss invented the word nerd. Useless trivia. And he's also got another nerd-related one coming up next. That's better than the beast, who just angles this one in a bit more. Zishan swings around it. He also said a blob of toothpaste is called a nerdle. And it doesn't surprise me that Phil G came up with those, because I don't mind saying this to you, Phil. You are a card-carrying nerd, if ever I saw one. Hello to all the nerds out there. I know you're watching. I know you're lurking in the background.
Yeah, hello,
Right.
Phil.
This is the contest.
Just stops his shot here, doesn't he? And I think he wants to try and think about going over the fielder who's in that close position. Senagupta decides against it. So no runs off the bat as yet.
All right, Phil's watching from the down under. They're all there. They said they'd be there game 3. They're there. Have a raven for me there. The supporters.
All right, and this is more like it. It's in the zone. He gets a swivel on it, and he hits it big, goes all the way. And 6 runs to Zishan.
Goes and fetches it, doesn't he? There's a third man, but there's no deep mid-wicket. And he times that one up nicely. The Zishan factor can't be underestimated, I think. His performance so often a barometer of their batting success.
There's another wide. Both extra bowling kar there, both wide. Ball swing ho rahi hai, but line nahi achhi.
He's moving the ball, isn't he? I mean, that's the thing. That's a positive. The tip I would probably say here, he needs to start his run up a bit wider. Keep that body angle go a bit more side on for longer, and he'll probably get it angling in at the stumps and then moving away rather than pushing it too wide. Well, that's a pretty good one. Yeah. Minor adjustment, beats the bat for the second time.
Yeah, that's where he needs to be. You can see that Zishan, he's just keep an eye on the length of it. If it's slightly short, he'll go for the same shot once more. But yeah, that's better. That's where you want to be. And I think he's sticking to this line because he's expecting Zishan to have a go. He's got the third man right back on the boundary waiting as well. And okay, This is why he's there. And, he gets put down. You can see that Sudesh has his hands on his head. This is what he's looking for. This is why he's there. I mean, he's very wide, so this guy's a lot finer.
Yeah.
But he gets 2 hands to it, does he?
He does. You know, that's disappointing. I think that's Murali Vandrasi who's come into the side. He couldn't really organise a dive. He gets the false shot out of Zishan. He tries to go leg side. This time, it's a thin edge. It did pull the field a long way to his left, but just remember that because that was an opportunity to get the big man for just 6.
Yeah, and, the plan was set, but, well, Andrasi not able to take the catch.
That's the better line, though, from Sudesh. Zishan gets a slice of luck, and he gets 4 as well. So they've had 10 off the bat and 4 wides in this first over.
Spending a bit of time to just sort himself out. I think the captain will probably say, hey, umps, don't forget that. You're looking at our time. And he whips this away. Oh, no, they've dropped him again. Well, you're not going to do yourself any favours if you're going to drop Zishan Kukiel on 2 occasions. This one is so straightforward. I mean, the one before, right, the field has a lot of work to do. This one is there. It's easy. It's simple. Down it goes. That is just criminal, and that's a Tiagi puts it down.
Yeah, it is Chagi. I mean, yeah, it comes quickly to him. End of the first over, 15 without loss. I suppose there's a few things there. You got the background of the car park. It's on the move. He's never really said his eyes are moving. Zishan gets lucky twice. 98 matches since we've had a golden ball. Believe it or not, this will be 99 after this, and assuming we don't get one. And then the next match will be the big 100. Not often we brought up the 100 lately. We had a bit of a succession of golden balls. We had 5 in the ECS in Malta, which is just crazy time. But this kind of series this weekend, it might be a golden ball in it. Not too much between these teams. What a start for Afridi. And he blasts through Zishan. It's 3rd time. Unlucky for the opener. 1, 2, 3. And Riaz having a great game here in match 3. Has the perfect start.
Well, you really are getting lucky here because it's a great delivery. It's that Yorker length. I mean, Zishan is playing completely down the wrong line here. But what a good ball from Afridi. He got dropped on 6, remember. He got dropped on 10. But 3rd time unlucky it is for him. But what a delivery. What a ball from Afridi.
I tell you what, if we had the heart rate monitors on Vandrasi and Chiagi, I think they've finally just gone back to normal because they both missed Zishan. But Riaz doesn't miss. His Yorkers have been good so far. I think he can go to this one a bit more. Sometimes we saw him kind of try and muscle some short balls, and it wasn't a very successful strategy. But Zishan, he just gets a parting word from Riaz. Maybe it was well batted.
I think it was probably your luck's run out, buddy. Off you go, because that's a great ball. But I'm not sure where Zishan was looking to play this, really.
I mean, it might have been a friendly word. But normally when the bowler's initiating the conversation, it's not always the case. These 2 teams wear the shirt with pride. Dara Peretti was very good in the first game for Hungary. He gets another full one first up, and he works away for a single. So Ravindran's going to face up for the first time. Don't forget, he's coming off a duck as well, Rico.
Yeah, well, Vinoth Ravindran, remember the first match, nothing really went his way. He had 2 difficult catch chances which he put down. He was out without scoring. But in this match, he has a highlight, the run out. It was super duper from him. And maybe that is the change in his fortunes. We'll have to wait and see, but you do know what's coming. It's going to be another spicy Yorker, I reckon, from Afridi.
I think so. Afridi's just got that X factor, doesn't he? Let's bring in the boom boom. Vinoth leading Hungary for the first time today. Has to deal with him.
Spicy delivery. I think this wraps him on the pad.
It's good heat, though, isn't it? I mean, that certainly comes through. It kind of beats Ravindran for pace. We'll get a leg by. So what else have we got? Shug was asking how many ECN innings start with a wide. I've lost count. So, I mean, you can understand it. New ball swinging around. First ball of an over is probably the most likely to go for a wide statistically. And asking how many games have finished with a wide. A fair few of those as well. Probably the most unusual finish we ever had was the penalty runs for time. Remember, Fossum getting knocked out, Norwegian champions. This is going to pitch outside leg stump. They should just get 1 leg by, and they do. Yeah, Ravindran back.
Freddie starts a bit of an appeal, but I think he starts withdrawing it straight away when he realises that ball is going way down leg side. It doesn't come back at all,
As soon
really.
as it bounces, it can't be out, no matter what happens. I think it was missing the stumps anyway.
Yeah.
Partially knocked down by Paraskari behind the stumps.
Oh, wow. Good delivery, good areas. And Afridi gets another one through. And Vivandran not off the mark just yet.
He's got that really good kind of snap of the wrist, Riaz Afridi. Generates that extra pace. Ravindran yet to score, but he's a very, very good player as well.
This time he attacks the stumps, and well, Ravindran had to play at this, otherwise he would have been in all sorts of trouble. What a good over that is. 15, we know, came off the first. Well, only 3 runs come off that. There was the leg buys as well, but only 1 off the bat. Really well bowled, 1 for 1. Superb bit of bowling. 18 for 1 after 2.
Freddie's having such a good game. Top scorer in the first innings, don't forget as well. So if Czech Republic could defend this, it does throw things wide open. Each of the teams will have a 1-1 record. Depending on how much they win, they could even be top of the table, Czech Republic. Okay, that doesn't look great with the net run rate, but when we've only just started, so that's a 46-run loss. They copped first up. If they could really do a number on Hungary, they could possibly make that up. So Buyan to bowl over number 3, and I've got a question for you in a second, Rico. First, let's watch Dara Peretti.
Edge, and Buyan is going to get unlucky, isn't he? Because Dara Peretti gets all the luck as he swings at this. But nobody there in that zone, so I suppose you throw your bat at it. You be assertive, be confident, and luck, they say, fortune's the brave.
Yeah, I suppose so. So yeah, the luck factor is so important. My question to you is, okay, Riaz Afridi's got 1 for 1 off his first over. Do you bowl him out in the 4th, or do you hold him back?
You bowl
or
him.
does it matter what happens in this
You
over?
bowl him. Does the same again. He could win you the match. If you hold him back, who knows? And, well, we know about this one. This goes all the way. Manos Arriba from the arbitro. And Ashrith Dara Peretti continues to show the fine form he started in this international series.
Yeah, what a shot. That never got too high off the ground either. Just have a look at it. Kind of goes with the angle. He's got enough width to free his arms. And yeah, it's good power play batting.
Yeah, see, I think that sometimes people forget that this is T10. You get 2 overs, you get 12 balls. And it's not like where you can bowl, you know, the old-fashioned game, you bowl 5 overs, hold back 4 or whatever. It doesn't work that way. And if you've got a bowler who's on song, you stay with him. This is high up in the air. It'll be a crazy catch if you can get there. You can't. It gets over him. And they're going to come back and take 2.
Well, this is so high, Arun almost has time to stop and ask for directions. And someone tells him to turn left. It's the kind of ball, I mean, it's blowing away from him. If he judged the line of it perfectly, then maybe he could have got a hand on it. Probably more likely would have pushed it across the boundary rather than caught it, though.
This one gets played, and, well, it's probably a slow motion dive to try and stop this one. And he can't get there. The ball gets through him. And once it gets past you, with the weather heating up all the time, this is going to rock it to the boundary. It's 4 runs.
Good shot, isn't it? It's just a push. And unfortunately, Venki with a bit of the Sydney Harbour Bridge about that one. He did get down, did the right thing, but he couldn't make the stop. Buyan's ended up going for 16. He's not finished yet either. So I think, yeah, you have to bring Afridi back now. Probably would have anyway.
Mishit, but he gets enough of it to go over the infield. So making the most of the power play. You got to say, because I think perhaps outside the power play, this possibly could have gone to hand.
Yeah, power play batting, though. You know, he targets an area where there's no outfielder. Gets just enough. By no means was it very cleanly hit. And Dara Peretti making hay in the power play. He's 21 off 7. Last ball of the 3rd coming up.
It's a wide, so 21 off the overs, goes magical. It's the last thing that you wanted after that very good over from Afridi. So it's, more issues here for the Czech Republic. Yeah, and just more on that. I think when you got a bowler that is bowling a very good line, I think, you know, he's only got 6 more balls to bowl. You let him bowl them. Let's see if he can get a few more wickets for you. This is guided away. We'll take a single. The over from Buyan comes to an end. It goes for 22. So another very good power play, you'd have to say, for Hungary. 40 for 1 after 3. So yeah, you're going to go back for a 3D for me and just say, right, you bowled a great over, you're in form, you got it right. Maybe you get a couple more of those juicy Yorkers going, knock out 2 more batters, and then just like that, we're in the game again.
Credit to Czech Republic. Just have a look at that second half they put together. They were 45 off the first half. They get 63 off the second half, despite losing wickets along the way. A lot of credit to Riaz Afridi and Sengupta for kind of just nursing them to that total. Whether it's enough or not, I'm not so sure. Great chats coming in as well. Nick Devonshire saying that Hedy Lamarr, an Austrian-born actress, helped communications in World War II. Some of her inventions eventually led to Wi-Fi and Bluetooth being made. Oh, very good. And Wi-Fi, it's great when it works, isn't it? Also, I want to say hello to Shohas Farhad. Missing you here, Shohas, because he was playing for the Czech Republic recently as well. I'm sure we'll see him in the ECS in Prague. Michael saying about the question of the origin of Marc Desfontaine's name. He thinks it's a Huguenot name from France. They were French Protestants fleeing persecution in the 16th century. Loving the history lesson as well. And hello, John Gray, as well. Keep the discussion going. Eastern European Cricket Network. Okay, they need to turn things around, and they do make a change. They're going to go to spin. Venkatesh Magashayam coming on in over number 4.
This ball's wide, but gets a single. Yeah, I mean, well, what do I know? I certainly would have gone back to a 3D. I think he gets a good over in here.
At least they've gone
you
for
back
something
in the game.
They've gone for something completely different, though. They're basically trying to change the pace. Ravindran, it's hardly had to face the ball so far, and he's yet to score. But Hungary looking fairly healthy. It's be a dream start if they could go 2-0 here.
So Magashayam is the bowler. He goes across the line, and once again, still no run here for the captain, Vindran. I suppose the beauty for him at the moment is that he's got someone like Dada Paredes, who's going really well. So he's not really in any match pressure. This time he's just tossed up there for him, and he will score his first runs in this series as he gets off the mark with that single.
He'll be so happy to see that number 1 against his name now, Ravindran. Yeah, but these two, they're teammates at UCB, or United Chalad Budapest. And like I say, had some very productive partnerships in the domestic game. Giving the chance to do it for Hungary here.
Slightly shorter, better, just rocks back and is quite happy just to play this out onto the offside. Take another single.
Yeah, so kind of getting Hungary pegged back to the rate with a decent comeback. This has been a good over from Magashayam. Gamble paying off at the moment, but still 2 balls to go in this 4th over.
This one, ooh, the umpire.
I actually think it's a good call. I mean, his arms half went and then he thought about it. He's got to try and work out where it is when it passes the crease. I feel like that just snuck inside at that point. Fair enough. Luckily, it's too quick for us to have a second look, so we'll give him the benefit.
And then he stops his shot here, looks to go down the ground, and then afterwards thinks, nah, I don't need to do it, and he just plays it for a single. So I suppose Magashayam, he does get a good over in there, only goes for 4, so you'll take that at this point. I suppose the captain's thinking, I need to try and get another over or 2 in here from probably to my less sort of recognised bowlers, so that's a good one to get out the way.
It's a really handy one from Venkatesh Magashayam. Only 4 off the over, and it's 44 for 1 off 4. Having a look at the Worms dancing. I think you find Hungary pretty much sitting on the red line here, going 11 and over. So they're kind of where they need to be. The wicket of Zishan, super important early, we know that. This is a partnership you need to break, though. In the balance is how I'd call it after 4 overs.
In the balance, but of course, Hungary have the advantage of wickets in hand.
Yeah.
And Vindran, he's only just got going as well. We know what a classy batter he is. And at the moment, he knows he doesn't really have to do anything too special. And he's back on strike again.
He's Chagi, keeper up the stumps. I want to say hello to Shobit Bhatia, who plays for Vinarati. He's cheering on his club teammate, Magashayam, saying, let's go, Venki, and the 4 flame emojis. Well, only 4 runs off that over. Very good start. So now I suppose the gamble to change the pace has worked, and you've still got a freebie in your back pocket to bowl a second over.
Yeah, Taiki now will come change the angle to the left-hander. So, and this is hit pretty well, and well, it goes right to Lennon there. He knows exactly where that one is because it literally hits him. And good work from Lennon and the other sort of ball savers that we have around the ground. But what a lovely shot this is. He gets the whiff that he wants and basically just helps us on his way.
Wind's back though, left to right. You can see the wheat blowing in the wind. That'll certainly favour that side of the field. I think the right-handers that like to whip across the ball, they've had a really fun time here with that cross breeze.
Interesting that Tiagi decides he wanted to come over the wicket. So he's got this thing about when it's around the wicket to the right-handers because he really wants the ball to go across here. See here, that's what he's trying to do, get it to go in that cross area. This is in the air, it's catchable, and it's another one that goes down. Good effort. Diving forward, here's Davizzi, but all he's done is he palms it forward. And really, you got to save any that if you want to win matches, especially matches where you don't put too many runs on the board, you got to take your catches. That's catch number 3 that goes down.
Yeah, it is. Look, it's not an easy one, but he does get 2 hands to it. You know, at least I like that he tries to make something out of it. Davizzi, it just doesn't stick to the palms in the end. And what's worse, he kind of palms it away, ends up giving away 2. Don't forget he had that slight finger injury and it stopped him from completing his over earlier on in the day. So that one probably wouldn't have helped either.
Well, this is hit firmly. Doesn't get it in the gap. He'll take a single. So Ravindran, like I say, he probably didn't have too much luck in the first match. And even though they won it, this time seems to have the luck on his side. As he moves to 6, hands the strike back to Peretti, who is batting beautifully at the moment. 31 off 12 balls.
Yeah, certainly making the running, isn't he? Last ball of the 5th over.
And what a good shot this is. Oh, this is just class, isn't it? He puts his foot down and he basically fetches this from outside the off and he puts it into the square leg fielding position. Lovely shot, beautifully executed. You see this shot normally played if the ball is being pitched to the leg, the sweep. Well, this is one he fetches from outside the off, gets 4 runs, and you can see once again the same way that they did against Austria-Hungary, just staying that 1 over in front of where they need to be.
Yeah, that's right. So halfway through this second innings, let's have a look at some of the groups. Well, all the groups, in fact, for the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket. And you can see Czech Republic are in Group A, so you can see them up front. 3-day group phase. Austria and Hungary, who are also in this series, they're going to meet in Group D. So, I mean, Hungarians with the early wood on Austria in this season. But, of course, it's the biggest, it's the best ever, I think, with 31 nations to be represented in that tournament. Starting on the 25th of September and finishing with the big final. It's one of the 2 biggest games of the year, I suppose. You've got the ECL final, you've got the ECC final on the 20th of October. This one looks high to me because Ravindran is only knee-high to a grasshopper. That's gone for 6, but let's wait for the call.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good delivery. It's a bit of a full toss. And, well, it gets plummeted away. So Margasham comes to bowl. He's second, and he gets whacked. And just keeping an eye on this. Just check this in the height.
I just think when you see it hit that way behind square, it's probably high. I don't know if we've got the right angle on it. Maybe it was blocked. I would say it's a no based on that, but I think he might have been saved by the camera there, Venki. So Czech's going to break.
This is in a similar area. Oh, well, it gets a little bit of a Tortuga. No bounce as it skids through, but the fielder keeps his eye on it. Yeah. And
I think they get lucky there. They get lucky that obviously the angle couldn't be accessed, and so I think it would have been a no ball, would have been extra delivery. Still, they don't dodge the boundary. Ravindran gets up above a run a ball for the first time.
Well, it goes down to sort of sweep again. They're keeping that area pretty vacant, and that's why he's going for these shots, I think. And at the moment, he's executing it quite well. He's had a boundary there. This time he takes a single. So that's something that I think the captain, Arun, will keep an eye on. Quicker delivery, and Bell's getting knocked off. I think he just sneaks this inside again. He's done this a couple of times.
Yeah, about apart from the one that got away, I mean, Venky's been a very useful holding option.
Yeah, just keeping on the gloves there. I think he just manages not to go too forward on its side on, but it was pretty close, but I think he's okay.
Yeah, that's obviously something to be conscious of. He's a pretty experienced campaigner, Askari. 2 balls left in this 6th over.
It's just nicely played away. So you can see the captain, Ravindran, he's just playing a nice, sensible role at the moment. Doesn't really want to go for any big hits. So at the end of the over coming up here, just get the feeling that they've always managed to get a boundary at the end of the over, which keeps them ahead of the game. Can they do the same here?
Nobody back on the leg side. Might be eyeing it off here. He won't be able to do it to that ball. Just hit to Ashokan, who's another spin option if required. And Hungary just kind of being pegged back a little bit. 68 for 1 off 6. And this is a huge game in the kind of flow of this series, isn't it? Because such a big difference if you go 0-2 in your first 2 games.
Yeah.
Compared to being 1-1. We know the Czechs haven't really clicked yet. I think they'd be the first to admit that. But if they could still get away with a 1-1 start with 4 matches still to play, the things will be wide open here.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, that one there, that last ball, I was saying that we wanted to try and keep it to just a single or a dot. Well, they do that. So I think that's a win-win for them. And this is now, I think, becomes an important over. I think Afridi coming back.
Yeah. They have gone for Afridi. I suppose better use him sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I like
Maybe
it.
they can sneak ahead in the game. Ravindran run a ball 14. Darapreti's the guy who has been hitting him better. He seemed to have the ball on a string. That's Riaz. He'll be bringing the heat here. Over number 7. It's a big one.
Just strays down the legs. Ooh. And
speaking of legs, Sharan decides to use his legs, but he gets away with it, just a single.
Yeah, goes for that Yorker. Doesn't get it right all the time, but just a single, so that won't hurt them so much. Big over this. I think they're wanting the captain, Arun, has gone to Afridi because he believes that Afridi, if he could get a wicket or 2 here, another tied over, it just helps to bring them back.
And the question for Darapreti, I mean, how much do you attack Riaz Afridi, who I think's been probably the best and most threatening bowler so far in this innings? So I think he'll just kind of play what's given to him. You can use the pace of Afridi as well and still pick up runs, pick up boundary opportunities without taking any outward risks. But it should be a good contest.
Well, he goes across, but I think there's probably pitches outside the line of the leg stick. And secondly, I think it's probably going to go on to go over the wicket.
As soon as it bounces, can't be out, even though I reckon this ball's going to hit the stumps. But you can see it pitches well outside the leg stump. The bat is safe. Not everyone agrees with that rule anymore. They're saying that's a weird rule. Why is it that way? And it's that classic response that my teachers and sometimes my parents used to say to me, because it just is. I suppose it discourages defensive bowling at the batter. And he's tried this out sometimes. He didn't really get away with it against Austria, but to dig in the short ball. And went upstairs. Ravindran couldn't quite catch up with it. You can hear 1 wicket, 1 wicket.
Okay, going to be close. And oh, well, he says to the keeper, hey, you're too slow. You should be there already.
I don't mind that. It was a low chance to run him out anyway. And there was no one backing up, so he didn't want to risk overthrows. I suppose everyone's important. He licks his fingers. He never actually puts on the ball there. It's just a habit. Well, one day we'd love to live in a bodily fluid-free game anyway. Here we go, cover to come. I think it's weird that we're like, okay, no saliva on the ball. Hey, but you can sweat all you like. You can put... You just think it's... What a weird game cricket is. Anyway, he's just dribbling that Harlem Globetrotter style.
Yeah. I mean, he's licking his fingers and wiping them on his trousers. I don't know. I think it's just It's something he probably, if you said to him he's doing it, I bet he doesn't even realise.
Yeah, it's just a habit.
Yeah,
You know,
it is.
What we're talking about is the fact that there's a recent law change saying you can't use saliva to polish the ball. Again, you're not even really trying to polish the ball in a 10-over game. The ball you probably lose in about 30 seconds. We go through so many of them. It's just a cricketer's habit. I used to love the shining on the pants or the trousers, right?
That's easy to disappear.
Not as
now,
easy
done
with
it.
the white ball.
Yeah,
I used to love those red stains on the white trousers. Last ball for a freebie.
Asking the question, not out, says the umpire. The thing is, though, why? Because, you know, when you have the red ball, you're shining it, and you're playing with whites, you always got the red mark.
Yeah.
But this is the white ball. They got blue trousers. Why aren't we seeing any white marks?
They don't show up. It's unstainable. Yeah, I mean, there's no law against shining your trousers, I suppose, when it comes down to it. It's 7 overs down, 71 for 1, and I think for the first time in a long time, you've got Czech Republic ahead on the run rate comparison. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up. Match 4. Still 4 matches to go after this. Austria and Czech Republic back on deck. Austria a bit disappointing in their second game. They went down to Hungary. They did change things. I have a feeling they might go back to what worked against Czech Republic with Iqbal Hussain and Maxim Tapaka top of the order.
Yeah.
Just looking at changes. Akbarjan comes in for the first time for Austria. And apart from that, similar looking lineup. Now, we've got 3 overs to go here. I should mention as well in the match 4, it will be Czech Republic batting first after winning the toss. So they win the toss again against Austria, but this time they are going to bat instead of bowling.
Yeah.
This morning they struggled on the chase, only making 99.
I think here, if you're hungry, I mean, when you mentioned it, that over from Madrid, you expected them to fall slightly behind. But if you're hungry here, you go after Arun. You do, because what you're basically saying is, okay, we want this to be our over. We want to get back in front here, and you don't want to go right down to the wire. And just on that note, it's one which is a little bit short. It's into the body. It's a good shot. It's not that bad a delivery, but once again, you see into the body, and I think Ravindran, when he swings on it pretty quickly. So a battle here of the 2 captains, and it's the batting team captain, Vinith Ravindran, who gets the first points, gets 4 runs.
Yeah, I don't think it was a great ball. I mean, just gave him the length to work with. Has to get full up. Now, I suppose when you bowl that quick, no problem. And it's like a spinner's bouncer from Ashokan this time.
Yeah, that's better areas. But you can see there that Ravindran, he's throwing the bat at it. He knows he's got wickets in hand. He's got to go for it in this over.
Yeah, he's kind of dispensable now, Vinoth, isn't he? Hasn't really ever gotten going in this innings.
This one is on the leg side. It's in the air. Won't carry to the fielder. So it's another one that sort of goes not where it's planned to go and drops safely. So Hungary, maybe in this match, they've had a bit of luck that's gone their way.
I'm curious that we've seen 6 bowlers, but we haven't seen Satya Sengupta with the ball, who we saw opening the bowling in Khartoum for the Czech Republic, and he's normally a very, very reliable pace bowler. But obviously, Aaron, he wants to keep the pace off, and he saw that was reasonably effective with Margashayam. So, Dara Peretti, he is going at the pace required and more. 36 off 18.
Oh, shots. Oh, yeah. Well, we all like to see a little bit of sexy cricket. And Dara Peretti, well, he's ready for some sexy cricket. What a good shot this is. But this is all about anticipating where he knows the ball is going to be. And he says, yeah, thank you very much. It's I love it when a plan comes together, he says.
And it's always easier to play this with a bit of pace on the ball, so you're not having to actually swing that hard. That's a very, very skillful bit of batting from Ashraf. It's on 40.
So now this one, no pace on it at all. Gets worked away to the man at square to field.
So Ashokan, he's going for 10 in this over. If this isn't a boundary, I feel this over's kind of a draw. You know, because they need, well, now they're almost 13 and over. They can get away with 11, even though it's not outstanding for the Czech Republic, but it kind of keeps them with their noses ahead. You could argue maybe it's a coin flip at this stage.
Oh, well, it's a dot, so yeah, you'd have to say, Vinny, it's a win-win from Arun. Let's just keep an eye on this.
I think actually they're going to retire out Ravindran here. Yeah, they're going to make a strategic change. And we don't see this that often, but Ravindran's going to be retired out for 21, and they're going to get Abhitesh Prashant to the crease. I got to say, you know, it's the right call. There's nothing against Ravindran, who he's tried to get something going, but they've decided, you know, we need to get something different out there. We've got all these wickets in hand. We think there's someone better suited to this situation. The wicket doesn't hurt them too much. It'll be 81 for 2 then as Prashar comes to the crease. He won't be facing up, though, for the start of the ninth over.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say they feel, I mean, he's the captain and he knows himself, 21 of 21. You're getting to this point where you're needing what you needed. 28 runs in 12 balls at the rate of 14. You got somebody like Prashar there, who we know is an exceptional hitter of the ball. Yeah, you don't want to lose the match because you don't make this change here and now. So I like the move.
Yeah. And, yeah, he is the captain. I will say that might have been a bit of a committee decision. I'd say he was pushed more than he walked, but I think it's the right call. So now you've got 2 lefties at the crease. You got the biggest over of the game so far. It's the Beast coming back in the ninth. We got a game on our hands here in match 3.
Well, he sort of jumps over this. This might go all the way to the boundary. It does. Oh, dear. It's one of those where you think you just got to get something on it. The Beast, well, the Beast, he doesn't quite fancy it. He jumps over it. He doesn't want it to hit his legs. He relies on it going in his hands, and as a result of that, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, but he never thought it was going to be 4 if it went through him. Looked like it'd just be 1, but Darrappa already just hit it just too well. I mean, hasn't he had a very, very good day so far? He hurdles it, but he had no cover behind him.
Yeah, I think he knows, though. That's Sudesh. He should have done better with that one. He gets through with the dot here. You can see that Darrappa already. It's on 45. You see, now you're looking at the score, and mentally you can visualize it. Mentally, you know what you're needing. So he's just feeling, okay, I just need to get a couple of good shots in here and to get my team to victory.
This is a huge 10 balls for the Czech Republic in particular, who are without a win in this series. They don't want to go to 2 losses. Darrappa in reach of a 50.
Oh, well, is this another one that will... No, this time they do make a slight adjustment in the field. But, well, I don't know how far this is away from him. Let's have a look.
I don't think it's a finger on this, you know. Close. Maybe a fingernail. But, yeah, now we'll see Prashar, and they've hand-picked him for this situation. I can understand why. He's a very, very good striker of the ball. Of course, he hasn't had a chance to have a look at one yet. He's got to deal with the Beast, and over and a half left.
High up in the air is catchable, and this time it is taken. A good catch taken by Afridi. Well, Afridi seems to be everywhere. They've had chances in this match. They have put down 3 catches. I mean, Cookie Hill was dropped on 6 and 10, though he did go for 11. And Ravindran, though he scored a run a ball 21, he was dropped when he was on 3. But this time, no mistakes from Afridi. And that, well, the most important thing there is another dot. And unfortunately for Prashar, it's a golden duck as well.
Yeah, it's disappointing for Prashar, who just doesn't quite get it in the middle of the bat. But I think the shot was on. He had the length to work with. Maybe just, I suppose, slightly beaten for pace. And I mean slightly. It's pretty well held as well. And, yeah, like you say, more importantly, it's a dot ball. Afridi hustles in off the fence to take the catch. And you might say, okay, well, that's backfired, retiring out Ravindran. But I still think, you know, they've got more and more hitters to come. So they're not running out of batters. Yeah. It's just someone else getting opportunity. This is his Safi coming out at 5, 86 for 3.
Yeah, well, we know what Safi can do. He showed us already. He'll go out there and he'll look to whack the first one for 6. A hard hero at the ball, we know that.
But the Czechs, they had to box their way out of a corner, didn't they, in the first innings to even get the 108 on the board. Now Hungary have the fight on their hands. Vikram Masakara with his first wicket of the contest. Safi on strike. He'll probably swing from ball 1. Let's see.
He hits it pretty well. Where's it going? It will go all the way. Manos arriba. But against West 6 carreras. What an important hit this is. 6 runs with the ball to go in the 9th. And it takes the equation down to, what, 17?
Probably not. It's not the worst ball, but again, giving him length to work with. You know, I think Sudesh needs to kind of jam one right up there. Last ball of the 9th.
And, well, this time he does let it hit him.
He's been under attack. 3 out of the 6 balls have put him in physical danger. Anyway, Safi will face up. And what a game we've got at the moment. It's 93 for 3 after 9. It means 16 are required of the last over.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, we've been waiting a long time. We were saying, would it go past 100 in terms of the number of matches into Golden Ball? Well, I tell you what, Vinny, could this be it?
I know I was getting a lot of low-key abuse for suggesting we'll hit the 100 matches without a Golden Ball today. This is the 99th. And if we do get a golden ball, it's because the scores are tied. The batting team will get one more delivery. They need 2 or more to win. If they don't get it, they don't win. Simple as that. So who gets the last over? They got options, right? They could go back to Ashokan if they wanted. They go back to Sazib Bhuyan here. He went for 22 in his only over. Yeah. Again, I wonder if there's something wrong with Satya Sen Gupta.
It's the only over that has gone over 16. It's the only over that's gone over 16. They need 16. This is a real gamble.
I don't know.
This is a real gamble.
Ashokan only went for 10 in the 8th. And he doesn't back himself to come back. He goes to Sazib, who is a very good bowler in his own right. 16 to win for the Hungarians in the last over.
Gone edge. And the first one will be a dot. The wicket is good. The dot is more important. Oh, well, what a game we got on here.
Really do. You've got to say checks are ahead at this stage. They have a new batter coming out. Sazib just draws the batter wide. It's a pretty well located delivery. So Safi does get a 6 for his trouble, but he has to go soon after. He goes 6-1 out. It makes it 16 off 5 with a new batter to face.
Yeah, well, Bhuyan, it is a brave move. I mean, you're needing 16. The only bowler that's gone for 16 or more in the over is the man who comes to bowl the last over. But he gets a wicket. It could have gone anywhere. This one could have hit the edge and could have flown to the boundary.
Yeah, the Czechs will feel maybe they've had the wrong end of the luck stick today. And yeah, you're right, that could have easily just flown away for 4. And it didn't. That's the key. I still think it's a big gamble to bring Bhuyan back, but it pays dividends straight away. New over, change of luck for Sazib. And this brings Abbas Ghani to the crease. So, yeah, big moment. And look, Dara Pareddi's just been stuck at the wrong end for a while, hasn't he?
You called it. He certainly has. And he's there in his 40s, 46. He wants to get to the strike zone. I mean, maybe that's the play here to say, look, whatever happened, just try and get him on strike. Will they try it? Well, it gets hit pretty well. It won't go to the boundary to do just that. So, with the equation now, we've got 4 balls to come. 15 runs are required. And at least now they've got a man on strike. 46, not out of 23. They can do this.
What a game. 15 off 4. You need 2 boundaries, I think, at least.
Yeah.
And there's only 4 balls left. The other thing is, do you now push for a slightly dodgy 2 to get Dara Pareddi back on strike?
You would have to, I think.
Checks in the box seat. Ashrith is going to have to do something special to get his team over the line from here.
For me, you want to, I mean, he's been so good in the shorter delivery. We've seen him do the reverse Malachi. He's good in that front. So I think you've got to just get the ball right up there. Can they get the Yorker length ball
Hit
in?
the crease.
Yeah.
Middle stump, you know.
Make him
Don't
drive.
give him length to work with. He's probably maybe going to target forward square leg. He's been really good kind of sweeping across any length balls. 15 off 4.
Oh,
that's a wide.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Look, you can probably afford to give away a wide or 2 in the hope of sneaking a dot in. I mean, if you can sneak one in that line, it's a very different ball game. You're looking at 15 off 3. So I can understand that. He might even try that again. They got the 3rd man back, so even if he gets bat on that, it's probably not going for 4.
Yeah, they're moving a lot of fielders around here. I mean, bearing in mind that was a wide ball.
Same plan here, I think, because they put the deep point back. They're saying, okay, Sazib, try it again. Don't miss.
Oh, gets a hand to this, you know. Gets a hand. He gets sent back.
Oh,
They don't take the single.
Big call, but I mean, yeah, I suppose. I mean, what he does well there, he takes a bit of sting off it, because we don't know what would have happened had he not got a finger on it. You can see Abbas Ghani keen for it, but Dara Pareddi right now on 46. He's got the weight of Hungary on his shoulders. 14 off 3.
Huge delivery this.
You've got to take the 1 this time, because you're not going to be able to win it if you don't. Needs a boundary badly.
Hits it well, and I think this will go all the way in. Will it? No. It gets caught. Well, this is right where we're camouflaged. I'm thinking he's going all the way, but the catch has been taken, and what a good catch it is. And, well, they're picking him up. And that is Tomar that takes the catch. Well, all the pressure on the fielder. Is it going over? Is it? Look at this for a catch. Oh, that is a great catch. No wonder I'm thinking he's going for 6, because I'm looking where the other fielder's running. What a catch this is. That is a match-winning catch.
Oh, it looks like it is, because now as long as they're 2 legal deliveries, then they're going to get up here. What a turn of events. Like I said, the Czechs had to punch their way out of a corner in the first innings. What a good innings from Dara Pareddi, though, 46 off 25. Doesn't look like it'll be enough. Well, there's backing up and there's backing up. Margashayam does his best work from about 5 rows deep. And then it's one of the all-time great headlocks as the tank has arrived. I'm not sure who he's on the field for. It might be Davitsi, who's gone off with that recurring on a finger injury. But, I mean, come the moment, come the man. The tank is brought out of the shed at a very good time. Well, now, just bowl straight, Sazib. Doesn't matter if there's 2 sixes, you've got enough.
No extras.
Ali Faraset is coming out, and again, he's got to go for it. The only way back into this is either some sort of extra, even a wide, then you can Maximo to tie it.
And he sneaked this one in. There's another dot. So the Czech Republic. I mean, you look at this and you think, well, Hungary, all the time they were in the game. And I said they had one over in the bag. And they used that when Afridi came back. And then that over number 7 from Afridi, though he doesn't get a wicket, only went, I believe, just for 3 runs. And that gets him in the game. This one, he swings hard. It will be taken on the boundary. Or is he going over it? No, he signals 6. But it doesn't matter. It goes for 6. But the win is there for the Czech Republic. So in this European Cricket Series in Austria, all the 3 national sides have won a match. Austria won the first, Hungary winning the second, and now the Czech Republic winning the third.
Crazy stuff. It's 1-1, and we're far from done here in Austria. What a start to this series. Everyone beating each other. So come the second round, everyone kind of even Stevens on 2 points. Got to say, it's a real gutsy performance from the Czech Republic, who maybe have lacked a little bit at the start of this tournament. They looked a bit, well, let's just say, lackluster against Austria earlier on. Couldn't quite get the breakthrough. But I've liked their energy. You know, it just, things haven't been clicking for them. I still think they didn't click with the bat. Freedy batted them out of a hole and got them to that 108. And they would defend kind of for their tournament lives, you feel, as well. And it comes off. This is what's coming up then. Austria against the Czech Republic. Czech Republic now 1-1 if you include that win right there. So everyone on an even basis at the moment. This is wide open. So news from the toss, Czech Republic winning the toss, batting first. The scary thing is the Czech Republic, their batting hasn't clicked yet. If they can win games like that, imagine if their batting does fire, and they will be batting first.
You're absolutely right. Well, somehow they really managed to muscle a win out of that match. They didn't really look in it, but yeah, looking forward to that one. But for me, I mean, Riaz Afridi, quite easily the player of the match.
Yeah,
quite easily.
It's a breakout performance for Riaz. Like I said, Abdullah Akbarjan comes in, the left armour and left-hander for Austria. Let's see what they do with their batting. Although they are chasing this time, I have a feeling they might go back to the combination that worked against the Czechs earlier on today. It makes sense because they've already had success against those bowlers. Let's go back and have a look at the chase, or the attempted chase by Hungary. It did start with 3 wides, then Zishan knocked it away for 6. Well, we thought it was a case of missed opportunities that could cost the Czechs, because that was the first one. Vandrasi to his left couldn't quite hold on. Ball spills across the boundary. Very next ball, Chagi puts this one down. And Zishan, not a man you want to drop in, especially not twice, but thrice. The third time, lucky. Riaz Afridi came on. He was spot on target first ball. That was a big moment in the chase.
Well, Afridi says, well, if you're not going to catch him, I'm just going to knock the stumps over. And then he just has a little word with Zishan as he departs. But he really did bowl well, Afridi. He had a very good game. Don't forget, I mean, when he came back to bowl his second over, only gave just 3 runs away. And that really, for me, is where the match changed as well. They just did the right things right at the right time. And that's, having said that, they didn't really have the rub of the green all the time either. So they really had to put in a gutsy performance to win this one.
It was a talismanic kind of fighting effort, wasn't it? I mean, these guys are really proud to wear the shirt. I mean, both teams are involved here. I mean, Davitsi, I think that's where he kind of probably hurts his hand again, and we saw him off the field late in the piece. But it was a frustrating knock, suppose, for Ravindra. Never gets better than a run a ball. In the end, they pulled him strategically with a couple of overs to go. This was a rare chance for him to swing his arms away and get 4. Ashokan came on, bowled a pretty handy over, just 10 went off it. Dara Peretti, though, great effort in a losing cause, just didn't have enough support to the other end. That was the strategic retirement of Ravindran for 21. Dara Peretti tried to get them across the line, taking on the beast in the 9th. Prashant didn't come off, he went first ball. Suppose doesn't waste too many either. Brought Safi to the crease. Riaz Afridi did it all, didn't he? I mean, his overs were super important. They brought him back just at the right time. Also think there were some good overs in the middle. Magashayam only went for 4 in the 4th, just slowed things down. Safi nicked off in the last. It was just a weight and a burden that was too much for Ashraf in the end. Even though we thought this one was leaving the building, but so did Venki, I think. But it was a brilliant catch. The tank subbed on, and it was super sub catch from Ritik. And they knew then all they had to do was keep the ball straight, and they would defend this 108.
Yeah, well, it's not often you see the tank being lifted off the ground. Well, they do there, because that was a magical moment. And this one was almost a magical one. And I like the way that he's about to celebrate. Think, actually, I've stepped over the line. And I can say that because even though I'm giving you a 6, we still win the match. Well, what a good win that was, 108 to 101. So the Czech Republic have registered their first victory as well, as we have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, well, I mean, the disappointment, I suppose, is Ravinder, and he doesn't really click. He is a very attacking player, and when he's on, he's really on. But everyone has these kind of innings. I mean, Moment for Austria had a similar one in the previous game. Dara Peretti, though, 46 off 25. He's looked really at home in the international format here, batting 3, bowling his left arm spin as well. Riaz Afridi, 2 overs, 1 for 3. How about them for some figures? Margashayan, pretty good as well, only going for 13. Got to say, shout out though to Sazib Bhuyan. Remember, his first over went for 22. They had options, didn't they? They could have gone back to Ashokan, could have gone to Chagi, could have gone to Sengupta even. They went to Bhuyan. Look, only 8 come off that last over. He had 16 to play with. Remember, 6 of those came off a ball that was caught where the fielder stepped on the line. So he did hold his nerve. And look, a vote of confidence, I suppose, to go back to Sazib, who always tries his heart out. And the Czechs, they pull one out of the fire, don't they? 108 to 101. Brilliant game. And the thing about these games, they keep coming around, Rico. We're going to have a quick break because we're back in only a few minutes to take you into match number 4. Czech Republic will be batting first against Austria. It's a rematch of the first match this morning. Anything's possible in this tournament, so stay with us. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Back shortly with more FanCode ECI Austria. The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to ECN. Time for the fourth match of the day. So much entertainment already. Still 2 full matches to come. So now we're into the rematches. Everyone's played each other. So the second round begins and we're going to have a rematch of match 1 here in match 4. It will be Austria taking on the Czech Republic again. And we know earlier on it was the Austrians that won this clash. But I mean, both teams having their ups and downs so far. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains.
Austria to call. Heads is the call. It's tails.
We'll bat first.
So the news from the toss is that Aaron Ashokan has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. Remember, he won the toss earlier in the day. First match, he decided to field. He was chasing his tail a little bit. Big opening partnership between Iqbal Hussain and Mark Simpson-Parker, setting up a score of 145. And the Czechs, they're batting just not clicking so far today. So the chance for them to open up. And let's just see if some guys can click him. In Davitzi's a frustrating player sometimes. Got run out in the last game. Not really sprinting. Maybe would have been run out anyway. But of course, we're still waiting on the beast to fire. And I think there's been other guys that have stood up, I mean, like Riaz Afridi, even Sengupta, the way that he fought them to a competitive score in that last game. But the Czechs, I mean, this is a match that they will want to win. Austria have their own issues. They changed the batting order for their second match against Hungary, and it kind of went wrong. There was wholesale changes. And so, yeah, I understand the need for rotations to give other guys opportunities, but they find themselves with a 1-1 record, and they'll really want to get back in the winner's circle this game. As far as their batting order, what will we see? Will we see the same as match 1? I don't know. It's going to be something similar to that, I'd imagine, considering those guys did have success against this team this morning. Anyway, it's anyone's guess how this is going to work out. I love this series, Rico, because all the teams, they can beat each other. And for the Czechs, I think this could be the one where their batting fires. Let's see. They're going to have their hands full with some of the Austrian bowlers, that's for sure. Match 4 on the way. First ball. Let's go to the commentary box. And I can tell you, the Czech Republic, they've won the toss. They're batting first. Rico Full will take you further.
Well, you're absolutely right, Vinny. We've seen already that all of these teams aren't capable of beating one another. That's why going into match 4, all teams have registered a victory so far. That means that all teams have registered a loss as well. You can see that there's an update there of the sheet. So there's no Sahil Zadran in the side. Javed Zadran, or Sadran, I would say, is in there. And with the Czech Republic, just having a quick look at that, you can see that the tank comes back into the side as well. And the news is that they will go with Sabawun Davitsi to be opening up with Sharon Ramakrishnan. And I think they got off to a good start last time. And Sabawun made some nice shots before I think he got run out. So I think he's got a point to prove here, as this one has been floated up. And what Austria do, they stick with spin to open with this. I think we've seen this work for them in one match and not quite work for them in another with Mumin opening. Floats it up there. Oh, this is almost a caught on ball opportunity as MSP fires the throw in, trying to get the run out. And let's see this again. I think it hits the high up in the palm of the hand. Let's have a look at this. Hits it hard, and yeah, that's definitely a chance. Not able to hold on to it. They've been hit pretty hard as well. There are no issues with the height on that. This time goes out to the offside, onto the onside part of me. He can't get it past the fielder. That is Sadran there, Jaweed. Steady start from Mumin. This one is hit well. Oh, what a stop. What a stop this is from MSP. And this one, it hits the deck. It looks like it's going over him for all money. And Mark Simpson-Parker, you'll see a good view of this here, just puts his hand out and stops this ball from going past him. It's like a goalkeeper making a brilliant penalty save, isn't it? What a stop. Only the 2 from the over so far. And Sabawun, he finds the fielder as well. So at the moment, though, we've seen some good attacking intent from the Czech Republic openers. They've been managing to find the fielders. Austria, of course, will be very keen, the home side, to bounce back to winning ways. This one gets floated up. I think this is one where it's so slow, the keeper has to really wait for it to come watch. He is well out of his crease, but he has to wait for it, and as a result of that, the batter gets in pretty comfortably. There's nothing really that Chima could have done about that. Of course, he can't go snatching at it. A very good first over, you have to say. Let's have a look at what the bat versus ball is saying this time. And it's having Team Austria favourites to win against the Czech Republic, 106 to 99. So let's see how this one pans out. Of course, as I was saying at the beginning, all teams have experienced wins and losses in this European Cricket International Series already. And that just means that we're going to have some really close and entertaining games. Krishnan on strike. And I think this one is okay. I think it just goes nice and straight. There's Didar, the bowl over number 2. And there's no Sahil Zadran in the side, so Sahil would normally be bowling here. So Didar bowling a little bit earlier than he would normally do. So Sahil having a bit of a break. Remember, Austria are playing the final match again today. So they've got 4 matches here. This one is short. It gets hit well, but it's a very good catch, is it? Does he stay inside? Well, he does. So it is Mirza Ashan that takes a catch. Doesn't really have to move. I like the way once he takes a catch, he just checks where his feet are. Let's have a look if we can see this. Let's see. He takes it. He makes the landing. He has a look back and he says, yeah, I'm good. He says, I'm good. So a wicket goes. And it's going to be, well, Ramakrishnan, who's going to have to depart with just 1 on the board. The 1 or 4 delivery. So goes with the shorter delivery. And Ramakrishnan goes for the uppercut, but doesn't get enough of it. Look. And I think this is all about the height that is generated there. This will probably be the one for the over as well. I think the umpires will say to the bowler Didar. He gets a wicket, gets a breakthrough. And big Mirza Shan makes no mistakes in that area. So wicket goes down already. So the score 2 for 1. And Ramakrishnan, we know that he is a very good, entertaining player. But hasn't really been able to get going so far as Kari, the wicketkeeper batter, comes out at number 3. And let's see what he can do here. So Paras Kari, as he takes his guard, it's a fine time for us to welcome Vinny Sandhu back into our comedy position.
Yeah, good to be back. You got a feel for Sharon there. He took on the right shot, I think. It's a good ball from Dido, who does have the new ball because a late change. Sahil Zadran out of the lineup. Javid Zadran was going to have a rest, but he's in. He just picked out the wrong man. I reckon that was probably over anybody else down at third man. But yeah, Mirza, he'll be pretty keen to get another hit because remember, the only ball he's faced today, his stumps got cleaned up. So Paras Kari coming at 3 again. They've shuffled things around a little bit. Just trying to find the right combination here, Czech Republic. Wow, brilliant shot this by Kari. He starts with 4.
This is an incredible hit because I'm thinking, yeah, not a bad delivery. He's on middle stump. And, well, the batter, there's other ideas as Kari puts that away. What a good shot that is.
Trusts his hands there and trusts his eye. There's not a lot of foot movement in that, but you know, he's a naturally attacking player, I think. He's technical, but doesn't mean he's conservative. That's a brilliant shot against a good bowler. Dida, like I said, gets the new ball with no Sahil Zadran in the lineup. Changes his role slightly. This time he steps away and misses. Davitsi 1 of 4. I mean, again, he's probably always going to be an important cog in this batting lineup. We talked about the fact that Way got out last time, you know, not really making an effort to get to the crease. The way he got run out, that's probably going to annoy some of the Czech supporters out there. You can repay them with some runs here, though, as they try and get some revenge on Austria. And this time he sweeps. And he's going to get 6, I think. Gets plenty of it. Dida gets a little bit too close to Kari and makes the ball disappear. End of the second over, 12 for 1.
Yeah, good shot. He's not the best at deliveries. He's just had some control issues, hasn't he, Dida? We've seen it. When he gets it right, he can be very dangerous. But already in this over, we've seen him stray a few times wide outside off, and this time down the leg side. And the batter once again opts to go for the shot, and he gets a 6. And this is interesting, isn't it? All teams have suffered a win and a loss.
That is a thing of beauty, I think. To see an ECI where you got all teams square after the first 3 matches. And you just know it's the kind of tournament anyone can beat anyone. So Austria did win fairly comfortably over the Czechs first up this morning, but I think the Czechs have come a long way since then. One thing that hasn't clicked is their batting, though. They had to fight their way out of a corner in that previous game. They did get the points against Hungary. Moment comes back in the third, and he gets smacked away. Davizia like this. He stays pretty still, and he gets his hands through the ball, and he starts the third over with a boundary.
Yeah, what a delightful shot that is. And nice to see that the Hungarian players with some of their supporters sat watching this one. But yeah, once again though, like we saw what Kahari did earlier, takes it right off the stumps.
That's right. I mean, only went for 2 in the first. He's already gone for more in the second. Really tosses this some. Davizia takes the bait, but in the power play, there's nobody back here. And I think that's got all the way. Maximo! 4 and 6, pick up 6, and it's Saba on the charge for the Czechs.
Yeah, this is a good shot. It gets floated up there. I think this is Momin really trying to encourage the batter to come out of his crease. And he says, nah, I don't want to take it on the full toss. I can allow this to bounce and go right underneath it. He has the whip to do it, and he does.
Pushes this one off, and it's just helped round the corner. This is more runs, 1 bounce 4. So Saba just 1 step ahead. This is the kind of player he is. He's unpredictable. I think, you can expect the unexpected when he's out there. This is a good shot selection, pretty safe as well.
Yeah, there's nobody there, so all he knows, he's just got to work this around. And he knows, one thing you're going to get good bounce from the spinners, so you can play off the back foot and play there with confidence. You're not going to get a naughty one that stays low. And Saba, well, we said a number of knocks already out there. He knows how this wicket plays. And now he goes down the ground and he's going to get 4 more. So this is turning out to be a very expensive over. Only 2 came from Momin's first over. And you can see here now he's going for plenty and he could go magical here.
Fantastic power play batting. And it's probably later in the innings that might be out because it doesn't quite make it to the rope on the full. But Davizia cashing in on Moment. And you seem to have the touch about when to bring the spinners on and when not to. You thought it might have been a risk, and it's proving to be that way, although it might work out. Oh, Tariq's dropped his hitter. Oh, I would have been so happy at least to take something out of this over. Tariq's had a bit of an off day. There's no real excuses now. It's pretty good fielding conditions. Davizia gets this wrong, picks out the fielder, and gets a life.
Oh, well, this is a real dolly of a drop, isn't it? And look at Momin, he can't believe it. And I can't because Tariq has caught everything that's come his way. But yeah, Momin, he could have had and, well, definitely should have had one. And now you know what's going to happen here. Kari's probably going to cart him to the boundary.
Yeah, what's this over? Gone for 19 now. So on the verge of going magical. Last ball, the power play. I reckon that just sneaks in,
Yeah, it does.
So it's the end of the over. And it's 31 for 1. That had a bit of everything, didn't it? Davizia went big. Upon further review, maybe he's a bit lucky to get away with that anyway. Close call. 31 for 1, Czech Republic.
Yeah, I think it's a very brave move if you use a spinner in the power play. But if you do, it's for tactical reasons. And if you get success, and I think the first over was success, only 2 from it, I think you just say, you know what, I got what I wanted. And don't want to get too greedy. But then having said that, would you give away another 19 runs to take another wicket? Yeah, you would. And that's what should have happened.
Yeah, probably. Still meat of the order to come. And there's a fair bit of meat in there with Aaron Ashokan and the Beast still yet to grace us with their presence in match number 4. But anyway, here's a player we haven't seen yet today, Abdul Akbarjan. He's going to bowl over number 4, left armour. He's kind of like a hybrid. He's slow medium at a pinch. Well, Davizia, he basically almost creates a run-out opportunity when there shouldn't have been one.
Well, look at this from Abdullah Akbarjan as well, the bowler. So we've seen wicket keepers do this, but yeah, I mean, this is just. When is he going to learn? When is he going to learn? I'm telling you, if I'm his coach, you know what I'm doing tonight? I'm making him run around this field, and I'm running after him with a bit of plank of wood, something from that fence in my hand. He's up in the air. Wicketkeeper has no idea where it is.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have got to it anyway, but still, he has no idea. Yeah, I'm running after him with a plank of wood, and every time he slows down, I'm whipping him one. Say, run, boy, run.
Well, I'll tell you this. If Davizia gets run out walking again today, he might as well run straight to the nearest train station and get the first train back to Prague, because I tell you, that's what my coach should be doing. If you don't learn from your mistakes, and he's so important to the health of this innings at the moment because he has got the start. And this time he hits it straight to Mark Simpson-Parker, who takes the catch. Well, you don't mind him getting out that way. He's trying to take the game on. Akbarjan gets a wicket in his first over of the series. Mark Simpson-Parker had to stay strong. This could have easily burst through the hands. And Davitsi knew he was in trouble, didn't quite get the elevation. And another tall fielder on the boundary brings about another dismissal. And Davitsi has to go. He's the second wicket to fall. It's 33 for 2.
Yeah, Davitsi will go for 21. So once again, Umer Tariq will go because he put him down not long ago when he was on 19. And it was a bit of a setup. But if there's one man you can rely on in the field, is Mark Simpson-Parker. What a good catcher of the ball he is.
You've got to have a mixture of soft hands and hard hands, I think, with these cricket balls being so hard, because they're always fairly new. I mean, even at their oldest, they're 10 overs old, and that's still pretty new for a cricket ball. So yeah, you want to absorb the impact, but you also you can't have it burst through your fingers. It'll end up being 6. Anyway, bit of discussion about his role. Don't forget, though, he did have a very good first over that only went for 2. So give him credit where it's due. So you look at his figures in the end. What did he end up with? He had none for 21 off 2 overs. Hey, they're not bad figures at all. So you can't just cherry pick the stats, I think. Akbarjan, though, immediate success as Bhuyan comes out and he gets rock and rolled first ball. Wow, Bhuyan gets on with it. You can understand that. And Akbarjan is kind of tempting, isn't he? Shazib falls for the temptation and he gets done for a golden duck. And just like that, Akbarjan into the series. He's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Akbarjan, we know he's a top player. He hasn't quite clicked with the bat when he was playing in the European Cricket Series, but with the ball, he was good. And, well, he's too good for Bhuyan. He'll go for a golden.
Yeah, I mean, I know no one likes to get out, but, I mean, at least he's showing intent there. To be honest, that's the kind of ball. It's probably hittable if he times it up. I know it's early in his innings. They've still got plenty of batting to come. But Shazib not wasting any time. And here is the beast, Sudesh Wickramasekara, who's going to come out. The first thing he's have to do with is a hat-trick ball. And don't forget, we've seen 3 hat-tricks in ECIs this year. 2 in the same innings from Umer Tariq in Malta for the Austrian team. And don't forget, Regina Sudazay in the first ever ECIW game. She took one for Italy. Figures of 4 for 1. Not bad.
Yeah, well, Wickramasekara comes out. Akbarjan is just going to float this up there, and I wonder if he's going to draw Sudesh, the beast, into a big shot straight away.
A kind of slip in place. Fairly close, actually.
Hat-trick ball.
You know, Akbarjan didn't want to jinx him, but he's a man that took 2 hat-tricks in the same ECS. I mean, it's not quite 2 in the same game, but still pretty impressive. He did that in 2021 for Vienna Cricket Club. And the beast off the mark. You know, he's important. And takes a bit of a risk here, hitting across the ball that's probably headed for the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, he plants that foot down, doesn't he? And if he misses it, I tell you what, everyone's going up.
Yeah. Akbarjan, he's a funny bowler, isn't he? He's not trying to bowl fast. He's just accurate. He's nagging, isn't he? As we get to the end of the 4th over. What an over from Abdullah. He takes 2 for 3 in the 4th. And the Czech Republic, 34 for 3 after 4. Austria fighting back in that over.
Yeah, they are. I think, they'll be hurting a little from the defeat that Hungary inflicted on them. And I think they would have probably heard some of the chat and some of the comments being made about, well, that's what you get for changing the batting order, blah, blah, blah. Remember, we saw no MSP who was in the side and no Iqbal Hussain coming out to bat in that defeat to Hungary. And when you got batters of that caliber who made, by the way, a 111-run partnership in the first match, you're going to get some criticism, so they're wanting to bounce back here.
Wild things on. Pitches up first ball, gets hit just through the infield. Wickramasekara grabs another single. So yeah, Paris Kari, this will be a pretty good battle, I think, against Javid Sadran, who is coming on the 5th. So it's kind of changed their plan slightly with Dida bowling up front. You've kind of got Akbarjan as the middle over, another middle over bowler. This is pretty well bowled by Javid, but well dug out as well by Paras for a single. And we'll see a few little changes, won't we? I mean, the tank, Ritik Toma, comes in for the Czech Republic. Shaw's up there batting a little bit. I think he comes in for Murali Vandrasi in this game.
Don't want to jinx them, but another criticism I had about the Austria was the number of extras they gave away in that defeat. And, well, as this one has the stumps knocked over, I'm going to tell you that so far in this match, there are no extras at all. There's no wide, so the bowlers certainly have worked on that. And Jaweed, well, Sedran, the wild thing, he knocked them over and jugged their Hutte style. And this is a good delivery. It's too quick, it's too fast. And, well, the beast, well, he's been tamed once more.
Yeah, you don't often see this, but he basically plays down the wrong line. He takes a little shimmy outside leg stump, and it's kind of a walking woof from Sudesh. And, yeah, you did the reverse jinx. It made him more accurate, Rico.
Yeah.
That is a big wicket. We know that. Just the two for Wickrama Sakura here, as it's 36 for 4, but another start. Aaron Ashokan comes to the crease. Still got Ritik Tomar to bat at 6, but this has been the issue for the Czech Republic today, particularly through these kind of overs, middle overs, just constantly losing wickets and unable to put a partnership together. They had to fight their way out of a hole before. They did come up with a win against Hungary.
Yeah, but
the captain will be hoping to turn things around.
What does Afridi have to do to try and get himself up the batting order? I mean, what does he have to do? Has he not proved himself enough already?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they've got recognised batters here. That's the thing. And even Tomar, and put him in that boat as well. And you could probably nudge Reyes maybe up to 7. But the whole point is, I suppose they haven't been wasting too many balls. Ashokan faces up to the wild thing.
So it gets played away
Yeah.
once again, right off his pads. But yeah, I mean, amazing effort from Austria here. I think they gave too many, 11 wides in the defeat against Hungary. So that was 11 extra balls here so far, coming to the halfway point. Not a single wide, not a single extra.
It was the left-handers that seemed to throw them, wasn't it, in that previous game? They've had to deal with Ramakrishnan. He's already out. He's left-handed. Wow, this is a really good shot by Paraskari. Well, that's the X factor, and that's 6 on any ground, Rico. Maximo! Czech Republic trying to turn it around, and that's a class act for Paraskari.
Yeah, what a lovely shot that is. Beautifully played, hits right through the ball. And, well, that one, I tell you what, you know when we started here 2 weeks ago, coming up 2 weeks ago, well, we know where that ball went was just sheer mud.
Yeah.
And well, with the rain that we've had and the sun, the crops are going pretty healthy then at the moment.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. This one springs off the bat of Kari as well, but he'll just get a single, and it takes us to the end of the 5th over. So the score now is all the 4s. It's 44 for 4. Gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. We're bright, we're breezy, and we're taking it easy here. We did the hard yards during the rain, the wind, and seen it all, but perfect conditions with the ECI, and even more perfect, everyone with a win, everyone with a loss. This series is wide open at the moment.
It's wide open at the moment. I'm loving it. This is all about, you don't want to see a one-sided affair, do you? You don't want to because it's too predictable, and let's face it, it gets a little bit boring. We ain't got that here. We're going to have excitement all the way to the end of this day and also into Sunday tomorrow as well. What a weekend. International fever.
Yeah, we're loving it. Czech Republic, I mean, the batting hasn't clicked yet. We've seen more issues with them losing wickets constantly and losing some big players. But I think this is where you saw it in the last game. They do have a longer batting lineup than I can remember for them. You know, batting right down 8, 9, seeing Riaz Afridi at 9, for example. You got Magashime at 10. And so they've been having a good time out there as far as getting more guys out there that can still attack and punch back. Abdul Akbarjan comes on. It's a nice bit of keeping from Chima, even though he doesn't glove it, but he stops it going for extras. Had to get behind the batter there. Akbarjan, don't forget, he took wickets in consecutive balls in his first over. And yeah, he's somewhere between a spinner and a fast bowler, Abdul Akbarjan. You see, he just rocks in and he's not really spinning the ball, but he just tends to be able to land the ball in a 20-cent piece. That kind of a bowler. Ashokan probably take him on. Does he beat the fielder? He does not. Straight down the throat of the deep mid-wicket. That's Iqbal Hussain that takes the catch. And so, unfortunately, the baby bull is walking before too long. He goes for just the single, and it's 46 for 5.
Yeah, Bajan gets another. And it's just all about keeping the pace off it. And you can see that that Arun Ashokan, the captain, is going to go for this. But the pace, there's no pace in the ball, and it ends up being a comfortable, straightforward catch there for Iqbal Hussain. And, well, disappointment for the captain, who takes a long, slow walk off.
And the thing is, I mean, you're still disappointed when you get out in these circumstances. You do get three chances, I suppose, to bat potentially if you're in the Czech Republic lineup or the Hungary lineup. I suppose 4 if you're in the Austrian lineup today. They'll play 4 times. But, you know, he would have felt that's a situation that he could have turned things around. Unfortunately, he kicks the can along the road, and it's the tank, Ritik Tomar, that comes in at 7. And he didn't play the second game, but he is playing their third and final match. And that's what was mud, and now it's something else.
Yeah, and I want to say, look, all those things going there, it leads me on to another international day, International Plant a Lemon Tree Day today, because it's all about lemons. Lemons are very, very important for used in many different things. And the other thing about lemons, more onto that after this ball, as that gets played away.
I love any sentence that starts, the other thing about lemons.
The other thing about lemons is they're known, planting a lemon tree is supposed to be very good for the community that you live in. I'll tell you why. Okay. Because one tree produces more lemons than one family can eat. So you share the lemons about.
That's very good. Well, yeah. I've got a little bit of lemon-based trivia as well. This is lifted up, and that's out of here. Good shot. Haris Kari is kind of keeping them in the hunt here, isn't he? He picks this up nicely from Akbajan and deposits at Maximal. 6 to the Czechs.
Good shot, and this is how you do deal with that slow delivery. You time it, and that is timed to perfection. Lovely hit. Hits it nice and clean through the ball. So Kari, well, he's going pretty well.
We had a lemon tree. Can I tell you what you can use lemons for? When you run out of cricket balls, when you've hit them all over the fence, lemons are the perfect size. Anyway, Paras, he does get this pretty much straight at Wijasekara. I
could see that when you're a young person, but when you are aged now, I think a lemon tree just gives us a good excuse to have a few gin and tonics on a day like today.
That's true as well, but I was just going to say, I mean, the lemon will give you a little bit off the surface, a little bit of sideways, because it's not perfectly round either. And we used to have a great time as we get to the end of the 6th over. The score is 54 for 5. Yeah, I grew up with 3 little brothers, so there was a fair few. There was a crisis when the ball went over the fence. We had. I was a little bit scared of dogs for a while because I was cornered by a German Shepherd trying to get the ball once from across the road. Ate my football and made it flat. The roof was another one. Or there was always that neighbour's fence that, you know. Actually, there was once that we had next door neighbours move out, and the last day they turned up with a garbage bag, and it was all the balls they collected. They got sick of throwing them back.
Well, our neighbours, and it's no fault of ours, of course, they had a greenhouse. But what are we supposed to do about it? We didn't ask them to have a greenhouse.
And I had this phase where I was practicing with a golf ball, and let's just say that it didn't end too well with the next door neighbour's window getting shattered. Anyway, Tariq comes out, and this would have been a wide. Instead, it'll be 1. Yeah, so lemons are pretty handy substitutes for cricket balls in the backyard. The other thing is, some people can eat lemons. Eat them like an orange. How about you? Could you eat a lemon?
I can eat a lemon. Yeah, I like it. I find it quite refreshing.
Yeah, I can. Just don't get it in your eyes. That's the thing. Do not get that citric acid in your eyes.
I just love lemons.
Surprise.
Lemon meringue. Yeah, just love it. And I like all the desserts where you have the peel of the lemon as well. On this one, it's going to be, is it 4 buys?
Yep, it is. Well, Chima will be so disappointed here because, it seams and it swings, but Chima, he should have stopped that. He'll know that. It's one thing to concede boundaries off the bat, even off an edge, but when they're missed completely, I think you've got to be disappointed if you're an Austrian fan there. And Czech Republic get 4 bonus runs.
Yeah, lemons have a lot of uses as well. I mean, I love lemons when you go to certain places to eat. You know, there's a little bit of food colouring something in the food. I mean, like when you eat your squid ink.
Yeah.
I mean, lemon is great to get that off your fingers. I was about to say
that's put lemon juice on almost anything. You don't do too much, but it gives a nice bit of bitterness.
Yeah. And on a hot day, just squeezing a bit of lemon in your water, putting it in the fridge.
Not in your eyes.
No, not in your eyes. Not a good idea.
And also, I'll tell you another use for lemons. Okay, we did this at school and didn't work out great, if I'm completely honest. As Kari gets another chance, swings it a big wide, but it will be called. You can use it as inexpensive hair dye or like peroxide. So we had this thing where...
Are you for real now?
Yeah. So you can put lemon juice in your hair, leave it in the sun, and naturally it'll lighten your hair. Not like
Is that why you lost your hair? Did you do that regularly?
I'd rather be bald than do that again. I did that when I was about 17. Let's just say it looked a little strange.
Oh, dear.
I was before my time. Yeah, but lemon juice. Tell me if I'm right, people. Come on. You're getting your beauty tips here as well. That's probably an anti-beauty tip. As Imad Tariq gets pounded. It's great fielding by Iqbal Hussain. Hasn't he been solid out there?
Yeah, what a stop this is. This is going really, really fast. And what he does well, because this is probably at his toes, he manages to get himself in a position to stop it. Good bit of fielding.
You know how sometimes you say, do you go for the catch or do you kind of back off and save the boundary? That's why, you know, when it bounces, it's super awkward to save the boundary. So it made a very good save there. Anyway, the tank's in there at 7. Let's see who we've still got to come. Obviously, we haven't seen a Freedy yet. Who else might they bat? St. Gupta. He's a decent bat as well. He's really well bowled. I think he hits this, you know.
Yeah. It's a good delivery, though. You're right. Change of pace, but he gets it right in the block hole. And the batter, yeah, you're right, just digs this out. What a good delivery that is from Imad Tariq.
Imad's appealing, but he's not quite sure why. But still, good over. And the tank back in the lineup, keen to make an impression. At 91 pace at the moment. Last ball of the 7th coming up. Another good block hole delivery. Ritik just knocks away for a single, and it's the end of 7. Czech Republic, 63 for 5.
Yeah, what a good over that is. And I'll tell you one thing, I didn't realise we had another tank.
Yeah, no, he's the original tank.
Is he the original?
From 2020 and before. It's on his shirt as well when he plays 333, the tank. Anyway, just a reminder, why don't you get in touch with us? Maybe if you're just joining us for the first time. As well, I know we've got viewers from all around the world. You can send me a message at Mr. Maximo. You can send Rico a message at Rico4. Don't forget to follow at European Cricket. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're heading for 350,000 subscribers. I'm sure we're closer today than we were yesterday. I might have a check on that.
Let's have a check, because that was one of our missions, wasn't it, before we left here?
We're still on 349.
Oh, come on, folks.
Come on, guys.
Come on. We want to get 300.
Let's get a couple of ghost accounts up.
Can I just say that one of the, I don't know about you, so one of the most frequent questions that I get asked on Instagram and places like that is how can, a lot of people saying, hey, I love cricket, I love the European Cricket Network, I love T10 format. How can I play?
Yeah.
Why don't we just tell them how you can play?
Yeah, well, obviously, the first thing you have to realise is that this is for people that are based in Europe. Okay, so they join a club and you can go all the way to the ECL, of course. Once you've fulfilled the residency requirements, you can play for a national team if you're good enough. But that's probably the thing to realise. How can you play? Join a club, and we're getting around, aren't we? We're getting all around Europe this year.
Well, you know where we go. You know we're going to be travelling this year. You can go onto our website, europeancricket.com, and look at all the places we've been. So, yeah, get to one of those places, join one of those clubs, and you could be playing out there. So that's how you play. And a lot of people do ask us that question. Well, it's a nice day to go out for a bike ride, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite nice. And we're not on the bike, but we are here in the commentary position. Probably the other thing to realise is that, you know, it's an amateur game in Europe in 99.9% of the cases. So you got to realise that it's not really something that's going to make you money or anything like that. But if you are based in Europe or you're coming to Europe, for sure, get involved in cricket. Increase the scene. We're seeing increases in teams, players. We've had something like almost 7,000 players that have played cricket on ECN now. Hundreds of teams, thousands of matches. It's been a great adventure, and we're only just getting started, Rico. Let's get back to the action now. And it's Dida who's going to bowl the 8th, and he starts with a wide.
The batter here is like, it reminds me of like when I used to be on the dance floor. Look at this. He does the 360. That's the whole spin here.
Yeah, let's have a look. I like that. I like the form we've seen from time to time.
Yeah, just watch this. He does a quick dance move.
Keep your eyes on the ball, they say. Tank's yet to fire, though. Misses out here. Yeah. Form's a funny thing. I mean, the tank was brilliant, to be honest, with the stick in Carter, but that seems like ancient history now, doesn't it? We're talking kind of 8 months ago, 7 to 8 months ago. So, yeah, I mean, for me, he deserves his spot there. But he's having a rough time getting going. 3 off 7 now. Make that 3 off 8. And I think sometimes I'm a big believer in, you know, get guys up that are hitting it well now. And I think, you know, this is why, Freedy still, in fact, he's batting kind of 8 at best here when they need a bit of it. They kick up the backside in the innings. He's probably a guy I would have liked to have seen out there.
Yeah, 25 off 10 in the last game. He hit the ball pretty well the first time we saw him as well. and also picked up 1 for 3 in his 2 overs. That's why he's the player of the match. And you can see sometimes things just not going your way. And they say have a go because there's backing up there.
I was worried for Ritik here because if this ball went where I thought it was going to go, it wasn't going to be an easy retrieval. And I reckon he's concerned as well. Kind of has to run. Just watch Dita triangulate this one. Anyway, sneaks in.
Yeah, not the way to do it for all our younger viewers watching. When you're running, just look where you're going and run hard. He's looking behind his shoulder, so he's slowing himself down. And I think if this one hits, I think we would have looked at it again. I think he may have been out, you know.
Yeah, I think I was more worried about what it might hit that wasn't the stumps. Yeah, well, a few people noticed. Well, Dave B's definitely noticed. I've dropped the jacket for now. Yeah, I have. Eagle-eyed viewers. It's a sign that we're getting the afternoon sun on us a little bit. So, yeah, beautiful conditions. 24 degrees right now. Long way from last weekend, that's for sure, Rico.
Yeah, long way from last weekend. I made the mistake of still wearing my thermal underneath my top yesterday. That is not the case today. It's nice and warm, and it's going to be even warmer tomorrow, I believe.
Do you want me to give you my strategy?
Tell me.
Saw this one coming. I've gone for still one extra layer of thermal under the trousers on the bottom half. It's just like a nice little blanket. That's instead of 2 that I've been doing as my standard. And I've lost the singlet under the shirt. So I've got a nice summery short sleeve shirt. I've ditched the jacket for now. It's not going too far. Anyway, Dita bowled a good spell, couple to calm, and jinxed him pretty good, haven't I? Came out 3 off 9. We'll stay 3 off 9 after watching that wide go past.
But he has bowled well. I like, again, his variations. That's why he's so good. I think all of the bowlers on the Austrian side, that's one thing that they do, from the slower bowlers to the pace, medium paces, the variations are good. That's something, obviously, that they've been working on a lot. We've seen it the European Cricket Series as well.
Big swipe and a miss. So 3 off 10. It's an awful place to be honest, because what's he trying to do? He's trying to hit his way out of trouble, right? But then if you're going for a broke, it also increases the chances you're swinging and missing. It's also good bowling from Dita, who does hit his spot that time. This innings has just stalled, hasn't it?
Listen, for me, is the ball to come in the innings, this over. If he doesn't hit it, doesn't get a boundary, I'm going to pull him.
No, you might not have to. Because, well, he must have nicked this. Well, if he hasn't, I'm telling you.
Oh, wow. I want to see this again. I thought this is right on the pegs, you know.
My word. Watch this. Oh, keep rolling it forward.
Oh, wow. I want to know what that's missing.
Missing leg. Missing leg. Hitting middle. In fact, if you're Austrian there, you might not be appealing. Just say, look, we'll take the leg bite. That is, I have to say it, that's a stinker.
That's
a genuine stinker.
It's a stinker, but I don't think it is. I think for the opposition, I think Austria are probably saying, hey, please don't give it. Leave him out there. He's just chewing up deliveries, then leave him there.
I mean, if we had the good old-fashioned stump cam, this one would have been a lights-out stump cam. I don't know if we got this one more time, or maybe we won't see it again. But like I say, I don't think it hurts the Austrians too much, because Tunke's been struggling now. He tries to get going in the 9th. On borrowed time, he gets 1. Oh, I reckon Afridi had already taken about 4 or 5 steps out of the dugout. Have a look. Yeah. Yeah, I still stick to my missing leg.
Hitting middle, yeah.
Yeah, missing leg.
That's it.
Missing off.
Well, we said this earlier in the day. You're going to see the umpires. This is a nice looking shot, and this one will go to the boundary, and it will go all the way. Pull it. Well, there haven't been too many of these. There haven't been too many Maximos at all. We saw 3 from Kari. Kari's still going strong at least. The only other man that's hit one was early on, and right at the beginning of the innings when Sabawun Daviti hit one. But, yeah, that's a good shot.
Kind of take your point with the, obviously from the team point of view, it might be a good result for Austria, but tell that to Dita. Could definitely use the wicket off his last ball. Anyway, this is up, and it's going, and it's out of here.
Oh.
Maximo, that's the sound of ball on tower, Rico. We just rebuilt it.
Yeah, who's up there? Is that Helsinki in the tower? I tell you what, this is vibrating all the way up from his feet into his head. You can hear the clonk. Goes clonk into the metalwork. Well, that's in the tower. Let us know if you're okay up there in the tower. Give us a thumbs up. We like to check on you now and again, especially when you're in the firing line. Are we good up there?
We're not sure. It concerns me. We haven't gone back to that angle yet. Anyway, here's on how we're back. Next swing and a miss from Kari. Goes 6 and doesn't get the next one away again. They're going to have to beg, borrow and steal the 100. And I suppose the thing with the Austrian batting lineup and compared to the Hungarian lineup, they've got more guys that have been batting recently. I know they kind of hit the skids in their second game where they found it hard to get going. But I think we'll see guys that are in form, guys that have played cricket recently in those key positions, and just don't feel like Czech Republic have nearly enough here. It's probably a no ball, you know. It's a high ball and it's definitely going to go to the boundary.
Yeah,
Let's have a look at it. I felt this was high. Doesn't really move. Yeah, it's a no-y. Coming down a bit, but not enough.
Yeah, no ball. It's got to be
then,
called.
does this go for 4 or 6? Let's have a look on the replay. So, I mean, Czech Republic going to catch a break here. And I think that's got all the way.
Yeah, that's 6 for me.
Yeah, wait for it. No ball plus 6. So it's a 7 up and a free hit to come. So it's just what the doctor ordered for the Czechs as they search for that 100. Kari is the right man on strike as well to face the free hit.
Yeah, Tariq, well, lets himself down towards the end of his spell, doesn't he? Gives 7 away. And this will be the free hit to Kari, looking to bring up a half century.
And he's got the immunity cloak on. And he does really well here. He lifts it up and he gets his first 50 on ECN. Maximo! Paras Kari, I've really been impressed with his batting. I like that he's been promoted to the top of the order. He has had wickets falling around him. He's taken the responsibility on. I'm sure that's a proud moment for him as he gets a little bat tap from the tank. And you can see that he scored runs all over the ground.
Yeah, board batanya Paras Kari no apni half century puri kali. Felicidades to Kari. What a good knock it's been. And you're right, it's been a difficult one because he's had partners going all the time, but he's stuck to his task.
Last ball of the over. Oh, he had one probably to hit as well. Again, I love Tanky, but I'm dragging him here. You know, you might as well. Maybe you don't drag him until he's on strike, because then if he gets run out, it's not a big deal. You can still you can bring in a freebie. But I think you've got to use all your resources. You have to be smart. And I think it's a perfect time. They're not going to get bowled out now. They're 95 for 5 off 9. But, yeah, Kari, he's kind of held this innings together.
Yeah, I mean, he gets brought back into the side here, doesn't he? And he's brought back into the side to produce with the bat. He hasn't done. I mean, look at the strike rate for him. I mean, that's not good at all. He's only scored 12 deliveries. I mean, you're saying you would yank him now. I would have yanked him. I think I mentioned it about, I don't know, what was it, 10 balls ago?
Yeah, I mean, I would have as well. But I'm saying right now, I'd probably keep him there. He's the non-striker's end. Because there's always a chance, you know, there might be a run out or something, or you might strategically run him out to get Kari back on strike. So I think that in fact, they're going to do it now.
They've done it.
So, I mean, I agree with it. I was just thinking, probably thinking that
yeah,
Tomas,
I like your thinking as well, actually. It makes sense. Because what if he gets run out and you think, well, you could have got...
If he gets run out going back for the second, for example. Yeah. Anyway, 10th overtime, here's the wild thing.
Oh,
that
is wild.
Well, that's another 7. So... That's no ball plus 6. Maximo as Kari swings his way into the 60s. And once again, he'll get another free hit.
Well, this is just crazy. The 2 7-ups, 2-man news. This is a no ball call straight away. Also brings the 100 up. And just like that, I mean, we thought they were going to struggle to get to the 100. Well, Kari, he's been going well. Well, I don't know. And I think, what are the bowlers doing here?
Tempted
Yorker. They're committing Kari.
Tempted Yorker gone wrong. Yeah, Paras. Just has that touch of class, doesn't he? He's got the power, but he's also got the kind of technique to back it up. All right, goes for pace. Now Riaz wants to run. Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, you take every run on offer now. I mean, Riaz has been in good form as well. And he'll have his hands full. Javid bringing the heat. Gets that one more or less where he wants it. First one got away from him.
Okay, a freebie. It's not going to have too much time out there. But he'll be looking to get one out the middle.
Well, there we go. They'll be running here as well. Again. So let me just run you through this one. This late in the innings, and these situations come up a lot. I mean, as soon as you miss the ball, or leave the ball, if you're Riaz, you've got to be watching it on striker. Don't watch the ball for too long. And I think there's a run there. You know, I think that you've got to trust it on striker. As it is, doesn't matter. But what a catch this is by Shigawa. I mean, that was faster than a speeding bullet. And Riaz Afridi's laced it, and Razmal has taken it clean as a whistle. A golden duck. But this is probably one of the best Golden Ducks I've ever seen because that was smashed. What a catch.
Well, I tell you what a catch. And I got to say, haven't our production partner, Spring Productions, done well to even see that one, Andres Carriolis and Rivis, because this was absolutely traveling like a rocket. What a catch that is. That is sensational. I don't think you can hit the ball any harder than that. And Afridi, well, he's a unlucky man to go for a Golden Duck. And what a catch it is. Look at the Golden Duck. The Golden Duck is going pretty crazy. Watch this. This is a crazy catch.
I don't think you can actually hit it better than
No.
Afridi just hit that ball. And that is international cricket for you. That's why this is a level up from playing domestically, even though there's some very good players that play, obviously, in the domestic competition, including all these players. But that is an international standard catch if ever I saw one. Sengupta comes in. And yeah, I don't know if he's carrying a slight injury or something. I'm super surprised we haven't seen him bowling yet. I mean, he was opening the bowling for them in the ECC before and doing a pretty good job. He's on strike. And he gets a fair piece on this. It's a charging effort from Momin. I think one's a good result. Gets Curry back on strike. 105 now with 3 to come.
Yeah, it's been that sort of score, hasn't it? I mean, just have a look at the 3 matches that we had, and the score was 105 to 106, 108 to 101.
Yeah.
So once again, it's going to be, you think, that sort of score.
All credit to the Czechs, and in particular Paras Curry. They've had to fight for all of these runs. And now he picks it up off the length and goes bang, Maximo. That one's in the wheat. What an innings, gets them up to the 1-1-1. And Lennon, well, he has to go and find that. Brilliant batting again. Zadran, I think, gets it slightly wrong to the established batter, and he disappears.
A supersonic strike, isn't it? Look at the speed of the hands. And, well, he's seeing the ball so well at the moment. And Kari, well, he's been absolutely superb, Paras Kari, for his side. Just look at how many he's got of that score.
Slow ball, maybe. Seems to have lost confidence in that slow ball. Now you've got to go for 2. They'll probably try and run him out of the keeper's end. Oh, I think you got to go for that. I think they would have got it, and they may have not, but I think strategically it was the smart play. 112 though for the Czech Republic. Considering so much went off script in this innings, they'll certainly take it. But it's a whole other proposition whether they'll be able to defend it. Sengupta gets one more chance to advance the score. And he digs out a Yorker. And I don't even think they'll even try for a second here. It's not going to be on. So, well, Czech Republic 113 for 7. Seems kind of a roundabout a par score based on what we've seen today. Austrians, though, we know that in the earlier fixture against the Czechs, they put them to the sword, whacking 145. But for me, that innings is all about the contribution of Paras Kari. He finishes 68 not out, and he was brilliant. He batted at 3, don't forget. 9 sixes and a 4. So for a guy that you might say he's not an out-and-out 6-hitter because he looks so technical, he's shown that he can extend those strokes, he can clear the ropes, and he's just what the Czechs needed to keep this innings alive. As he was losing partners all around him. Go back to the start. Ramakrishnan got a chance to open the batting. He tried to go over the man, Mountain Mirza Hassan. He was caught on the uppercut. It didn't get much better for there because Buyan, you see him soon. But Vitsi, he stuck around for a while, had a handy 20 to his name. As I like it when he stays still and just bats. I think he was pretty good in the power play moment. Copped a bit of a beating, didn't he, in the 3rd over. They brought him back. That was a nice one as well. But, things were kind of tracking. They were happy at this stage. But then, Davitsi, he was able to get away with it for a while. But he was dropped an absolute sit-up from Umer Tariq. But he wouldn't last a lot longer, would he, Sabah? As he picked out Mark Simpson-Parker. So this was the 2nd wicket to fall, and then they sent out Buyan at 4. Unfortunately for him, he only lasted the 1 ball as he went for broke, came up empty-handed. So, it was a case of wickets kept falling, but Paras Kari was a bit of a constant there at number 3. His 68 out of 113 shows you how much his innings kept this innings alive.
Yeah, and it just goes to show just what a responsible innings it was, because though, as we see there, the wickets were tumbling all over the place. That was Suresh Sakura that went, and it was Jaweed Sadran that got through his defences. Well, one man who stood firm and stood well and played some delightful shots was Paras Kari. And he goes on to score 68 not out and needs 9 sixes and 1 4 on his way to that. He really did play some outstanding shots. The split, by the way, 44 in the first half and 69 in the second. So there was 1 point, wasn't there? If we have a look, well, this one, I don't know how he survives that, to be honest. I mean, that was real good fortune. But at that moment of time, I think they were quite happy to leave the tank out there because the tank was misfiring. And it wasn't long before they decided, well, it's probably a good idea to retire him out because they needed somebody else to give Paras Khan a little bit of support. They did stick with him for a little while, give him the opportunity, but it wasn't to happen. Well, there was a half century for Paras Khan. He really did bat well. But what didn't help was there was these 2 no balls, and that really got the acceleration going. Don't forget, at the end of 8 overs, they were only on 68. So it just goes to show just how much and how expensive those last 2 overs were. Just weren't able to get things right. For full credit to the Czech Republic, they just kept on going. I mean, 45 is what those last 2 overs went for. So though the Austrians did so much better in this one compared to what they did last time, perhaps in terms of their extras, and they only in the end going for 5 wides. I think the no balls were the issues this time, especially when the extra delivery, the free hit, was being smashed to the boundary. But a good quick start for Sabawin Davidi. I think he knows what his role is there, he plays it quite well. He goes there for 21, and though wickets kept falling frequently, one man that held his end up was Paras Khan, who batted really well. 3 wickets we saw there from Abdullah Akbarjan, so good return for him, wearing an Austrian jersey. 3 for 13, he bowled really, really well. And I think we saw also 2 wickets there from Zawid Sadran, though he was a little bit expensive. But Umar Tariq this time round, well, he did pick up a wicket, but he was really expensive. You've got to say that Zawid Sadran and Umar Tariq didn't finish well for his captain. There was the no balls, the height deliveries, and that helped the Czech Republic to get to, what would you have to say, a reasonable score. Remember, the Czech Republic, they were very good in that last match. They managed to defend 108. This time they got a few more on the ball to defend, and they'll be confident that maybe they can be the team that goes to the top of the table after this match, because whoever wins this will be 2-1. So let's see how it finishes. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return in just under 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 4.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we are halfway through match number 4 of this European International Series between Austria, the home side, and also the Czech Republic and Hungary. Well, the match between the Czech Republic and Austria has been, well, very evenly poised, you'd have to say, thanks to a fantastic innings from Paraskari, who's 68 unbeaten of 26. He's helped the Czech Republic to get to a good score of 113. We haven't really, apart from the first match, we Austria scored 145 batting first. Other than that, there's sort of been these sort of scores. We saw that Austria winning the first one, 145 to 99. Then Austria, well, they struggled. They changed the batting lineup a little bit. They got to 105, and Hungary knocked those off with 8 balls to go. And then Czech Republic, well, they got a win over Hungary. They got to 108, and Hungary, they got close, but not close enough, 101. So a 7-1 victory for the Czech Republic, which means that all 3 teams have registered a win so far in this European Cricket International Series. For one team, whoever wins this match will go to the top of the table. It could be temporarily, because Hungary, they've got the last match to play, match number 5. But all the focus is on this one at the moment. And it looks like that after a little bit of experimenting in their second match, Austria have gone back to what would probably be their regular openers. So Iqbal Hussain is going to open up with Mark Simpson-Parker. And to bowl the first ball, looks like it will be Sudesh Rukram Sakira. So here's the first in the reply. And that's a wide ball called. In fact, the openers have given them to you the other way around. It is actually MSP that's on strike, so he'll face the first delivery. A wide ball to start off with. This is up in the air, and he gets enough of this. Will go all the way. Bole, 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 kinna zona, shuka lagya, and powerful hit for Mark Simpson-Parker. There is a fielder back there, but he hits this cleanly enough, and you can see what Rukram Sakura is trying to do. Got 2 men back there. He's got a man backward point, and also got the point back in the boundary. So that's the plan. Only 2 men allowed out, and that's the areas they're in at the moment. And he goes there again, and this one is wider of the amount of point, but it doesn't matter. It's wider and higher. It goes all the way over him. So back-to-back boundaries, back-to-back sixes for Mark Simpson-Parker. Lovely shot. Well, Millie Sandhu wants to get in the action. Well, don't dirty those yellow shoes now, will you? Good hit from MSP. Rukram Sakura, will he stick to the same? Well, this time it goes at the stumps, and MSP rocks back and gets a pull shot in. It will just be the single this time, but already it's a good start. Austria looking to go back to winning ways with a good batting performance here. Come on, Sudith, come on, Sudith. So we can hear the Czech Republic guys saying, trying to get the bowler to get one right up there. And he has come back with a good one. Nicely bowled. So 2 to go in the over. You see that big signal there by umpire Nikush Patel. Turning out to be a beautiful afternoon. Lovely sunshine here. Local time now, 4:30. Okay, slices it. He's going to go over the man that's inside the circle there, 3rd. And in fact, it goes all the way. This is quite incredible. Swings hard. They say fortune favours the brave. Well, this is 6 runs. And you can see the wicketkeeper there, Paraskari, just helping out the umpires and say, hey, umps, that goes all the way. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. And that's 20 off this first over with the ball to go. So it's going to be a magical start, as it was for the Czech Republic. They got 21 off their first over. And this one is going to drop short of the fielder. So well, there you go, like for like. If they can get 21, well, we can get 21 as well. The thing is, though, it's all about the momentum. Which team can keep the momentum going? That's the thing here. So, Sabawun Devati. Good start. And 99 matches since a golden ball. So are we going to hit the 100? We'll have to wait and see. So 21 off the over. It goes magical. A good start. And this man has been on fire today. Afridi has bowled brilliantly. He's bowled with pace. Let's see how he fares. He goes for the Yorker straight away, and it hasn't been hit well, and it's going to be caught. So Iqbal Hussain doesn't get this right. It's a bit of more of a full toss, I would say, than a Yorker, but it's full, it's straight, and Iqbal Hussain slices at this, doesn't he? Doesn't hit it clean straight. You see the bat almost like it swivels in the hands of the batter. No mistakes made there by Senagupta. And he'll take the catch, so Hussain goes. He's been in good form, hasn't he? You know that he was a centurion in the European Cricket Series here. We scored 88 non-out of 42 deliveries in the player match performance in the victory in match 1 in this international series. But he's going to go. And he goes early as he doesn't get that one away. So he'll go for 7 or 4. Picking up wickets, that's what it's all about. And you've got to take those chances when you get them. And Senagupta makes no mistake. So Afridi once again gets the breakthrough. And that brings that Resmo Shigwell to the crease, the captain of Austria. And it gets one on the leg side. It's another full delivery. Well, this one was on the legs. It gets worked away. 4 runs to the captain. And it just clips it away. Thank you very much. So Afridi wants to go for those Yorkers, but of course that's always the danger if you get it wrong. And it ends up being a full toss, and good batters will put them away. And Osman Shigwell, the captain of Austria, he is a good batter. Would like to get back in the runs, I'm sure. We saw some blistering innings from him early on in that European Cricket Series that came to an end here yesterday with his side, Donnerstad, the winners. And this one defensively played and very good running between the two batters. And Mark Simpson-Parker, well, he's tall, isn't he? He's like a giraffe. He gets there pretty quickly. And Rasmal Shigwell's pretty quick himself. And they want to keep this good start going. Afridi. He's really been, for me, the pick of the play so far for the Czech Republic. And that's a good delivery once again. It's right up there. MSP takes it out well. And goes on the hit and gets good response from Shigwell. They won't mind if they have to go tiki-taka against Afridi. He's a good bowler. They've already got a magical start. They're at the moment, they're still ahead, even if this is a good over. That rate just hovering around the 10 mark. Full toss. I think this is going to be a no ball. It gets walloped away. Well, this is one that they get back. It's going to be a 7-up. Well, there was a few of these towards the end of the Czech Republic innings that were gifted by Austria. Well, they give one back. And you can see Rasman Shigwell, as soon as he dispatches this for 6, looks at the umpire, and as he looks at the umpire finished to the men in black. They're calling this straight away. Well, that's a baddie from Afridi, and like I say, that is the problem. If the Yorkers go wrong, he was nailing them, wasn't he, in the last match? But this time round, he's just overcooking them. 2 of them were full tosses. One of them actually did get him a wicket, in fairness, that of Iqbal. But this one is too high, gets called. So the license to go the full Monty now for the captainship goal. And he swings hard. It is going to catch the edge, and it rockets across this outfield into, well, right into the, almost a bullseye there of the logo of the European Cricket Network. So 4 more. So 6 and 4. I should say 7 and 4 because there was a 7 up. And that's like 11 just off that one ball. And this over has gone for 17. Ball still to go. Has picked up the wicket though, Freddie, that of Iqbal Hussain. And this has been hit pretty well as well, and this will be 4. So this over goes magical as well, so it is a magical start. We've seen 2 overs of 21, and just like that, it is 42 for 1. And fine time to welcome back into our commentary position here in the sunshine of the Seabarn Cricket Ground, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, sun's shining, and it's the Austrians having fun in the first 2 overs. Speaking of number 2, 2 matches played, 2 points for each team. Of course, whoever wins this will go to the top of the table. It shows you how quick things can turn around this fast-paced format. Each team will play 6 matches along the way. So we're into the second round of action already. Yeah, Freedy is kind of back to earth with the third. Does pick up a wicket, but it does go magical in the second. And it's just looking a long way back at the moment. Again, this is the kind of start that the Czechs haven't really had yet. You know, when they kind of get batters firing. Okay, they did score 31 in the power play, but I mean, even in this game, they were 12 off 2. Compare that to the 42. Chagi comes in, and he could get a wicket first ball, and he does. It's hit straight to Venkatesh Magashayam, and MSP is going to go for a quick fire 14, but Neeraj comes on. He challenges Mark Simpson-Parker to take him over the offside, but he can't clear the infield. Nice catch taken. I'm not sure it was 100% clean, but it was effective. He clutches the ball in, and that's a big wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, good catch, and he'd liking it as well, isn't he? So well done to Magashan. And MSP, he's a bit disappointed. I think it was one of those where it was a case of where shall I put it for MSP, and in the end, I think he probably confused himself and just he thought, well, I'm just going to hit it, and slices it. But still, needed to be taken, and it was taken, and well done to Venkatesh, who takes the catch, and MSP is the second batter that has to depart.
Yeah, I mean, hits him pretty high on the bat. I don't think he's beaten for pace. If anything, it's the opposite, isn't it? He's annoyed. He doesn't get the elevation on that. This is a big moment, though. Mirza Hassan comes to the crease. We went for a golden duck earlier today. Just a quick note that Sharon Ramakrishnan off the field, and slight injury. Murali Vandrasi, 12th man, is fielding for the Czech Republic. Anyway, Neeraj with a perfect start. He's been angling across pretty much everyone today. Mirza doesn't care. He gets a bit of this, but how much? Well, that's a miss hit 6, and that's the Hulk at work. Maximo Mirza is back.
Yeah, well, Mirza, we know he made a 2-ball duck when we saw him last time, and it was the swing of the Hungarian opening bowler Mohandas that he couldn't deal with. Well, now it's his own swing that comes into play as he smashes out for 6.
Wins back as well. Wants to go again and does, but this time he might have found the fielder, and he has. So 6 and out for Mirza Hassan, and it's number 6, Riaz Afridi with the important catch. I mentioned the wins back, so it's assisting balls in that direction, and that actually helps the fielder because it wasn't hit well at all, but the wind blew it straight to Afridi, and that's another big wicket. Czech Republic need to keep going through the order as Mirza goes 6 and done, 48 for 3.
Yeah, it's very much the case of 6 and out, isn't it? 48 now for 3. I mean, it was there for the shot, you have to say, but he doesn't get the elevation in this. It doesn't go the distance. It's a bit of a surprise, really, because these are the sort of shots that he whacks out of the ground. As you know, he's disappointed. And, well,
he will be disappointed.
He will be disappointed. What's going on?
Yeah, I was going to say, but it's still a good innings. I mean, it sounds terrible, but he gets them 6 closer. You know, they've got a long batting lineup. They trust their batting lineup. The shots on there, he just mishits it. And I actually prefer that approach from Mirza Hassan. He was probably a little bit careful in the one ball we saw him earlier on compared to how we've seen him come out in the ECS. Mehat Chima gets an opportunity back at 5. And he reaches for one top ball. So right now the run rate's out of control, but certainly the 3 wickets give Czech Republic some hope.
Yeah, Chima, I like Chima. I like him. To be honest, I like him as an opener. He opens for his club. I think every time I saw him opening, he made more or less contributions. I just think he's got all the shots. He can play nicely, and this could be a good, healthy partnership between him and his captain, Rasmus Shigewell. That rate, by the way, is around 9. So even though they've lost those wickets, like you say, because batters have played with assertiveness, they've actually brought the rate down.
Exactly. Could be gone. In fact, he's dropped it, Chagi. It wasn't hit as well as he thought. Chima dropped on 0. The Czechs let a chance slip through their fingers. Into the power play. An entertaining one. Runs, wickets, and entertainment. It is 49 for 3 after 3 overs.
Yeah, well, 7 come off the over. Also, we saw 2 wickets. Could and probably should have been 3, because normally bowlers, they don't tend to drop them off their own, do they?
And look at the finish from Czech Republic. They take 45 off the last 2 overs. Things went a bit wrong. It's almost like the Austrians turned off gravity in those last couple of overs. There were some high no balls. There were some sixes. Paraskari was outstanding. But anyway, going to head into over number 4. And it's going to be Venki Margasheim who's going to bowl the 4th over. He bowled a very good 4th over earlier that only went for 4. So I mean, Czech Republic turning things around pretty quick. They were rooted to the bottom of the table after the first match, but they have come back to level pegging with the other teams. And look, like I say, glimmer of hope. Got to keep taking wickets, though. That's the thing. I don't think you're going to really contain the Austrians, especially with the attacking approach we know that they're going to be coming out with. And Shigewell, he's made a very good start. Hasn't faced a lot of the bowling, but he's 19 off just 5. Well, Chima goes for him straight away, but he gets it wrong. Comes down and caught. It's Davitsi with the catch. He's had pretty sure hands today. And so Chima just can't quite find the timing. It's a dangerous high 5 attempt from Margasheim. Nearly takes out Sabah, but he does have a wicket first up. Kind of floats it out there. Chima knew straight away he was in some serious trouble. Yeah,
Margasheim gets a wicket straight away. I'm surprised, I have to say, with the effort here, the shot here from Chima. It doesn't really have to do this. I don't think this is his game. I mean, if that is Mirza Hashan getting out like that, I get it. But I think Chima trying to play a different game to what he normally does.
I think it's just done by the angle. The angle across takes it to the outside half of the bat. I mean, to be fair, it's the kind of length that if you hit it close to the middle, you've got a good kind of angle to get it up and out of the ground, but he just doesn't middle it, does he? So, Chima, disappointing one for him. Margasheim with his spin does the trick straight away, 49 for 4. So bring Shahil Momin to the crease. Well, he couldn't get going before, like a car that needed to be taken in for a service. Anyway, I'm sure he'll be better for the run. And he comes out in a very different situation this time at number 6, but nonetheless, an important one.
Yeah, well, let's see what he can do here. See, he scored 26 or 21 deliveries. Batted all the way through the Austrian innings when they made 105 against Hungary, but they ended up losing that one, as we know. Let's see if he bats a bit differently here.
And what's Momin's headspace as well? That's the thing. Still plenty of batting to come. You've got Javid Zadran, for example, still to come. You've got Akbar Janu's in the side as well. Tariq, haven't seen him. So they bat all the way down. Can't be spooked by the wickets. But Venki, I think he'll enjoy bowling to the left-hander as well. Shahil searching with some confidence with the bat. Get out of the way, which is probably a good start. And Shigewell, again, he's just been watching from the other end. He'll get a chance now. Rasmus Shigewell, he's certainly one of the top players, I think, in Europe, even across any country. He just looks classy. He's got a great demeanour, loves the game.
Looks classy. I mean, when he's on fire, he's great to watch. Thing is, though, I mean, he finds it sometimes difficult to go through a period where he's consistently performing. So let's see if he's able to set that right in this international series.
It's just the angle. He's like sliding things across, Venki. 50's come up for Austria with the last run that got Shigewell on strike. Change of pace. I think the importance of spin, having good spin options, viable spin options, having variety in your attack. Again, well bowled. It's not quick, but it's well located. And Shigewell, I mean, this is one he could have gone after.
Yeah.
You know, but he says, you know, I'm happy just to take the one. We don't need to risk another wicket at this stage. That's why it's important. I think that Momin still goes for his shots here because of the batters he's still got to come. Doesn't want to get bogged down again. Great over this from Margasheim. Momin once again happy to get one. I think at the moment, Czech Republic also pretty happy with that. To try and get that rate up around the 10 and over mark again. Hey, what an exciting ECI. I think of all the ECIs we've done so far, this is the one that's been the most even. I'm talking men's or women's to be
Yeah,
honest.
we can see that. We can see that from the results that we've seen. Very even platform for all the sides. And right now, I get the feeling that they're searching for just a boundary here so they don't fall too far behind. And hits this pretty well. The bowler gets down. I think if he's able to get to it, that certainly is a catching opportunity, but it's been hit well. It gets past him before he gets down, but very good over. Just the 4 runs from it, Vinny.
Yeah, not sure this was able. He may have just bounced in front of him, and he was trying to make the stop at least. So 4 overs down, and the score 53 for 4. So yeah, the Worm, it's ahead of where it needs to be, but it's heading back towards that red line for a bigger issue for Austria. They lost 4 wickets in the last 3 overs. Yeah,
the wickets have been lost, but I think like we keep saying, when you still look at who they got to come, Akbajan is still there. We know what he can do. And even the likes of Navin Wijayasekara, don't forget about him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's also very good. But also, he's a left-hander, so he can be very valuable. You've got Umar Tariq still in there now. Umar Tariq, look at the knock that he had last time round. He was the only batter to get going in the loss that they had against Austria. He scored 41 for 19. I don't think they're going to be worried. The only thing they've got to make sure they don't do is that they don't go into a shell.
Yeah, that's true. They've got 11 guys that can hit sixes. Let's be honest, the Austrians. Niraj comes back and he gets popped. Leg side, gone and out of here. Maximo Shigawal, he likes this angle. He knows he's got immunity from LBW for anything pitching outside the leg stump. So he just basically plays this on length and lifts it up and out of the ground. Good batting.
Yeah, good batting, good shot. That's his shot, isn't it? I mean, when we saw him make that fine 70-plus score a few days ago in the European Cricket Series, that was the sort of ball that he was destroying.
He makes the adjustment, Shargi. Still set a task with the fielder. They're looking at 2, but they decide not to take it on. It's probably a wise decision at this stage. You don't want to risk Shigawal to run out.
Yeah, Momin was the man who was quite happy to try and get back to the non-strikers end. But you see Razman Shigawal said, nah, just hit a 6. We've got the 7 off this over already.
So Chargi's got an across strategy. So he's going to go over the wicket now and try and slide the ball across the left-hander. In a moment. Let's see if he can find that one, maybe over point. There's a bit of a gap there in the outfield. Goes down, but does get past the fielder. And I'm not sure this will be caught. Well, it's not. So 4 runs. Good shot selection as well. Moment not trying too hard, but he's still trying. And Niraj kind of bowled to the shot, and Momin was ready for it.
Yeah, the thing is this for me, if you knew, I mean, you said straight away that's what he's going to do. And I think that is what he's going to do. That's his ball. If you're bowling that, you need that fielder out there. You probably don't, and that's what they're doing here now. So I was going to say, you probably don't need the square leg on the boundary if that's your line. So they make that change here now, but it cost them 4 runs.
You want to encourage Momin to try and hit across the ball. So by leaving the gap in the outfield like they have now to left of screen, they're encouraging a risky shot. Gets this a bit straight. Get away with it, just 1 run. So a bit of a holding pattern this at the moment, with Austria just kind of working their way back into the ascendant position. But anyone that's watching out there, how are you enjoying this ECI so far? I know I have a lot of viewers watching from across the Czech Republic, in Prague, and Brno, and Plzeň, and some of the other places around there. Let us know how you're enjoying it, ECN European Cricket Network. This will be a wide. Pushed too far across this time by Chargi.
Yeah, and again, we always say, look, if you like what you're seeing, give us the thumbs up, give us the like, share, tell your friends, tell your family. And we are looking to get to the 350,000
I don't have the exact numbers, but we're still in the 349, edged away. And this will run away for 4. So Shigawal maybe gets a bit lucky this time. Again, Chargi didn't have the 3rd man. I suppose you can't have them everywhere. And Shigawal's not missing many. Gets lucky there, but he does get 4, and Austria in charge in this contest.
Yeah, 4 more. So even though, as you say, the wickets are falling, they're managing still to find the boundary. So though that's a little bit of luck there. Hay suerte ahí por el capitán de Austria, but it's still 4 runs. So yeah, come on. We want to get to the 350,000.
Sign up your dog for a YouTube account, whatever you have to do. All right, last ball of the over. Goes after this. Does he have the elevation? He does not. What a catch. Brilliant bit of fielding. Davitsi, well, he's a player that can frustrate you sometimes, but he can delight you other times. And he kind of turns it around because he's not confident to take a step back because he had no room to move. But that's a big moment. Chargi gets 3, and the 3rd one's the big fish of Shigawal. Look at the technique here. He knows he can't go back any further, so he basically takes it over the shoulder and then shows the big gun, Saba. That is a great bit of cricket, and Austria 70 for 5.
Well, could that be the match-winning catch? We always say, you know, the saying in cricket that catches win your matches. Well, that was an important one because it gets the captain, Chikiwell, who was going well, but he has to go for 32 off 12. Thanks to that great catch from Duvitsi. Well, game on here. And remember, coming up on Monday, we will be in Bulgaria. I know that Charlie Hunt is going to be with me in the commentary position there. He's making his way there now. And
Yes.
these are the matches that we'll be looking forward to bring you up on Monday. So we got Medical University of Sofia taking on the Medical University of Plovdiv first up. These are teams that have played each other before. We've got Plevin there
The
as
Plevin
well.
11. Oh, we love the
11,
Plevin
yeah.
11 as well. Hey, I think that Elsa and the spring production crew, they're already there. They've set up the scaffolding and the venue. They're ready to go. I know that Charlie will be there for day 1. I think you'll join him on day 2. But looking forward to that series. I'll be taking a back seat for that, but I will be watching. I know that, of course, Bulgaria, that Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground, it's the home of the Vortex, the famous third man Vortex, where balls get sucked in. Marcus Shyam has been spot on with his bowling today. You have very little margin for error when you're bowling at this pace. His accuracy has been outstanding.
Yeah, he has been. And that's why, I mean, it's because of their bowling, and particularly, as we've seen already there from Duvitsi, their fielding, that has got them close in matches, and it's that won them that match against Hungary. So, well, they're looking to do it again here, but you know, with the Austrian guys, one big over, and it could all be over, and they've got batters that can do that. This one just chipped up in the air, and, well, the fielder, I think here, well, how far does he come in? Let's have a look at this again. How far does this go over him? Because there looks to be nothing in the shot.
Well, that's where he plays. I still don't think he's probably getting there as a Freddie, but he comes in because he suspects it's a miss hit, and maybe it is, but with the wind, that flies further, and Wijasekara has gotten the promotion to 7. He starts with a 6.
I can't believe that shot, really. More on that after this delivery. He places out.
They sent out another left-hander. I think with the off-spinner on, it's a pretty good matchup for Marcus Shyam. Can't let that throw him too much, but, I mean, I suppose Wijasekara, we have seen him opening the batting with mixed results during the ECS for his club, but they've still got plenty of batting to come. The 4 they haven't batted yet: Umar Tariq, Akbarjan, Javed Sadran, and Dida. And so there's no excuses for these guys not to be super attacking.
He's stranded. Will he get back in time?
It's because a slow medium ball was bowled back. I think that's the beast, who doesn't really like to throw because he sometimes has some shoulder problems. So what you don't see here is the beast basically rocks in a medium pacer, ends up hitting the batter. So I think he would have been safely home anyway.
Yeah, there's an appeal from the bowler, but he didn't change really his direction. This one's over pitched.
And you'd have to be some sort of geometrist to work out exactly how you're going to cut off the line of that throw when it's coming in from side on.
Remember Nevin Wijasekara, the captain of Snazi, when he was batting early on in the European Cricket Series? I mean, he batted well, but he was tiki-taka, wasn't he? Tiki-taka, tiki-taka. As the series went on, he got a bit more aggressive. Well, now he hits his first ball for 6, and it wasn't even out the middle of the bat.
Yeah, that's true. Well, interesting little finish coming up. Marcus Shyam does a stand-up job with his off-spin once again. He's been very, very reliable for the Czech Republic. As the 6th over comes to a close, it's 79 for 5, and so you can see they need 35 off the last 4 overs. Have a look at the batters still to come. I mean, Dida's listed 11. He's no bunny. I mean, this guy loves to hit 6s. He just hardly ever gets the chance. You got Javed Zadran listed at 10. He's been batting 3, and to be honest, he was one of, if not the form batter of the last 2 or 3 days as well here in Austria. So
and don't forget there's Akbarjan there as well.
Akbarjan comes in. Okay, he went off the boil a little bit with the bat, but he's a very, very talented stroke maker. Sticking with spin because it's working, and Ashokan comes on again. I think he likes the matchup of his off spin. Plus, he's got this kind of quicker one that rocks out pretty quick as well against the 2 left-handers. Here's the 7th. First one beats the bat, and Shahil Momin again finds himself in a bit of a twilight zone. Just keep an eye on that required rate. It probably chips out to 9 after that ball.
Yeah, this is a pretty key, pretty big over. Remember, they're keeping one back from a Freedy as well. Though he was a little bit expensive this time around. He went for 21, but I mean, okay, I still get the feeling that he's got one very good over in him, and that could really change everything here.
So with the breeze, it's coming and going, but it still is kind of behind the batter, hitting straight and probably slightly to the right of screen. I think I'm looking to run it, Arun, if he tosses it up at all like that. In the end, it's perfectly judged by Ashokan. Basically drops into the block hole of Wijesakara. I mean, Austria, I still think they're favourites here, despite losing 5 wickets. But, I mean, if they lose this, they go 1-2. And anyone that thought after game 1 that this is going to be a shoe-in for the home nation, I think, shame that's not the case. This is gone, I think. Little Nick, and the bat's under the arm, and Moment's gone. So, Arun Ashokan, the captain, brings himself on. They decide to stick with the spin. It's been working. It's a great catch behind the stumps by Paras Curry as well. Isn't he having a fantastic match here? Little Nick just slid in. There's no real turn. And check it out. Deals with the extra bounce well. And Shahil Moment, to his credit, he was not sticking around for the umpire's decision. He knew he'd nick that one. So 6 wickets down, 81 for 6. A spanner in the works.
Yeah, fair play from Moment. He knows he snicks it. He just puts the bat nice and tightly under his arm and he works off. Good catch taken there by Kari behind the stumps. And, well, Arun Ashokan, the captain, comes in, gets the breakthrough. Oh, well, it's one of those, and you just get the feeling that one magical over could break the hearts here of the Czech Republic. But if it doesn't come, Vinny, they could, they can win 2 in the spin and go to the top of the standings.
Yeah, well, Laxmi doing a good job.
So Shah Khan just making some changes with the field as they do now go for Tariq. Tariq was batted very well in the last match. Got a 40-odd score, which well, at least gave his team some runs. It wasn't enough to win the match. It's another very good delivery. It's the bounce that he gets as well, isn't it?
I would say, I mean, it's Tariq again. I know he's made some runs today. I would have thrown maybe someone uber attacking out there just to have a crack at this, and maybe they can win you the game quickly. Having said that, Tariq does a pretty good job of drilling this straight and getting 6. Maximo, he says, well, look, I may not be the biggest, but I'm still capable of going large, and that's a bit of a settler for the host nation.
Yeah, well, he made 41 of 19, helping Austria get to 105. As I said, it wasn't enough for victory against Hungary, but he was a key batter. We know he can bat, and that was a very important hit, the last ball of Arun Ashokan's over. Even with that boundary, it only goes for 8, which is less than where they need to be.
Well, this should be a good game. I mean, they're all good games, aren't they, in this series? Austria-Hungary, they'll be group mates at the ECC in September. Right now, they'll be locking horns, last game of the day. Austria winning the toss, bowling first. Interesting, hey? So they will be chasing. I feel it's a slight change of tactic. But we're looking forward to that game, which starts in around about half an hour's time. Right now, I'm fixated on this contest, and they're going for Riaz Afridi. So this is going to be a very, very important over coming up. So they kind of basically are forced to change pace, Czech Republic. They've got a very good bowler to bring back here. Still got the Beast having one. I know he hasn't had the best time with the ball, but he's a proven performer. And Arun Ashokan, he's been used as the 5th bowler here. So he'd be an option. I mean, they could go to Bullion last over like they did last time. Well, this is an uppercut, and it's going to disappear. I think that's 4. Probably won't get a great look at this. Yeah, it is 4. So Wijesakara, to his credit, you know, he just plays the ball, he's bowled, he's not too proactive, he gets back, deflects, and he knows he can use that pace to his advantage.
Yeah, good shot. And I wonder if that's one for the over that gets signalled there as well. I think it was there or thereabout. So 4 runs, really plays this really nicely. I think probably, looking at that, it probably should be maybe 1 for the over. But nice shot, 4 runs so. The last 2 deliveries have gone to the boundary. This one, yeah, that's where he needs to be. And Navin Wijesakara very quickly says, what am I doing? What am I doing that for? I should be there. I think it's a case of if you get bat onto ball and you take a run of every ball that comes your way, I don't see you losing this match because you'll get the odd extra, you'll get the odd boundary as well. It's dot balls. Dot balls are what can hurt you, and of course wickets. Afridi.
Hello to Trip and Danny, watching from the USA. Nice to have you with us. Another good contest on our hands here. Afridi Wijesakara. Naveen, he's enjoying the extra pace. And he goes straight down the ground and goes pretty handsomely. Holds the pose. Maximo! What a shot. That is not an easy shot. It's not a half volley. It's quite a technical shot from Naveen. You say not a lot of foot movement, but the bat plane was perfect, and he gets the perfect result.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw Naveen Wijesakara batting, I said at the time, this guy shows that he can bat perfectly well. He's a proper stroke player. He can play good in in the longer format. But what he did in that series, and this is where the European Cricket Series helped him, he just got better and better. He got more attacking.
Yeah.
And now he's using that here to his advantage. So he's a good example of how that European Cricket Series has got him into good form.
17 or 15. I think this could be
It's
a no ball.
Because well, that's what I was asking the question, whether the first one that he uppercut was given as one for the over. And I didn't see the signal for the umpire.
I guess,
So
well, this is clearly above the shoulder, so it mustn't have been. It mustn't have been one for the over earlier.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
we didn't see the signal
Yeah.
at the time, so I was wondering whether I missed it. But that clearly shows that he didn't. Well, what he's being told here now is, well, okay, you know you can't bowl that one again. Good delivery. It's a dot ball. I like it. Right now, what's your plan now?
Yorker. You know, I think Wichita is one of those guys I think also appreciates that he's not, he's in good company here. He's not expected to be the leader of the batting, but he can provide some useful contributions. And some batters can just lift against better bowlers. You know, he's shown he's not too bothered with the extra pace of Afridi. He's used it to his advantage. Afridi kind of back to earth with a thump, isn't he, in this game? Last ball of his spell coming up. Richard Sakra has been just the tonic for the Austrians, trying to make it 2 wins over the Czechs today. Ooh, this is probably just okay.
No, it's been called. It's been called.
So this is lower, but is it low enough? We're not looking side on. We'll have a look now. And yeah, well, that's actually it's clearly too high. So, Riaz, I probably listened to his captain and might have gone in one ear and out the other. And it's such a tight game, if you want to call it that. They don't have too many to play with, and Widger Sacred, I reckon he might get funky here, trying to use the pace and deflecting behind. He can't be out. It's a free hit. He stands, and he swings, and he misses. End of the over. The game will go to a 9th. It's 98 for 6. 16 required off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, 98 for 6. So, the 9th over, we say. It all happens in the 9th. And time-wise, they're spot on as well. You see the clock show they had about 6 minutes here. So, okay, so 16 required of 12 deliveries. That's where we're at.
Let's not forget, I mean, if they can really grab a couple of quick wickets here, the Czech Republic, they could get them 8 down, and it could be a bit of a nervy finish. They're 4 wickets away from winning this game. Now, you've got an option, and it looks like they're going to go to Buyan, and he delivered an excellent 10th over last time. He'll only get the 1 this time, so they had some options. They could have gone back to the Beast. They could have gone back to Aaron Ashokan, but they've decided to try a 6th bowler, and it will be Sazeev to bowl what I think is the most important over of the game.
Yeah, it is. And fair play to him. Even though he went magical in his first over in the last match, he actually bowled a very good final 10th over. Picked up a couple of wickets as well, and he ended up, you could say, perhaps winning the match for his side. Well, he could win it for his side here if this is a good one.
So, here we go. It all happens in the 9th. Czechs are hoping they can wangle a couple of wickets. Tariq, 6 off 2, hasn't had to do too much so far. Hello to Lakshmi, who's watching with the Czech Republic as well. Sure, you're in good company. Here we go with the 9th, and they swing straight away, and he gets it pretty clean. Tariq, he knocks this one out of the park. It's a slot ball, and it disappears, brings up the 100, and surely the Austrians have done enough now to get over the line.
Yeah, it's right in the zone where Umar Tariq really likes it. He loves this shot. He plays it so well, and he says, thank you very much for bowling it there, Zabuyan. He can't be there again because it will be the same result. And as we say, there's not a lot of him. But wow, when he hits the ball in that slot, it stays hit.
10 to win now. There's more. That's absolutely laced leg side. Well, you know, a question maybe whether Tariq was the right man for the job. Not because he's not capable, just because some of the other players I could have gone to. Oh, he's put me back in my box pretty quickly, hasn't he? And that's one thing earlier in the year in the ECIs, he did get bogged down occasionally. No signs of that today. That's an excellent shot with the angle. And now they're just 1 hit away from victory.
Yeah, he's been in good form, you have to say. And the captain knows it as well. Here comes the next delivery, and he hits this pretty well. And this will probably be it. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will. Manos arriba. Balle, balle. Brrrr. Shaka Lagya, and that is the match. Bolo, Shaba, Shaba. And Umar Tariq, well, he didn't want to hang around, did he? And he finishes it in style. So Austria, they do go back to winning ways, and they do it with 9 balls to go. So it does end up being, well, we don't If you say it all happens in the ninth, well, it does. It all comes to an end in the ninth here for the Czech Republic. They needed to find a way, didn't they, to stay in it. And I just think there, I saw Arun take the ball, and I thought, yeah, okay, that would have been my shout for Arun to bowl it, maybe take it into the last and then play back with who you go with. But they decided to go with Buyan here. But it was Umar Tariq that finished the game off. He'll finish on 22 for 5. And what a way to do it. And well done to Austria with that win there. The home nation would go to the top of the standings.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's coming up. Austria-Hungary in match 5. Remember, Hungary actually beat Austria earlier on in match 2. The Austrians will be chasing again. They chased pretty well on that occasion. And we're only around about 25 minutes away from a start in that one. Just looking at this game, for me, I'd probably have Paras Kari as the player of the match, even though he's in a losing side. I just thought he kept his team alive. 68 not out of 26. Have to see what they go for in the end. I think they might have gone for Akbarjan, who took 3 for 13. I suppose that was pretty important as well in wrecking the first half. Anyway, so this game, like I said, it's coming up to the last game of the day. Make sure you join us. And Austria, well, they're out for some revenge, and they'll want to go 3-1. It's very different feeling 3-1 at the end of the day compared to 2-2. Remember, it's their 4th game of the day, so maybe they'll be feeling a little bit of the fatigue creeping in. But anyway, let's see if that adrenaline can get them over the line. Let's go to the highlights of the chase, and we know that Austria, they needed 114. We know the way they play. They're going to be aggressive, and they were. They went back to their regular combination of Iqbal Hussain and Mark Simpson-Parker at the top of the order. That one was cracked away, but he wouldn't last too much longer. Iqbal Hussain has got away with that one, but he wouldn't get away with much more as Sengupta took a good catch at point. See the back of him. And the Czechs, they kind of kept themselves in this contest by taking those wickets, but also the run flowed freely in the power play. 49 came off it.
Yeah, 49 come off it. And maybe this is another match, as we just see there, right on cue, which was decided by some loose deliveries. No ball, bang. It's a 7-up. The next ball went to the boundary as well for 4. And both teams were guilty of it. And I think no balls in what's been a tight match could have been the difference here. Good catch there taken, though, by Venkatesh. He was good all round. And I also like the bowling that he delivered as well. I think he bowled really well, very tidily, helped to keep his team in it. He took it deep, but I think right at the end there, I think it was a bit of a gamble, wasn't it, to go with Buyan. I think maybe the skipper would now be thinking perhaps he should have bowled that night.
Seems to be a bit of a hesitance to stick with the spin at the end. And
yeah.
I think, if it's worked in the middle, there's no reason it can't work at the end. I know Buyan bowled a good 10th last time, but I suppose, we hadn't even seen him bowl yet. Chagi had a chance to get rid of Chima early, but Chima wouldn't hurt him too much. Even though that probably did hurt Niraj as it came back and whacked him in the fingers. As Mehar just took this one down the ground. Again, Margashaim, I think he's been brilliant. You saw the good catch he took. He was super accurate there. But, Davitsi was important as well, taking a couple of very good catches in that long off position down the ground. I suppose they just were able to find the boundaries when they needed them, weren't they? And we knew this Austrian team, they bat so deep. So even when they were 5, they were 6 wickets out. You never felt too worried that they didn't have the batting to get them there. They had players, even players we never saw bat, like David Sadran, for example, like Akbarjan, that weren't required. How about that from Davitsi?
Wow.
That was a brilliant catch, saved him 6. The Czechs did well to stay alive, didn't they? But in the end, despite the efforts of Curry in the first innings, just a case of not putting enough on the board.
Yeah, it was. And one thing, I know that everyone's talking about Umar Tariq 22-5, but I think that knock from Nevin Wijesakera, what a good and important knock that was from him. And I said when that European Cricket Series was being played here, and I did say that a lot of the Austrian players will benefit from having the tournament going into these ECIs. And Navin, well, he certainly did, because he played some lovely shots, didn't he? We saw that uppercut played. This, though, down the ground was a beaut.
Beautiful stuff, really. And then Riaz went into bodyline mode, didn't he? And he just kept bouncer up to bounce. He was lucky to get away with one. He didn't get away with the third one. But, Umar Tariq, give credit to him as well. When he joined the party, they just, like I said, they came up with those big hits when they needed them. And it was Austria that finished stronger. And they didn't look too tired out there. I think they were pretty disappointed to drop that previous game to Hungary. They'll get some revenge perhaps on them in the last game of the day. They'll get the opportunity at least. But Austria, with that, they go 2-0 up over the Czech Republic. But these two teams will meet again tomorrow for a third time. 32 for Shigarwal was the top score of just 12 balls. Got them motoring in the power play. Mark Simpson-Parker 14 before he got out. Caught by Margashaim off the bowling of Chagi. But have a look at that late kick after Moman went for a run of ball 10, which is Sakeru with 18 off 11, took on Afridi and got the chocolates. Uma Tariq, though, he was also brilliant, finishing things off in style. As far as the bowlers, Margashayam, I think best of the bowlers, 1 for 13 off his 2 overs, although the wickets went to Chagi, was a bit more expensive. Afridi with 1, but he was also a bit loose at times. And Aaron Ashokan with just the 1 over. Again, they try another option. Maybe the lesson there for the Czech Republic is keep your options a bit more open. They've been pretty keen to bowl bowlers out, and sometimes there's a time to do that, but they've kind of boxed themselves into some uncomfortable choices at the end of the innings in the last couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, don't forget, Vinny, that the first 2 overs were magical, 21 and 21. So when you think about it, that's 42 of the first 2. The way they did keep going in this was good. Credit to them. But I think in the end, one thing that we do know about the Austrian batting is that no matter how many wickets they lose, somebody can just come in there and just do exactly what Uma Tariq did and take the match away from them. So they're a strong unit, and they're looking to show that.
And the thing is, I don't know how he won race out to the middle, because I reckon Zadran had his pads on. I reckon Akbarjan had his pads on. They were probably keen to get out there as well. So, depth not really a problem for these 3 sides at this ECI. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Last game of the day on the way. Might be random question time, might be food chat time, might be time for some more entertainment. Can Hungary get the sweep over Austria on day 1? Find out very, very shortly. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Back soon with more FanCode, ECI Austria. European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Austria. Last game of the daytime now. What an opening day of action. Topsy-turvy. You never know what to expect. It's very European Cricket Network. Anyway, it will be another rematch coming up in match 5. It's a rematch of match 2 where we see Austria and Hungary locking horns. First, let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains.
Austria to call. Heads is the call. Sorry, tails the call. And it is a tail.
So Rasmal Shigawal of Austria wins the toss. Interestingly, he chooses to bowl first. So I think it's a slight change of strategy. We did see them pretty happy to bat first earlier in the day. Having said that, I think that both teams are here. They like the opportunity this weekend of batting first, sometimes batting second, other times. I think it's all good experience. With Austria, we've seen them chop and change their batting lineup. It'll be interesting to see what kind of batting lineup they do go with. But first, we'll see them with the ball. Akbarjan was a good injection to their side in that last game. Let's not forget that it was match 2 that Hungary got their first points of the series with a very impressive win, probably an upset win over the Austrians. And I've got to say, Ashrith Darapareddy has had a really, really good day for Hungary. He bats the number 3 position. He's got all the shots and more. He's also a very handy left arm spinner. So watch out for him. Zishan as well. He's always a big wicket, isn't he? But I think that the Austrians, they've got revenge on their mind. They'll know exactly how many they need to chase. Don't forget, these 2 teams, they've been drawn in the same group in the ECC, the Euros of cricket later in the year as well. So plenty to watch out for. Last game of the day, maybe some food chat, maybe some random questions, but definitely Rico Full will be the next voice of you here. Rico, should be a good one. Austria winning the toss, sending in the Hungarians here in match number 5.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be a good one. Well, we need some water. Well, I don't know what's going on over there. I think that's probably whoever's in the tower is just trying to stay a little bit cold and pouring water over the head. I'm with that because it is pretty hot here now, but I ain't complaining after some of the weather that we had here in Austria. I'm quite happy to have the sunshine. Bring it on, that's what I say. And bring on the action as well, as we see, as you heard there from the coin toss, that Austria elected to field first. I think this is Rasmus Shigawal, who's a very experienced captain, probably thinking, you know what, at some point we are going to have to do different things. We're going to have to bat first sometimes. We're going to have to bowl first sometimes. And I think he's just saying, you know what, this time we are going to have a bowl first and we want to have a bit of a chase. I don't mind that. So I think we're going to see, once again, Zishan Cookie-Hill, who's, well, we know that he's pretty dynamic. The thing is, though, can he stay there? I get the feeling if he can stay there 5 overs, he's already going to get a stack loads of runs. Vinath Ravindran, the captain, will be hoping to get a game this time round as well. But Ashrith Darapareddy, he has been sensational, and he really is one to watch. And I think they'll be hoping that all of the key performers get going in this one. And there's been some good ones. Ali Yilmaz will be hoping to be in the wickets as well. And maybe we're going to see some more from the likes of Willagamage and also Zahir Safi. And with the ball, what we'll see is that back in to the side. Javed Sadran is there. Didar as well. Still no Sahil. So no Sahil in this one. So he is being rested in this one as well. So it will be Itibar Shadida that's going to open the bowling. And, he bowled very well last time round. The only thing was towards the end of the innings. So if you go back to that last match, I mean, they did have their opponents under the cosh, if you like, 68 for 5. And then Umar Tariq and also Javed Sadran, their last 2 overs between them went for 45, which helped the Czech Republic to get to a healthy score. So they just want to keep it tidy all the way through. And, so we're going to miss to start off with. As local time here, we get past the half past 5. The sun starting to come down. It's sort of baking us now. It's really in that area where the shelter that we have, the sun is becoming lower than that. And this one, well, it would have been a wide. He puts it up into the air and the catch has been taken. Well, that is such an unfortunate dismissal. Zishan Cookie, we know what a key batter he is. This is a wide and you just got to let it go. And like I say, you only go for these if you think you're going to put it away. He gets the back of the bat on it, and what a good catch this is from Hussain. Iqbal Hussain comes across, takes the catch, And it's going to be a wicket straight away. It's going to be a duck, and that's not good. And you see a key batter who disparts. And there he goes. Well, there's Derek quacking away. It's going to be not quite a golden. And Derek likes to go golden sometimes. Maybe that's just the sun baking him a little bit as well. But it is a 2-ball duck for Zishan. And that's a terrible start for Hungary, losing one of their key batters straight away. Well caught by Iqbal, who makes no mistakes at all. And Didar gets the wicket. So it will be a man who has shown good form with bat, with ball, and in the field. That comes out. And number 3 is the left-hander, Dara Peretti. And this one gets played out. And yeah, I'm talking about the sun. It is glowing here. We're squinting. I forgot my shades, so that's not good on me. And the man who has got all the shades on, but I've got to say, I'm going to have to put something on his head because the sun is glaring off the head of Onkar and then blinding me. And that's, well, my bad for forgetting my shades. That's a good delivery as this one comes in and moves away. Yeah, big shout out to all the team here. The European Cricket Network, Sam Williams and Onkar and Mehel, who are doing the scoring. We also have Nilkesh Patel, of course, been doing a little bit of umpiring today as well. And Dan Horos and Tyrone Peters, the European Cricket team. And of course, to our production partners, Spring Productions, Andres Cariolis and Raibis have been absolutely brilliant. This one, well, gets away from Chima. And I mentioned Tyrone Peters, of course, he is our tournament referee. But right now, he's out there in the middle, doing a little bit of umpiring. There he is. And we know Tyrone Peters, he likes to go horns. So if anything does go all the way, we have to remember to give a bit of the horns. Nice to see Tyrone out there. You normally see him at the coin toss. We're seeing him doing a little bit of officiating in this last one as well. He's out there with umpire Praveen. And umpire Santosh is the third umpire, who the umpiring has been done at a very good standard as well. This is another good delivery. It's played away. The moment does the fielding. Change as well, we've seen here from Austria. This time round, like all the other matches that they played, they didn't start with Momin. So I wonder if that's Razman Shigbal making that call because he knew that it was something like Zishan Cookie Hill that was opening up. And they probably would have gone to town. And Momentum, once again, he gets that right. I wonder if the bat versus ball wall has got this right. 109 to 108 in favour of Hungary. So a close one, close encounter. Once again, the key thing for both the teams here is that the runs for are better than the runs that have been scored against them as well. And Austria, remember, they're looking to come back here. They lost to Hungary in the first contest between them. This will be called wide as the Wild Thing comes into the attack. What a good over that was from Dida. Just 2 runs from it, and he picked up the wicket as well, and the prize wicket of Zishan. But it wasn't a good shot from Zishan, was it? I mean, it's a terrible way to get out. Gets back onto ball here. Very tight field out on the offside. Of course, big hello to everybody that's been tuning in. And Marnus, Dave, and been a very busy and active chat on this Saturday. Thank you for all your comments as well. I know that you're very active on Facebook and Instagram. It's lovely to hear from you and everybody else. And we always like to say we use this platform to thank you all for your comments and also for your support for the European Cricket Network. As Sadran just once again struggling with his line. I mean, I wonder if he just somebody just needs to say to Sadran, hey, just calm down a little bit. By that I mean, you know, yeah, walk back to your mark, take a breath. You see, very agriculture here. It's a tractor going past in the background. That's better areas. Take the single. No boundary as in the over at the moment, or in the spell at the moment, you'd say, from both these bowlers. So Didar bowled a very nice one. A nice one there from Sidran as well. I've already talked about some of the important days today, and we know we have conversation about everything. We mentioned it was National Flower Day, and I know we love flowers because they're inspiring beauty and fragrance, as this is another swing. And they also play a significant role in romance, medicine, rituals, and religion. International Red Sneakers Day. Well, I know a few players have been wearing the red sneakers, and that's all about making awareness and drawing attention to the rising food allergy problem, which affects around 250 million people in the world. This one, he goes for the Yorker, and just ends up a little bit too full, and Mormin out there just having a few issues getting to it. Does recover, but not before the batters get to. We mentioned and had a lengthy conversation about International Plant a Lemon Tree Day and about all the benefits of lemons. And they are a very beneficial fruit. And International Bee Day. We like our bees. And one thing I like about here, the Seabarn Cricket Ground, is out on the outskirts of the boundary, there are plenty of bees. I know when we were in our previous home, this one is gloves on it. Makes a very good partial stop here. Does the keeper, Chima. And leg byes are being signalled. So this one could have gone all the way down to the boundary. So Chima does well. Yeah, a lot of bees around here, which is good. We like bees. Bees are good. So not only do they provide us with honey, I like me honey. That's good for pollination. Of course, if you want to plant your lemon trees, you need the bees there as well. And then later on, certainly I think myself and a lot of other people, maybe the Blue Crew, I know Vinny Sandy will be celebrating a very important day, which is International Whiskey Day. I think back at camp, we certainly will have a little nightcap to finish off what has been a tremendous day. But this is the way it looks at the moment. Austria with that win over the Czech Republic. Now they're 2-1, and they are looking to get away from the likes of Hungary and Czech if they can get a victory here. Hungary, though, are looking to do the double over their local rivals, if you like. Remember that they were beaten by Hungary, Austria, 105-106, the victory with 8 balls to go. So let's see how this one goes. Hungary, though, will be keen to do the double over their opponents, not wanting to let them get away in the standings. But at the moment, it's a tidy start. As the score not really moving too quickly, as we've seen both the openers do very well. This one will be a wide, and Chima throws himself at it. Dida, his first over was really tidy. Just 2 came from it. He picked up the wicket as well, though there was a bit of fortuitousness behind it. Dida. And this has been hit really well. He takes the bowler on. I think this is a preempted shot. I think Dada he realises that he's got to go for this. Otherwise, they're just getting themselves into a bit of a rut. And they hadn't hit a boundary so far. It is the power play, but there's been lacking the power. Well, that helps. A boundary, the first. Dida then comes back with a reply, and is a good one. It's a slightly slower Yorker length delivery. This would have been close. Looking at it first up, I think if this hits, I think he would have been out. I think he's running into trouble. Let's see this. Yeah, he would have been a goner. And great bit of action there from String Productions. Well done, Andris. To Kuriolis or AKO Helsinki and Raivis. Been doing a superb job. It's been hit pretty well. To the fielder, another opportunity. And pick up and throw, and then, well, where's this going to end up? It will go to the boundary. So 4 runs signalled. And it's a Mormin who's doing the backing up. The throw, I think, was from Razmal Shiguel. So here's the pickup. There's the throw. Misses the target, but Mormin doesn't get his body behind it, and he goes all the way. Well bowled. Changes the angle, Dida. Gets it on the money. It's Vinoth Ravindran, the captain. They're hoping to go better this time. Remember, he had to make the decision, a difficult call, where he had to really retire himself out when he was going out to run a ball, when he made 21 or 21 deliveries to see if he could get the acceleration in from other batters coming in to try and win them the match last time round and get them to the score. Didn't quite work. Well, he goes up in the air. Well, this man does not drop him. We've seen him take an absolute humdinger of a catch earlier in the last match. And this one is straightforward, easy peasy. So one captain catching out the other, Vinoth Ravindran. But this time he doesn't have to be retired out. He goes for the big shot, doesn't get it right. So he'll go for a run of ball 8. And it will be Razmal Shiguel that gets him. And once again, it's another wicket from Didar. And I have to say, Didar, I like the way he stepped up to fitting the shoes of Sahil Zadran in the last 2 matches. And it's also the end of the power play. I suppose the good thing is for Hungary is that they were able to at least get a boundary. Got a 6 in it. And, but other than that, it's been a bit low-key. 22 for 2. The Didar getting the breakthrough. And looks like they're going to go to Akbarjan, who was player of the match in the victory against the Czech Republic for his bowling. 3 for 13. Could have been a number of players that could have picked it up. I mean, it could have been Paraskari of the Czech Republic, because if it wasn't for his 68 not out of 26, it probably wouldn't have been a contest. But it was Akbarjan that got the call. And here he is to bowl, and he just flights this one up, and it's a bit of a full toss, and he gets absolutely clobbered. So 6 runs. And well, one for some of the spectators that have come across to field. Yeah, doesn't quite get this right. He's looking for that the Yorker length. Just a little bit too full, and Darapareddy just keeps on going and keeps on impressing. Misses out on this one. So gets his line right and straight away makes the change. Slightly shorter. Chima makes the take. Okay, a bit of the reverse, but it doesn't really get him much. And of course, Darapareddy has been joined out there by Abhitash Prashar. He's yet to face a delivery. So once again, they've got 2 left-handers out there. This one has been walloped, and that will go a long way. In fact, that's a biggie. It one bounce and it bangs into the production office. There's Nilkesh Patel who goes after that one. And don't worry, Andres, you're all right. You're safe. Nobody's knocking on the door. You can go back. Go back. Here we go. Watch one bounce and banging in to where the production guys are. So good hit. So Darapareddy is ready and plays this one along the deck. Navin Wijesakara does the fielding. Wasn't it good to see him out there scoring some runs as well? Very valuable partnership between him and Umar Tariq that got the host nation a victory. So with the ball to go, here there's the 4th over. Score 35 for 2. Akbarjan gone for 13 so far. Let's see what Prashar does. Hits this pretty nicely. Looking probably to whereas he came in last time, when remember he came in after Vinoth, the captain, basically retired himself out to get some acceleration in. He was out first ball, but now he's got time to bat, and I think he's going to try and make the most of it. Rico Full here and bringing you the action of this European International Series. And alongside me, as ever, as he has been in Austria all the way through, it's Mr. Maximo Vinisandu. Welcome back.
Nice to be back. Nice little gradient there for Hungary, although I wouldn't say it's off the charts yet. 9 and over through the first 4. Hello to everyone. Hello to everyone that's been with us all day. And of course, those who might be joining us for the first time. Saturday night fever and Hungary. Bit of a 2-bit start, really. Decent enough, but it could have been better. I know that the Austrians are keen for some revenge against their neighbours. Darapareddy, though, I mean, he's just gained in confidence. He's going the reverse. He's playing all the shots in the book and some that aren't. Akbarjan is a tough one for him to take on the the reverse against Akbarjan, I think, because even though it's with the angle, it's hard to catch up with. Anyway, time for some spin. They've held Momin back. He's going to bowl the 5th.
And, well, I think he's going to go the distance as well, as this is a lovely shot. And, well, Prashar says, no pressure. It's all right, boys. I can sort it out. And just a beautiful hit. I mean, this is when you're hitting the ball clean and sweet. No pressure. It's all timing. And you're not worried about trying to hit the ball too hard.
Yeah, outfielders, no worries, says Prashar. And next one he drags across and gets 1. So I want to say hello to everyone, to Marnus as well. Fuhad saying, thanks for an amazing weekend. T10 is too good to watch. Well, it is. Too much is never enough. 68 games across this 2 weeks, in Austria. Good leave as well. Good keeping from Chima. Chima had the look of a keeper that had one too many throws that bounced a metre in front of him about 2 minutes ago. He was shooting daggers at everyone. And that was a smart bit of work down the leg side.
Oh, just trying to squeeze this through. That's not a bad delivery from Momin. I prefer him when he's bowling that length with that just a little bit of extra pace on the ball than when he's floating it up there, because I think both these left-handers like to go inside out and hit him big.
Yeah, I think the wind normally pushes left to right a lot. It's kind of not as breezy as it has been.
And this one goes all the way. What a classy shot this is as well. And the thing about it is, from Prashar, he sort of almost says, I don't have to hit it full throttle. I'll just stop just here, he says, just here. I don't have to only go more than this. This is enough. That's a lovely shot, and it looks so elegant as well.
Holds the pose, doesn't he? We haven't really seen Prashar go for any extended period of time so far today. If he does, it could spell trouble. Just have a look at this. We haven't paused that footage. That is just Prashar. He's doing his best. What do they call that? The mannequin challenge? There's a throwback for you. Remember that? Ooh, little nick. And how many here? Probably 1. Remember the mannequin challenge?
I don't know.
So mannequin challenge. Someone give me a year on this. It was when people were doing these videos where they're all frozen and they like shoot the video, and you'd think it,
What, you
basically everyone's being a mannequin.
Okay.
Come on, someone give me a year on this. My knowledge of recent history isn't that great.
Oh, good shot, but has he found the hand of the fielder? And then no, despite the valiant efforts of Navin Wujasakira, it goes all the way. So they made a slow start, you have to say. The power play, only 22. The first 2 overs only went for 10. But now the acceleration is coming and is being brought on by, of course, the 2 left-handers. And now Depp already turning on the star.
It's a pretty good effort, actually. Couldn't have done much more as we get to the end of 5. It's 58 for 2. I want to say hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. You can probably see we're bathed in the sunlight now. My jacket is long gone. What a difference a few days makes, Rico. But I mean, what a first day of ECI action. This series is completely up for grabs.
Yeah, it's great. It's been wonderful. Remember, after the first 3 matches, all 3 teams had a victory. And you say Austria, the host nation, well, they pipped the Czech Republic in the last one. And they're looking to go clear here. But I just think that Hungary, they've got other plans. And now they're starting to get going, aren't they? The 2 left-handers. This one can't be out.
Oh, can't be.
Well, the run-out could be out, but the LBW couldn't.
Oh, it's a mental error from Prashar. There's no way this can be out because it pitches that side leg stump. But he takes off on a run that isn't there, and he almost runs himself out. If this hits, he's gone. Yeah.
Oh, the wicketkeeper, of course, too far to get anywhere near that. You just get the feeling if he didn't appeal so much, he may have done. Oh, got him. Absolute beauty. And, well, the wild thing, Sadran comes in and he knocks him over. What a good delivery this is. And good captaincy as well, because I think Rosman Shiguel, he just noticed and just thought, well, okay, this one, the way these 2 are going, they could hurt us here. I've got to go back to a strike bowler to try and get the wickets. And, well, there we go. That's who he goes to, Zadran. And the wild thing does it again. Knocks him over. Prashar departs.
Those stumps have been destroyed by that ball from Javid Zana. And it was spicy, wasn't it? He kind of yorks himself in the end. You can see him kind of knocking himself in the noggin with the bat, saying, why did I do that? But I think, yeah, it's kind of back to basics for Austria. Have a look at this. It's full. It's a ball that's hitting the stumps. It's not easy to do too much. Okay, if he stayed in his crease, maybe he can drive up and get that up in the air. But, yeah, the wild thing, it's a little bit different now. A couple of years ago, he was super wild, all over the place. There's still signs of that occasionally, but he's a lot more consistent now. And I think if you go back to the ECC, he bowled in the middle of the innings in this kind of situation, and he just pretty much bowled that ball every time. He got full, he got straight. Okay, occasionally throws in a slower ball, which we haven't seen too much from him, but him and Dita played that role. And I think I'd like to see him get back to basics again. This is Abbas Ghani coming out in the 5 spot. Prashant, handy 15, but again, can't go on with it. Dara Peretti at the other end. Hungary on 109 pace at the moment.
Oh, well, I tell you what, they were asking a question, and the thing is, the umpire has a long look at this, and I think he comes up with the right answer. There, I can't see what this is missing. He goes, this is such clever bowling. Look how wide he goes here.
Yeah, and so you'd be thinking, oh, maybe the angle, but for me it was hitting.
Yeah.
I mean, I know some people might feel that's heading leg stumpish. I agree. I think it is hitting leg stump. I think he's caught on the crease, not a lot of foot movement, not a lot of time for foot movement either. So disappointment for Abbas Ghani. I think it's a good decision, if I'm honest, even with him being wide of the crease and kind of jagging it back in. But for me, I think that would have sent the stumps cartwheeling once again. Disappointment for Ghani. It's 58 for 4.
Yeah, that one is what we call a boogie grizzly fly ball, and it is. I mean, that is going to shatter the stump. I think that for me is going on the hit middle of the leg without fail.
It hits him in line with middle stump, I think, even though you get a good look at off stump, which is always a bit of an indicator about where the impact is. But I find it pretty hard to believe that's not crashing into them. Anyway, one thing we haven't had in Austria is a hat trick so far in the 12 and almost 13 days we've had here. Surely we're going to get one before the end of the weekend.
Yeah, well, we've seen centuries, haven't we? 3 of them. We've seen absolute humdiggers of catches. Hat trick we haven't seen. Can we see one here? It's in the air, and it's a dugout. And I was going to say, we've seen 5 wickets, though, haven't we? MSP has given us a 5-er, but not a hat trick.
Not a bad ball, though.
I say it was in the air. That's because the sun was right in
Thought
the
he
eyes.
might have chopped it down and up. Maybe it might have gone back onto the stumps, but it went forwards. It's always a good sign. Safi batting at 6. He's a pretty good insurance policy. He's a guy that could easily be batting in the top 3. Couple to come for Sadran. His re-entrance has been a good idea. And, well, with an entrance comes an exit. And this one's exiting pretty fast. Safi off the mark. Maximo. What a shot. The counter-attack comes quickly from the Hungarians.
Not a bad delivery, I mean, that's a delivery that's got him wickets and loads of wickets. He does the same thing. He goes wide. He angles it in. But Safi holds his shape and doesn't go walkabout, does he? He stays firm, stays rooted, and goes bang. Fetch it. What a shot.
So thank you, for the information in the chat. I'll probably come back to that after Sadran's last ball, which is coming up right now.
And this one is high and mighty. Goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Well, this one is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowler. Rasmalai. 6 more.
Wow, what a difference a couple of balls makes. I told you, Safi, he's a pretty handy insurance policy. He goes bang, bang. I don't really know what to make of that. 70 for 4 after 6. I just love that when in doubt, attack. I think all the teams live and die by that mantra. So Marnus told me, and I tell you what, our chatters, they are better than Googling stuff, because if I ask them questions, they give me answers. And Marnus is saying that the mannequin challenge was around about 2016, 2017. Wasn't it a different world back then? As that moment comes back in. First one's hit to cover, no run.
Yeah,
2016, 2017, you might as well say that's 100 years ago now. I mean, it seems so. It's pre-ECN, of course. Pre-COVID. What were you doing back in 2016, 2017, Rico?
Working hard somewhere, I'm sure. Yes, of course. And also playing a lot of cricket, actually.
Yeah, probably.
This one has been hit pretty well, and it's going to be 4 runs. What a good shot this is. And Dara Peretti, he's been ready for the challenge, hasn't he? He's played a really nice shot here. Once again, I have to say, I'm surprised Momin gets a second over. I mean, he got blasted for 22 in his first. And now, well, this is probably going to be a wide, and the batter says, you know what, I'm going to get funky. It's a bit of showtime here at the Zeebarn Cricket Ground as he does the reverse, and he puts it away. And where does it go? Does it go all the way here?
I think it has. I think this is a reversimo. As it was up and it's out of here. So Dara Peretti, he goes both ways, doesn't he? and effectively 6 runs.
Yeah, well, yeah, it does. And well, now this one is hammered. It's a 6 more. Daryl Peretti turning on the style and it moves to 46. And Mormin, yeah, I've been saying this all day. Nobody's listening to me. When he has one, leave him at 1. And there's another one. This is as clean as you can get. What a hit. Well, that is a monster strike.
Here's the thing. Okay, did go magical in the first over 22. I'll come back to that in a second. He probably wants more, and he might get more. As this one is down the ground, it's out of here. Well, the umpire, he signalled the 6 before the ball even bounces. Maximo, and Daryl Peretti brings up his 50 in style.
Yeah, congratulations to Daryl Peretti. Clearly, quite simply, the player of the day for Hungary so far, and maybe also perhaps the player of this series so far. He has just done everything right, and he moves to 52, and he does it in really quick time as well. Just 20 deliveries, Vinny.
Reserve my judgment until after this ball.
There's no judgment. He could go for 50.
Yeah,
he could bring up his half century as well.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but he might. Well, he won't. Has he caught that? Well, I think he has. That's a brilliant bit of fielding by Mark Simpson-Parker. And yeah, I think the decision's been made. So Daryl Peretti, he laces a worm burner down to long off, and MSP takes a magnificent catch coming forward. You'll get a good look at it here, thanks to Spring Productions. He gets in and gets the big hands around the ball. I mean, that is potentially match changing, isn't it? Because Daryl Peretti was on, and now he's gone. It's 92 for 5 after 7.
Incredible. Great catch. I mean, he's given the decision from there. I mean, it's the thing about that catch that makes it so difficult. I mean, gravity is taking the ball down.
Yeah.
He is scooped up, and he's taking the ball up just using his fingertips. What a good catch that is. I mean, piece together all of his catches today. Piece together his catches today. They're all sensational.
It's world class is what it is. And if you want more international action, join us tomorrow because we have day 2, the final day of our Austrian adventure. And we'll have matches 6 through 9. Just the 4 matches to wrap up this series. Czech Republic play 3 times. We'll see Hungary playing 3 times. Austria, they've already played 4 matches. They just play the 2 middle matches tomorrow. Same starting time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. So at moment, he finishes with a wicket, but it's expensive, 1 for 44. So the point I was going to make is, again, we've seen a captain bringing back a bowler for a second over before going to a 5th bowler. You know, so I just think it might have been an idea to try someone else out first and kind of keep your options open. So, you know, once you bowl someone out, you're kind of boxing your choices towards the end. I suppose they're always planning to bowl Umar Tariq as the 5th bowler. But, you know, maybe it's time to give someone else a go. Just look at options they've got. I mean, Mark Simpson-Parker hasn't bowled today, for example.
Yeah.
But they wanted to stick with a spinner moment. They get the wicket, but it's an expensive one. Safi has been good so far, facing up.
Places pretty well. I'm liking this from Tariq. Now, remember that Austria, they didn't finish well with the ball against Czech Republic. I mean, you mentioned it as well at the time. The last 2 overs went for 45. So they've got to try and reverse that this time around because otherwise Hungary could get to a pretty decent score here.
Yeah, true. Pace is good here, isn't it? 127 pace. A few people liking that Tyrone signal 6 before it even gets close to landing. Actually, it's still on the way up when he signaled 6. Swings too much for Umar. So Ali Farasat's out there, and he's a guy I really enjoy watching him play his cricket. I haven't seen too much of him today so far with the stick, but he plays his cricket for the Budapest Blinders in Hungary. And yeah, I just love that all these 3 teams, they've got depth in their batting. They're willing to trust their teammates. And so even when, for example, they're 5 down here, they're not going to take the foot off at all, Hungary.
It's going to be another wide. You can see Tariq is trying to squeeze this in, but he can't. I'm just looking at what Daryl Peretti has done here today already. I mean, remember in the first match, I think he was just sensational with all-round performance. He bowled well, but he scored 35 of 23. And then against the Czech, he scored 46 in 25, and he also bowled well in that one as well. And now here, he's just gone up, and he's, well, what a great knock that was from him. So it really has been in good form.
Player of the day, probably, from any side, never mind Hungary. MSP overruns this, but he's got support. The rugby league about that, actually. They will scramble back for 2.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he quite easily can be player of the day. Some really good performances from him. And that's without talking about what he's done in the field.
46, don't forget, was in a losing cause. Just didn't quite have the support. It's an emotional roller coaster. You've got to take the good with the bad, I think. These players are pretty emotionally robust to make it to the international level.
That's gone, and it's right to another man who's been pretty good and taking some really good catches, and that's the captain, Razmal Shigwell.
Oh, he's out. I mean, there's some thinking it might be a bump ball, but I don't think so. Tell you what, though, if it is a bump ball, the other batter's out because they did cross. I don't think it can carry that far off a bump ball. Let's have a look. Let's roll it forwards all the way. No, it's on the way up.
It's on the up,
that's out.
It's on the up. And Razmal Shigwell takes the catch, and you can see that the umpire says, okay, you got to go, adios. It's Jerome Peters just saying, come on, get going. So, nice catch. And, well, Razmal Shigwell, just like MSP, he's showing that he's not one who's going to put any down. So, another batter will have to depart. And Farasat will go, and he'll go with 2 of 2. It's a good catch taken by Shigwell.
Anyway, it's disappointing for Farasat to get a fair piece of that. Shigwell, he's caught so well. Not only today, but he took some absolute blinders in the finals as well. That one's pretty easy. And I think, because it went so fast, Razmal's saying, hey, look, let's just make sure of it. He's saying, hey, aren't I out? Farasat was out. Rare that a bump ball would carry that far. But just to be sure, as they say. Welly Gumagay gets a bat number 8. He's another guy that loves to attack. And so we'll see what he can do. Just over 2 overs remaining.
Welly Gumagay to face Tariq, who goes for the Yorker, and it's a good delivery first up to a new batter, isn't it? It's right on the money. And, quite often we're used to seeing a new batter come in and the ball going for a wide, or it's not the best of deliveries, but that one, he's got to make him play. This is what you've got to do. New batter comes in, make him play.
Yeah, it's great bowling from Tariq. Now, it's a bit of a conference about what they want to do. I think this is about not taking a single, potentially, this ball. I think that Welly Gumagay's got instructions to swing away and go for broke here.
Plays it pretty well, but I think they're going to take the single.
I know, well, they're looking for 2, but it's never 2. So Welly Gumagay will retain the strike, 98 for 6. Just looking at that bump ball, it reminded me of something I saw. I think it was in the women's IPL, where, you know, if you're constantly going forwards and backwards on those replays, and you're trying to work out if it's ground first or bat first, and you're trying to work out if it's bump ball or not. I saw a very interesting one where it was actually it was whether it got edged onto the pad. And so, yeah, it was edged onto the foot. That's right. It was an LBW. And the batter was sure she smashed it onto her foot.
Yeah.
And she got given out, so she reviewed it. And we're talking like a big, like, middle of the bat onto the foot. Yeah. But because they kept playing the replay forwards and backwards, it looked like it was foot bat to the third official, right? So then she reviews it, and she's pretty cool about it, thinking, I'm fine here. It gets given out. And then she's like super sure again. So, and I think, what was it? So she was not out originally. Then she got given out. And then she reviewed the review. Right?
She reviewed the
said,
review?
Hold on. And well, hold on here, because Tyrone is going to give this 6 because Safi wants the strike. He gets it, and he gets 6.
Yeah, big hit, and here we go. Jerome Peters goes, you know what, this is home. 6 runs.
Don't adjust your sets. Rico did that on purpose, just so you know. It's all happens in the 9th, Hungary. They got the 100 up now. Once more, gets fresh air. Don't think he gets an edge on this. Yeah, so, okay, now I've worked out what happened with my anecdote. She was given not out LBW correctly. The fielding team reviewed it, thinking, did it go, was it out?
Yeah.
And it wasn't. So the original was correct. And then the batter says, I'm not happy with that review. Look at it again. So they looked at it again. They played it the right way, not backwards. And then she got given not out again correctly. So it went from not out to not out. I'm going to try and find a link.
Well, this one is out. So we don't need to review this. It's another catch that's taken by Hassan Mirza. Look, I have to say with Hungary, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you weren't in the commentary position when we saw the wicket of Zishan. Did you see Zishan get out? So you know what an important batter he is for them. He goes without scoring. So it's a good effort this from Hungary. I mean, they've got the 100 on the board, and really still, if they can get a few more away here, they're still looking to get, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them getting to the 120, but they've got to get a few away here. But, that was a straightforward catch taken by Mirza Ashan, so he's been good with his catching. There you go, nice and comfortable. He's been hoping that he can have a longer stay out there with the bat. What's your thoughts on Mirza? I know when we were talking about him with the bat in playing for the Austrian Cricket Tigers, we both said that I think the sort of batter he is, you should open with him. Would you think the same at this level as well?
I'd like to see him get a go up there. I mean, he typically is a middle order. He's normally a 5 for Austria. There's no reason he can't. I just think, I don't judge him just on one day. You know, he's only had a couple of opportunities. He'll get another one here. You don't read too much into it. Akbarjan comes back to bowl his last 2 balls here. He's been pretty reliable since he's come into the lineup.
Yeah, he's bowled well, Akbarjan. I think he's just another one who's quite deceptive with his pace. And the good thing about him is as well, he normally is getting that ball full on the pegs. You see, this time he just strays down the leg side. And Big Mirza, well, he shows that he's pretty good getting down. Now, how about this for a throwback? Well, he's a big unit. He doesn't have to get a full throw. He just sort of flicks this. Wide has been called. I wonder if they're looking at the run out here as well. Let's have a look. I mean, the throw there from Mirza was something incredible. He just literally flicks it back. Let's have a look. How long does it take the ball to get there?
I think he just gets in. Yeah, the bat's on the grass there. Great replay. I put the link in the chat to try and explain what I'm saying because I felt like I gave a more confusing account of a confusing situation. It's definitely worth a read when you get a chance.
Akbarjan wouldn't have liked the fact that he bowls that one down the leg side, but he's now bowling here to Yilmaz, who has got off the mark. Places out onto the leg side. Batter's pretty keen to try and get 2, but the throw comes in. It will just be a single, and that is the end of the 9th over. So 109 now on the board. They're 7 wickets down. Can they have a good flurry here and get to the 120?
Yeah, all the scores yesterday, I mean today in this series, you can pretty much throw a blanket over them. A couple of outliers, probably the first game, 145 to 99, had a highish one and a lowish one. But all of the scores since then, 106 off 8.4 beats 105. And we had game 3, 108, 101. The last game again was 114. With 9 balls to spare against 113. So, I mean, it's around the mark again, isn't it? Tariq comes back for the 10th over.
Yeah, Umar Tariq, he'll be just looking to get full and straight here. And these 2 batters haven't managed to find the boundary as yet. So, he knows that they'll be looking to go big. So, he's got to try and get the Yorker length delivery in. And he's pretty good with that slower one as well, every now and again. 110 on the board.
He's got the tricks. Tariq, bowls at this stage. He gets that wrong. That's going to be a no-hit. And it's gone for 6. So take that. And it's some welly from Wellagamagate.
Well, they haven't learnt. They did this in the last match. And it was Umar Tariq then when he bowled a no-ball 7 up in the 9th over. And that was quite an expensive over. And he does the same here again. And it must be really frustrating for the captain. Because the captain's probably said to him already, look, these guys haven't hit the boundaries yet. Come on, just get the ball right up there, full and straight. And don't change anything. He tries to change it, and he gets whacked. And now the free hit.
Yeah, when Yorkers go wrong. Run.
Yeah.
1.5 maybe. Shikhawal just doesn't drop catches, does he? I mean, I think we might have seen him drop 1. But everyone drops them sometimes. He just has such a good pair of hands. I mean, that catch he took in the last game when Riaz Afridi hit a ball that I think broke the sound barrier. He still just took it easy as you like. I mean, he's such a solid fielder.
He certainly is. Okay, 118, so I said 120's on. It certainly is, and maybe a few more as well. This is hit pretty well. MSP can't get anywhere near it. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. No para, sube, sube. No para, sube, sube. And just like that many, they go past the 120, now 124.
It's been a good innings. Again, they've trusted their lower order batters. They've trusted to use the order. And you've got Ali Yilmaz here in Wellagamagate with 7 wickets down. Doesn't bother them at all. They're going for their shots. Tariq gave him a bit of length there. It was well put away.
It's a wide ball.
You know, but what we're seeing here is the start of a long journey between these 2 teams this season in T10 international cricket. Who knows if we'll see them play in the ECIs again this year, but for sure we'll see them play each other in the ECC. And it'll be a really exciting group, I'm sure. I mean, in Group D. Don't forget Ireland in that group as well. Hungarians got the wood on their neighbours so far today.
This one he does get through. I think the difference in this has been, okay, we know there was a fantastic knock of 52-21 from Drew Peretti, but this time round, they didn't chew up too many deliveries. Batters have come in, they've had a go, they've got out the way. Another batter's come and done the same thing. So though there haven't been any big scores, they haven't chewed up deliveries.
Set up a cracking chase, I'll tell you that much. Anyway, a couple to come in this innings before you go that far. There's another swing and a miss. I think they probably look to change the strike after that, but they can't. Tariq fighting back here in the last.
Yeah, so a ball to come. And he gets another one out of the middle. He could get get to the 130 or at least set 130 if it goes to the boundary and it's a 4.
I wonder what the order will be that we see. They go Iqbal Hussain and MSP, or did you throw a Mirza up there? Do you throw maybe Javeed up number 3, something like that? Here's the last ball. Don't see how they'll get to, but they'll try. Probably go to the keeper. Wow.
Well,
that's a travel. In the NBA, that's a travel. Well, but anyway, it's going to be gone. 1 and out. It'll be 126 for 8.
Well, how about this? I mean, this is, when you say pick it up and throw it in early. Well, he's has a run up before he throws, so he warms himself up. Let's have a look at this. This is a goodie. They take one. They're going to go for 2. The fielder gets the ball, starts running, and then throws it. And it's a good throw. And Chima does the job. Well done there to Momin. And I wonder if we see Momin here.
Yeah, I don't know. I know LeBron James gets away with this sometimes. Shahil says, you know what? I can't throw that far, but I'm just going to steal about another 4 or 5 metres. I was scared he was going to run in for a touchdown. Anyway, it is 128 in the end. 126. The target will be 127. And the Austrians, well, they have to work out what their order's going to be. They have to get in order, and they've got a task on their hands to avoid Hungary sweeping them on the first day of this ECI. Early on, we saw Iqbal Hussain in the right place at the right time. He took a good catch down and a very fine third man, almost a second man. But I mean, Hungary, they continue to attack Dara Peretti. As I said, I think for me, he's been the player of the day.
He has, without doubt. And to this one, well, that was the throw that went past Momin and went to the boundary for 4. And that's what got them going. Here we go. Here's the throw.
Yeah, it was full power.
Momin couldn't stop it, and that ended up being 4 runs. So they needed things to go their way, and that just started a bit of a fight back there from the Hungarian players.
Such a great series because, like I said, all these teams, they have long, strong batting lineup, so they take the attacking option. Momin got taken to the cleaners, and I hope he got a receipt. Ended up going for 44, and some of these sixes were huge. And Dara Peretti, I mean, he went right-handed, went left-handed. Prashar, again, we saw him, probably not for long enough. But again, you don't mind guys getting out, trying to attack and trying to take the game on. And that's been the case. And more often than not, they have carried the fielders with Jasakara with a brave effort. This was a really good one from the Wild Thing, wasn't it? And absolutely made a mess of the stumps. Have a look at them go over. As Prashar pretty much yorks himself. One number 4 gets another. But got even better for Javeed the next ball, as he was able to pick up Abbas Ghani, LBW. So he's on a hat-trick. He wouldn't take it. Austria, well, they fought back. I mean, they just continued to have batters that took them on. And I love the counter-attack. I think Safi is a pretty, very good number 6 to be able to bring in as that kind of insurance policy. If the batters above him fail, had balls to work with, hit the ball well. But yeah, like I said, this was probably the shot of the innings, the reverse. Maximo over reverse square, backward square leg. But I just can't wait to see Austria take on this chase. I mean, they wanted to chase, they're going to get a chase.
Yeah, I think it's we were going to see just what Austria made of it. I think Rasmus Shiguel, I think he decided that there's going to be matches where they're going to have to be chasing, so he'd rather put them in that situation that they're going to know they're going to be doing it. And now we're going to see what they can do. But you're absolutely right, as we see another masterclass catch from MSP. I mean, some of the catches that he's taken today, and also that man there, Rasmus Shiguel, have just been absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, there's some thought about it being a butt ball. It was out caught. Yeah, MSP's catch was great. They have caught pretty well. I mean, all these sides putting a big focus on their fielding. You're probably not going to catch everything, but you want to catch most things. You don't want to give opportunities to good players. This one that was dropped, then caught. Mirza had that sucked into his gravitational pull. Then we saw the 7 up in the last over, and it just, I suppose, ballooned out a little bit. 11 come off the 9th, 17 come off the 10th. This was off the free hit. But it was a good little kick along for Hungary. I mean, they'll sense a real opportunity even though they dropped that game to the Czech Republic, they've certainly got themselves in a very strong position. But I mean, it'll be a question, can their bowlers get the early wickets? Can Austria get cracking? That was an interesting decision by Mo Min, who had a little bit of the road runner there as he took a few extra steps to cheat a few yards and then find in the throw. So it was a run out, but it was a single completed before that off the last ball. 1-2-6. Looking at that, Dara Peretti, 52 off 21. Hasn't he been just the player of the day, not only for his batting, for his bowling as well? He's been solid as a rock in that number 3 position. They've always lost an early wicket as well. That's the thing, Hungary today. So he's been out there pretty early. Safi with a rebounding 19. That was after Prashar had a quick fire 15. And then Willie Gumagain, Yalmaz put the finishing touches on. They get a bit of a kick in the 10th. 17 come off it. 126. Interesting chase coming up, Rico.
I think it certainly is, and I think the key for me there was the balls used up, and that's why you got batters going in there. They got the runs on the board. I think it's a better start from Austria, so I think the captain will probably be looking at that and say, right, okay, my pace is up front work, and I think there was good bowling there from Didar and from Sadran. There were good figures there. Akbarjan, once again, very tidy. But a bit expensive there once again. You see that some of those bowlers just not working out towards the end. And Umar Tariq, okay, 1 for 23. He's been okay. But I think Momin, once again, I mean, he's almost like he's part of the family maybe. He keeps giving him that second over. I mean, you got to be brave to give a man a second over who went for 22. Well, when he got his second, he went for even more.
That's true. I mean, they just don't really have that other spin option to throw in, and they didn't go to someone like a Mark Simpson Parker, for example, with the ball today, or a Naveen Wijasekar, or maybe with some left arm.
The captain himself.
Yeah, true. And the other thing is they've got Osman Khan on the bench. Okay, he won't give you too much with the bat, but he will provide some quality leg spin, and I'm sure he'll be getting an opportunity at some point tomorrow. We'll have a quick break, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Last innings of the day should be a doozy. The host side trying to get over Hungary for the first time. They'll need 127 to do so. Or can Hungary get another one on their neighbours? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full, back very shortly with the final innings of the day. This is the FanCode ECI Austria. European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the final innings of this European Cricket International Series here at the Seaborn Cricket Ground in Austria. And it's a clash between the host nation Austria taking on Hungary. Hungary have already got one over Austria when they beat them in the match number 2, 105 to 106. Hungary chasing down the score with 8 balls to go. Well, this time round they were put into bat and they've done pretty well, even though they lost some of the key batters early on. We saw a fine half-century from Dada Peretti, 52-21. Gets them to a good score. And so now it's down to Mark Simpson-Parker and Iqbal Hussain to give them a good start. But first, they have to deal with Sandeep Mohandas, who has really outfoxed a lot of batters with his swing. And I'm going to call it slow swing. That's what it is. He's got no real pace in the ball, but he's deceptive. And he gets the ball to swing around a bit. And as a result of that, he has picked up some key wickets. Iqbal Hussain started the day well. And he goes big, and this one will go all the way. It's in the wheelhouse, isn't it? And that's a biggie. And that goes into the wheat field. And good luck finding that. What a humongous hit this is. And he plays for the swing, doesn't he? And he gets that right out in the middle. Yeah, Iqbal Hussain scored 88 of 42 in a player match performance in a 111 partnership between him and Mark Simpson-Parker. And this time, well, he says, hey, I thought I didn't have to go in here. And Dada Peretti, well, he does have to go in there because I don't know where Omari went. Well, he's come back now, Omari. Maybe he was on a bit of a break. But we have had guys that have done a wonderful job, guys and girls that have done a wonderful job out there. And retrieving and finding these balls. You see that, oh, what's going on there?
Wow.
Well, what's this tournament referee? What's he up to here? What's going on?
Wow, there we go.
He knows we're talking about him.
Yeah.
He's a saucy one, isn't he? What's he doing here? Is he shining? I've never seen an umpire saying, hey, give it here, Sandeep. I'll shine it for you. I'll do a little bit of work on it for you and get it to swing. Well, this is where the ball ends up. Or maybe, what happens here? Well, the very next ball, it's out. So, I don't know. This is all to do with Jerome Peters. With Jerome Peters, he shines the ball. He sorts out the seam. He does all the work for it. Gives it back to Sandeep. And then the next thing you know, there's a wicket.
Yeah, and extra swing that Tyrone's created. And, yeah, you don't often see the umpire running off into the outfield to offer some high fives. But, no, I think he's just cleaning something off. But as it is, Mohandas does get the early wickets, just clipped away. Yeah, the umpire's probably the sole judge of what's fair and what's not fair to do when you're cleaning the ball. So I think it's smart for the fielding side to kind of give him that responsibility. But, yeah, with Tyrone, he's had an early say in this power play. And Iqbal Hussain, a rare failure for him, 7 for 1.
Yeah, and guess who takes the catch? Dada Peretti. Well, this is what we're having a look at. I reckon this is, because the ball's gone in the wheat field, I think Sandeep said, hey, there's a bit of cornflakes on this one. And, well, it gets cleaned up because they're saying, I don't want to do it because I'll get accused of doing something naughty. Tyrone Peters does the cleaning, and the next thing you know, well, he does it so well.
Did we see Mohandas high-fiving Tyrone there as well after the wicket? It's good when a plane comes together.
And Dada Peretti taking the catch, already underlining just why we think he's been the player of the day so far. Well, Razmal goes up in the air. He could go first up. Oh, it agonisingly falls into a bit of a gap. And Razmal Shigarwal could have gone first ball himself.
Yeah, Razmal gives half a chance first ball, falls into space, and he's a big wicket, isn't he? So Hungary, they got the tails up here, don't they?
Yeah, big time. Looking to do the double over Austria. They've already got rid of one good batter. MSP gets a good slow delivery there from Mohandas. And this one doesn't really swing either. So this is a clever ball. I think he obviously holds his cross seam or something. Just floats it up there, the slower delivery. And Mark Simpson-Parker says, I'll just leave this be. You got the trap has been set out on the leg side. Square leg and mid-wicket back. And then he goes down the ground. This is a nice shot. It's an intelligent shot because he knows, as I said, both men that are allowed out on the leg side. So he knows if he hits this well enough, he's going to get 4 runs because those fielders are inside. Good clean shot.
Good power play batting. And the openers have been pretty adept at kind of noticing where there's outfielders and where there's not today. So pretty interesting first over. It's 12 for 1 after 1. It's pretty much the rate they need to go. Well, Rico, big news. We've hit the triple figures after the end of the last game. So raise the bat. 100 matches since our last golden ball. Shows you how quick the matches go by.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you out. No, this is this year how many golden ball, how many matches since the golden ball. Okay, started 127. That went across the Christmas break. But since then, 33, 25, 22, 24, 101, 136, 40 and 18. They're the games between golden balls. We're due. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're due. It's the most matches, well, it's the third most at the moment, I suppose, this year without a golden ball. But yeah, bit of an even split on the golden ball results this year. Prashar, he gets whacked out of the ground by Shigwell first ball. Might have just bounced inside, but still very good start to the over for the Austrians.
Well, the fielder signaling 6 there. And the umpire still wants to check. And let's just have a look at this. Where does this land? And yeah, it is 6. So 6 runs. Put them up. Come on, put them up in the air like you just don't get. Come on, Praveen, put them up. Yes, he does. 6 runs. And a nice shot there from Shigwell. Remind us again what the record was, the number of matches that we went without a gun.
Yeah,
ball,
so
wasn't
it's 405.
Yeah.
405. And Charlie Hunt, who'll be there on Monday, he is the specialist of breaking the long streaks, you know. He's the one that broke it the night series in Portugal.
Oh, wow. This one has been hit so well, but it does go more or less straight at the fielder. I don't know how much time the fielder had to react to this. It comes pretty quickly, gets a hand to it, but it still flies over to the boundary. That's Ali Yamas that could have taken an incredible catch.
The answer is not a lot of time. He went up, didn't he? It was hero catch style. And, shows you how fast it was going. They got a fair piece of it, actually, Ali Yamas, but it still comfortably went to the boundary for 4. Austria, they'll feel they're very, very capable of doing this. Prashar's a good bowler, though. Steaming in the second.
And this one tucks him up slightly.
Oh, I mean, normally we say 6 and 4, hungry for more. I'm hungry for more action. And we're going to get it tomorrow with the 4 more matches because every one of these is unpredictable. Thing is, Czech Republic, I think they played a bit below where they can play, particularly with the bat today. I think Paraskari bowled had a really good kind of lone hand in that last game. It wasn't quite enough to ward off the opposition. But, oh, yeah, it's all set up for an exciting conclusion tomorrow. Make sure you join us. MSP faces up to Prashar. Oh, that's harsh. Well, by harsh, I mean probably incorrect. Have a look at it on the replay. Oh, actually, on review.
Nah.
You know,
stick with it. You do what you tell the umpires. Go with what you feel.
Yeah, but it's a justifiable call because does any of this ball go over the line? You'd say maybe the outside seam of the ball.
Vinny, what are you looking at? What are you looking at?
I'm saying this. There ain't no space between the edge of that ball and the line, right? There ain't no space. So I'd take it back unapologetically. All right, here we go.
This one, he doesn't time at all. That sounded a bit hollow. Yeah, I have to say, that bat doesn't sound so great, MSP. A couple of times he's hit the ball and it sounded a bit hollow to me.
Umpire's call on the wide. Here's the thing, right?
It always is.
Yeah. It is. Like they are pretty consistent. So,
yeah. Okay,
whether it was there or not, it was. What my point was, if it was inside, it was as close to touching as you can get when it went past the crease. It wasn't like there was a big gap. So that's why he made the call. This one is an easier call. This one goes out, actually, from Prashar.
Yeah, Prashar, he knows. You think he's tried to do something different there. He knows it as he turns around and says, yeah, I tried to do that. Doesn't get it right.
Shout out to the umpires, though. I think they've been great today. You know, it goes up a notch. Obviously, international competition. It's kind of a higher standard across the board. And they've been right on the money. Bit of extra help today from Nilkesh and Tyrone, of course. And the local umpires, I think they've handled themselves very, very well. Well prepared for this as well.
This has been hit beautifully, and well, I'll tell you what, if it sounded bad when MSP is hitting it, that sounded beautiful. That was really the sound of ball onto Willow, and the ball disappearing at rapid pace.
Class shot. If you're going to play with fire, you're going to get burnt. You can't get in towards the kneecaps of Razmal. He just whips it away dismissively for 6. Kind of keeping him at that rate at the moment. Very, very entertaining.
Pressure is gone magical here. So now this is where you play smart. I think unless it's a really ranked delivery, you're quite happy with what you got here.
You won't go looking for trouble, but if it's there, he'll go for it.
There he goes for it. It's up in the air. Doesn't feel to get to it. No, and in fact, he couldn't get to it anyway because it goes for 6. And that's one that Lennon doesn't need to get involved with because the fielder is already there. But once again, he goes for it. And like I said, if it's there and you can put it away, you do it. But you don't want to give your wicket away. 26 come of that over from Prashant. So one of your key bowlers going for that much. That hurts you.
Austria, don't forget they'll play one more game than their opposition today, so they're hoping to open up a 4-point lead. But Hungary, they'll feel fantastic if they can go 2-1. And they'll be a bit annoyed that they lost to Czech Republic, who are below them on the table. But Hungary, if they can go 4-4 with the game in hand, they'll be in the box seat to take the series tomorrow. Kind of puts the fate in their own hands. These two teams, they've met twice today. They will meet again tomorrow. Sandeep Mohandas coming back to bowl over number 3. But, yeah, I mean, with the wind, even though he doesn't quite get that, Shigwal still carries pretty comfortably.
He's played that too well. It gets past the fielder and it gets thrown to the keeper's hand, but Razmal was already there.
I think the keeper, Abaskani, has set the record for most stumps broken not with the ball. He kicks it over this time. He's found every way to knock over the bails, but
right.
with the balls today.
It's about the 4th time he's done it.
He keeps tripping over them. It's the wicket keeper, not wicket knocker. He's done a pretty good job back there, though, to be fair. Mohandas to Shigwal. Be in swing versus clip. An attempted clip is missed because it's down the leg side. Yeah, so, you know, it's interesting. I even gave a thought, if you could have made an uber attacking option. Someone like Mirza is just loving the idea of the ball swinging in. You could have sent him out there and said, look, attack Mohandas. We know we're going to get him in the first over. If you can kind of put him on the back foot. If you get out, you get out. Still plenty of batting to come. Shigwal, he likes that shot too, though. And that's a more difficult ball to do it to because it starts well outside the off stump. And he's probably not getting that huge hoop that he gets in the first over at the moment.
Yeah, just look at the understanding these two batters have, though. I mean, MSP backing up. Look, watch. He's ready. He waits till the ball's released, starts walking, and as a result of that, he gets there in super quick time.
Such a giraffe, isn't he? It's like 3 steps, and he's there. Anyway, it's just kind of going at a comfortable pace at the moment.
It says pretty well. They have got a fielder back for that who makes no mistakes.
A slightly slower one there. Kind of rolled out of the fingers of Mohandas a little bit. So it's a bit of a change up. But, you know, with that magical second, it's put them ahead of where they need to be. So it's always finding a balance. I mean, you want to be aggressive, but you don't want to be crazy. You don't want to spark a collapse or anything. But we know Austria, they bat to 11, don't they?
And it's hit this pretty hard. Fielder coming across, and he takes an incredible catch. There is nothing this man cannot do. Ashrith Duraparedi, sensational. Well, if there was anybody that was doubting what me and Maximo was saying about him being the player of the day, well, just hush up and have a look at this, because this was sensational.
Wow.
Beautiful catch.
And look who it is. It's the Austrian captain. He thinks he's safe here. It's curving away from Ashrith. He loses the glasses, but he doesn't lose the ball. I mean, that is brilliant. No matter who you're supporting here, you'd have to stand up and applaud. And Ashrith, well, he didn't look surprised. He knew that he was capable of it. And that's a big moment in the match because Shigwal was looking good, but he's going to have to go. And the score 42 for 2.
Yeah, what a catch. You just got to have to marvel at some of the catching that we've seen today from Mark Simpson-Parker, from Razmal Shigwal, who himself gets out to an absolute stunner. That is an incredible catch. To get there is one thing. To catch it is another.
Yeah.
Marvellous catch.
He's had a dream day. It'll be a lot of pressure to try and back it up tomorrow, to be honest. Look, and Shigwal before that, he was 25 off 7. He'd hit 3 sixes and a 4 in his 7 balls. So, I mean, looking back, that's catch could win in the game, but Mirza doesn't care. He's going large, and I think he's got enough. Maximo! Well, Mirza is in the mood. He doesn't want to be a flash in the pan this time, and the attack will keep on coming. He attacks Mohandas' first ball.
That's quite an incredible shot, because that ball is actually swinging into him, and he's hitting it while he's still swinging. So that's a good hit. Thing is, though, he's done this once before. He's been out for 0. He's been 6 and out. Now he's got a 6. Will he go further this time?
He'll be trying. Last ball from Mahandas.
This one is gone. This is mammoth. And he just goes a little bit too short, a little bit wider. And Mirza Ashan says, thank you very much. I'm having this. And this is big. This is a brutal hit.
I think I detected Mirza yawning as soon as he hit that. Didn't even bother looking. Had a little glance back, but that is horns, baby. And Mahandas, well, he wins the battle against Shigawal, and a different problem then as Mirza takes him deep twice into the power play, 54 for 2.
Yeah, what a power play. I mean, okay, they've lost 2 good batters. We know that. Iqbal Hussain, the Centurion, a couple of days ago, and then Razman Shigawal, who, well, he'll consider himself very unlucky the way he goes, but they still, as I keep saying with Austria, they've got the runs they need on the board.
Give the man the ball. Dara Peretti's doing everything. He needs to stop this assault, doesn't he? Hello to Aaron Ashokan, the Czech captain, in the chat, and he's saying, amazing catch, Ashraf. It was one of the catches of the day. We've seen some great ones today. Think about Mark Sims-Parker, who's about to face up that kind of worm burner that he took.
Can we put them together?
Forward.
Can we have a chat with somebody and say, look, we've seen some great catches here today. Just put a reel of the great catches of day one of this European International Series. Well, this one, it's come at him pretty quickly. Of all the ones that he's taken, you'd think he would have taken this one. It just goes to show, Vinny, he is human after all.
Yeah, I mean, he just jinxed him, I suppose. He does get there, doesn't he? Just burst through him for pace in the end.
Well. Oh, this has been clobbered. And the sound of that. And, that is a great shot. One issue that Mirza has had is occasionally he said, I don't like the bats, I don't use it. And he said to me the other day, actually, when I was talking about it, he said he's already broken 2 bats this season, and 2 of them he broke during that European Cricket Series. So I don't know whose bat he's using this time, but at the moment, it's going pretty well.
Yeah, you could say that.
Peretti goes to him again, and this time, well, asking the question. Oh, he almost falls over and gives you another opportunity. Where's that? So first time round, look, he keeps the foot down, but just watch here. He then, just at this point, he buckled.
Yeah.
Now, that's one of the keeper had just kept his glove there. He could have whipped him off, you know.
We've seen some twister-style fails, haven't we, during this series? Remember down Zadron yesterday? ICCV took a catch and then had to put his hand down to stop him busting his coccyx when he hit the ground. And that is a real thing. Look it up. And Mirza is off to the races, 19 off 5. They're going to continue to attack. Mark Simpson-Parker, I mean, what about that shot? Cracking it over the cover point. That's the one, kind of mistimed it earlier and brought about his dismissal. But Dara Peretti, again, he's been the go-to man for Hungary today. Can he break this partnership?
And this is a really nice shot. Just look at the early movement from MSP here. He literally invites the bowler to go at his stumps. And the bowler goes a little bit wider, thinking he might keep it out of his reach. But MSP, he's got a big reach. Goes down on one knee, and he puts it away 4 runs.
Yeah, and he dares him to go at the stumps. Dara Peretti doesn't. MSP doesn't care because he's got long arms like an octopus, and he just smacked it away, and now he goes on the back foot, picks out the fielder. It's the end of the over. They get 12, so they're kind of happy with that. I think Austria, at the end of 4 overs, they're 66 for 2.
Yeah, these two. I think you've got the brute force of Mirza Ashan, and then you've got the technical ability of Mark Simpson-Parker. So you've got a good little balance there of 2 good batters that can hurt you. The thing is, though, we always say this: if Mirza can stay out there, let's say he stays out there for 15 balls,
yeah,
job done, right?
A lot. I could just picture, in a different industry, these two backing you into a corner, playing good cop, bad cop. They're both pretty imposing figures, aren't they? This is a wide, perhaps a fair bit of the tram line. Zishan getting a bowl here in over number 5.
Yeah, Zishan, key player, and he has been for Hungarian cricket for some time.
There's a slow ball, and there it goes.
What a hit this is. I mean, you're right, slow. And I think the thing is here, Mirza Ashan knows it's going to pop up to a nice height. So he waits on it, and then he goes bang, boom, bang. Thank you, my man. It goes all the way. And he gets absolutely clobbered.
I wonder if this has been called. Hey, there was some concern about Zishan straightening his arm more than the allowable distance. So the process was followed. He got had a kind of first and final warning. And from that point, I mean, you see it there. I mean, he does certainly he has a little jerk in his action. And it's just a matter of, is it more than the allowable? So that is the slower ball, to be fair. But the thing is, it then reverts to the laws of cricket, which say that if either umpire is not completely satisfied with the action, then it should be called no ball. So that's what Tyrone's saying right now. And if there's a second instance of it, that means he won't be able to bowl again in the game.
So that one's being called, and you can see that Jerome Peters doing all the explanations. A few players coming around him asking the questions.
He did have the kind of formal warning. I know that after they viewed some videotape of the earlier game. It's an awkward issue to deal with.
So this is, I believe, a free hit. I think the signal must have come earlier from Jerome Peters.
Effectively, that's 8 off the first, well, not even the first legal ball yet. So, yeah, they take a risk by bowling him. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously, no one's happy about it. It's an awkward situation, but I mean, they look at the totality of his bowling in the previous game and the ultra slow-mo.
And this was the free hit, and he has the license to go the full Monty, and he does, and he whacks it out of here. Tyrone Peters puts him up in the air like he just don't care. 6 more. Oh, what a big hit.
This one seems, a lot better. You see, that one doesn't have the jerk. So Zishan's a funny one because sometimes he has this little kink in his action. And I think that one for me, there's no problems at all. And, so it wasn't an issue. Now he's steamed up, as you can imagine he would be. He's trying to say, why isn't Mirza ready? Mirza saying, well, I'm just recovering from pumping you out of the ground.
14
anyway,
off one.
Alpha on alpha. Okay,
this is a long way up in the air. And can Zishan get this? If he does, there'll be some celebration. And, well, it is. And Zishan does take it, takes the catch, and he knocks the stumps over at the other side just for good measure as well. So Zishan, Cookie Hill, I suppose, in the end, has the last laugh. He just tells everybody, stay away, catch me up, padiro, catch a pallia, and then he says, Ale.
And the funny thing is, Mark Simpson Park is standing in the crease. Look, what I will say is those last 2 from Zishan, they're beyond question. They are completely legal. So like I said, it's something that some of his deliveries are questionable, and that's kind of why he kind of had the first and final warning, which leaves him open being called. I mean, typically the umpires, the process, unless it's a completely obvious one, they won't call it on the first instance in a match. They'll look at the videotape, they'll slow it down. It's a pretty settled process now about how you do that because you never want to show someone up. Yeah. But I think with Zishan, the thing is, look at those last 2. There's no problems with those at all.
Yeah, and the thing is also, you've got to remember the process. This hasn't been done there and then. There's been some talk about it. The captains must have had a communication and a briefing from the umpires and the tournament referee. Of course, that is Jerome Peters. So I think they probably said, look, we're keeping an eye on it, but if you do bowl it, we'll call it. And that's what's happened. So
he knows
they're following the process through.
He's under the microscope. So anyway, does get the big hit of Mirza. And this one's fine for me. Chima comes out. He'll get off the mark with 1. Hello to Zishan Khan in Malta, who's watching. How are you, Zishan? Hopefully things are well. How's the weather down there? I'm sure it's hotting up nicely on the island.
Yeah, hello to Zishan. Well, we're watching one Zishan with the ball and speaking to another.
One Zishan Khan watching another. But yeah, interesting little side topic here.
Slower delivery is a bit of a miscue, and this is an important moment. And they get another wicket, and it is Mark Desfontaine that takes the catch, and he removes Mark Simpson Parker. So I suppose 2 players with these double barrel names find each other, but MSP will be disappointed because you don't want to lose a wicket straight after you've already lost one. So now, all of a sudden, we saw Mirza go for 31 of 8, and Mark Simpson Parker soon follows. He'll go for unlucky 13 of ball number 10.
Yeah, cracker of a game here. I mean, they do lose 4 wickets here in the first half, but they're well ahead of the rate. They do have a long batting lineup to, I'd say, 10. Even 11. I think Idibasha Dita's a pretty good hitter of a cricket ball. Mark Desfontaine, nice work. He's got the sunnies on. He needs them because he's staring straight into the sun. Yeah, and Zishan, it was a gamble to bowl him. He tried the slow ball. For me, it's the slower one and the quicker one that sometimes are questionable. There is a degree to which you can straighten your arm. That's the thing. That's why it becomes a bit more scientific these days. But since that incident where he did get no balls, I see no problems with what he's bowled since. He's pretty much stuck to his stock delivery. And probably more importantly, the gamble's paid off because he's got 2 wickets and 2 big wickets.
Well, he went for 14 off that one ball because it was a no ball. And then, well, that went for 7. And then the next ball went big as well. And now all of a sudden he's picked up 2 wickets, so he's gone from maybe being the villain to the hero here.
Round the wicket now, Momin. What a day he's had. Ooh. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, well, this is straight-ish. I mean, I was a bit concerned. Is it going down the leg side? But does hit him on the full. It hits him on the crease. And Zishan gets 3 in the over. There's still a ball remaining. And Momin goes for a golden.
Well, let's have a look at this one. So, I mean, the umpire, Jerome Peters, has a long, hard think about it. But he decides, yeah, he's going on to hit. And Zishan, well, look at him. I tell you what, I think Jerome Peters probably just fired him up. This is full. Let's see where it goes on hit.
Yeah, that's hitting.
Yeah, that's probably going to go on and hit. And that's what the umpire's got to decide. Is this ball going to go all the way to hit? And Jerome Peters decides, yes, it is. The finger goes up. 3 wickets in the over.
With the angle and with the shot the Momin plays, I mean, you get the feeling, is it missing leg? But I think it pretty much hits him in line with middle stump, you know. I don't see that missing at all. The thing about Tyrone, you know, if he thinks it's hitting the stumps even a bit, he doesn't need it smashing the middle of middle. If he thinks it's getting any piece of those stumps, he's going to fire. Momin finds out the hard way, and just like that, this over's gone 3 for 15. And Zishan, from 0 to hero, he's on a hat-trick now.
Well, Widja Sakira comes out, and he batted very well in the last match. He was the not-out batter, but now, first thing he's got to do is face a hat-trick ball from Zishan Cookie Hill. What a first over it's been. He's had a bit of everything, a bit of drama, a bit of controversy. Now it could be a hat-trick.
This is the 7th ball of the over as well, right?
It's up in the air, and it could have gone anywhere. Could still be a run out. They're going to have a look at this, I think, but I reckon he probably just makes it. This is why when somebody's on a hat-trick, you have the field in.
Yeah.
You know, you have the field
so.
in. And let's see the running here. It just slides the bat in. It does well. What an over.
Yeah, what an over. Said at the same time as you did. 3 for 16 for Zishan. And it was risky. They get it right. I mean, Zishan Khan in the chat saying credit goes to the umpire to pumped him up. Who's pumped him up? He said, Malta's sunny and hot. He said, too many tourist beaches and barbecues. Party season on. 3 wickets in the over. Also preparing for the Valletta Cup in Malta before too long, which is a multi-national tournament coming up in T20 Nationals. This is what's coming up on Monday. You can see we'll have an 8-team ECS. First time we've had an 8-teamer this year. And it still will be over 2 weeks. It'll be 60 matches in total in the ECS. And then, of course, ECI in 2 weeks, Bulgaria, Turkey and Greece. Right now, we're getting ready for over number 6. Dara Peretti comes back. So the Czech Republic, they'll be watching pretty closely that ECI in a couple of weeks in Bulgaria because Greece have been drawn in their group in the European Cricket Championship later in the year.
Dara Peretti, who's been in good form now, comes to bowl. Interesting. Let's just have a look at the rate. It's around 9. Look, they've still got good batting. We keep saying this about Austria, so they won't be too concerned at the moment. Take another single was Chima. He's was good in the European Cricket Series, still out there. He's more than capable of getting going. And Navin Widjasagera, as I said, played very well in the last match. They've still got the likes of Umar Tariq to come in as well, and Abdullah Akbarjan. So plenty of batting still to come.
Widjasagera batted well in the last game. It's more against the fast man, Riaz Afridi, that he did some damage. Well, Chima is in the need for some runs. He's in the need for a hug as well. I think he's had a rough couple of days with the bat. And let's see if he can get going here. He's been pretty tidy behind the stumps. He's often been the number 2 keeper for Austria, and I see him get a bit of an extended run as a recognised keeper.
This is into the ground and take the one.
And the thing is, Rico, there's not as much of him to hug these days. You know, he's been working hard in his conditioning. He's looking more agile. He's looking fit. He's looking healthy. He's looking dry as well after he had a wet middle of the week here in the ECS.
Yes. Well, we saw him looking, well, pretty good when he was wearing his tights earlier. So he was one of the men in tights. I wonder if he's wearing his tights under that.
We did have to cover the children's eyes when he came in the skin tight stuff. Anyway, this should just be one down the ground. Yeah, so I mean, they got the run rate under control. It's a real test for the depth of their batting lineup. But once again, I know we talk about it all the time, but you look at the batting still to come for Austria. They've got Umar Tariq, who's been in great form. They've got Javed Sadra, and they've got Abdullah Akbarjan still to bat. I mean, they're 3 genuine batters.
Yep.
Dida, who's a bowler that bats, but he's also a bowler that can hit sixes.
And gone. So Chima's day doesn't get any better as he edges this to a fielder. So he'll go. And it's another, I mean, they got batters to come. We know that, but hungry at the moment and just keep chipping away.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Just keep chipping away and hoping you can just keep moving the line. And they'll feel, okay, guys, that's 6 out now. Chima goes for 3. He doesn't get any rungs. Don't know if he'll get a hug when he gets back either. And so now, if you're hungry, you start going, guys, 4 wickets, we've done this, just 1 at a time. 4 wickets, we can do this. So Austria ahead of the rate, but the 6 wickets are a concern. It's also the end of the over, 87 for 6. Let's have a look at those contributions. And once again, you see, the strike rate's been pretty good. MSP, okay, maybe not top gear, but everyone else, they've come and gone. Chima, probably the only one to not crack run a ball at least. But the other thing is no one's faced more than 10 balls. So they've just kept picking up those wickets. Tariq comes out at number 8. So he comes out ahead of the Wild thing again. I suppose it makes sense. He was in good form earlier. Vijayasakara starts the over with a single as Zishan comes back. And again, everyone, they're going to have their binoculars on right now, looking at every delivery. I suppose it has to be that way. The integrity of the game is important. But like I said, since he did get called, I don't see any problems with what he's delivered.
The pad, and he goes back. This one's going down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually not that far away. I mean, it's probably going over the top. Just have a look where it hits him. It's not out, but it's definitely worth a look. Hits him in line with, I suppose, middle. It's climbing. Yeah, probably because he's so far forward. May just be going past leg stump as well.
I think also may have just be pitching outside the line as well. But, I think it had a few doubts about it. Tariq, though, when he's being called upon, he has performed.
He was the finisher last time, wasn't he, Tariq? Well, it's in the gap. That's 4. We didn't hit that hard. But sometimes placement's better than power, and Tariq's off the mark.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. He's been good. He's probably been, I think, so far, perhaps the pick of the players. Austria finds a gap, gets 4 runs, valuable runs.
I know we think we saw Javid bat up the order once, but to me, it's too good to be in the bottom 3. I don't care how you're shuffling the deck. And I was wondering what that noise was. Well, there you go.
Can we have our balls back, please? Any that you find? Thank you. Oh, misses out on this. And I know that there's a variation in the pace here from Zishan, but Tariq, I think he knows this one was a bit of a gift.
One sneaks in, according to Tyrone Peters. Zishan smiling now.
Okay, well, is he still going to be smiling? Maybe, because this is probably a chance, is it? No, it lands over the rope. It goes all the way. 6 runs. Manos arriba, Vitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras.
I mean, if Welly Gamagay backs back and makes position, I think he's got to play on this ball, It's only half a metre over the boundary, at least maybe to keep it inside. But that misjudgment costs him, and Tariq gets 6.
Yeah, well, Tariq.
If you told me 10 minutes ago that Zishan would be smiling, and not ironically, I would have said you're crazy, but it shows you how quick things can turn around. Last ball of his spell.
Oh, out. Oh, well, you know what? Sometimes things can just go your way, and that is Naveen Vijayasakara is going to be run out in the most cruelest ways. As we know in cricket, it hits straight back at him, so is a chance. He doesn't take the catch of Tariq, but he gets enough on it to run out Naveen. Oh, that is so cruel. Now another wicket goes, and this match has had everything. So with 29 required, it's another wicket at the end of that over.
This has been such a great day of entertainment. And Zishan, there's no doubt he got a big touch on it.
Yeah.
It's off the middle finger, which might be kind of poignant in a way. It's 98 for 7 now after 7 overs. But they've still got more batting. And we still don't see that. And we're going to get Abdullah Akbarjan at number 9. Again, he's a very, very good stroke maker, Abdullah. He's a left-hander, so maybe that plays into the thinking a little bit. They have left-hand, right-hand combination. Having said that, Abdullah probably wasn't hitting him that well towards the end of the series for VCC.
Zishan, he made a 2-ball duck, but he's always going to have a play in the match. He picks up 3 wickets, and then that run out of the very last ball of his innings. Okay, it's Akbarjan, the left-hander, taking guard. Abdullah.
What a game. I mean, they could just hit 5 sixes and we're out of here. It could go that way. But now, remember what Hungary was saying? They're saying, look, let's just keep taking wickets. They're 3 wickets away. Ali Yilmaz, he's had an interesting time. He gets the 8th over. First time he's bowled in this match. And he gets it wrong first up. I feel this is right on the border, This will be an interesting replay if it's too high or not.
Well, let's have a look at this. The batter does sneak forward.
Let's have a look. He's on his tiptoes.
That's too high.
Yeah, for me, look, he's on his tiptoes.
Yeah.
I think the way it's been called, that'll probably be called a no ball.
Yeah.
But we'll wait and see. I mean, Tyrone's on the field. Normally he's the one making this decision. And it is called. Yeah, I mean, Yalmar's saying, hey, but, wasn't that below? He's on his tiptoes there.
Yeah.
For me, it's a borderline call, but I think that those are going to the batters.
It's the right call.
Yeah, free hit coming up then. Chance for Akbarjan.
Oh,
no.
this is the second. Well, this will definitely is. So it's they'll take one. They're coming back for
slips
two.
here. Watch out, watch out.
He could be run out. I think
Gone.
he may be run out. They're going to get a run out of a free hit. Why does he do this? This makes no sense to me at all. Oh, my word. I think this is out. I think it's out. Let's have a look.
So what you can't see in the first replay, he actually slips. So it cost him 2 steps, and I think it cost him his wicket here. I mean, everyone's racing back to try and get the free hit. Akbarjan, he's got the bad feeling. I think he knows he's gone. This is even higher, so it's going to be a second and final warning for Yalmaz, but that's not the immediate threat. You see the, guess who? It's Zishan. Picks it up, fires it in. I'm sure he's gone here. And, well, I'm less sure now. Now I'm very sure.
He's gone.
He's gone by, probably 20 centimetres. Just have a look at this, though. Akbarjan, again, not really in control of the shot because it is so high. But coming back for the second, just slips on the turn. It was minor, but I think it was just enough to cost him his wicket in the end, Rico.
But the thing is, it's a free hit. You know it's a free hit. Take the single. You put in Umar Tariq on strike, who is the batter in form, leaving there for the free hit. It's not smart cricket. And sometimes when you don't play smart cricket, you don't win matches.
Probably a risk not worth taking, but now they're kind of jumping out of a plane with no reserve parachute. I mean, it's a pretty good man to come in and face the free hit. Javid Zadran, the wild thing, coming out at 10. But, you're 1 wicket away from being 1 wicket away to being out of the contest.
Yeah, well, Hungary looking to do the double over Austria. And once again, Zishan gets his name in the book.
Oh, and Akbarjan, he couldn't organise a dive. Dive might have saved him there if he had executed one. And smart work by the keeper, Ghani. Anyway, free hit coming up. And it's Zadran to face his first ball. Oh, he misses.
He might be wide, though.
I reckon this is all right with the angle. Just have a look.
Oh, that
No, I think that's fine. If you look at where it passes the crease, I reckon that's inside.
gets away with it for me.
Agree to disagree?
Gets away with it for me.
I don't have to do the double replay, but I think we've got time.
Yeah, so
To me, if you try and pinpoint where it passes him, I think it's still inside.
Okay.
Anyway, Javid.
Doesn't.
Oh, boy. This is a doozy. I mean, you know what I love about ECN cricket is, together we've done probably something like 3,000 matches plus.
Yeah.
But sometimes you see games and they have different characteristics. And this isn't like any game I think I've ever seen before because wickets are a factor, but they've still got what I would call recognised batters at the crease despite being 8 down.
Slow delivery. He puts it right up in the air. Big moment. He's backpedaling. Can he get there? No, he just can't. And, well, that is Reddy.
What a game.
Almost takes an incredible catch here. That could have been curtains, but they survive.
Oh, if you're falling asleep somewhere around the world because it's getting late, put another pot of coffee on. This is a huge moment in the game. He's moonwalking back like Michael Jackson. Taraparetti's done pretty much everything right today, but he can't get hands on that one. That would have been 9 down, and that would have been last legs time for Austria.
Yeah.
Instead, it's a single.
Ooh, okay. They get the single. Umar Tariq. He goes big. That's out of here. Oh, yeah. This is what it's all about. What a match we have on here. This one is smashed away. That is a biggie. And that is his shot. He has executed that shot so well today, Umar Tariq. Can he keep his composure?
Yeah.
Can he keep his cool?
Last time we saw Tariq at the ECI level, he was kind of bogged down. Not today. You got to have ice in your veins in this kind of cricket. 2 to come.
This time he plays it down towards the man at square leg. They'll get 1. Will they try and come back for 2?
Not after what happened earlier in the over. And now, I mean, you don't have to necessarily push for risky runs. 2 reasons. You got the rate down to, 1.5 a ball, and with the odd boundary, you're fine. And also, you don't want to run out and put yourself 9 down. You just don't need to. Zadran, last ball of the 8th coming up.
It's a slower delivery. He plays it away. He'll go back on strike. I don't think he'll mind that. He'll feel that he's more than capable. Remember, Zadran is somebody we've seen coming out right at the top of the order and smashing it all over the place. End of the over. And the score 110 for 8.
16 wickets have fallen in the 18 overs in this game. You see them there. So, like I say, it's pretty rare you get to 8 down and you'd say you've still got 2 recognised batters. You've got 2 top 6 batters, I think, at the crease, effectively. I wonder how Dieter's feeling off the field right now. You've got the 9th and you've got to bowl what you think's your best option now, I think, to try and protect these runs, get ahead in the game. Ali Yilmaz, that over had 2 high no balls. It had a run out going for second, had a free hit that was missed on the borderline wide call. It had a drop catch where we saw probably the player of the day having a moment where he could have put his team 1 wicket away from the victory. It had everything. And you know what they say? It all happens in the 8th, and the 9th could be even better.
Yeah.
Prashant coming back. His first was expensive, but he's a match winner.
This one gets played away. Yeah, Prashant was expensive. You're right. He went for a magical over. But, well, 26 he went for. But the thing for me is I'm personally thinking that if you had the option of pace off, you'd go with that. Because I know both these batters, they like the pace on. All right, this is the big one now. Umar Tariq back on strike.
Tara Peretti bowled out. I mean, the only other options I can see are pace options, like Mark Desfontaine, for example.
Oh, well, it was in the slot. And Prashant says, yeah, just give it straight back to me. What a match here, folks. What a match. 16 required.
Good location. Again, so easy to nick that one. And that'll be 9 out. Oh, I know in Bulgaria you had ice on the pitch last year. Right now, Austria are on thin ice, aren't they? 16 off 10, so in a sense they're ahead. In a sense they're behind because those 8 wickets. Get the lifeboats. Prashant trying to make up for that expensive over earlier. Does he risk getting too straight to Tariq? Nope, and well bowled, 2 dots.
Yeah, well bowled.
Because the thing is, you'd be so tempted as a bowler to go for glory, maybe try and set his stumps whacked out of the ground. But if you get it wrong, you can clip those away for 6. And if you get hit for 6 here, you're really not feeling good.
Yeah.
So he's basically been quite patient here, Prashant. He's happy just to try and accumulate dots just inside that tram line. That's 2 good ones in a row.
I wonder if we see anything different from Tariq. Will he be forced to just take a little step
I'd skip across. You know he's going to bowl the same one. I'd skip across, but late so he doesn't see you. Another one outside the off stump. So 3 dots in a row. This game is topsy-turvy as they get.
Yeah, well, this one a little bit closer to him. And Tariq misses out on another.
And Prashant's got pretty good control most of the time. I just don't see him bowling a ball on purpose that's hitting the stumps here. You know, I think he's had success. At this stage, you don't want to be trying too much that's different. If it's working, you stick with it. Even if you're predictable, Tariq hasn't established he can hit that. And there's also no third man. Why doesn't he try and carve it away in that quarter?
And this one is hit well. This probably will go to the boundary. It does. 4 runs. It's hit pretty wide as well. But Umar Tariq this time says, you know what? I'm getting there no matter what. And I think he may have just sneaked inside. So that's a really good shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, and this is a light bulb moment for Tariq, who says, hey, you know, there's an offside as well. I think he got a bit too leg side conscious. And it's a classy shot. I've got to say, found the gap in the outfield. And so last ball.
Who is tingling right now?
Such a hard
Who is
tingle
tingling
going
right
on.
now?
I got a huge golden ball tingle.
This is a massive
Last
delivery.
ball of the 9th. Tariq, remember what a wicket would do to the game. You know, it would put him 9 down. Regardless, I think we're in for a big finish. Prashant is going to go around the wicket. I'm surprised he changes his mode of attack just because of that one shot.
This might work out in the favour of Umar Tariq, though. Let's see, because he does like to go that way.
All right, let's go. Oh,
no ball.
What's going on here?
It's a no ball. Oh, no, it's another no ball. Right, that's a result, really, because what you're saying here, okay, I'm going to be on strike for the next over. So we've got a single. We also get a bonus. Now he's probably saying to the batter here, Joey Sadran, come on, the wild thing. Show us what you're made of.
And even though you're pretending not to care about losing a wicket, you do actually care about losing a wicket in this over. But now they don't have to worry about it. So the fact it's a free hit is huge here because Zadran, I mean, tell that to Akbarjan who got run out of a free hit. But, you know, apart from run out or obstructing the field or hit the ball twice, which you only see once in a blue moon, you can't be out of a free hit.
Yeah, what's happening here?
I don't know if there's he might have hurt himself fielding that. And, there was somebody that was going to be hurt. I wouldn't have thought it would be the fielder because that one would have hit him in the neck. Umar Tariq, yeah, maybe just got a funny bounce there, Ali Yilmaz. Anyway, he's going to get a bit of attention. Remember, Yilmaz would probably be down to bowl the last over. Yeah. I mean, he went for 12. Do you go him or do you give maybe Mark Desfontaine an over here in the last? Do you show him something different? Yeah. I mean, it's not like Ali Yilmaz was... it's a proper sprint off from Gabor. Well, hold on a second.
What about that? I'm liking this. He's saying, you know what? I haven't had a chance to warm up today. Can you imagine? I reckon he should adopt that and bowl. Okay, big delivery.
We'll come back here because it's free hit time. Let's rock and roll. Zadran gets a fair piece of it, and it's out of here.
All the way.
Wow, what a big turn of events. Remember, there's still 2 wickets away from this, but now Austria just a boundary away. It all goes wrong for Prashar. In the end, it was so promising, but he couldn't hold on. 123 for 8, just 4 runs required off the last.
And the wild thing does exactly what he needed to do. 1 ball, put it away. He does. So where are we at now? That takes the equation to 4 required off the last over. But still, there's drama in this. I'm telling you, there's still drama in this match.
Oh, Prashar, he had it, didn't he? And he just lost the handle on the last ball. It ends up costing him 8.
But why come around the wicket? Explain that to me. He didn't have to. He didn't have to come around the wicket.
It was, I mean, no matter which side of the wicket he bowls the ball that for, he's going to be in trouble. Yilmaz is fine. He's going to bowl the last. But is he fine? 4 to win for the Austrians.
It's up in the air. There's a man up there. How far does it go? It will be stopped. Will they come back? No, they won't. It's just a single.
I thought off the bat that was probably going. Yeah, no need to risk running between the wickets now at this stage. Maybe last couple of balls if you get desperate, but you're not desperate.
Okay.
The value of keeping that 2 wickets in hand is so important. And Zadran, he's at the point he probably goes for it. He's got the backup of Dieter if he needs it. 3 or 5. Is he smart? Probably not.
He goes, slides it up in the air. Here's an opportunity. And it's taken. Oh, wow. We're going to have the last man coming in. It is the captain, Vinod, who takes the catch, Ravindran, and wow, what a match we've got in here. Well, I don't think he needs to go for this shot, but he does go for it. Oh, my word.
Sometimes, I'm no mind reader, but I said exactly what I thought. Is he smart? Probably not. It's not that he's a stupid cricketer, because he's probably one of my favourites. But that's one time you score off every ball, you can't lose. You don't need more than 1 there.
Oh.
He gets a slower ball. He gets the big eyeballs popping out of his head like a Frankenstein movie, and he wants to win it with glory. In the end, he skies it, and Ravinder in about as much pressure as he'll have today. He takes the catch, and now both teams are 1 ball away from a victory.
Oh, this is crazy. It's absolute crazy. So 126 to 124. This is where we are. 126 to 124.
Oh,
this.
Look who it is. It's Dieter at 11.
Dieter out.
He's probably likely to smack a 6 here. All right, 3 to win.
He plays it intelligently.
Yeah.
Takes a single, gives a strike back to Umar Tariq, who so far today has been the Iceman. Can he stay the Iceman?
Game.
So they are now, what they are, it's 125 to 126.
Yeah, so look, you score off every ball, you can't lose. I mean, even Dieter, who loves hitting 6s more than anyone I know, even he rubs his brain cells together and says, hey, let's just let's try and get a safer option.
Oh.
All right, a wicket wins it for Hungary, a single ties it, and 2 wins it for Austria.
Slower delivery, it gets played away. So scores are tied, but number 11 on strike when scores are tied.
Oh, run out here. They're going to bring the field in. A run out will force a golden ball.
Bring it on, folks.
Dieter's
Bring
number
it on.
11, and he could win the game. I had a feeling this is going to be a 9-down game. I just did, the way things were going. I just say if you're Dieter, you've got 1 chance here without pressure to just try and hit the ball hard.
Yeah.
And you're only going if...
I'm surprised at field. I mean, surely I would have everybody around.
You have 1 floater for a catch. I mean, he might sky one still.
You got 2 back.
But they've also kind of blocked that.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Scores tied. Dieter can win the game for his country.
He hits it in the air. There's a fielder out there, but he get anywhere near it. Oh, no, he can't. Well, that is it. It's game done and dusted. Austria are victorious in what was been a real roller coaster of a match. It was a bit of a cliffhanger. Yilmaz says, I told you, Captain Samat and Akerti, ordered him in the field decider. Well, they put the man in, and it's been done. And it is an absolute classic. Well, this is what we're talking about. This is European cricket at its best. Well, it's the international weekend here, and what a first day, Vinny, we've had.
Oh, I mean, as far as ECI cricket goes, I think it has to be the most entertaining day so far. It had ups, it had downs. Got a feel for the Hungarians there. I mean, they were on a knife's edge. They almost swept the home nation. They can still be really proud of their efforts, but they do go 1-2. It's the same record the Czech Republic have on opening day. Austria go 3-1. I mean, that hung up in the air so long. A fielder came around. He just couldn't get a play on it. I think Dieter, he does the right thing. He didn't overthink it. He says, look, I'm going to hit it. We've already kind of tied the game. So even if I'm out, they don't necessarily lose. They'll have a potential golden ball with Umar Tariq on strike. But Austria, 9-down win. You don't see it very often. When you do, it's exciting. And that game had pretty much everything.
What a game. What a game indeed. What a good one to win for Austria. I mean, none of their key batters really, you got to say, got going if you ever look at that scorecard. Razman Shigawa, quick fire, 25-8. But what a catch to remove him. And then in the end, I'll tell you what, Umar Tariq is now the Iceman.
Yeah,
he is now the Iceman.
He's so good. Well, that's a win for all you number 11s out there. It's, sometimes you can be a hero, and Dida, he's flying the flag for the men at the bottom of the order. This is what we'll see tomorrow. Czech Republic and Hungary still have 3 games to play. Austria just the 2 because they've played 4 today. Please, please, please join us because you don't want to miss out on any of the action. Day 2, the final day of our Austrian adventure, starts 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Roll the videotape. Rico, let's have a look at this. We had so much action in this highlights package, it could last a while.
It could last a while, and I can tell you something now. You'll see this match again and again and again, because I tell you what, every time we have the opportunity, we'll put it up there. What about this? I mean, I don't know about that. I'm going to have a good chat with Jerome Peters about that, assisting the Hungarian to the wicket there.
He cleaned it just right, didn't he? Didn't see a bottle opener out there or anything like that, and Tyron was pretty keen to get it back after the catch as well. But, I mean, yeah, Austria, again, they trust their batting order, don't they? Even you see that Javid was prepared to take on that big shot at the end, knowing that Dida's no bunny with the bat. I mean, Dida ends up being the hero. Before that, though, plenty of twists and turns. We saw Prashad pretty expensive in his first over. He'd have some more drama late in the piece. But really, just an ECI classic here on the European Cricket Network.
International style it was. It had everything. It really did. It had good shots. And then it had that. One of the best boundary catches that you'll see. The catches today, that's my challenge to somebody. Put all those good spicy catches together, because I tell you what, we've seen some humdiggers today. Absolutely brilliant. And the thing is, though, then Mirza came in, and remember him, he came in and he made it look easy. He said, don't worry about it, I'm going to do this. And look at MSP, who was out there with him saying, hey, you're the man. But this one was almost out as it was blasted back as Tadur Peretti. But this one, what a good shot it was. Just a little bit short.
Shows you, though, I mean, like Ashraf has an amazing day, but he still has a couple of moments here where he would have loved a mulligan and to do it all over again. Zishan, this was a bit of controversy. Tried the slower ball. We know there were some concerns about that, but then he pretty much straightened out his act, didn't he? And he came up with 3 wickets in this over that turned things heavily towards the Hungarians.
Yeah, well, you saw that the no ball was smashed for a big 6, but then Mirza Ashan wanted another. What about this for a captain? Just for good measure. Zishan says, I'm just going to spike this into
Mark
the stumps.
Parker with 2 feet in his crease saying, what are you doing? But anyway, yeah, and then there was more drama to come, wasn't there? With this one skied away. Marc Desfontaine had pretty good effort from the youngster. He wasn't called on to bowl, but did stand up with that catch when required. Then this was out. Roman having a bit of a Barry Crocker, to be honest, looking a bit short of cricket, I think, compared to some of the guys that did play some ECS. But then, the wickets kept tumbling. We knew they batted deep, Austria, and they needed to. In fact, all 11 players bat in this innings.
Yeah, they did. Chima once again not able to get game, but there he was once again. Umar Tariq, the Iceman. He stays cool, doesn't he? And he plays the perfect shots, the perfect innings that his side needed. This was so unlucky for Naveen Wijasekera. Once again, at this point, you thought everything was going Zishan's way. And don't forget, he was also involved in the run-out coming out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Naveen was kind of paralysed. Hungary, they'll look back at some of these beamers and they'll say, you know what, we took the game to the second last ball. And so but having said that, one of them brought a wicket because Zach went down trying to steal the strike back. He was run out by half a worm. And that was a nice bit of work by Abbas behind the stumps to get it down quickly. Javid came out. He was lucky to survive this. Don't forget that Dara Peretti, he backed back. Oh, he was on the backwards escalator, wasn't he? He wasn't able to hold on. That was a long single. So at this stage, they were 8 down. But yeah, you called him the Iceman. Umar Tariq, he held his nerve even as wickets fell around him.
Yeah, he did. And I think really you have to go back to that over from Prashad. And, I don't like to pinpoint moments because there's so many moments. But for me, the key moment could be that over when he decides to come around the wicket. Tariq, he bowls that beamer. And it gets called a no ball. And the advantage of that was big because not only is the no ball, the batters change over.
Yeah.
They get what they want. They'll get what about this for a sprint? I tell you what, Usain Bolt has got nothing on our man there. But then the ball came off the free hit as well. So it made all the difference in it.
So went down the last. They needed 4. Javid. Well, sometimes you do the thing that you don't think be doing the thing. And that's pretty much what his brain was saying to him as he skied that when they were 9 down. Dida just needed this to find grass to win the game. It curved away from Zishan, who gave it everything. But you can see that Dieter, he isn't that surprised because he's a guy, he knows his way around a bat. And, well, it's a classic game, really. These two split their series. Pretty interesting third game of their little mini-series tomorrow because they're tied at a game at a piece. Look, for Hungary and Czech Republic after that first, they only get 1 win out of 3, but they do have 3 games. You know, if any one of those teams can be perfect tomorrow, they can still potentially win the trophy. But have a look at this scorecard with Mirza top scoring 31 off 8. But the key is, and we mentioned it, you know, the guys that were there in the top 6, okay, they might not have stuck around for a lot of balls, but they were useful while they were there for the most part. And you look at, you know, 31 off 8 from Mirza Shigarwal, 25 off 8 went to an absolute banger of a catch from Dara Peretti. Even Mark Simpson Parker, even though I know it doesn't look that great, but 13 off 10. It's just, you know, being productive. As far as the bowling went, Dara Peretti again caps off a great day, 1 for 17. Zisha Kukagel had an awful start, but he came back strongly, 3 wickets in his first over. Ended up with the figures of 3 for 17. Couple from Mahandas early, but he did also get a couple of sixes hit off him late in the piece. And Yilmaz, I mean, a brave effort from him, but he couldn't quite get that 10th wicket that would have seen Hungary sweep the host nation here on day 1.
Yeah, well, it is Austria that end up winning. So they've got, well, they're sitting pretty at the top here now. Well, they've got 3 wins out of 4 here today. It was a big day for them as well, a lot of cricket, but they're sitting at the top. They'll be happy about that. And you know, people that are watching, and they'll hear us say a lot of the times when teams are out there batting, we'll always say, look, be positive, go out there and play your shots. Don't worry about wickets. And the reason we say that is because then you get victories like this. If Austria at any point decided, you know what, we're losing wickets, let's just buckle down, let's not play our shots, they wouldn't have won that match.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And what I've really liked about today's action and all the 3 teams here at the ECI Austria, they all bat deep, don't they?
Yeah.
We've seen, you know, Riaz Afridi batting 9 for the Czech Republic. We've seen, you know, for Hungary again, they bat all the way down, and some of their their late hitters in the first innings of that game, I think were really important in getting them to that score in the first place.
Yeah.
So all 3 teams, they bat deep. This is what we expect at the international level. They trust their teammates. And really, like I say, we've had 5 games there. It's been edgier seat stuff. Okay, first one, maybe not as close as a contest, but I think after that, they've all been kind of ride or die contest that could have gone either way.
Yeah, you're right. They could have gone either way, and there were always little moments you thought, if that had gone differently, if that had happened, if that hadn't happened, things could have been different. And that last match was exactly the same. That's what we knew that we'd expect from this. And I think going into tomorrow, it's going to be more of the same. Let's have a look what we've got coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow we've got matches 6 to 9, of course. So we are starting at the same time. It's 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. But look, I just want to remind everyone before we go to the end of day highlights, and these will be a really good package. Stick around for it. That if you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECI European Cricket Network, because we are ticked over. We're in the 349,000s. We'd love to get 350. Look, tomorrow is actually my last day before I go on vacation for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So please, come on, get your family, get your friends, sign up your dog. That was an idea I had today. You know, get Fido a YouTube account and get him to subscribe to the European Cricket Network.
Yeah.
Also our social media European Cricket on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all the platforms, and our website, europeancricket.com. Keep your eye on the social media, though, because I think we're going to see probably the compilation of all the amazing catches we saw today.
I want to see it.
We just had so many nuggets that I think we have to share with the world once again.
Yeah, we have to, and we have to just show just why European cricket is on the up, and just why it's quite amazing, and just why it's taking the world by storm.
Well, last thing I'm going to say, big thank you to James Cantor, head of operations, who came here. He was responsible for getting our background up. I said it would last 7 minutes. It's lasted over 7 hours. So thank you, James. Hope you had a safe trip back to Germany. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe Saturday night. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full. We'll see you tomorrow. More action on the way. Enjoy these highlights of the day, though. Thanks to Spring Productions, and we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode ECI Austria. Hasta mañana.
Adios, mi familia. Hasta mañana.
Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a Yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that back in. But the shaka. 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier. That's supercharged. 6 runs. That's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.
Share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the Kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, or Yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go.